Road as well. Fairground Road out here to the west. You see Fairground Road coming in there. Everything's going to be east of there and moving north very rapidly, heading up again toward Vontae and eventually Montpelier. So stay alert, Montpelier, as we get up into parts of Hanover County as this storm continues to race to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. Again, tornado warning in effect until 3:45. This is going to be parts of Goochland County, parts of Hanover County, and eventually far southeastern parts of Louisa County, Hanover County, and then up into even parts of Caroline County. There they are right there, Caroline, Goochland, Hanover, and Louisa till 3:45. So stay alert as this storm continues to track to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. And you can see a live shot there from our Millionaire Cam. Very dark skies looking into the back of the storm that is still tornadic out in parts of the Middle Peninsula. Let's go back to the storm here in the metro area, and we will continue to monitor the potential for any damage from this storm as it develops and moves across the area. Again, this is going to be in effect until 3:45, the way it looks right now, and it's for parts of Goochland and Hanover counties. Main area circulations at this point is going to be coming up right across Interstate 64. From Short Pump out toward the Mannequin exit and moving north, crossing Mountain Road here, crossing 33 up in Hanover County, and then moving up toward Beaver Dam. So again, it's going to impact Montpelier and then Beaver Dam and possibly Doswell. If it takes a little turn to the right and starts to get more organized in terms of its rotation, it can turn more to the east, which would affect Doswell a bit more directly. Right now, Doswell's in the far eastern edge of the warning polygon, but you can see Doswell over to Beaver Dam, down to Montpelier, Rockville, Vontae, Windham, Short Pump area, Innsbrook, obviously very populated in these areas just on the eastern edge of the warning. Let's get a check-in on Mike Stone's progress over there. Mike, you got anything to report, add to this?
Going away from the metro storm just for a second, Zach, there's been an updated tornado warning for those storms we were watching towards the south and west, the ones that are moving out of Danville. And as it tracks to the northeast, it eventually may get into areas like Charlotte County. So there's the new warning right there. I'll pop up the particulars. So the new tornado warning right now that's been issued for there goes to 4:15. There's two different warnings there, so let me zoom in on this one. This is the one that goes a little bit later. That's until, let me see, till one part goes till 3:30, and then the other part goes till 4. So we have a couple of different things going on there. The velocity scan shows some of that heavy wind velocity right near Brookneal, and the storm that was off towards the east that we had the original tornado warning on, that continues to move up throughout parts of the just west of West Point right now, Zach.
All right, thanks, Mike. Let's go back over to the metro storm. Tornado warning right now, northwest sides of the metro. There it is right there. Doesn't look overly impressive on radar, but it has a rotation with it and needs to be taken seriously as it moves through parts of far eastern section of Goochland County, but that's populated areas. We're looking around Mannequin-Sabot, up toward the Windham area, and now moving into Hanover County. Again, here's 33. It's going to cross 33 just outside of 295. So here's 295 at the end of my finger, and on 33, once we get out about 5 miles or so, we get into this storm. It's going to be clipping far southeastern sections of Louisa County and then moving up more into parts of Hanover County. And it's going to be right through Montpelier and then up toward Beaver Dam. And then it's going to be impacting areas on 95, somewhere between Doswell and then maybe up toward Ladysmith, that area there. And we're looking at other areas as well, then southern sections of Spotsylvania County and western sections, of Caroline County. If it continues to track to the north, again, there is not a whole lot in terms of intensities, in terms of heavy rainfall and hail showing up with the storm, but it does have a circulation. There's the time of arrival. Windham at 3:22. Beaver Dam at 3:34, Ladysmith at 3:44. And again, that's going to be toward the end of the track here on this, but this, probably like the Waverly storm, will continue. So we have 3 different tornado warnings right now. We've got one in the Middle Peninsula, one northwest sides of the metro area, and also one to our south and west that will be impacting parts of probably Buckingham and Appomattox County, even Charlotte and Prince Edward County, if it maintains itself. So this storm, let's get a check in on this other storm here. You see the 3 pink areas. Those are the 3 tornado warnings. The whole red area, that's the tornado watch that remains in effect until 9 o'clock. So let's kind of move you down the line here. Let's get a quick check on this storm, Mike, if we can, in the Middle Peninsula first. And you can see that storm continuing to just rapidly move north. In fact, it's almost outrun its coverage here in terms of the tornado warning. There's King William and Route 30, and there's the back edge of that storm as it continues to race up into Essex County. So this is going to be Essex County right here. At the end of my finger, that is Route 360, and then here's Route 17. So 17 and 360 getting up into Miller's Tavern and Tappahannock is what we're looking at right there in Essex County. That's where the storm's going to be tracking. Take your tornado safety precautions. Miller's Tavern up toward Tappahannock, then across the river to Warsaw, Kennard. Again, stay alert as the storm continues to track to the north. Let's go back over to the metro storm now. Take a look at that one once again. And again, the overall intensity is not strong, but right down here, right over 64 would be the area that we're tracking for the potential for developing tornado. The tornado warning continues, and it is now right along Route 64, a little bit north of 64 at the moment, heading up into parts of far southeastern sections of Louisa County and into Hanover County as well. You see Montpelier to Rockville, that area there, and it's going to continue to track north, crossing 33. So there's 33 there, and there's 54 coming out of Ashland. So 54 and 33 right in there is where you're going to have the circulation crossover and then continue to head to the north. So that's the second tornado warning. Then we have a third one that's going to be impacting Charlotte County and eventually Prince Edward County, you folks out in the Farmville area, and that is this storm. And this storm is very intense in terms of just the overall rainfall, the lightning we've got, and likely the hail here. And this storm, we're looking at a different radar site right now. That's going to continue to head up from Brook O'Neill over toward Madisonville, and then eventually behind me, Charlotte Courthouse. And that one will be something that we'll have to deal with because moving east-northeast, it's going to be coming up into central Virginia. So this will be a storm that we're going to have to talk about here for quite a while. All right, let's check the live shot here. This is coming in from Mike Hall. Mike, where are you right now, and what are you looking at?
Zach, I just got back on 64 West. I'm trying to get turned back around. I was on Ashland Road, almost in Goochland, and I was right on the heels of this storm that's showing rotation, but I don't see anything other than small wall cloud. So I'm going to get turned back around and see if I can pick back up on 295 and head over towards that direction to pick up that next one. Zach.
All right, thanks for that update, Mike. Again, Mike Hall, one of our storm chasers. He is up close to the storm that's north and west of Richmond right now, out into parts of Hanover County. Storm you're looking at here is down to our south and west. And again, this is Appomattox, so this is a long way away. But it's going to continue to track to the northeast and will likely impact parts of central Virginia within the next hour to an hour and a half. You can see the trajectory is going to bring it on up. And so Cumberland, maybe even Goochland County, Powhatan County, possibly even the metro area. This whole line is going to keep developing and push into the metro area. These individual storms will all have the potential to rotate as that line does approach the I-95 corridor. So again, still have a tornado warning here, although this storm has almost completely outrun that warning. So let's head back in, if we can, to this storm in the Middle Peninsula, Mike. We've got a new tornado warning. Okay, this is down. This is in the Norfolk area right now in terms of the television coverage area, but Hampton, Newport News, Poquoson, Suffolk, Isle of Wight, and York until 4 o'clock tornado warning down that way. For the folks that are commuting back and forth, they'll definitely need to take care as they cross the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel and head all the way up toward Williamsburg. Again, all right, there's a live look out of Norfolk there in the lower left-hand screen. And then here's the warning, tornado warning. Look at the storm. It's completely outrun this thing. So I would expect it's going to have to either be reissued or dropped because there's nothing left in the warning polygon as this storm is crossing 360 and heading up toward Tappahannock. Again, this storm was in the tornado warning, was under a tornado warning, and still remains as such. But we're going to have to see an update on that. Canceled. Okay, good. So that's canceled. So we're down to just 2 tornado warnings, actually 3 at the moment because we got the one in Hampton Roads. So we had 4 different storms with tornado warnings, just dropped off on this one. So now or the one back in the Middle Peninsula. Now we have the tornado warning that continues with this storm out in Hanover County. And again, there's a little black line right here. That is the line between Hanover County and Louisa County. So those of you that live in Louisa County, unless you can throw a rock across the county line, you're not under a tornado warning. It's back over to the east of you, you're west. There's Cuckoo, there's Apple Grove, and again, there's only a tiny little slice of Louisa County. And not to say this storm couldn't shift back that way, but most of the threat, if not all of it, is going to stay just to the east of you in Louisa County. These things are drawn. The counties pop off based on where the polygon's drawn, and so you're getting Louisa County in there. But it's mainly western Hanover County right now, and you can see the storms right over 33, right over Mountain Road in Hanover County, heading up toward Beaver Dam, and then we're looking into Spotsylvania County and western sections of Caroline County. So these things are just hauling through central Virginia, and they continue to move very rapidly to the north-northeast at 50 miles per hour. In some cases, maybe even a little bit faster than that. So looking at the back edge of this, the threat now in Mannequin Sabbath has ended. The threat in the Wyndham area at the moment has ended. We could have more storms later on. In fact, we will, so that may ramp up once again. But the tornadic threat now is shifted up into Hanover County, heading over toward Beaver Dam, where the tornado warning remains in place for the area. Let's head over to Mike Stone. Mike, do you have anything to add to any of this? Any updates for us?
Zach, we have a couple of new tornado warnings that are coming in even as we speak. Off towards the west, the tornado warning is in effect for Appomattox County. That's until 4 o'clock. That's the one that just came in. And the one off towards the east that you see, even though the box is still on the screen, that one has expired. We're also watching some activity to the north. We're starting to see a little bit of some minor rotation in some of the cells there, but we don't have anything issued as of the current moment. I'm going back and forth between about 4 different computers here, but in terms of the tornado warning, that's Appomattox, and then the one over by New Kent has been allowed to expire. And then off towards the west, we have Charlotte, and then within the metro, Caroline, Goochland, Hanover, Louisa, and Powhatan. So this is the one that Zach's been talking about in the metro here. So it looks like that activity may hold together as it tracks northward into parts of Spotsylvania and Caroline County, Zach.
All right, thanks a lot, Mike. Again, numerous tornado warnings in effect right now. We've got this one that's north and west through Hanover County, out near Beaver Dam. That's going to be the tail end of this thing. It's going to move up into southern sections of Spotsylvania County near Partlow, and then over to the eastern sections of Caroline County as well. So Partlow, Ladysmith, Spotsylvania, and looking at areas maybe north and west of Doswell. We've got some video from the damage in Waverly. Let's check this out. Look at this damage from Waverly. This is significant stuff. Trees uprooted, cars overturned. This coming in from Vincent Carden on Facebook. That is significant damage. Looking at the radar signature we had showed a strong low-level signature, so it's not surprising at all. We just hope that everybody is okay. Again, that is coming in from Waverly. Significant damage in Waverly. It's right along Route 460. It takes a good tornado to flip over cars like that and to uproot trees. We had some uprooted trees in some of the earlier videos. So significant tornado damage coming in Sussex County down along Route 460. It's Waverly, just north and west of Wakefield, and just a little south and east as you head 460 out of the Petersburg area. So some significant damage in that area. And we've got a lot of this storm system ahead of us. So again, look at the images. Don't let that put you into a panic, but just know what is capable of these storms with just a quick tornado. That can happen. All right, looking at what we've got back to our west, this is the storm moving over toward Appomattox, where we still have a tornado warning in effect. Again, there's a tornado warning down to the south through Brookneal, and then a new tornado warning for Appomattox over toward Pamplin. This storm will continue to head north and east. Toga, Dillwyn, we're looking at areas. This is going to be heading up toward Buckingham County. So starting to make more of a move into central Virginia as these storms continue. And this is a line, kind of a line of storms, but they're embedded supercells in there. So just because it's all lined up doesn't mean that you can't have rotation in there. You absolutely can, especially when you're in an environment that is so strongly sheared as what we have out there right now. There's the time of arrival. Appomattox at 3:37, Pamplin City at 3:38, Sliders at 3:51, and Andersonville at 3:58. Again, that's the farthest west storm that we have. Let's go back over to the storm in Hanover County just to get an update on that. And you can see how quickly these things are moving. This one's almost completely outrun its warning polygon. Just a little little signature left over near Beaver Dam, and the velocities now coming out of the Sterling site aren't showing much. You expect that because the beam gets a little bit higher the farther away you go, and it's at the outer periphery. This is kind of in no man's land out here in terms of sampling the lower levels of the atmosphere. It's just very difficult to do because you got a radar site way up north, you got one way down to the south and east over in Wakefield. And right now, this is just showing, again, the tail end of the storms. The tornado warning continues, but this is part low, southern Spotsylvania County. There's Lake Anna. Again, this storm, with any luck, will move just to the east, you folks, up in Lake Anna, and will continue to move into southern sections of Spotsylvania County and over into eastern or western sections of Caroline County. Again, not a very strong signature at the moment, but the tornado warning continues on that storm. Let's head back over now and look at what we've got over to our east. Here's the warning that's down to the south. Mike, update us on that warning. We've got 2 warnings now down at Hampton Roads.
A new tornado warning was just issued for Chesapeake, Norfolk, Portsmouth, city of Suffolk, and parts of Virginia Beach. So if we track a little bit farther down here towards the southeast, again, the majority of that is outside of our coverage area, but you can kind of see it's not one huge squall line coming in from the west, as sometimes typically happens when our severe weather occurs. We have these little clusters of storms that are developing, and every now and then there's enough instability, enough wind shear to spin up a tornado. So as of right now, the one that we had just north and west of the metro has been weakening. There has not been a new tornado warning issued as of yet. And then the one that's off towards the south and west that Zach was talking about a few minutes ago, just south of Appomattox, and that's tracking to the northeast. That'll go just to the northwest or just very near Pamplin, right over Route 26. Zach?
And a live shot here out of the front door of WTVR. Just some dark clouds right now, just some dark low-hanging clouds, but no threat here in downtown Richmond. In fact, right now, this is just a good opportunity for us to just think. We're between basically bands of tornadic storms right now in central Virginia. We've got some down south and east of Petersburg, but overall, look at the void of activity here in central Virginia. We've already had a damaging tornado in Waverly, so we've seen what this system is capable of. Here comes the next round. You have some time here in the 95 corridor in central Virginia. Get a plan in place right now if you haven't already. Find out where you're going to go for tornado warnings issued for your area, and have that plan in place. You've got some time right now, 30, 45 minutes or an hour here across central Virginia. Find out where your friends are, where your kids are, if they're at a neighbor's house, kind of get everybody together and just get ready for this next line that comes on through, because we're going to have tornado warnings with this line as well. And look at the lightning here. That's an indication of very strong rising motion, hail-producing storms. And with the rising motion, you have mesocyclones, and you're going to get tornadoes out of this. At the very least, tornado warnings. So we've got a minute to catch our breath and get ready for this next line as it comes in and impacts central Virginia. So one line kind of moving out at the moment, and now we'll be tracking more heading on in to the area. So let's go back over and look once again at the storm that's just a little bit east of Lake Anna, Mike, and it looks like it's just about wanting to call it quits, but it's not. You got a little signature there just on the far east sides of Lake Anna, moving up into southern sections of Spotsylvania County, and it's going to clip just a little bit of Caroline County as well. So right around Ladysmith is where this is going to pass, between Ladysmith and Lake Anna. You can kind of shoot the gap there, and we'll find out shortly, since this is running out of its warning. We'll find out if it's going to be canceled, and it has been canceled. So that's good. So now we're finished with that particular tornado warning. So Mike, if we zoom out just a little bit and look at what we've got, some heavy rain around Port Royal, Fredericksburg, and then some heavy rain around Tappahannock. That warning allowed to expire. Some heavy rain farther south and east of Petersburg. That's it until we get into this mess right here, and that is what's going to be coming into central Virginia. And we have 2 tornado warnings with that cluster of storms, and also behind me you see tornado warnings continue for Hampton Roads and the Norfolk area. And those, again, will continue to stay south and east of the northern neck and middle peninsula, but they will impact the eastern shore of Virginia. So we'll have to watch out in that area, eastern shore of Virginia, as those storms come on through. But right now we've got a break here in the I-95 corridor, Fredericksburg down all the way to the state line with more storms coming in. So let's position our guys. Mike Hall, Andrew Smith, if you're listening, need to get you back here into central Virginia, prepared for this next line to move in. This storm is very intense over Appomattox right now, located from Appomattox down to Pamplin, and it is heading to the north and east. Movement here is 45 miles per hour, and you see Hampton, Sydney there, and Farmville. So Farmville, Longwood University, Hampton, Sydney. It looks like this storm will pass just to the north and west of you unless it takes a very hard turn to the right. I don't anticipate that, but if it were, it would bring you more in line. But right now, it looks like the worst of the storm will pass to your north. But if we can push this map just down a little bit to see kind of what's on the way, up to our north, Dillwyn is right behind the banner. There it is right there. So Toga and Dillwyn, and that's Buckingham County. Right now, the way that this is drawn, it stops at Buckingham County. It doesn't include Buckingham, but it will. This storm maintains itself and is still in a strongly sheared environment. I expect that we'll have the tornado warning continuing into Buckingham County shortly. Mike, is it possible to look at the wind shear on this one? Are we a good enough vantage point from the Blacksburg site? Okay, so there are the velocities, and there could be a tornado on the ground with this storm the way it looks right now. Those are very, very strong signatures. Again, we're looking at away component in red and toward in green. So that is a strong velocity couplet from the storm. Again, we're coming from the radar over in Blacksburg. So we're looking at strong rotation with this storm. And this storm, again, is going to be just south and east of Appomattox. You need to take tornado safety precautions. Again, there's 460, and again, this is 460, a long way west of Richmond, but 460 there. Again, strong velocities with the storm south and east of Appomattox by about 4 miles, right along Route 460, and that's going to continue to track to the north and east. So stay alert up toward Toga and eventually Dillwyn, as I don't expect this storm to weaken at all over the next 30 to 45 minutes. If you're just joining us right now, we've had one confirmed tornado that's done significant damage down in the Waverly area. Overturned cars, trees uprooted, extensive damage to structures down that way. Our storm chaser Andrew Smith was right on it when it developed, and on radar a very tight signature with that storm. Here is the track of this storm that's to our west. It's over Appomattox, and again, that circulation is just a little south and east of Appomattox, but we'll keep you guys in the threat area. Appomattox 337, Hicksburg at 342, Hurtsville at 345, Sliders at 348, Andersonville 353, Dillwyn at 401. See, folks in Dillwyn, 401. It looks like this storm's going to come on in, and that'll be well into Buckingham County. Again, then this is one storm that's within a line, a broken line of severe storms that's all progressing gradually into central Virginia. And we're all under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock at night. In the upper left-hand part of your screen, you see that. All those counties in red, Northern Neck, Middle Peninsula, Hampton Roads, all of central Virginia, under tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight. There's a look through our Millionaire Cam. As of right now, we're in a lull, but waiting on this next line of tornadic storms to move into central Virginia. Everything back to our west, not tornadic at the moment, back to our east, excuse me, across the Northern Neck and Middle Peninsula. A couple of storms, though, with tornado warnings on them down into Hampton Roads, and the trajectories are going to take those out across the Chesapeake and impact the eastern shore of Virginia, but not the Northern Neck and Middle Peninsula, at least not on this round the way it looks right now. We'll continue to track those carefully for you, though. There's the broad view. It's a clear shot all the way south as you get down toward Emporia, and then you've got this line coming on in. That will impact the I-95 corridor and Richmond over the next several hours. So far from being finished with this particular storm system. Okay. All right, I have an unconfirmed report coming out of Waverly right now, and again, this is just coming by word of mouth through our storm chaser that's there, that there have been 2 fatalities in the Waverly area from the tornado that moved through there. Again, it's unconfirmed at the moment, but getting reports of 2 fatalities in Waverly and missing people as well. So some people unaccounted for down in Waverly after the tornado passed right through the area earlier. We saw the extensive damage. Hope that there would not have been any injuries or fatalities there, but it's a lot to ask for when you see that kind of damage. And unfortunately, that's the report right now. Again, unconfirmed report of 2 fatalities coming out of the Waverly area, and you can see the damage there just strewn across the street. We've seen damage that's included uprooted trees, and it looks like some structures almost completely leveled, and not surprising at all given the strong signature that was on radar earlier. Thank you to Vincent Carden for sending this in on Facebook, and again, that's always a great way to share information about your location and get information either through Twitter or Facebook. I mean, look at that damage produced by the tornado that moved through Waverly a little bit earlier. And again, the latest unconfirmed report are 2 fatalities and numerous missing persons in that area. Mike, do you have anything to add? I heard some chimes over there like more warnings were coming out.
Yeah, essentially what happened to the west, Zach, is that tornado warning that continues until 4 for 20 more minutes for Appomattox. The warning has been extended into Buckingham, but it's a severe thunderstorm warning. The advisory or the warning that got extended to where the storm's going to go is a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning. However, let's just say you need to prepare for tornado precautions because we've been seeing a really good signature in terms of the velocity. So the new warning, Appomattox and Buckingham, severe thunderstorm, but we may still have a possible tornado in that area. And Zach, I'll switch back over to velocities so you can talk about that.
Okay, thanks a lot, Mike. And again, we're looking at the wind velocities here because you can look at what you've got on radar, and obviously the reason we have our storm chasers out there, and Andrew Smith, by the way, he's on the ground in the Waverly area, and he's fine. He was in a position to be safe when that came on through, and he's okay. The reason we've got these guys out there is to give us reports of what's happening at the surface, because you've got radar to look at, you've got velocity data that would show you signatures like this that show a significant rotation with storms. But until you see it on the ground, it's tough to tell. You have lots of this kind of stuff without anything on the ground. And this would tell me when we have a strong mesocyclone, which is a strong rotating updraft, and strong potential that this has produced a tornado already or is producing a tornado at the moment and could continue to be a tornadic storm as it moves up as we head into parts of Buckingham County. Now, Buckingham County has been put under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, not a tornado warning. But if you live in Toga, if I had family members or friends in Toga, and even people I don't even know in Toga, I'm going to tell you right now, take your tornado safety precautions if you live there, because that kind of signature on radar heading in your direction, that warrants more than just, hey, we got a severe storm headed your way. That is a significant circulation there heading up toward Toga. Maybe this thing will be winding down, and that'd be a good thing, but I would stay on the safe side, get it in the interior part of your home, away from any exterior walls, away from any windows in a hallway, or a hall closet is the best place to be, or really the ultimate place to be would be underground in a underground basement, if you've got something like that. Not everybody has that, though. All right, there's a look at that line of storms. Toga back down toward Appomattox, and it continues south. There's Pamplin. Behind me, you see some of the locations that are starting to get a little bit maybe more familiar to you here in central Virginia, like Farmville, Cumberland, and Hampton-Sydney and Longwood University. And then as we head up even closer to town here, we start getting into places like Goochland, Powhatan, Amelia, not in the threat at the moment. But this line is not going to go around us, and it's not going to dissipate. So we'll have to deal with this at some point. New warning coming out right now. You saw the radar updating. So this is a new tornado warning that includes Cullen down in parts of Charlotte County. So that's the new tornado warning. So we've got, see, 1, 2, looks like 3 tornado warnings, 3 different circulations all embedded within this long line of severe storms that continues to race to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. Mike, on that new tornado warning, how long does that go for? And they have an indicated tornado or a Doppler radar tornado?
So far, right now, that goes until 4:15. And so far, it's just been Doppler indicated over the city of Wren, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So we apologize that the way this looks, there's a whole bunch of lines and boxes here, but it's automatically plotting the warnings coming directly from the National Weather Service. So there's a severe thunderstorm warning in this general area, but the pink boxes, that's where we have the tornado warning. So it essentially covers from Brookneal over to Cullen up towards Madisonville, and now up through Appomattox to just southwest of Toga. So it's that line of storms is tracking to the northeast. And again, we have the tornado warning there. I want to get back out to the state view and show you that in between this, there's a lot of dry weather. In fact, we had some storms in the metro a little while ago. That's what prompted the tornado warning northwest of Richmond. Those have pushed up in northern Virginia, but we actually have breaks in the clouds, even some sun coming out in between this. So again, don't want you to be deceived by that, thinking that, oh, rain came through the metro, we had a thunderstorm. The sun's out in some areas, so no need to worry. In fact, the sun at this point in time is a bad thing, because as this line comes in from the west, it's going to hit that increasingly unstable air across the area this afternoon, and that's going to blow up into better threats of some severe thunderstorms and possible tornadoes. I'm just looking at some of the new data that's coming in. Just an update on the ones across southeastern Virginia outside of our viewing area. So right now, the main game within our viewing area is those tornadic cells off towards the west near Appomattox, heading towards Dillwyn. Zach?
All right, thanks, Mike. In the lower left-hand part of your screen, you can see that shot with all the sunshine. That is what's happening in central Virginia right now, and you know that if you live here around the metro area. Skies have cleared out. We're seeing blue skies And that is not a good thing, because that is just charging the atmosphere with more heat, and we've got the moisture in place. And that's Mike Hall's shot right now. He is headed south toward Chesterfield. He's going to position himself for this next line of storms coming on through. But you look at this line of storms coming in, and it's going to have very good air to work with. It's going to have very warm air, moist air to work with, so it's not going to be weakening. The line's not going to be weakening as it approaches the metro area, and we will have embedded supercells in this whole line of storms as it approaches Richmond. So we are by no means, the sun coming out does not mean that we're over with this event. It actually means that conditions could get worse for us, and so far it hasn't been bad in the metro. The areas to the east and southeast have taken the brunt, and back to the south and west now, of this system. What we're looking at here are velocities. Again, still bright spot with this storm heading up toward Toga. Again, green indicates winds flowing one direction, red the other direction. When they're close together, that indicates a circulating wind, and we have that right there crossing from Appomattox County into Buckingham County now. So again, there's the new tornado warning. Okay, we talked about this a moment ago, how there was just a severe thunderstorm warning, and it looked like this thing's going to come right up over Toga. Now they have issued a tornado warning for Buckingham County, which includes Toga, and it does include Dillwyn. So Appomattox and Buckingham until 4:15, and you see that polygon there, so stay alert. The road right here, this is 60 that's running from Powhatan through Cumberland out toward Dillwyn and then out toward Gladstone. So you don't want to be anywhere on that road. In fact, Toga to Dillwyn, you need to take your tornado safety precautions and do it right now as this tornadic storm moves on through. Again, a lot of different polygons here, but here's the bright spot right here around the finger, these bright greens and the reds next to it. That is the rotation there. That is a strong signature of a tornado either developing or on the ground. Can't tell from radar if it is on the ground. You can just tell what the signature shows you, and that's a strong circulation that is going to be headed up toward the Toga area. And again, we're looking at gate-to-gate shear that Mike is showing. Winds going in one direction, then coming the other direction right next to each other. That shows that tight circulating wind as it heads up into Buckingham County over toward Toga. So take your tornado safety precautions if you live in that area in Buckingham County and eventually over toward Dillwyn. Again, there's Buckingham County, the whole area encompassed by a severe thunderstorm warning, but obviously more concerning is right through here where we have the tornado warning. So we've got that one polygon, another one in Appomattox County, and then farther south, a tornado warning. None of this includes any part of Prince Edward County, but that will likely change. Notice it's kind of just dancing around the county, but we'll end up having that likely issued down that way. Mike's drawn another storm track on here. Sliders at 348, Andersonville at 353, Dillwyn at 402, Alpha at 406, and down toward Hatcher at 409, Gold Hill at 410, and Arvonia coming up at 415. So we're looking into Buckingham County and the locations in the path of this tornado. And then there's Fork Union. We've got a camera, a live shot out in Fork Union right now. In fact, we'll pull that up here in a moment when we've got a second and pull up our Fork Union Military Academy Sky Tracker camera and get a look at this storm as it comes right up, may go right over the top of it the way it looks right now. So we will have that camera in place as it continues to go to the north and east. And getting a report now that the fatalities that were reported in Waverly have been confirmed. So 2 confirmed fatalities in Waverly and still a couple people that have been unaccounted for. So just heartbreaking news to come out of Waverly. We saw the significant damage, and now unfortunately at least 2 confirmed fatalities down in Waverly as that storm with the tornado passed right over 460 just an hour and a half ago or so. I'm kind of lost track of time, but it's been in the last hour or two. All right, looking at the upper left-hand corner, those are your tornado watches counted in red, and the pink ones would indicate where the warnings are. Right now, we're kind of in between the areas of thunderstorms, and we're seeing some sun come out. That means that next line is going to get an extra kick of energy as it comes through central Virginia. And this is the northern end of that line where we have the tornado warning for Buckingham County. And again, it's still a very strong signature, still right along the county line here, Appomattox County into Buckingham County. And there we go. We switched, the reason that we're getting now, kind of switched radar presentations. Again, very, very strong winds. And this is going to be a good ways away from the radar site, so this would show us that there's at least very strong mid-level rotation in there and some decent sized hail with that storm just south and east of Toga, almost right over Toga, but about 1 mile south and east of Toga. but a good presentation that there could be a tornado developing with it as well. And that's going to be heading up toward Dillwyn here and right across Highway 60, cutting through central Buckingham County in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So you need to stay alert in that area as that mesocyclone heads in your direction. You see Centenary there at the top of your screen, but Dillwyn more in the direct threat of a possibly developing tornado at this time. And then farther south, Mike, I'm going to let you take over for just a moment to show the folks farther south what's happening, what has got a good trajectory to actually come into some of our central Virginia counties.
Okay, what you see here is the activity that goes down through like Madisonville and towards Brookneal. This is the southern part of that line that's also causing the tornado warning up towards parts of Buckingham County. So let me widen out just a little bit here and kind of clear some stuff off the screen there. And here is a loop over the last hour. So you can watch here that the storms are going like this, southwest to northeast, but the gradual line is drifting eastward. So we have that part right now that's in the tornado warning, but we have that with the lightning with that part there, but we also have more activity down here towards the south, especially south of South Boston. So we not only have that activity that we're seeing within the Commonwealth, but there's more coming up out from the south as well. We have a new tornado warning right now. It's for Prince Edward County. So this activity that's been on the Appomattox line down towards near Madisonville, this is a new tornado warning. It goes to just west of Farmville. So that is a new one. That's until 4:30 p.m. That's brand new tornado warning that just came out, and that is for Prince Edward County. Zach?
All right, thanks, Mike. Movement on that storm moving into Prince Edward County is 55 miles per hour to the northeast. So moving very, very rapidly like we've seen these storms do throughout the afternoon now. So new tornado warning for Prince Edward County. And there's Farmville, just western sections of Prince Edward County. It's going to be circulation right down in here, down near Cullen, and it's going to be coming up across western sections of Prince Edward County, including Farmville. So the students in Hampton, Sydney, Longwood University, I would be ready to take your tornado safety precautions. And this storm's moving very quickly, so you don't have a ton of time to do it. A storm heading in your direction very rapidly. And again, another tornado warning with this storm over Toga heading up toward Dillwyn. So we've got this one warning here, the warning farther south as well into Prince Edward County, so Buckingham County, Prince Edward County, parts of Appomattox County, and down into Halifax County. The line continues, and that's going to impact areas around South Boston. So let's pan down there very quickly because this would eventually affect Lunenburg and Mecklenburg counties if it continues to develop and move to the east. So you can see right along South Boston a severe thunderstorm warning for this, which comes up right to the line there from Chase City on up into western sections of Lunenburg County, and then another storm with a tornado warning on it that would come up and affect Bugs Island Lake and eventually South Hill. So again, this line stretches all the way down toward the Raleigh area. Again, that's Raleigh-Durham right in there. And so we're going all the way down to North Carolina, and these storms are going to come right up into Southside Virginia. So stay alert. Mecklenburg County, over into Brunswick County, Lunenburg County. Very intense storms with the potential to produce tornadoes are heading in your direction. We've been talking a lot about what we've got within the state here back to the west of Richmond, but that is a significant threat that's going to come up for parts of Mecklenburg County and Brunswick County. So anywhere from South Boston over to South Hill and Emporia, you've got these storms coming on through. Okay, here's a new tornado warning. Now this is going to go. These storms that have come up out of Hampton Roads have developed more back to the west and moved more north. So now we have a new warning for Gloucester, Matthews, and York County. So York's down in here, and then into the Middle Peninsula. The very end of the Middle Peninsula is Gloucester and Matthews County, including Susan. So if you live out in the far eastern sections of the Middle Peninsula, in Matthews County, in Gloucester County, you have a tornado warning now in effect. Mike's got relatives in that area. Mike, I'm going to have you update them. What's going on out that way?
Okay, the storm's moving 55 miles an hour, and the storm is located near Patrick Henry Field right now. You see where the new warning is right now. Let me just kind of wipe that off and go back to the reflectivity so you can see the storms that are coming up from like Hampton. But now let's take a look at the velocities, and you'll be able to see that we have this major storm here just northwest of Hampton, and we're seeing rotation in that. I'm going to kind of look at Doppler Max 3D, just do a little comparison here over in that general area. So we have a little bit of rotation that's showing up right now just to the west of Pocosin, and that's heading up towards the Matthews area in Susan. So let me widen out just a little bit here, and we'll do storm track on it for this activity moving up into there. It's moving about 55 miles an hour, so that would get it towards Seaford at about 403 and Moon at about 423. Zach?
All right, thanks, Mike. Again, here's the broad view. That's a new tornado warning issued for the eastern sections of the Middle Peninsula, so Gloucester and Matthews County, including Gloucester, including Susan. And then we've got a break. Again, look at the 95 corridor right now. Very, very quiet. Not much happening. There's a new little updraft popping up here out in Louisa County. Mike, can we pan out that way? Is that something new? Okay, it's just something out ahead of the main line. So probably not too much of a concern, although it's just developed, probably in the warm air from the clearing. Charlottesville area, heavy rainfall, thunderstorms. Then we get into the tornadic storms down around Dillwyn. And look at this inflow region. I'm assuming that's the inflow region. And if we look at the velocities, I expect you're going to see something right in there that is pretty intense. There it is right there between Toga and Dillwyn. So take those tornado safety precautions if you haven't already over in Dillwyn, as this mesocyclone moves right up over the top of you and continues to head through parts of Buckingham County. Again, these storms are moving so quickly, changing their position so rapidly that even if you're at the end of one of these warnings, you've got to be ready for it to come on through. This one's going to cross over 15. And again, there's the velocity signature. Mike's kind of stepping us through it. It was a lot more significant right on the Appomattox and Buckingham state line, or county line, excuse me, but now it's still a velocity signature, and there's still something going on with that particular storm. And the rotation continues, the tornado warning continues in that area as well. Is that heading up toward Fork Union? We have our live shot. We've looked at it right now. Doesn't look too menacing, but that shot will likely change here very shortly. There's your time of arrival. Dillwyn at 3:59, State Hill at 4:06, Arvonia at 4:10, down toward Bridgeport at 4:12, and Fork Union at 4:17, and then Wilmington at 4:24. Again, there's our live shot out of Fork Union. Starting to get a little bit darker there on the left side of the screen, and we'll be watching that storm come right up over Fork Union. It currently has a tornado warning on it, so I expect conditions to change rapidly with that storm. Tornado watch continues for all areas in red until 9 o'clock tonight. Couple warnings in there, eastern sections of the Middle Peninsula, which includes Gloucester and Matthews counties. And then we have the warnings back to the west here for the eastern sections of Buckingham County, western sections of Prince Edward County, and then western sections of Charlotte County as these storms continue to track through the area. A relative lull right now for central Virginia, but that is going to change because these storms, this line of storms is not going to go around us. In fact, it extends all the way down to the state line. If we can walk down this line a little bit, Mike, and look at what we've got down around South Hill, or South Boston in Halifax County. An intense storm right there, just a severe thunderstorm warning on it at the moment, but these storms again go farther south into north central North Carolina, in fact all the way down to Durham, North Carolina, and those storms have tornado warnings on them. So there's one for the Durham area, and look at that, all the way down the lines, and this is all going to continue to head in our direction. It will not go around us, so we need to stay alert here up and down the I-95 corridor as this line of storms comes through. Once that does pass through, that will do it. That'll work the atmosphere over to a point that will be good for the rest of the night. But we've got a lot of work ahead of us getting this line to come on through the area and to do so hopefully safely for all of us. Again, the report down in Waverly with the tornado that moved through Waverly a couple hours ago, that we have 2 confirmed fatalities and a couple people unaccounted for right now. There is the icon that indicates where that tornado was. Again, right on 460, right at Waverly. And this was a report that came out earlier about how the road was shut down because of all the debris. We've seen video that has overturned cars, crushed cars, and uprooted trees in the Waverly area. So a significant event has occurred down in Waverly, and hopefully it'll be the only one of the day, but we've got a lot more in the way of thunderstorms to deal with. There's a storm in Gloucester County and Matthews County out towards Susan. You can see the signature there of some very heavy rainfall. There is the tornado warning. Now actual Gloucester Courthouse is out of the tornado warnings, back to the west of it. We're looking at basically far southeastern sections of Gloucester County and then into Matthews County. So it's a small area here, but a lot of folks do live out there, a lot of vacation homes out that way. And again, all that under the gun right now with the potential for a tornado. Back to the west, these little pop-up showers are not posing any threat at the moment between West Point and Saluda. and out toward Urbana. And we got a little pop-up shower north of Louisa, which is going to clip western sections of Lake Anna. And then a solid line of storms. And our Sky Tracker camera out in Charlottesville will likely look pretty ominous. If we can flip over there and check that out and put that in this box down here, you're probably going to see pretty rough weather out that way. In fact, we're completely socked in with the Charlottesville camera just because of the heavy rainfall that's occurring there. And Martha Jefferson, same story. Looks like fog and very heavy rainfall in that area. So the line extends farther south. As we get down into Dillwyn, that's where we get into the tornado warning that continues for eastern Buckingham County. And then farther south as we get into parts of western sections of Prince Edward County. And this is going to be very close to Farmville. So there's the warning area for Dillwyn. Let's check the velocities on that if we can, Mike. And again, it looks like it's shifting now a little bit north and east. There it is. And that's still a significant circulation with this storm. In fact, it looks more significant now than it did a moment ago. So this is going to be on Route 20 between Centenary and Dillwyn. And you can see the velocity coupled there. We've got green flowing one direction, red flowing the other direction. So that indicates a circulating wind, and that is heading up toward Fork Union. So Fork Union Military Academy, folks, on the end of this warning polygon, but I would take your tornado safety precautions and get into the interior parts of whatever structure you're in. If you can get below ground, that's always the best place to be as this strong signature heads up in your direction. Looks like it's going to cross Route 15 very near River Road. So Route 15 and River Road, and right near Fork Union Military Academy. There's Bremo Bluff right there on the James River. So again, that'd be the threat area as the storm continues to track to the north and east. Farther south, let's look at the circulation in Prince Edward County if we can. And again, this storm, again, there's Hampton, Sydney, there's Farmville. We've got a circulation right in here north of Pamplin. So tornado warning continues for that. And then farther south and west, south of Madisonville, looking at the rest of the storm, it's kind of tough when you go between these radar presentations, but again, tornado warning continues for this coming through Cullen and on up into Prince Edward County. So we'll continue to see how much longer that particular tornado warning will continue. You can see the warnings lined up there in the upper left-hand part of your screen. And Mike Hall is headed south to set up for this next line of storms coming on through. Let's get a check-in with him. Mike, what have you got right now, and how did it look as that storm earlier prompted the tornado warning northwest of Richmond?
Well, Zach, I'm on 288 south, just passing the Lux Lane exit. I am going to try to get position to intercept this line that's currently out over Farmville and try to head a little bit further west. But as far as the storm earlier, it was very ominous. Once I got off the line with you, I was able to see a better-looking wall cloud, and it was moving super fast. There was no way I could have gotten in front of it. So hopefully we can get better position for the line that we've got coming in now, and we'll bring that to you when he comes in, Zach.
All right, thank you, Mike. And again, Mike headed south toward those storms. They come in, this long line of severe storms and potentially tornadic storms, and a lot of them do have tornado warnings already on them. Here's a storm track that Mike Stone has drawn on there, and this is for the line of storms that is going to be headed up toward Fork Union. So we're getting up into Fluvanna County, which as of right now is not under a warning of any kind, but I would expect that to probably change here in a little bit. Probably the next several minutes we'll have some type of advisory warning issued for them, either severe thunderstorm or tornado warning. And you can see that storm that continues to head up toward Fork Union. And there would be the circulation a little bit north of Dillwyn now, heading up. We'll probably cross Route 15 right at about Bremo Bluff. So 15 and River Road, right near Bremo Bluff is where it's probably going to cross. The circulation will probably cross the highway there. You can see it coming right in there, a little bit south and west of Bremo Bluff, headed up toward Fork Union. So I'd say right now, Fork Union over toward Columbia, right on 6. Take those tornado safety precautions as this storm continues to track to the north. No tornado warning right now in Fluvanna County, but that likely will change here shortly. At the very least, I would think that you'd have a severe thunderstorm warning. But Fluvanna County here, and this is actually parts of western Goochland County, so getting a little bit closer. Goochland's a long county, but western Goochland County could be under the gun, as well as northern sections of Cumberland County out near Cartersville and Route 45, which runs up out of Cartersville and hits Route 6 out in Goochland County. So lots of track here, a lot of different circulations within this line, and a mess down in Hampton Roads at the moment. You see the radar in the upper right-hand part of your screen. So we've got those storms to deal with there in eastern sections of the Middle Peninsula, out in Matthews and over towards Susan, the town of Susan. You can see heavy rainfall there, a good bit of lightning, and it's going to be a little south of Deltaville. So Middlesex County is going to be right on the edge of this. But tell you what, if it's Stingray Point, Deltaville, Fishing Bay, I would give this storm respect. It's going to come very close to you. You'll likely see it head out across the bay, just a little bit to your east, but it will clip you with heavy rainfall, and circulation won't be too far away from you either. Mike, can we look at the velocities here and see what it's showing at the moment? They've never been particularly strong, still not that strong at the moment, but enough of a signature in there to warrant the tornado warning that was issued for that area. You can see the line of storms, the broad radar view in the upper left hand. It's going all the way from Madison County clear down to Raleigh-Durham in North Carolina. So it's a solid line of severe weather that is not going anywhere. It's coming straight through central Virginia. So it's not weakening at all, this whole line. And within this line, we will have strong damaging outflow winds, could be 70 miles per hour or greater, and the potential for tornadoes. Lots of tornado warnings in effect with this line. It's going to come right on through the metro area. We've got Storm Andrew Smith is coming back up into the metro, but Mike Hall is going to be down in position as this line comes on through. And we have a tornado warning that's coming all the way up to the state line now, just south of Mecklenburg County, south of Bugs Island Lake, and you can see it right in there, this new tornado warning. So again, what we're looking at, there's South Boston, Halifax County, and here is Mecklenburg County. As of right now, just a little light rainfall there, but there's Bugs Island Lake right there, and this storm is going to be headed up in your direction. No tornado warning yet for Mecklenburg County. That's probably going to change as this line continues to move north and east. And again, this line continuing to head up toward Farmville, and worst of the weather right now, again, a little bit north of Farmville, the way it looks right now, and that's going to be coming up, again, very, very far southern sections of Buckingham County, and then you've got another updraft region there that's moving into parts of Fluvanna County. So right in here, Mike, do we have a velocity? We can look there. Okay, so there we've got the circulation, and that is going to be right along the Prince Edward line here, Prince Edward County line between Prince Edward and Buckingham County, far southern Buckingham County. So now south-southeast of Toga. We already had a circulation go right up over Toga. Now we've got another one coming in, and this is going to be north and west of Farmville. So between Toga and Farmville, this circulation coming right up, going to cross Highway 15, and we've got another circulation farther up 15 right in here, and this one's going to be headed up over Bremo Bluff. You can see it's right there on the line. There's a new warning coming out and heading up toward Fork Union. What's the number on that now? Okay. All right, as of right now, the update out of Waverly, Virginia is that there are 3 confirmed fatalities with the tornado that moved through Waverly earlier this afternoon. So unfortunately, the news just gets worse out of Waverly. 3 confirmed fatalities. Our reporter John Burkett is down there, and he's going to give us a full update here in a matter of minutes. 3 confirmed fatalities down in Waverly. And there's the warning that I just mentioned, looked like it was going to happen, and here it is, new warning for Fluvanna County. So this includes Fork Union, Palmyra, Lake Monticello. Take your tornado safety precautions as the storm continues to head in your area. Tornado warning until 4:45, which includes Fluvanna, all of Fluvanna County, includes Fork Union, Palmyra, Lake Monticello. Let's get the shot from Fork Union because that tornadic signature is coming awfully close to the military academy right now. And we've got that on Sky Tracker. So Brock, if you could put that in the lower left, I want to see what that looks like because we've got the potential for a tornado that's going to come right past that camera in about the next 10 to 15 minutes. Again, into my fingers, Fork Union, circulation's right there. That's going to come right up over that camera that we have located out at Fork Union. So we will see how that changes. And Mike, when you get a moment, we'll probably need to flip that over to live mode instead of the buffer, just so we can see exactly what's happening as it is happening. So Charlottesville, Monticello, Lake Monticello down to Palmyra, heavy rainfall. Again, a couple different areas of rotation within these storms out in Buckingham and Fluvanna counties. And you can see very intense updrafts. What we haven't had much of so far today in central or eastern Virginia have been lightning strikes. We haven't seen a ton of that. Very low top supercells where they just don't have a whole lot of vertical development, but enough wind shear to really get going. These have a little bit more of a vertical aspect to them. Mike, let's check out what we've got on 3D Doppler if we can. If we can look at the slicer and see how high these are extending into the atmosphere. And not that one, Brock. We want to stay on Max. So this is a new product we have on Max that will show us what these storms look like. And it'll take a minute for Mike to set it up, but essentially we can look at these, cut these vertically and see how high they extend into the atmosphere. It shows us both where we have rising motion and also where we have the potential for very large hail. And he's doing it right there, and you can see up to about 30,000 feet or a little bit higher, and that's significantly higher than the storms we had over in the southeast part of Virginia earlier, where they were only about 20,000 feet up. They were just very low-topped supercells, but now we're getting some that are getting up closer to 30,000 feet, and that's just because they've moved into an air mass that's been heated now by the sun and got more vertical aspect to them. And that's why you're getting more lightning as well, more separation of charges, creating the lightning strikes and creating more hail within these storms. Very tight circulation here coming right up over Bremo Bluff. You need to take your tornado safety precautions right along Highway 15, and that's running right up into Fork Union and Highway 6. So again, Bremo Bluff right on the James River. Tornado safety precautions, got to do it now because this is coming right up over the top of you, and that's moving out of Buckingham County and up into parts of Fluvanna County. It's going to head right up over Fork Union. That's where our live shot's coming from right now. And there's Mike looking at it again. That part of the storm is now over 40,000 feet. So we're 40,000 feet up, promoting a lot of large hail with this storm in addition to the tornadic threat. And you can see it as it continues to advance to the north and east very rapidly, headed for Fork Union and Palmyra. So looking at this storm three-dimensionally, up to 40,000 feet, a lot higher than the storms that we had earlier across southeast Virginia. So good presentation there, Mike. And let's check out what we've got on the broad view. Again, this line stretches all the way down from Charlottesville to Farmville, clear down into South Boston right now, and all the way south to Raleigh-Durham. So it's a long line of severe weather that is not going to miss us here in the I-95 corridor in Richmond. It's going to come right on through the area later on this afternoon and into the early evening. Once we get past this line, then we're done, but it's going to take some time. Individual storms are moving northeast at about 55 miles per hour, but the line itself is only advancing eastward at about 30 miles per hour. So again, it's going to take some time to march its way here across the Commonwealth. Just some general rainfall out in the northern neck and then into the middle peninsula. We have that tornado warning that continues down there. We'll check that one out once again. And that is going to be for Matthews County and a little tiny piece of Gloucester County. And that's a Susan area under a tornado warning. And notice Deltaville, you guys are right on the edge of this. Even though you're not in the tornado warning, I wouldn't mess around with this. If you live out toward Stingray Point, Deltaville, Fishing Bay, I would treat this as though you've got a tornado warning in your area as well. Everything's going to shift just a little bit east of you, but it will clip you and come close enough, too close to let your guard down with this one as it moves on through the area. And that's it. After this storm, we've got the long break before the next line of storms comes on in. And that line of storms already starting to impact parts of Louisa County, seeing it come close to Goochland County, seeing it come close to Cumberland County, and even down approaching Amelia County. So we're starting to see this make progress into central Virginia. Again, the reports coming out of Waverly right now, 3 confirmed fatalities and a lot of extensive damage down there. Flipped over cars, uprooted trees as that tornado crossed over 460 a little bit earlier this afternoon. I hear more warnings coming out right now. Let's kick this back over to meteorologist Mike Stone. Mike, what's the latest?
Latest, Zach, is for Charlotte and Halifax. There's actually a new tornado warning. They were covered in one a little while ago. Storm near Mount Laurel moving northeast at 25, which is actually pretty slow compared to all these other storms. The tornadic cells and even the severe cells have been moving anywhere between 40 and 60 miles an hour. So that one's a little bit more on the slower side. So that is Charlotte and Halifax County. That's until 4:45. The one that was off towards the east they were talking about in Matthews, that continues for a little while longer till about 4:30. And the tornado warning for Fluvanna County, that is until 4:45, the storm just west of Fork Union, and that is moving towards the northeast. The interesting part about that storm is we had multiple tornado warnings, and the heaviest part of the storm actually kind of skipped over right between where the 2 warnings were. But now you can see the closest velocities there, not as impressive as it was maybe about 3 or 4 scans ago, but still some definite signs of rotation in there. So Fork Union, Palmyra, even as you go a little bit farther up northward through the county, this is still something that definitely bears taking tornado precautions. Zach?
All right, thanks, Mike. Coming up on 4:16 in the afternoon, almost 2 straight hours of tornado warnings out there, and I don't think that it's going to end. Probably another 2 straight hours of tornado warnings in central Virginia as this line comes on through and continues to move into an extremely strongly sheared environment. The parameters here that we have in place for today across Virginia are the strongest that I've seen in more than 8 years, and that's saying a lot. The 2011 outbreak was very significant. That was pretty strong, pretty close to this one. We had another outbreak in 2008. But this is just one of those times. It's February. It's not April, May, or June, or July. February, a time when we just do not have tornadoes here with any kind of frequency. And this is what we're looking at. The tornado risk this evening, again, huge area here in Peach. This would grab our attention if it were just this 5%, but we're way beyond that. The parameters there, we have both the moisture, the warmth, and then on top of that, an incredibly sheared atmosphere. We commonly will get some wind shear, but this setup is just off the charts for the area today. And we've already seen, unfortunately, what has happened across Waverly as a product of this, and it's not at all surprising to see that kind of damage, and we could probably see something like that in terms of damage later on this evening as well. So again, this is something that we'll have to continue to track for you, and you have to continue to stay up on your tornado safety plan as this line approaches central Virginia. Here's Louisa here at the end of my finger. Notice these storms coming up through Palmyra and Fork Union. We've got that Fork Union live shot. It's probably coming down pretty hard here at the moment in Fork Union, and that extends down toward Dillwyn. And that shot still just kind of looks dark at the moment. It ought to be picking up in intensity here shortly. Farther south out of Dillwyn, that line continues farther south into Prince Edward County. And that line continues to be tornadic as well once you get down toward the state line and down into North Carolina. So again, this line will continue to head north. Louisa area, here's Goochland and Powhatan, so it's still back to your west by a good piece, but it is most definitely going to be coming into the area later on. These storms will head north, and then we'll be dealing with these storms down around Cullen as they come up into Powhatan and Goochland County. Very intense storm right now. That's south of Cullen and a little bit to the west of Chase City. Tornado warning in effect for that, and I bet there's a signature there, Mike. You can see the inflow region with that storm. There it is right in there. So we've got a couplet near Crystal Hill. That's going to be heading up towards Charlotte Courthouse, maybe near Sachs. There it is, updating. So again, right over areas south and west of Sachs by about 6 or 7 miles. That'll be headed Charlotte Courthouse over toward Keysville. And again, this is down in Charlotte County with that particular storm, a tremendous amount of lightning. These storms looking so much more like what you would see in April, May, June, or July with a lot of lightning here. Much different than the storms 2 hours ago that were a little bit lower top. These are higher into the atmosphere, 38, 40,000 feet. So a lot of lightning and a lot of hail with these, as well as the threat for some tornadoes. And again, everywhere that you see the hot pink outline, that's where we have the tornado warnings that are currently in effect. And one of those is for Fluvanna County with the storm right along Route 15. That's been a hot area this afternoon from down near Toga all the way up through Fork Union and all the way up toward around Bremo Bluff down here earlier was good circulation. Now it's going to be coming up right across 250 and 64. So this is going to be between Charlottesville and really about Zion Crossroads going to be the area there. So the Charlottesville exit, say exit about 124 over towards Zion Crossroads, area that you just want to stay off of as the storm comes on through, really hammering down Lake Monticello to Palmyra and headed up toward Trevilians up in Louisa County, and then down toward Fork Union, still seeing a tremendous amount of heavy rainfall and a lot of lightning. Let's check out the live stream from one of the chasers in the lower left if we can, and we'll check in with them in just a moment. Again, John Burkett is headed down to Waverly where there's extensive damage and where we have At least 3 confirmed fatalities, unfortunately, from the tornado that moved through there earlier. And again, there's a look at what we've got. Palmyra, Fork Union, Bremo Bluff, tornado warning for all areas there. And farther south around Dillon, a pretty intense storm there at the moment, a little bit north of Farmville. Farmville okay right now, Farmville, Longwood University, and Hampton, Sydney. But another storm with a tornado warning on it coming up through Charlotte County. That one will head north. That could impact maybe eastern sections of Prince Edward County in a little bit. And you can see the back edge of this, and there is a good, near Sachs, a good circulation within that storm that we were looking at just a moment ago. And there's Chase City, so now we're starting to get some of those locations in Mecklenburg and even over into Lunenburg, Cambridge showing up behind me here. Storms farther south, again, big tornado warning on this storm in North Carolina, and that is right there at Bugs Island Lake. Again, right there on the state line with North Carolina, and that storm's going to come right up there. I expect there to be another tornado warning for Mecklenburg County, possibly even into Lunenburg County as this storm continues to move to the north and east. So let's get a check-in with John Burkett. He is over in Waverly. John, we've seen the video. What's it look like firsthand?
Jack, it is destruction that's hard to describe, man. There's a lot of stuff going on down here. They've got 460 east and westbound blocked off here at Mayfield and 460. I'm looking at right now a car flipped on its roof. There are 3 or 4 mobile homes that have been taken off the foundation, one of them tossed across the street. We are told by trooper sources that at least 3 are dead. And the numbers of injuries could rise here. They are still trying to assess the situation. They have a command post set up in the town of Waverly, about a mile from where I am at. The traffic backed up on 460 is at least 3 miles. We were in 2 miles in when I got out of the car and started walking up this way. I'm waiting for Chris Jenkins, my photographer, to get here. He's on the way up here to get some video. It is an absolute mess here at Fleetwood Park in the town of Waverly, a tiny town of Waverly. This is a place maybe population 2,000. And it's utter chaos down here right now. I spoke to one of the family members that lost a loved one, and they said that one of their loved ones was found tossed across the street in a cemetery. The front end of a church has been blown off. There is a debris field probably half a mile long. And again, 3 trailer homes taken off their foundation, destroyed, and a lot of damage down here in Waverly. For now, working for you in Waverly, John Burkett, CBS 6 News.
All right, John, heartbreaking to see that. Everything that we do is to avoid situations like that down there. Obviously, you can't avoid what the weather's going to do, but you want to try to keep people safe as they can be. And there's the tornado icon right along 460, right at Waverly. And again, when this storm was way down in parts of Greensville County, it started exhibiting what looked like could turn into something rough. And once it got down around Yale, had a very strong circulation with it on it. And then when it got close to 460, wasn't even at Waverly, it looked almost not, you can't confirm anything on the ground just from looking at a radar signature, but it was something else. And it was so close to the radar site in Wakefield that it's not surprising at all that that produced a tornado down that way. And you can see it right here. Here it comes. This was the signature. We went on the air when it was right back in here. And then at this point, it was just coming right across Waverly. And that is about as strong as you're going to see tornado signature there, and then it continued to head up to the north, and it weakened as it moved into Surrey County, but unfortunately coming right through town is when it had its most intense part of its lifespan. All right, looking at the line of storms, so we continue with these storms that stretch from way up in northern Virginia. Now we're looking up around Culpeper all the way down to Durham, North Carolina. Tornado warning continues with this storm in South Boston, and that's headed north and east. And so this is going to come in Lunenburg and Mecklenburg counties under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. That's with this storm. That's with the north storm. But there's a storm in North Carolina that's more intense than this one that is going to impact Mecklenburg County and Lunenburg County, so wouldn't be surprised. This is northwest sections of Mecklenburg County around Chase City and then heading up into western sections of Lunenburg County, and that's for the potential for wind gusts over 60 miles per hour and some large hail. That'd be with this part of the storm here just coming out of South Boston down Route 58. So that's going to come up into western sections of Lunenburg County, western sections of Mecklenburg County, but look what's happening down in North Carolina. This storm right here, strong signature. It's the likelihood of a developing tornado, maybe one on the ground with this right along Interstate 85. And that's going to come right up over Bugs Island Lake and it's going to be heading right up into Mecklenburg County. So that storm right there with a tornado warning on it. Notice the line goes right along the Virginia-North Carolina state line. Mother Nature doesn't know anything about that line, so that really doesn't mean anything. That just means, as far as they know, the storm will maintain its tornadic characteristics through there, and this is also the Weather Service issuance here for that particular county. This will extend up into Mecklenburg County, so prepare now if you live down in Mecklenburg County, down near the lake, over toward South Hill as well, up toward Chase City. This storm comes on through, it will likely continue with its tornadic characteristics, and a warning will be issued. And it will likely be not just Mecklenburg County, but probably over into Brunswick County as well. Okay, and what's that for? We got a new tornado warning. Let's go over to Mike real quick.
It is for Cumberland, Fluvanna, and Goochland until 5 o'clock. And you can see this is the area that we've been monitoring for about the last 30 minutes with the different circulations that we've been having coming in there. So this one right here, we have a strong circulation in eastern Buckingham County, which oddly enough is not in any of the tornado warnings. That's pushing up towards the northeast. We have another circulation here closer to Fork Union, and you can see some heavy velocity here in northern parts of Fluvanna County there, just to the northeast of Palmyra. As we mentioned before, we're kind of switching between radar products here, but you can see the high velocity that you see here in the red behind me getting up to west of Haydensville, just east of Palmyra. So we have multiple potential circulations here. So we have the new tornado warning. I'll pop that on the screen for you right now. We have one that continues for Fluvanna County, for central and western Fluvanna County, but this new one includes eastern Fluvanna County, Cumberland, and Goochland, and that is until 5 o'clock, so a brand new tornado warning. Zach?
All right, thank you, Mike. We've got a new image coming in from Michael Campbell. This image coming in off of Twitter of the damage down in Waverly. Let's check that very quickly. We'll get back to radar and show you what's happening. That is, again, manufactured home that's been just completely ripped wide open, and it's just not the place to be. If you don't have any time, then there's not much you can do. But it's just, these things can be torn apart easily by tornadoes, even weak tornadoes, and you need to find yourself a sturdier structure, wood or brick home if possible, and get into that as these storms come through central Virginia here over the next couple of hours. Again, they're evidence of what happens. That was down in the Waverly area as the tornado moved through there. Let's go back over to radar and show you the storms that we have. Again, the new tornado warning that Mike was just bringing you, that's for parts of western Goochland County and into Cumberland County. So it includes Route 45, where it meets Highway 6, so River Road and Route 45 that runs down through Cartersville. See 45 there at the end of my finger, and there's 6 in there. We've got a circulation to the north. This is out near Palmyra. That circulation will continue to head to north of the area. And another circulation farther south, and then south of there, we've got more activity moving up into the area from the south, and you can see it there once we get down into parts of Prince Edward County. And let's go back over to the regular radar presentation, Mike, and just check out the storms themselves. Again, Charlotte Courthouse to Sachs, that area is going to come up. That'll impact Farmville, and then over toward Jetersville. So now we're looking at Amelia County here, Crew, and over into Blackstone. So we're talking about Nottoway County. So this line making progress into central Virginia. The tornado warning for this storm ends, though, in Charlotte County. It does not go into parts of Lunenburg County or Mecklenburg County. Those are just severe thunderstorm warnings right now for the potential for some large hail and damaging winds on the south side of that line. But again, that big storm down in North Carolina is making a move into Mecklenburg County. So I'd expect there to be a warning for Mecklenburg County to come out in the next few minutes. There's a severe thunderstorm warning, and that is from Farmville over close to Crew. It's Cumberland, Nottoway, and Prince Edward. This is just in addition to the tornado warning that's kind of within that warning area. Again, lots of different boxes we've got here. There is the tornado warning. There is the severe thunderstorm warning for Lunenburg and Mecklenburg. And again, the threats are different depending on where you are. We're going to focus in on the tornadic threats. That's the most important thing for us right now. And those are the ones that are outlined by the hot pink area. Again, that's coming through Charlotte Courthouse, Cullen, And then as we get farther south, down along the state line, is where we get into those intense storms coming up out of North Carolina. And a strong signature here, again, it's roughly paralleling Interstate 85, and that is going to be coming up into Mecklenburg County, right up in here, and then over into Brunswick County. So that's a strong circulation that continues to make a move. Notice it's moving more east than a true northerly direction, more of an easterly component. That indicates there's a lot of rotation with this storm as it comes on up. So it looks like that one's going to come up and prompt some type of warning, probably a tornado warning for at least eastern sections of Mecklenburg County, the way it looks right now. Powhatan, Amelia, Blackstone, still okay at the moment, but the line is coming in and making good progress from west to east across the area. And as it does so, we're moving into air that's had some sun on it now for a little while. So the atmosphere is really heating up, and it's going to fuel these storms as they come on through. And these storms are going to make a lot of noise as well. We've got a lot of lightning with these, which was different from the storms earlier in the day. And you can see where the tornado watch goes for all counties in red, all of central and eastern Virginia until 9 o'clock tonight. Say that again. Okay, let's check back in with John Burkett. He's been on the ground in Waverly for a while now. John, what's the very latest there?
Zach, Chris Jenkins is now with me. We've got the video popped up and you can see the damage behind me. There is a debris field from left to right, 460 east and west, shut down. They're trying to figure out what to do with the rest of this traffic. There's about a 3-mile backup behind Chris Jenkins. Over here, we can talk about this car that I was telling you about earlier in the ditch, flipped over in the ditch. I can only speculate that it was on 460 and it flipped over. This over here is where the mobile homes were. This is where we are told by family and confirmed by law enforcement that at least 3 are dead from that mobile home. Family members telling me one family member was tossed across the street. Do you want to see where that mobile home landed? That mobile home landed right on the other side over here of the church. The winds came through here. They were ferocious. They said it only lasted about 2 or 3 minutes, but it was dark, it was raining sideways, and it was ripping everything up in its path. That is according to people here in the Fleetwood Park area. You can see the devastation is here. The town of Waverly is about a mile that way, a small town, about 2,000 people population. That way is where the command post is set up. The state police are out here. Sussex County Sheriff's deputies are out here. A whole slew of people are out here trying to sift through the damage to see exactly what we have here. Most of the damage is over here. I can show you that. That is where, again, the mobile home was, and at least 2 or 3 other mobile homes we're told were damaged. It looks like it's about a quarter-mile wide path, and it goes about half a mile to 3/4 of a mile down the way. So we'll continue to follow this for you guys here and bring you live updates as they become available. Again, trooper sources telling us at least 3 people are dead in this area. We are hearing one of them could be a child. We're trying to get more confirmation on that. Again, the information is coming in by the minute, so we're trying to figure things out as well. Zach?
Thank you, John, for that report. I want to ask you as well, John, earlier the report I had was that we had 3 confirmed dead, but that there were some that were still unaccounted for. Are you hearing anything like that they're still missing out there, or has everybody been accounted for at this point?
We are hearing that. We are hearing that, Zach. We're hearing there also could be possible injuries on the other side of Sussex County. They're trying to figure this out. They got a lot of manpower in this area. I'm also told there was some damage on Main Street in the town of Waverly up by the McDonald's. So we're trying to sift through the damage reports. As you know, it's very busy and hectic down here, so we're kind of showing you what we can see from our vantage point. It was tough enough to get here. I had to walk 1.5 miles down 460 to get here originally while Chris weaved his way through traffic. So we're trying to do our best to give you the live images that we can, but there is a lot of destruction here. I covered the tornado, the EF3 in Gloucester a couple years ago, and this is similar on the damage scale. There is a lot of destruction down here in the Waverly area. It's surely going to be some time before they can clean this mess up.
All right, thank you, John, for that report. And again, I just hate to hear the reports coming out of Waverly right now, but good to hear what you've got for us. We'll keep checking in with John Burkett on the developing situation down there. He mentioned damage in other parts of Sussex County. It makes sense based on what we saw on radar that it wouldn't be confined to just one location. There's likely more, but it's pretty rural down there. And that area that he's in just happens to be right there close to town, where you had a lot of commerce, a lot of homes, and obviously a lot of folks traveling back and forth down 460 460. All right, severe thunderstorm warning continues, and this goes until 5 o'clock for Louisa County. So Gordonsville area down into Louisa. So looking at Orange County down into Louisa. Tornado warning continues for Cumberland, Fluvanna, and Goochland. This is western Goochland, far western Goochland, and the Fluvanna County area and into northern sections here of Cumberland County. It looks like a little inflow region around Cartersville, right near the river. Can we look at that, Mike, and see? And sure enough, there it is. Strong circulation just a little bit west-southwest of Cartersville. So that's going to be passing right between Fork Union and Cartersville. It's going to pass right over the James River and then right over River Road. So coming right up through northern sections of Cumberland County, it's going to shoot the gap between Fork Union and Cartersville. With any luck, it'll pass through mainly rural areas as it heads into far western Goochland County. At the end of my finger there, that black line, that is the far western part of Goochland County. Then we get into Fluvanna County. Tornado warning continues Fluvanna County, western Goochland County, and also northern sections of Cumberland County with that storm. And there's a good velocity signature with that storm in northern sections of Cumberland County. Right in there, again, indicating winds away in red, toward in green. So circulation there as it continues to head up into western sections of Goochland County. Let's head south down the line and look at the other storms that have tornado warnings with them. And again, down to our south, still have that storm in North Carolina that is coming up. It's got a significant circulation with it, and you can see right there, really strong circulation. It's not really close to a radar site at the moment, so you're not getting the best sampling here of it. But notice the tornado warning comes right up to the state line. This is Mecklenburg County. I do expect that we're going to see this warning extended up into parts of Mecklenburg County. It may be eastern Mecklenburg County, but I do expect we're going to have a warning up in Mecklenburg County at some point, maybe even Lunenburg, back into Brunswick County as well with that line of storms. Let's go back over to the intensities. You can see them right there. Charlotte Courthouse up to Meharon. A lot of lightning, very heavy rainfall. That line extends down toward Chase City. And pretty rough weather moving into Farmville, but no tornado warning in effect for Farmville at the moment. It's farther south with this area here, the storms. And do we have a circulation with this south and east of Charlotte right now, Mike? Is it still there? It looks like it might have weakened a bit, but still a tornado warning continues for Charlotte County with that part of the storm. Again, we're going to cycle through lots of different imagery for you here, showing you the watch till 9 o'clock in the upper left with all the warnings there. Orange are severe thunderstorm warnings. The pink ones are tornado warnings. And then the damage pictures and video and storm chaser streaming videos going to be coming in the bottom left-hand part of your screen. Again, significant damage if you're just joining us out of Waverly, right along 460 in Sussex County. 3 confirmed dead, and there's still some people unaccounted for at the moment with the tornado that passed through there about 2 hours ago. And we still have this line, a relative lull here. In fact, really a bona fide lull across central Virginia. But here comes the next line of storms into the area, and this one will pass through the Richmond metro. It's going to impact everybody from Fredericksburg all the way down to Emporia, and certain areas within this line will have rotation with them. So Mike is going to walk us down the line here from Culpeper back down through Orange. Very intense weather from Orange to Gordonsville, and then down 33 as you head into Louisa. And those storms extend south across Interstate 64 into eastern sections of Fluvanna County and western sections of Goochland County. Circulation here moving up very close to Cartersville, right between Fork Union and Cartersville. It's going to move into western sections of Goochland County. And then farther south, just some general storms between Cumberland, Dillon, and near Farmville. Then it gets more intense out of Farmville down Route 15, especially as you get into eastern sections of Charlotte County. And that part of the storm is going to move into the Meharon area. And you've got a little inflow area right there coming up over Meharon. Then a bit of a break, and then you get into some storms that are very intense here south of the state line down in North Carolina. And these storms are going to come up into Mecklenburg County. So we've got this very intense core that's about to come up over Bugs Island Lake here very shortly and right across the 58 corridor between South Hill and then obviously well east of South Boston, but all contained here within Mecklenburg County. Look at the circulation there. Very strong circulation continues with the storm. This has been paralleling Interstate 85 from when it was way back in here, and it continues to ride right up along 85, and that's going to come into southern and southeastern sections of Mecklenburg County. That area in North Carolina is all under a tornado warning. I expect that to be issued as you head up towards South Hill in just a little bit, as it gets maybe just a little bit closer. I'd expect it to come out here at any moment. Again, farther north, we have the line that continues with some embedded tornado warnings in there. Apple Grove area, again, here's the circulation looking at Goochland County and then into parts of western sections of Louisa County. That circulation right there is going to head up through western Goochland County and then could impact parts of Louisa County. So stay alert up that way. The tornado warning only goes into Goochland County, but it will likely continue farther north. All right, new tornado warning now is coming out for the storm down in far southern Virginia. So new tornado warning for Southside Virginia. There it is. It's with the storm that's in North Carolina that is coming up across the state line. So the strong circulation that I've been looking at paralleling Interstate 85 is now, looks like it's going to make progress across into Virginia. So down toward the lake, Boynton, South Hill, stay alert. Mike, can we put a storm track on that and just kind of show the progression of that into Mecklenburg County for the folks down in Southside Virginia as this comes on through? And again, the circulation will continue to head roughly parallel to 85, but I think it's going to come right up pretty close to the lake and then head up through parts of, again, Mecklenburg County, and it also includes Brunswick County. So Mecklenburg, Brunswick County, and a little slice of Lunenburg County as well. So those areas under a tornado warning now as the storm moves northeast at 55 miles per hour. So Mike's drawn the storm projection on there. It's going to be near Williamsboro at 442, Townsville at 446. Now some of these are in North Carolina, so you're going to hear of some places that maybe you're not familiar with at all, like Williamsboro. But then Clarksville, that's in Virginia, 449, right there on the lake. Clarksville at 449, Jeffress coming up at 452, Boynton at 457, The Ridge at 5, Big Fork at 504, and Drapersville coming up after that. All right, the new tornado warning coming out now. This is for Farmville area, and we're looking at Amelia, Lunenburg, Nottoway, and Prince Edward County. So another tornado warning coming out, and they're just all lined up along this line of severe storms and tornadic storms. So new tornado warning coming out, and which includes part of Nottoway County, part of Amelia County, part of Lunenburg County, and then over into Prince Edward County as well. So another tornado warning coming out until 5:15. You see the polygon there. It's going to head up toward Jetersville, and that's with this storm down south and west of Meharon as it continues to track up to the north and east. Farmville all the way over to Jetersville and Crew, as well as Meharon, under the tornado warning with that storm that continues to move north and east really rapidly, about 55 miles per hour. And again, you're looking at down to the lower left-hand part of your screen, the damage coming in out of Waverly. John Burkett's down there surveying the damage, talking to folks down that way. Unfortunately, at least 3 fatalities and some unaccounted for right now. And you see the radar, the looping radar. We're going to continue up in the upper left. If you don't see what you need to see behind you right here, you will likely find it up there as this line comes on through, because it is a long line affecting all of Virginia from Fredericksburg clear down into North Carolina with severe weather and the potential for tornadoes. Just an incredible amount of damage coming out of Waverly. And you see the line of storms. There's Hampton, Sydney, so we're looking at the Farmville area down to Meharon, and just a mess of circulations within this line of storms. It doesn't look like a classic tornadic setup, but you've got circulations that are all embedded within this. And down to the south, a little circulation down near Keysville, and that's going to be moving north and east. So that is for the new warning heading up into Prince Edward County. And then farther north, we've got this strong circulation, Columbia over to Fife. And so we're looking at a far western sections of Goochland County. That circulation there is going to move up over Haydensville, and then we're looking at Interstate 64 right here. So that mesocyclone will move over Haydensville and then up toward Apple Grove. And this is 522 here at the end of my finger. So 522 from Cuckoo to Apple Grove to Gum Spring. That's where the circulation will pass over Haydensville and then into Louisa County, up that into southern sections of Louisa County here over the next 30 to 45 minutes. So These storms making very quick progress. Right now in Louisa, there is no tornado warning. The tornado warning ends in western Goochland County and into Fluvanna County. There's nothing in Louisa County right now, but that will likely change as this circulation continues to make northeastward progress through Louisa County. And stay alert up around Lake Anna as this storm continues to head in your direction. Again, no tornado warning right now for Louisa County, but it's just a matter of time, I believe, as this continues to head up in your direction. So we've got that storm right there. Mike is drawing a storm projection on there for me. Northeast at 55, Fife at 446, Caledonia 447, Haydensville coming up at 452. Then it'll cross 64, and we're looking at Cuckoo at 504, Ribbon 507, and Ware's Crossroads coming up at 511. You see the radar over here of these tornado warnings are just lined up one after the other from the state line all the way up into parts of Fluvanna County, not quite yet Louisa County, but I think that will probably change. All right, so these storms continue. Orange, Louisa, Fork Union, farther south through Farmville. The new warning coming out for western sections of Nottoway County and up into Amelia County. There's the tornado warning till 5:15, and you see them all lined up there on the map. The dark red is the tornado watch till 9. The pink little polygons there, those are tornado warnings that are currently in effect. So it's almost like a solid line right now of storms with tornado warnings on them. And then here's that storm down there in North Carolina crossing the state line into Mecklenburg County, where the new tornado warning's been issued for Mecklenburg County and western sections of Brunswick County. Strong circulation with the storm right in there, just south of Bugs Island Lake. That's going to come up into southern sections of Mecklenburg County. So near Boynton, and then over towards South Hill. Again, big population center here, and Interstate 85 would not be on Interstate 85 with this storm, because the way this is going to move, it'll likely continue to move a little bit more to the east than some of the storms we've seen. This one's got a lot of rotation with it. So it will probably come on over and eventually cross Interstate 85 somewhere close to South Hill, maybe about 5 miles or so south of South Hill, the way it looks right now. That is a very intense, dangerous storm that is going to head on up, and it is likely going to continue with its tornadic characteristics as it does so into Virginia. There's the time of arrival. Again, Williamsboro, that's down in North Carolina, but we head on down the line to Boynton at 5:01, Northview at 5:13. That's based on a movement to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. These storms today are absolutely racing, and they will continue to. The line itself, the storms moving to the east about 30 miles per hour, but the individual storms about 55 miles per hour. All right, severe thunderstorm warning for Culpeper, Madison, Orange, and Spotsylvania. That is just going to be for winds in excess of 60 miles per hour and some large hail. Then down into Louisa, we continue with a severe thunderstorm warning down that way, and then we get into the tornado warning. The tornado warning is going to be for Cumberland, Fluvanna, and Goochland. Again, far western Goochland, eastern sections of Fluvanna, and then down into Cumberland, mainly the northern part of Cumberland County. But that storm's going to head up into Louisa County, and there's a circulation on it, so would not be surprised at all to see this warning extended into Louisa County very shortly. Again, there's the mesocyclone right now. It's now lifting up out of the Cumberland County area, a little bit north of Cartersville. And there's the tornado warning. Okay, so now the warning's been issued for Fluvanna, Goochland, and Louisa. So this storm has now been extended in terms of its tornado warning into Louisa County, which includes Apple Grove. It includes Louisa. Mike, can we move that, see if this is indeed Louisa Town Center in that? I believe it is, with the size of this warning. So it's going to be right on the edge in Louisa. So Louisa over toward Mineral, down toward Cuckoo, Apple Grove, so right there at the intersection of 522 and 33. That's right in the heart of this tornado warning. And that continues on up close to Lake Anna. Not quite there, but very, very close to Lake Anna. I would just take your tornado safety precautions if you live up there, as this storm is going to continue to head in your direction. So the circulation is down pretty close to Haydensville. It's going to be moving across Interstate 64 into the heart of Louisa County, impacting Louisa on the far west end of this, and then into Mineral, down 522 through Apple Grove, and then down toward Gum Spring on the far eastern end of this warning. So that's a new warning now coming out for Louisa County as well as western Goochland County for that circulation right in there. So that's the northernmost tornado warning we have. And then tornado warning continues down in northern Cumberland County. Then we have another tornado warning for the Farmville area heading over toward Jetersville, down toward Meharon. A little circulation in there, nothing showing up overly intense right now, but we're kind of between radar sites here. We don't get the best sampling out in that direction. But again, that circulation coming up toward Jetersville and over toward Amelia eventually and Crew, and then down toward Meharon. So this warning includes parts of Nottoway County, includes parts of Amelia County, up into Cumberland County as well, and into Prince Edward County, the Farmville area as well. And so you see the new warning coming out, new severe thunderstorm warning coming out for a broad area there. Farther south through Meharon, the storms continue. And we get into one other severe, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning, the one that's been in effect for a while, Lunenburg, Mecklenburg, Nottoway, and Prince Edward. And farther south, let's check out that storm with a tornado warning on it, Mike, that's down near the lake, heading up over the state line. Look at that core right there. And notice how fast this moved. Last time we checked this out, it was south of the line, and that's got a significant circulation with it here as it continues to move now well up into Virginia, so a couple miles north of the state line, and it's going to be crossing the 58 corridor here very shortly with a strong mesocyclone into central sections of Mecklenburg County, and eventually could clip parts of Brunswick County. So an intense storm there with a tornado warning on it. Again, I know a lot of folks coming home from work right now, maybe picking us up in progress. We've been on about 2.5 hours now with continuous tornado warning coverage. There's been up to 4 tornado warnings at one time with these storms. And the only confirmed damage has been from the tornado in Waverly, but it has been significant damage down there right along Route 460, where we have at least 3 confirmed fatalities and still some people unaccounted for, where our reporter John Burkett is on site, and he is bringing us the very latest. All right, new tornado warning. This is for Culpeper, Orange, and Spotsylvania, as well as Stafford counties. So that is this storm here. There's Unionville right along Route 522. So coming up over Lake Anna. So there's Lake Anna there at the end of my finger. And so we've got one warning that basically comes right up to Lake Anna. And now we have a new warning that extends this area of rotation, this tornadic storm, up into parts of Spotsylvania County, Orange County, on up into Stafford County. So this is just a continuation of the south storm issuance by the Weather Service up in Sterling. So we've got numerous tornado warnings here covering the storm that's going to be heading up toward Lake Anna and then moving up into parts of Spotsylvania County and on up into parts of Orange County. It may clip a tiny little section of Culpeper County, but that is about it with that storm. And you see a solid line of storms and tornado warnings. There's one polygon, there's another one there, and another one, and then farther south. In fact, they just continue one after the other all the way down to the state line. I don't even know how many we have, 5 or 6 ongoing at the moment. We'll handle the storms individually, and this one down to the south, right along the state line, is very intense at the moment. It's headed up towards South Hill too, so take your tornado safety precautions if you live in South Hill, as this mesocyclone will likely move up and impact you here over the next 30 to 45 minutes. In fact, I'd say within 30 minutes. Let's put a storm projection on that if we can, Mike. Again, because these things are racing to the northeast at 55 miles per hour has been the general movement of all of them. And so if we take that and head out, we're looking at South Hill at 511. So they're flying northeast, and you don't have a whole lot of time to get ready for them, but we've been tracking them all afternoon. So they're coming, and they're coming to the metro area as well. Yes, let's go over to Mike Stone for an update here. Mike?
We have a report that that storm that went through Fluvanna County near Kent's store, at 4:24, there was a tornado reported on the ground. So we have some ground truth with that tornado warning that was in effect for Fluvanna County just a little while ago.
All right, Mike, okay, tornado on the ground, this was a little while ago, or is it ongoing at the moment?
This was the one that prompted the original warning. There was a confirmed tornado with it. That wasn't just Doppler indicated.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. I had 3 different people talking to me. So, all right. So that's 2 confirmed tornadoes at least today from these storms. That was up in Fluvanna County, and we'll likely have more the way things look right now with this line of storms coming on into the area. Again, Mike's on this storm down to the south, South Hill, down toward Bugs Island Lake. That's where the tornado warning continues here, and you can see the polygon, and that's going to be heading up through South Hill shortly. Again, 5:11 was the time of arrival, heading up toward Alberta and Cambridge. We have another storm that's got a tornado warning with it, and this one's in Prince Edward County. A tremendous amount of lightning here. And there's the circulation there in Prince Edward County, south and east of Farmville. That is going to be headed north and east. That's going to clip parts of Nottoway County and into Amelia County. So a tornadic circulation right there south and east of Farmville. There's Route 460, and the cut across route, I believe, is 207 that cuts across there. So 460 and 207 is going to come right across that area as you head just a little bit east out of Farmville. So this intense, severe, and tornadic thunderstorm is going to continue to track between Farmville and Jetersville, and that circulation could clip as far east as Jetersville. Notice Crew to Jetersville is just on the outer edge here of that tornado warning. And again, there's that storm farther south. And this one is very intense as well. Very intense core with this storm. Yes, go ahead.
Ground confirmation of the tornado near Boynton right now. Public reported tornado on the ground 7 miles southeast of Boynton, 13 miles southwest of South Hill, and it was moving northeast at 60. It was also accompanied by extremely large hail as well.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. This is a storm that's had a long track circulation with it, and it is very intense right now. That's the mesocyclone, again, just south and east of Boynton and south and west of South Hill. Confirmed tornado on the ground right now. What Mike is looking at is the hail, and this hail is massive. It's probably over baseball size in diameter. And again, this is down in Mecklenburg County. This is headed for South Hill. If you live in South Hill, you need to take those tornado safety precautions right now. Get into the most interior part of your home. Put as many walls as you can between yourself and the outside. And if you have a basement, that's always the best place to be. If you're in a manufactured home, you need to get out of that and get into a sturdier wood or brick structure as quickly as you can. And if you have any thoughts of traveling right now, don't do it. Don't get in a car right now. You saw the damage from Waverly with a car just completely crushed. We don't know if there was a fatality from that, but there have been 3 confirmed fatalities from the tornado in Waverly. A car is just a death trap to be in when you're in this type of situation. So do not get out in the car and drive around right now. Very strong circulation southeast of Boynton and southwest of South Hill. Confirmed tornado on the ground as it moves through Mecklenburg County, comes up into Lunenburg County here, and then over into Brunswick County. So South Hill over to Alberta, right in the dead center line here for this tornado. Antlers 459, Red Lawn also 459, Big Fork 503, South Hill at 510, Bagley's Mills coming up at 515, Bacon's Fork 521, and Bishop's Corner coming up at 525. So that is an incredibly intense storm right there that is bearing down on South Hill. We also have this storm Farmville to Meherrin that continues to track to the northeast. Circulation right in here with this storm, south and east of Hampton, Sydney, south and east of Farmville. That's going to continue to track to the north through eastern sections of Prince Edward County and into parts of Amelia County as well. And farther north, we've got storms that are also tornadic through Louisa County, heading up into Lake Anna and then all the way up into Spotsylvania County. And we can see the velocities here, they look a little bit muddied, but let's check out the intensities of these storms. And you can see where they are. Again, down through Brokenburg, it's going to head up toward Goldvein to Brokenburg to Lake Anna, bearing down in Lake Anna right now, and then farther south right through the heart of Louisa County around Mineral. Louisa, at least downtown Louisa, on the western edge of the main threat area, but still in the threat area for tornado. Again, right on the edge there, getting a lot of heavy rainfall, a lot of lightning there, and that extends all the way through, again, Mineral, right through the intersection there, 522 and 33, and then farther south through Apple Grove, right across Interstate 64. And if we'll move the radar, you can see that. There's Apple Grove there, 64 through Haydensville. Tornado warnings continue down through western sections of Goochland County, northern sections here of Cumberland County. Had a strong circulation that moved between Fork Union and Cartersville and continues to move north. And then a lot of lightning here, Farmville down to Meherrin with that circulation south and east of Farmville. And again, that is super intense storm that is coming through Mecklenburg County right now with a confirmed tornado on the ground in Mecklenburg County, southeast of Boynton, and that is headed directly for South Hill. So this is a serious situation for the folks in South Hill. Confirmed tornado, strong signature on Doppler radar. Again, another warning coming out here. This came out a little bit ago, just a few minutes ago. It's for the city of Fredericksburg, Culpeper, Orange, Spotsylvania, and Stafford. That is just for continuation of these storms a bit farther south that have significant rotation with them. And let's look again at the metro area. We've got some light rain that's starting to push back into Richmond. No tornadic threat right now in terms of something in the next 20 minutes, but this whole line is coming in and it is not going to weaken as it does so. The atmosphere is very strongly sheared. These storms are well established. They have lots of rotation with them, and as this line approaches the metro area, we will likely have tornado warnings continuing up and down the I-95 corridor and likely into eastern Virginia as well. So we still have several more hours to contend with this line of storms that extends from nearly the D.C. area all the way down into North Carolina. So that's the situation right now. To bring you up to speed, we've been on the air for about 2.5 hours. Unfortunately, the hardest hit area was Waverly with a confirmed tornado where we have at least 3 fatalities, and in that area the damage is extensive. And we're talking about leveled structures, crushed cars that have been thrown, and it's just giving us a real indication of what these storms are capable of, and the same thing will be capable of the storms coming into central Virginia. We're going to start our newscast. CBS 6 News at 5 starts right now.
From CBS 6, the Weather Authority, this is a breaking weather alert.
And you are watching CBS 6 News at 5, where our complete coverage of the severe weather and tornado that hit Waverly continues. I'm Julie Bragg.
And I'm Rob Desir. 3 people are confirmed dead, and the threat isn't over. So we're going to go right back to our meteorologist, Chief Meteorologist Zach Daniel and Mike Stone, working for you in the Weather Center. Zach.
All right, thank you, Rob. And again, what we're looking at here is a line, an almost consistent line of not only just thunderstorms and severe storms, but tornadic storms that stretch from Fredericksburg all the way back down through Louisa, Farmville, and all the way down near South Hill now, where we have a confirmed tornado on the ground that is headed almost directly for South Hill. So if you live down in central Mecklenburg County, you need to take those tornado safety precautions. And if you're anywhere near South Hill, you have an inflow region in here, very strong velocities with this storm. And so let's check out Doppler Max 6 3D if we can. That's going to give us a pretty good idea of this. The velocities don't look that great with the other presentation, but over here you can see what we've got, and it's going to be right down in here. There's the intensity mode there. We've had hail, massive hail with this storm, and there are the velocities here. And again, the presentation is not as good as what we've seen in some of those, but you can see bounded weak echo region there, indicating very, very strong uplift within this storm. So a very strong signature tornado on the ground. Again, there's Boynton, there's South Hill, and that storm is headed right for South Hill. There's your tornado watch in red until 9 o'clock tonight. All the pink icons indicate where we have current tornado warnings. We have 2 storm chasers out right now, Andrew Smith and Mike Hall. You guys just let me know when they are up and ready to go. Let's go back over to Max and check out what we've got. And Mike Stone, who has been handling this with me throughout the afternoon, is going to walk us through this line of storms. And let's check out what we've got on Max if we can. And then in a moment, we'll check in with one of our CBS 6 storm chasers. Again, here's the storm that's heading into South Hill. And I got to tell you, if you live in South Hill, you need to take the tornado safety precautions right now. Get inside, away from any of the external walls, away from any windows, and a hallway is always good. And if you have a basement, that's the best place to be, because there's a confirmed tornado with this storm. It's been confirmed, and it is headed for South Hill. So that's coming up by 5:08 here as the storm moves northeast at 55 miles per hour. After that, we're looking at Forksville, and then other locations to the north have more tornado warnings with them. So again, looking at storms as we get Farmville over to Crew, an intense storm there. There's a pretty strong circulation with this one just a little south and east of Farmville, and it's still there. So it's going to be right in here. That's going to be right along Highway 460. So 460 just a little bit east out of Farmville is where that storm is going to be, where the circulation would be, the potential tornado, and that is going to be coming up into western sections of Amelia County. Amelia is under a tornado warning just for this little tiny slice here, but this is going to continue, so I wouldn't be surprised to see the warning extended into western Amelia County, possibly even into parts of Powhatan County. There's the time of arrival. Rains Tavern at 5:05. Cottontown at 510, Angola at 512, McRae 514, down to Ballsville 524, and Trenholm at 530. The activity's been fairly quiet in the metro for the past couple of hours after the initial line moved on through. We're positioned ready for this line to come on through. Let's get a check-in with storm chaser Mike Hall. Mike, what's your position right now, and what are you looking at?
Hey, Zach, I'm actually positioned at the Chesterfield County Airport out here on the tarmac. I'm directly in line with that pretty large cluster of storms that's coming right up as from the south. It's currently warned on radar, it looks like, and I wanted to be close to the 288 corridor so I can go north with it, but I'm here to intercept. It looks very nasty on radar. Lots of lightnings, probably about 25 minutes away, it looks like, Zach.
All right, thank you, Mike, for that report. And also, the hardest hit area today has been down in Waverly. We're going to go to John Burkett here momentarily. We had a new tornado warning coming out. Mike, what's that for?
It's for Amelia, Chesterfield, Goochland, Nottoway, Powhatan, and Prince Edward until 5:30. And it is for that storm that's been near Jetersville. It's 9 miles north of Crew right now, and it's moving towards the northeast at 60 miles an hour. So in the next couple of seconds, you'll see the new polygon pop on, and the new warning is going to cover the western part of the Richmond metro area. Zach?
All right, thanks a lot, Mike. Let's go to that storm right now, and we'll look at it here. And you can see this is the storm here coming up through Jetersville and Amelia. It's got a circulation with it. There it is right there. That's an intense circulation showing winds coming toward the radar in green and away in red, and that is coming up right now into western sections of Amelia County. So I mentioned a second ago that we were going to likely see a warning extended, and there it is through Amelia County, Powhatan County, and that's coming into Chesterfield County as well. So near Winterpock is going to be on the southern end of this. Midlothian is in the tornado warning as well as Mosley, Powhatan area. So yes, we're talking about the western sides of the Richmond metro area with this storm as it continues to move north and east. So new tornado warning. Again, a really strong mesocyclone is going to come up and roughly parallel 360 for a while. So Jetersville, Amelia, you guys aren't out of the woods. It's going to come very close to you as it heads up toward Mosley into Powhatan County. Again, the images you're seeing here, incredible damage, 3 fatalities. We want to head down to reporter John Burkett for a quick update of what it's like down there. It's looked pretty chaotic earlier. John, what have you got?
Zach, still kind of waiting for another line of those storms to come, as you said. I can tell you what we have from earlier. Over here is where the mobile home was. It was ripped off its foundation. The framing of that mobile home, Chris Jenkins, if you look right over here, is across the street 150 yards this way. That is the frame from that mobile home laying up next to that church where the front end was taken off of that church. We're told at least 3 mobile homes were obliterated here off of Mayfield Road. One local telling me this is the 3rd tornado to hit in this area within the past 15 years. They say for some reason it always hits in this area. Some sad images here. We have a piece of a car seat right down here in the ditch. We have kids' toys over here behind downed power lines. We can report that 3 people have died here in Waverly off 460 in the town of, or just outside the town of Waverly. I am told one of those is a child that was inside that mobile home that you see is no longer on the foundation. There is a lot of damage to the houses here. The line of damage goes from right here, Zach, all the way at least a half a mile to 3/4 of a mile that way. And there's damage over here on the front end of the church, where the front end of the church was ripped off during this storm. If Chris will pan over here, buddy, right over there, as you can see that trooper's car right there is where debris is. And the state troopers are telling us now that we have to move back 2 miles that way. They're going to move us back 2 miles that way because they are worried for safety out here, and they are trying to clean the debris up. And we're going to do what they ask us to do. So we got to go 2 miles back that way into the town of Waverly, so we can get out of their way, I guess. Like I said, a lot of people out here, the townspeople, they're cleaning this mess up. It's going to take some time to clean this up out here down in the tiny town of Waverly, Sussex County. They have 460 east and west blocked off at Mayfield. A lot of damage, folks. A lot of damage down here. If you can see that debris pile right there, I am told that was the mobile home. The frame over here, the contents over here. A lot of destruction here in the tiny town of Waverly. Working for you in Waverly, John Burkett, CBS 6 News.
All right, thank you, John. Heartbreaking to see those images, but this is a very powerful storm system. And what we saw on radar, it would look like something like that could happen. And it's not out of the question for these storms to produce the same type of damage. Other confirmed tornadoes other than Waverly today, up in Fluvanna County. And right now, a third confirmed tornado on the ground down in Mecklenburg County. Don't know if it's still on the ground, but 10 minutes ago it was. I want to take you in here to the new warning. This one's going to come into the western sides of what we consider the metro area into Chesterfield County. So, Mike, if you can take me in there to that storm, moving into Powhatan and eventually Chesterfield County. A lot of lightning with this one. And look at the rotation with this. A super strong circulation with this. Away from the radar, toward the radar. And that right there, that rotation, that's the mesocyclone that's going to come roughly parallel to 360. There's 207. That's a little cut across as 360 drops south. If you're headed over toward Farmville, you take that little county road. The circulation moved right up over 207 just a moment ago and is now in western sections of Amelia County. And you see the progression of that Mike is stepping us through. Western sections of Amelia County, a strong circulation with this storm. Looks like we have multiple circulations, one in Amelia County and also one farther south, another circulation with that storm that's going to be right along the Prince Edward and Nottoway County line. So again, we've got a line of storms that all have these embedded circulations within them. Some of them are weak, some of them are very intense, and a couple of strong ones here. And that storm is going to continue to head up into not only Amelia County and Powhatan County, but over into Goochland County and parts of Chesterfield County as well. So tornado warning now for parts of Chesterfield County and Powhatan County as that storm continues to track north and east. Mike, let's put a storm projection on that if we can and look at where this storm is going. Again, northeast movement here. And we'll take you straight from the mesocyclone here, and that's going to be going north and east at about 55 miles per hour. These things are absolutely flying. So it may appear to be nice at your house, but this stuff's going to come in and change weather conditions, and we'll see things changing very rapidly. There's the time of arrival. Painville 512, Ballsville 520, Bologna 524, down toward Michoud at 534, and Fine Creek Mills at 536. So taking that on into Chesterfield County. Get a very strong signal there. Really strong outflow winds at the moment. Really strong what's called a rear flank downdraft, which can produce a ton of damage even if you don't have a tornado. So some significant circulation there. You can see a little inflow region into the storm, so everything kind of lining up both in the intensities and in the velocities to show us where that is. Okay, here's that system again. That storm moving through parts of Southside Virginia. New warning coming out, Brunswick, Dinwiddie, Lunenburg, and Nottoway. And that is with the storm. Again, there's a couple of storms down here. The one that moved out of North Carolina and is headed for South Hill. Then we've got the other storm that is now moving up into northern sections of Brunswick County, over into parts of Nottoway and Dinwiddie County. So you just have these polygons overlapping each other as they're trying to keep pace, and the guys at the Weather Service trying to keep pace with the fast movement of these storms. Again, circulation there, head up toward Alberta. So we're looking right there at the junction of Lunenburg, Mecklenburg, and Brunswick County, where circulation is right over Interstate 85. It's going to be headed up toward Alberta and could produce a tornado if it's not already. Could produce one at any time. So stay alert up toward Alberta and north sides of South Hill as that storm comes on through. Cambridge, you're at the northern part of the storm. Same story up around Blackstone, and stay alert up toward McKinney and Dinwiddie. All these locations right along 85, and this storm has just been roughly paralleling 85 all the way out of northern sections of North Carolina, and still somewhat doing that as it heads to the north and east. So this is the south storm right now. Mike, let's go a little bit farther south and see if we've got anything that's going to come down. And we do. Another tornadic storm, again, right along Route 85. And this is going to be moving up toward Lake Gaston. Earlier it was Bugs Island Lake, now Lake Gaston, Bracey area will be under the gun for this storm. There's not a tornado warning on it into Virginia with that storm, but there likely will be as it will continue to move north and east. Again, 55 miles per hour. These things are flying, so expect a warning down for southern sections of Brunswick County shortly. And then up farther north, we're looking at Amelia and Powhatan. As this circulation moves on in, we're getting a report of damage in Appomattox. Did I hear that correctly? Okay, Route 460 out near Appomattox, tornado damage or significant damage of some type. Wow, that's the damage coming in from Appomattox. And again, that looks every bit as intense as what we had over in Waverly. This is right along Route 460 in Appomattox. significant damage, roofs ripped off, trees uprooted. Again, that is damage in Appomattox. So this is far and away different in terms of location than the Waverly tornado. This is a different location west of Richmond, with the line that's coming through central Virginia right now. So that is significant damage. We've got both uprooted trees and trees that have been twisted off. You can see one in the middle of your screen there, twisted off about 30 feet off the ground, and roofs that have been ripped off those homes. Again, that's right along 460. Damage coming in from Appomattox, and we continue to get this stuff through social media. It is a great way to share information. So if you see damage, send it to us so we'll know exactly what's happening at the ground level. Radar shows you a lot, but having the chasers and having this imagery coming in, that really tells us what's happening across the area. So again, lots of tornado warnings at the moment. We've got this storm. This is way up towards Stafford, heading up toward Quantico. And so you see Spotsylvania and Fredericksburg there. Let's head farther south. I want to focus in on these storms that are approaching the metro area now, if we can. And again, there's Apple Grove, over toward Cartersville, Goochland area, Powhatan, and here's the closest tornado warning we have to the metro area, and that is because of this really strong circulation that we have that continues down in far western sections of Amelia County. And as of right now, seeing a lot of a toward component. The green is flowing toward the radar site. Not a whole lot of inflow into the storm right now, but that will likely change. Still a very impressive circulation as it continues to move to the northeast very rapidly. And that's headed right for Powhatan. So 522 and to Highway 60 right through Powhatan. That looks like it's going to be right where this storm is going to cross. It may dance on either side of the highway here, south and west out of Powhatan, but it is going to come right up over Powhatan. So if you live in Powhatan County, and particularly around the city of Powhatan, you need to take those tornado safety precautions right now. Lowest floor, if you got a basement, that's best, but lowest floor, away from any external walls, away from any windows. A hallway or a closet is always best places to be as this comes on through, because there could be a tornado on the ground right now with this storm north and west of Amelia as it comes up toward Powhatan. And we've got our storm chasers out in place as these storms come on through. And I know that we've got Mike Hall out there. Let's get a check-in with him. He is right out here just a little bit south and west of Richmond. Mike, what are you seeing right now?
Well, Zach, I'm actually getting off on 288 onto 360 to turn around and go 288 south to intercept that ginormous storm that's on radar. It is very ominous looking. No precipitation has fallen, but the clouds are moving extremely fast, and I expect to be in a pretty heavy downfall with some frequent lightning here in about 5 or 10 minutes, Zach.
All right, Mike, we'll mess around with the storm. Find a safe place to be, number one, before you get your shot established for us as this storm comes on through, because it means business. Again, a tornado warning could be on the ground with this storm as it moves northeast at 55 miles per hour. So again, looking at the actual mesocyclone itself, the part of the storm that's most dangerous, we're looking at Clementown Mills at 517, Ballsville 521, Bologna at 525, Provost at 530, Westview 531, 538 over toward Fine Creek Mills, and then Crozier at 541, Gum Spring at 543. So again, that is taking it across Highway 60. It's taking it all the way across Highway 6 as well, up near Crozier. And so it looks like it's going to pass right over Powhatan, right over Crozier, and then head up toward Interstate 64. And again, this storm, when you look at it right there, we just look at the overall intensities, it doesn't look like a whole lot other than just like an intense, severe storm. But the velocities really show you what's happening in there. And there is the circulation right there. Again, this is northern sections here of Amelia County, and there's the circulation south and east, 2 miles southeast of Tobaccoville, and that is going to be headed right up over Powhatan. So again, if you live in Powhatan, you need to be ready for this thing as it comes on through with the potential for a tornado, because that strong circulation is still in place. And you can see Richmond right behind me here. So this line's coming on in to the metro area, and it means business. Tornado warnings all along, up and down this line as it continues to move very quickly now into central Virginia. Damage images coming in. These are all from Waverly, at least some of them are from Waverly. We've had significant damage now coming in from the Appomattox area, right along Route 460 with the storms as they passed through Appomattox earlier. Again, all these storms continue to line up and head into the Richmond metro area. Two main areas of tornadic activity. Let's go back into this one that's moving in to parts of Powhatan County right now. And Mike, I hear lots of warnings going off. We've got new stuff to report. Let's head over to meteorologist Mike Stone very quickly for an update. Mike?
Okay, Zach, just to update you on some of the warnings, the tornado warning that was in effect for Brunswick, Lunenburg, and Mecklenburg counties, that has been allowed to expire. The one that was in effect for Amelia, Cumberland, Lunenburg, Nottoway, Prince Edward, that has expired. In Mecklenburg County, just after 5, so about 16 minutes ago, there were reports of trees down and a roof off of a single home dwelling, and people there think it was a tornado, but there was no visual sighting of it. Trees down across a lot of the county so far. In terms of what we have going on, I want to take you kind of down this line of storms we have. Again, we have the tornado warnings, and I'll just turn the radar off here. You can see we have the tornado warnings in effect for Stafford County down through Spotsylvania for that line of storms, which is tracking to the northeast. We have a tiny bit of a break, and then there's the tornado warning for the southwest side of the metro, Amelia, Powhatan, western Chesterfield County, parts of Goochland. That may be extended a little bit farther east. And then the tornado warning towards the south, Nottoway, Dinwiddie County through northern Brunswick County, and far eastern Lunenburg and northeastern Mecklenburg counties. So that's where the warnings are right now. And it's been a little while since we talked about this. So if you're watching us or just started started watching the coverage, we think about this a lot, but when a tornado warning is issued, maybe you forget it. You want to be on the lowest level of your dwelling as possible, basement, first floor. If you're in an apartment building, see if you can get to like maybe the laundry room or something like that, or at least the hallway when you first walk in to the apartment. Put as much space between you and the outside walls as possible. You want to be as far away from glass as you can. So closet, maybe a little bit of a storage area underneath a staircase, something like that. Those are good places for shelter. And if you're watching us now and you have the ability to leave a mobile home, you definitely want to do that, because that is the absolute worst place, car and mobile home, to be for the tornadoes. Zach?
All right, thanks, Mike. And we'll go back over to radar. And so we've got some pictures queued up that have come out of Evergreen, Virginia, very tiny town south and east of Appomattox. And this is some pretty impressive stuff that we've got. So they're going to pop that up here in a moment. I want to show you the line of storms. We saw the damage from Appomattox a moment ago with the trees uprooted, the trees sheared off, and the homes in many cases destroyed as the tornado moved on through. And that was the tornado right there. Again, we've had several tornado reports, a couple south, one west, one north, and one southeast. Look at that. Incredible picture of a tornado coming in from Evergreen, Virginia, and we have different vantage points of this. So that's one picture. We'll queue up another picture there. Very impressive pictures coming in from the Evergreen area. That's right along Route 460 as the tornado moved through the Appomattox area, Appomattox County, producing damage. We had a very strong signature on radar, very strong velocities. And again, we've seen the damage from there. The damage has been very, very impressive in that area. No report of any fatalities or injuries. Hopefully that will remain that way. But a significant tornado has moved through there, and now reports of at least 5 tornadoes in Virginia today. So again, there's the tornado near Appomattox. Major damage to homes along Route 460 east of Appomattox. Evergreen, where the pictures just came from, that is in Appomattox, just a little south and east of Appomattox. So that is where that's coming in from, that report right there. And again, 2 down in Mecklenburg County, 1 in Sussex County, and 1 up in Fluvanna County. And again, the radar continuing to cycle through, showing you the watch that continues until 9 o'clock. And the worst of it for the metro is going to be happening within the next 45 minutes to an hour. Let's get a quick check-in from reporter John Burkett, who is down in Waverly. John, what is the latest?
Zach, we're live with Pastor Terrence Green from Empowerment Temple. His church was the one that had the front end of it blown off. Pastor, how did you find out this had hit your church?
Well, I was at work. We got a call, that the tornado was hitting downtown Waverly. So we didn't know the extent of the damage. So when I was trying to get off work, one of the brothers from the church told me he was going to come out here and see the damage. So once he got out here, he told me it was bad because I couldn't get through 460. So once I came up and saw it, definitely took the wind out of me. So,
Talk about the damage that you have. I mean, the front end of that building sustained a lot of damage.
Yes, it did. Extensive damage. Just tore the front end off. But, we're not worried really about the damage. Our prayers goes out to the 3 people that lost their life, the Turner family, and we just, praying their strength, and we just thank God that, we went through a lot of damage, but the church is still standing, and we're going to recover.
And Pastor, you knew this family personally. How does this hit close to home when, like you said, material things at this point, they don't matter?
Well, it's tough when you know that, he's sibling, and, we shot ball together, and just to hear about the loss of that family, and I can imagine what that family is going through. So the last thing we'll worry about is, the church. Our hearts is heavy, that we just want to come together, need the prayers of the community, for this whole community, not just for our church, Empowerment Temple, but even for the family, as well as our town. This is one of the first tornadoes that hit here that I can remember, that extensive damage as it was, but we thank God that it wasn't bad as it could have been, and we're going to recover not only as a church, even as a community.
Pastor Terrence Green, thanks for the update, man. We're going to send it back to Zach, where they've got some more warnings coming out.
That's right, John. Thank you. We have a tornado warning now that's more into the metro area. Caroline, Goochland, Hanover, Louisa area. So we've had the one warning a bit farther south. Now a new one being issued. And again, you can see the polygon here. This one includes Beaver Dam. Once again, just like earlier, we had the tornado warning, that circulation right over Sabbath. That was about an hour and a half ago, maybe 2 hours ago. Right, same area here, Beaver Dam area being covered up by a tornado warning. That's with this as part of the storm here. And then we still have a strong circulation south and west of Powhatan. I tell you, down in Powhatan, guys, got to take your tornado safety precautions. Did you see the image down in Evergreen, the storm that moved through Appomattox? That was a significant tornado. It's done significant damage to structures that were pretty sturdy structures, and it's uprooted trees, sheared off trees as well. And this circulation looks every bit as strong as it's heading right into Powhatan. Another core coming up through Goochland County at the moment. And again, this circulation has gotten stronger than it was 10 minutes ago. I talked about mainly outflow winds to it. Now the inflow and outflow are both peaking right over Powhatan. I tell you, if a tornado is not on the ground, it could happen at any moment now. So you got to take this seriously in Powhatan, right along 522 where it hits 60. So right in Powhatan, we've got outbound winds at 60, inbound at 28, and probably even stronger than that. A very strong circulation coming right up into Powhatan. It's going to cross 522 and continue through Powhatan County, and that's going to head on up into Goochland County as well. A significant circulation. We've seen quite a few of these today, and this is right up there with the strongest that I have seen. And it's being sampled, again, the outer parts of the radar capability, but again, very strong circulation as it continues to move through Powhatan and eventually into Goochland County. And this is moving to the northeast at 50 to 55 miles per hour. So Mike's got a storm track on there for me. Provost at 528, Jefferson 532, at Michoud at 535. Crozier right along Route 6, River Road at 539, Perkinsville at 544, Dabney's 546, Vontae 548, Goodall coming up at 555. Again, an intense circulation right now moving into Powhatan. Got to take those tornado safety precautions right now as that comes on through. And a new tornado warning farther north, including Goochland on up toward Beaver Dam with this particular storm as it continues to also head northeast at about 55 miles per hour. Now, farther south, the storm that's coming into Chesterfield County. Let's get a look at that again. That was the one there. We've got other storms here. Jetersville, Amelia coming up into Chesterfield County. And again, the strong circulation is really on the upper end of that particular tornado warning. Let's head farther south and get this storm. Again, there's another circulation. This is going to be right along the county line here as you get up into Dinwiddie County. So this is Dinwiddie County here, and this is Nottoway County, and then farther south, Lunenburg County. And you see right there is where the circulation is with this storm heading up near Darville's. So that's going to head north and east through Darville's, continue up close to Wilson's along 460, and this is going to be Wilson's out closer to 85, so Wilson's and heading east, that's where that circulation is going to pass into western Dinwiddie County. And again, this polygon indicates we have a tornado warning in effect for Dinwiddie County. So there's McKinney, there's Wilson's. It looks like the circulation is going to pass right between the two of them up into western sections of Dinwiddie County, right over Darville's. So that is the storm. Again, that's the storm that came down through South Hill. It's the one that was in North Carolina. It's a long-lived circulation and one that definitely bears watching. And again, a little hole right there, indication of rising motion there, some evacuation of moisture being sampled by the radar. This thing coming into western sections of Dinwiddie County, all right along Wilson's. I'd say Wilson's and about 20 miles east of Wilson's. That'd be the area where that storm is going to pass. Again, we're getting close to these storms moving into the metro area. We now have a new tornado warning, which includes Henrico County. So Goochland, Hanover, Henrico, and Powhatan. New tornado warning with this storm that continues to bear down on the western sides of the metro area. That goes till 6 o'clock. So looking at the velocities here, again, a strong circulation right over Powhatan. Again, tornado looks almost imminent with this storm. Very strong signature. If it's not on the ground, it could produce one at any moment as it continues to head north and east. Again, it's going to cross right over 60 and 522, and it looks like it's going to move just a little south and east of Goochland and then head up. Again, movement here, Provost at 531, Jefferson 535, Michoud at 536, Cardwell at 542, Perkinsville 544, Vontae 548, Goodall coming up at 554, Old Bandana at 557. Again, significant rotation with this storm over Powhatan, and that is going to continue to head north and east. And then here's Short Pump here, a little west of there, we're looking at Mannequin Sabot. So I'd say anywhere here, especially in the metro, because this whole line's coming through the metro area, get back to the house, don't get in the car and drive around. That's the worst place to be. With situations like this, tornadoes can flip those things over in no time at all, no problem at all. And the damage that we've seen from these storms rivals anything we've seen in the past decade. If you go back to the Gloucester and Deltaville tornado 2011, if you go back to the 2008 Suffolk tornado, the damage we're seeing today is every bit as intense as that, with some homes just completely destroyed, some trees uprooted, others sheared off about 30 feet off the ground. So intense weather coming in and a very strong circulation right over Powhatan right now that continues to head north and east between Jefferson and then Sabot. So there's Mannequin Sabot. We're going to have Mannequin Road right in here. As this continues to head north and east, it's going to cross Broad Street. Out near Short Pump, I'd say Short Pump Town Center over to Oilville. Mike, loop that one more time for me here so we can see the motion. And again, it looks like it's going to be coming up probably a little bit west of Short Pump. With any luck at all, that's where it's going to stay, very near Jefferson. So Powhatan to Jefferson, right up 522, very intense, and bearing down on Oilville, Sabot, and eventually Rockville, and again right through Crozier the way it looks right now. So again, there's the red line showing you the center part of this storm. Very intense circulation with that storm. All right, that's coming on in. That's just one of many tornadic storms right now. So let's zoom out a little bit. And we'll go farther south to the storm that's down a bit farther south as we get into Wilson's and Blackstone over toward Kenbridge. Again, we still have the tornado warning here for this intense circulation. This is in Dinwiddie County, Wilson's to McKinney, and this one's going to track north and east roughly parallel to Interstate 85. Again, Dinwiddie here, this one's going to travel to the north, probably pass between Wilson's and Dinwiddie, but closer to Wilson's along 460. So I'd say Wilson's to about 8 miles east of Wilson's is going to be dead center for this possible tornado with this storm. Tornado warning on this, and that is going to continue to lift north through Dinwiddie County. This is Amelia County in here, and then we get into Chesterfield County and over toward Petersburg and Chester. So Sutherland over to Petersburg and Chester could be under the gun for this circulation and this potential tornado as it moves up into Chesterfield County. So again, we've got Chesterfield County under two different areas of potentially tornadic weather. And again, Darville's at 533, Rocky Run 539, Ammon at 543, and Namazine at 547. With that part of the storm. Again, it's a broad tornado warning, but this area right here in western Dinwiddie County is by far the most intense. So that circulation and the one over Powhatan, the two most intense right now. Let's go back into this storm here, Mike, and let's check out the storm over Powhatan. And again, the image that you're seeing there in the lower left-hand part of your screen, that's the tornado that moved through Appomattox, that moved through the town of Evergreen. So Appomattox and points to the east really took it on the chin from this storm. A lot of damage down that way, and significant damage as well that you're seeing coming out of Waverly. So a far-reaching storm system for us here in Virginia with at least 5 confirmed tornadoes, and we're likely adding to that right now. Powhatan to Jefferson, again, an intense circulation with the storm, and that's going to be headed up to the north. Mike's circling that for us. And again, looking at the James River here, this is going to pass north of the James River. It looks like it's going to be between Goochland and Sabot. So right along River Road, once you get out around Crozier to Goochland, That is where the storm is going to pass, and a potential tornado, and another one here in western sections of Dinwiddie County. So 2 storms that are exhibiting very strong rotation and possible tornadoes with them at the moment. We've got this one west of Dinwiddie, and we have a new warning down here south. We do have a new warning. Okay, Brunswick, Dinwiddie, Greensville, and Sussex. So again, that's with this storm down to the south. So another storm moving into parts of Brunswick County, and this circulation again looks like it's going to come pretty close to Lake Gaston. The way it looks right now, there it is right in there. So it's going to come near Lake Gaston and Bracy. So right down 85, this one's going to be on the other side of Interstate 85, and it's going to come up through Lake Gaston and head through southern sections of Brunswick County, and then this one heading for Emporia. So we already had a storm move right through South Hill. This one's going to head over toward the Emporia area within the next 30 to 45 minutes. So another storm with strong rotation. 3 of them right now. One near Powhatan and Jefferson, right along Highway 522. Significant circulation right there in central Powhatan County. One farther south in western Dinwiddie County that has intense circulation. That one is going to move north and come pretty close eventually to the 460 corridor, a little bit to the east. And let's check out what we've got. New warning coming out here. Mike, what's the velocities look like again on this storm down to the south? We have, we flip that over. There it is right there, intense circulation. That's going to come up here, Lake Gaston. And again, there's South Hill. This storm will likely pass south and east of South Hill. But Lake Gaston, Bracy area, on over toward Triplet, and then up toward Emporia, going to be under the gun from that one. And even Lawrenceville, definitely in the path of the storm. You can see a strong indication there, that inflow notch showing up on Doppler Max, or showing up here on the Max radar system. Let's go back up to the north and check out the storms bearing down on the metro area. And I want to get a check-in with our storm chaser, Mike Hall. And Mike should be pretty close at the moment here in southwestern sections of Chesterfield County. Mike, what have you got for us?
Okay, Zach, I actually took your advice. I went down just a little bit and parked over right outside of Chesterfield Airport at the 288 corridor. If my calculations are correct, I should be just to the west of any rotation in this gigantic cell that's coming. It's moving pretty fast. It's starting to sprinkle a little bit. I am seeing some lightning. It's very windy, and I'm hopefully just to the west of if there is any rotation. Zach?
All right, thanks a lot to Mike. And earlier we had our storm chaser, Andrew Smith, who was right in that storm that moved through Waverly, got there right as the damage was occurring with it. And he's fine. We're going to check in with him a little bit later and get his position and what he has right now. So there's the storm near Powhatan. It's heading on up. Mike is circling another very minor circulation here, and there it goes, passing over 64. It doesn't take much to show up on radar. You may have a tornado at the ground level here. This is crossing 522 north of 64, and you see Mike stepping us through it there. That's into Louisa County. So again, we've got the tornado warning down here, another one up north with this embedded circulation right within the rain and hail and lightning and everything else. So you look at this, it doesn't give you the normal classic supercell presentation, but you can wipe the rain away and look at what's happening inside of these storms, and the circulations are most certainly there. The atmosphere is very strongly sheared, and you can see one really strong rotation there. I mean, look at the tornado that it produced. That's over near Appomattox, over near Evergreen. That's impressive stuff, and the damage was pretty devastating in some areas. And the same type of stuff, you're seeing the damage right there, same type of stuff down near Waverly. Unfortunately, 3 confirmed tornadoes, or 3 confirmed fatalities down in Waverly, and still a couple people unaccounted for. We've had at least 5 confirmed tornadoes, and we'll likely continue to add to that list here over the next few hours. Look at the circulation here down near Jefferson. This looks like we've got a tornado on the ground. Just from radar presentation, you can't say that for sure, but that's one of the strongest signatures I've seen all afternoon. This is headed Oilville to Sabot, and again, you still have a lot of farmland out here. A lot of folks do live out here. I don't like this time of day for Interstate 64 or Broad Street. So if you know somebody that lives out here that may be headed home from work, tell them not to take this road right now. Give them a call to say, hold on a minute, because we've got this thing coming on through anywhere between Gum Spring and Short Pump. Do not get on Interstate 64. Do not get on Broad Street, because that could be headed right on through there. This type of situation, we could easily have a tornado just like that coming on through. These storms are now reaching up to over 40,000 feet. Earlier in the day, we had more low-top supercells. They were only about 20,000 feet up, but they still had a ton of shear with them, and they produced a tornado in Wakefield. Now we have the full wrap on these storms with a lot of vertical development here, so large hail, damaging straight line winds, and then a lot of strong rotation to produce tornadoes. So it's all coming together here right in central Virginia. Back edge of the storms, Apple Grove to Goochland. But again, under the gun, Beaver Dam on down between Short Pump and then out toward Oilville. And again, that's just the intense part of the storm in terms of rainfall and hail and such. But look at the circulation here. This is going to be just a little bit west of Sabbath. There's Oilville and there's Jefferson. Out of Powhatan, this is 522, so very easily could have been a tornado on the ground as it moved very close to Powhatan or through Powhatan across 522 and is right now maybe a mile east of 522 out near Jefferson, and that is going to come up across the James River, move up near Oilville across Interstate 64. So stay alert in this area. Look at all the tornado warnings here in pink, all the way up and down the I-95 corridor right now as this line of storms continues to move on and into the area. And Mike's showing us the extent of all that. A lot of lightning with these storms, so going to make a lot of noise as they come on through, have a lot of wind, even outside of the tornadoes. You're going to have a tremendous amount of straight line winds with all of this. So let's take you back in, and we'll start at the top of the line. I see a new warning coming out. This is going to be for Caroline County, likely including Bowling Green. So we'll go in here and start at the top of the line and work our way down with this long line of tornadic storms. And again, this newest warning looks like it is for Central Caroline County, which may include Bowling Green. So it's farther north. You just have a new warning coming out, and then down into Goochland, Powhatan, heading towards Short Pump. Tornado warning, Goochland, Hanover, Henrico, and Powhatan. That one goes till 6, so we know about that one. And you see the tornado images coming out from the Appomattox area. Another tornado warning, 545, Caroline, Goochland, Hanover, and Louisa. And I think there's a new one, Mike, right up in here. Right up in here, the 615, Caroline, Goochland, Hanover, and Louisa. I believe that is an update. It includes Woodford and Bowling Green for those storms farther south. But the warnings themselves, we need to pay attention to each individual circulation. So let's go back down now. We'll start with the Lake Anna area, and we'll look for these individual little mesocyclones embedded within the line. Not a real good representation there, but you've got a little something in there, a little north and west of Lake Anna. And then farther south, down near Gum Spring, Apple Grove, and then we get into this one that just really jumps out as a really strong circulation. This is going to be, again, just a little south and east of Jefferson, just east of Jefferson. This is Huguenot Trail, so that's Route 711, which comes out of 288. So Route 711, which is an extension of Huguenot or Robius Roads. Robius Road turns into Huguenot Trails across this 288, and that is where that circulation is, Huguenot Trail and 522. So Huguenot Trail and 522, the circulation is going to come on up. There's Fairground Road, and right now, boy, this is the strongest circulation we've seen all day long, and one of the strongest I've seen since covering tornadic storms here in Richmond. You've got this storm, Fairground Road up near Oilville. And so Fairground Road and Broad Street is where this intersection is going to be here. So Oilville area, very intense circulation here with winds flowing just about maxed out away from the radar site and toward the radar site. So again, we've got 91 mile per hour winds inbound, 74 mile per hour winds outbound. That is some intense gate-to-gate shear with this storm. And again, that is going to be Fairground Road. It's going to be very close to Fairground Road and Broad Street, very near Oilville. Let's check in with our storm chaser, Mike Hall. Mike, what do you have on this?
All right, Zach. I'm actually same spot parked. Just starting to get a little bit of moderate rain. I can see quite a bit of frequent lightning, and the wind has picked up a lot. The storm is right on my heels. Looking at the radar, I'm hoping that I am just far enough to the west of it if there's any circulation. However, I do notice that there's a new warning box actually where I'm currently sitting. So I may move. I'm just going to keep an eye on this thing, but it does look ominous, and it's right on my doorstep. Zach?
Mike, give me your position once again. I know that you moved a little bit. Where are you located right now?
I'm sitting directly at the end of the runway at the Chesterfield County Airport on Route 10 and 288 juncture.
Okay, thanks for that update, Mike. Let's go back over to radar and look at what we've got. So Mike is not in the path of this storm farther north. Again, it's just a whole mess of polygons right now. Let's go back over to the velocities on this, if we can, Mike Stone, and to check out where that is. Again, there's a very likelihood of a tornado on the ground right now. This is going to be in Oilville. Again, here's Interstate 64, and here's 250 Broad Street right at Fairground Road. And again, there's Cardwell Road as well. So Cardwell Road running up into Broad Street, a very intense circulation, stronger rotation than you're going to see most of the time here in Virginia. That is headed up toward Vontae and Rockville. So it's going to cross Interstate 64 here, very near the Oilville exit. So stay alert in that area. Get off that road. If you know somebody, tell them not to travel down 64 in any direction, anywhere from Gum Spring down to Short Pump, just to get off that road as this comes on through. Again, likelihood of a developing tornado right over Oilville, and this tornado may have been on the ground for some time now as we've watched this strong circulation move up south and west of Powhatan, move through Powhatan, move through Jefferson, and now it's at its most intense point right now as it's approaching the Oilville area. Farther south, Mike, let's get a check on the other storm if we can, a little bit farther south, and let's check in where Mike Hall is. He's right down in here. Okay, so he's looking at this storm that's coming up. It's going to come up very close to Lake Chesden. So if you live down near Lake Chesden, a significant circulation headed in your direction. Again, this is another really strong circulation. Winds away, winds toward, crossing 460 right now. There's Wilson's. Again, this one came up over Darville's a little while ago in western Dinwiddie County, talking about how this would continue to travel north and pass just to the east of Wilson's. So here it is now coming across 460. It looks like it's going to come right up over Lake Chesden. So if you live around Lake Chesden, you need to take those tornado safety precautions right now. This is an intense, long-lived circulation that's going to come right up over Lake Chesden, and it's going to move right up into Chesterfield County. So we've got that storm to deal with as well. And that one could come right up into the south sides of the metro through Chester. So we got to keep an eye on this one as well. So two really intense circulations out there right now in pretty close proximity to the metro area. So the south storm right over 460 coming up. Again, right over Lake Chesden. Let's check the north storm again real quickly if we can. And again, that's the strongest circulation as you're ever going to see here. A likelihood of possibly even a large tornado on the ground with this one moving up through Oilville, Vontae, and Rockville. Again, what we're looking at here in terms of location, this is going to be right along Fairground Road and Broad Street. And then this is Broad Street here, and then this is Interstate 64. So this is going to come right across Interstate 64 and up toward Rockville. Some other roads on here. Again, there's Cardwell Road. This is Dogwood Trail Road, and there's Oilville. And again, that is a very, very intense mesocyclone that is going to move right up and over Oilville and then up into areas in Hanover County. Behind me there you see Windham and Short Pump. And again, this is really close to you guys, but a little bit west. And it looks like, boy, with any luck at all, it's going to stay a little bit west of you. But again, Windham, you see Ashland Road there behind me. So we've got Ashland Road, Rockville, and we've got Mannequin Road as well. And the circulation behind me should stay just a little bit west of there, but it is going to be awfully close. Again, we're looking at very, very strong winds flowing north and west, very, very strong winds flowing south and east, and a very intense circulation right now moving up over Oilville. All right, let's look at the intensities real quick on this, Mike, just showing you the rainfall and lightning. Again, not a ton of lightning underneath where the mesocyclone would be, but some ahead of it. And then farther south down into Mosley, got some heavy rainfall and lightning. And then we get into the other storm here that is moving up out of Dinwiddie County and moving into Chesterfield County. This one also an intense circulation. You see the inflow area there, and that is coming up now. There's Winterpox. This is going to move south and east of Winterpox, but it's headed right for Chester. Let's put a storm track on this. There could be a tornado developing right now or moving into Lake Chesden right this very moment. That's where the strong circulation is with this. So let's draw that on there, Mike. Northeast movement at about 55 miles per hour. And you can see this thing is going to clip the southeast sides of the Richmond metro area. So we're looking at Matoaka 553, Chester at 602, and Varina at 611. Take your tornado safety precautions here in the metro area, Chesterfield County, as this tornadic storm currently moving over Lake Chesson comes on up into Chesterfield County and bears right down on Chester. Again, Iron Bridge Road coming down out of town here into 288 is going to be a hot spot for this to pass right over. So again, there's Lake Chesson right there. There's River Road, South River Road down into Chesterfield County, and there's that circulation that continues to track to the north and east, and that's going to come right on up toward the Chester area. It's right over Lake Chesson right now, either producing a tornado at the moment or it could at any second. That's one storm. Let's head out to the other storm that's farther north and west and look at this one. Again, this one just a little bit north and west of Short Pump and Windham, and still a circulation here. Not quite as intense. Now, this could be in line with other storms farther south and east, which may break up the presentation some. Hopefully, the storm itself is just weakening a little bit, but it's still an incredibly strong circulation that's come north out of Oilville over toward Vontae now, and that is coming straight on up and looks like Rockville to Vontae is where the main circulation is going to head. And again, Mike's putting that to kind of stepping us through it, showing that moving up into Hanover County now. There's the radar. If you're not affected by this particular storm, you can see what's happening. A whole long line of strong to severe storms and tornadic storms, and a tornado watch continuing until 9 o'clock tonight. There's the live pick coming in from Mike Hall. Let's go out to Storm Chaser Mike Hall. Mike, what are you seeing now?
Well, Zach, looking at it's starting to rain pretty heavy. There's a lot of lightning. The wind has continued to be strong, and now that I'm looking at the latest radar imagery loops, it looks like that the base of this could pass directly over top of me. I may move just to the south to stay out of the way of it. I'll make that call here in just a second, but it is coming down pretty good rain-wise, and here's light. Zach?
All right, thanks for that update, Mike. And again, Mike is at the Chesterfield County Airport. That's where he's located right now. Mike is going to get safety first, and then he's going to give us a shot when he has that established. So he's going to move into a spot that's a little bit more comfortable for him, a little safer for him. And you can see here's Midlothian here, Pocahontas State Park. So we're looking at Beach Road, farther south, Beach and Nash Roads. This is 288, and there's Brander Mill. So we're looking at 360. So Whole Street coming out of town right here. So Whole Street over toward Turner Road. Tornado warning continues for the storm right over Lake Chesson right now. And this is going to continue to head north. So again, Pocahontas State Park, we're looking at Woodland Pond neighborhood, the Highlands neighborhood as well, right in the direct path of a potential tornado here. And again, this is 360, so Whole Street and 288 and Iron Bridge Road right here, and then over into Chester, so Route 10. And again, a potential tornado heading up now into Chesterfield County, which could impact all of the Pocahontas State Park area, Beach Road, Nash Road, Woodland Pond, Highlands, and on into Chester. There's the inflow region there. Could have a tornado developing over Cheston and over Lake Cheston. Let's check in with our other storm chaser, one of our other storm chasers, Andrew Smith. Andrew, where are you right now? What do you have?
Hey, Zach, I'm right near the Virginia Motorsports Park down here on Route 1. I'm looking at that same storm from the southeast side. Just had a good view of where the mesocyclone of the storm was. It was getting rain-wrapped, so if there is a tornado with this storm, it's not going to be very visible. It's probably going to be wrapped in rain. I'm going to keep paralleling it up into Petersburg and up towards get on 95 North and try to keep up with it, see if I can get a better view of it.
All right, thanks, Andrew, for that update. Let's go back over to radar. I want to check out the north storm first, this one that's north and west of the metro area. And again, look at all the tornado warnings. Got a lot to cover here, so Mike can just step us down through this, and we'll start up at the very top. Beaver Dam area up to Spotsylvania, tornado warning in here. And let's see what kind of circulation that we have in here with the velocity product. And again, we've got one circulation in here. That is going to be very close to Lake Anna. Lake Anna running right through here, so very close to Lake Anna in southern sections of Spotsylvania County. There's the circulation. Stay alert up toward Partlow. Partlow located right in here, and eventually up toward around Ladysmith. Looks like it's going to be a little bit east of there, but there's your circulation over Lake Anna. Need to take those tornado safety precautions right now. So Louisa County on into Spotsylvania County, right over Lake Anna is where that circulation passed. Then farther south, we have that circulation that we've been tracking at length here for the last hour or so. There's 33 and there's 54. So coming out of Ashland, 54 over to 33. There's that circulation that continues to head. It's going going to move a little bit to the west of Doswell, may just barely miss Doswell. It will move a good piece north and west of Ashland. And then farther south, the other circulation that we're tracking is coming on in. We've got another one that's going to be headed up toward Rockville. So this is another storm that's taking on almost the same path. Mike, can we walk back here and look at the circulation coming over Oilville and Cardwell Road, and then another one right behind us? So there goes the one in very intense circulation, and here comes one behind it as well. Wow, so farther south into Chesterfield County, we're looking at the storm that just moved over Lake Chesden. It has a circulation with it, and it is located right in here. And again, we've got very strong winds toward, or very strong winds away, very strong winds toward. What have we got, Mike?
Warning for Chesterfield, the city of Richmond, and Hanover and Henrico until 6:30. Brand new tornado warning.
Brand new tornado warning, okay, for the city of Richmond, for Chesterfield County. So that's just taking, I would imagine, taking the tornadic storm farther south and extending that up and north. And Mike, if you can, bring me the printout on that so we can see specifically where they're talking about. I imagine it's going to be down near Lake Chesden with that. So there's the new polygon here. Let's go back over to radar and look at what we've got. Again, right now from Richmond to Mechanicsville, there's not too much in terms of any tornadic activity happening at the moment. But we've got that storm coming in right now, getting a report of hail falling on Mike Hall. Mike Hall, again, he's down at Chesterfield Airport. Mike, go ahead.
Zach, I'm getting out of Dodge, buddy. It is hailing, at least marble-sized hail, hitting me very hard. I'm going to try to get out of the suit because it's coming down. Lightning, hail, heavy rain, and I'm right just outside of this rotation.
All right, Mike, find a safe spot. That's number one. If you get video, that's great, but get to a safe spot first. So again, Mike is going to be right up in here. He's north of 288. He's out near Chesterfield County Airport. Circulation still down to the south. It's heading up. You see Beach Road right here, and you see the River Road south. This is down into Chesterfield. That circulation is heading north. It's going to come right up over Beach Road. There's Pocahontas State Park, and into my finger here is 288, and 288 wrapping around to Interstate 95. So again, a new tornado warning, and it's with this storm right here, strong circulation that continues to head up into the metro area and south and east sides of downtown Richmond. So two tornadic storms affecting the metro area. One is in the far northwestern sides, kind of in rural areas. Let's check that one real quickly, Mike, if we can. Out as we get into Hanover County, again, we've got that circulation right up in here that continues, and this thing is racing. It's moving at about 55 miles per hour. So the circulation, there it goes, coming in here, about to cross Ashland Road, across 54 and 33, the intersection there, and it's going to continue into western sections of Hanover County. Let's go farther south because this other storm that has a new tornado warning on it, it's got population centers right in the crosshairs. So I wanted you to take this right here, Mike, and put a storm track on this into the metro area. Let's see exactly where this is going to head and what the time of arrival is. And again, we're well into Chesterfield County now. There's the circulation, potential for a developing tornado. This is going to move very close to Chester, and then it's going to come on up into southeast sides of the Richmond metro area. So we have this one polygon and a new one that has been issued just recently. So that's going to be near Deerfield Estates at 602, Chester at 603. Bellwood at 607, Varina 613, Richmond at 614, Chickahominy at 619, and Polegreen at 624. So that takes you all the way out to about 295 from where it is right now, which is just on the other side of Lake Chesden. So again, there's your time of arrival with this storm, a tornado warning that is currently south and west of Chester. And it looks like it's going to come awfully close to Chester. That would be at 603. And again, Varina at 613, down toward Polegreen, up toward Polegreen at about 624. And again, there's the circulation right there. And you see a little inflow reaching there. That's going to come right up over Chester and maybe just a mile or two west of downtown Chester, right where Route 10 hits 95. It may move just about 1 mile west of there right now. But if you live in Chester, take your tornado safety precautions right now. Lowest floor, if you can get into a basement, that's the best place to be. Otherwise, just get away from the external walls, get away from the windows, and you want to cover your head with pillows from any flying debris that might occur from a tornado. And again, there are your tornado safety tips, and I tell you, there's no better time to take those than right now, based on the tornadoes that we've seen today, the confirmed tornadoes, the confirmed damage that we've seen today, and unfortunately the fatalities that have occurred as well from those tornadoes. A tornado watch continues in effect until 9 o'clock for the Richmond metro area. Let's go back over to what we've got on radar right now, and Mike Stone is going to take us in. We'll talk about these storms. The two storms, and really the one that's coming into the metro area is the one that's all concerning. We need to talk about this one that's coming into the metro area, and this is going to be down, again, moving up close to the Chester area, and the circulation with that is very strong, and it continues right here, just a little bit to the south and west of Chester. I'd say 2 miles south and west of Chester, they come right up into Chester, and then continue to head north and east toward Varina. So Chester to Varina is going to be center line for this particular tornadic storm, and it's not the only one out there. It's one of about 6 different tornado warnings. You can see the circulation with this progressing over the last couple of radar frames. A little bit more intense about 5-6 minutes ago. Now it's coming right over Chester, heading up toward Varina. Want to check some other storms. Let's go farther south if we can, Mike, and look at the storm that has developed down closer to Emporia. I want to see that storm as well. And look at let's see the intensities here. Okay, so here's Lawrenceville. Looks like the very strong hook signature with this one right over Lawrenceville. A lot of lightning there. And then here was Purdy, north and east of there. Let's check the velocities now. This is going to be south and east of Alberta. And on this particular storm, again, you've got the away and toward Component, so some circulating wind there with that particular storm over Lawrenceville, and that under a tornado watch or tornado warning currently. So Lawrenceville area, one of the tornado warnings. And then let's take it out a little bit, take the perspective out a little bit and see if there's anything farther south coming up into the area. Yes.
The northern part of this has been extended up into Caroline and Hanover.
Let's go over to Mike real quick.
So the tornado warning has been extended into Caroline and Hanover counties until 6:30. So this is the northern branch. We're kind of doing triage on these, doing the worst storms because we have so many tornado warnings right now. But this is the storm that the new warning is for, going up into Caroline, so people in Bowling Green. And the circulation with that storm up there, not as pronounced as what we've been dealing with farther south, but this has just been a series of storms with some nasty rotation and some of the strongest elements that we've seen throughout our severe weather coverage.
All right, Mike, thanks a lot. Let's take this full real quickly if we can, this velocity signature that we have on Doppler Max. Or Doppler, and again, as Mike was saying, strong circulation both with that storm southwest of Chester and also this one near Montpelier. This one's going to be heading up a little bit to the west of Doswell, the way it looks right now. So continuing coverage of numerous tornadic storms will continue. CBS 6 News starts right now.
From CBS 6, the Weather Authority, this is a breaking weather alert.
You are watching CBS 6 News, where our complete coverage of the severe weather and confirmed tornadoes continues. I'm Candace Burns.
And I'm Bill Fitzgerald. 3 people now confirmed dead. The threat not over. So let's send it right back to meteorologist Chief Zach Daniel and Mike Stone working for you in the Weather Center tonight. Zach?
All right, thank you, Bill. And again, we've been at this for 3.5 hours or so, and not because we've just wanted to stay on. We've actually had tornadic supercells, one after the other after the other. There's not been a period where there's not been a tornado warning, and this continues. Very strong circulation, a little bit north and east of Montpelier. This one's going to head up just a little bit over to the west of Doswell, and that's one strong storm. Another one moving into more populated areas here in the metro area. So I want to take you south on that. Mike Stone is going to take us down there. Again, there's the one circulation right across Route 54 out in Hanover County, and then we've got the other storm that is down in Chesterfield County, and still a strong circulation. Away component here in the pink and toward in green. This was more intense about 10 minutes ago, so it does look not as ominous as it did, but still the tornado warning very much warranted as this comes into Chester. This thing was very intense when it crossed over Lake Chesden about 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. You can see Lake Chesden right in there, and that circulation passed right over Lake Chesden, then came right on up, passed up over, approaching 288 right now, but it approaching areas around Pocahontas State Park, just a little south and east of there, and now it's bearing down on Chester. So a new tornado warning issued for the Richmond metro area that will remain in effect as the strong circulation continues to track into southeastern sides of Richmond. Again, very high population center center here, and that whole area is covered by this tornado warning. So we've got one tornado warning up into Hanover County and into Caroline County as well. So including Bowling Green with that storm, that strong circulation that's located down in Hanover County. That's a little bit west of Doswell. Circulation is going to be right in here, and we'll see that here in a moment. And that's going to head up over 95. Go right up into the Bowling Green area. So that circulation will continue to head north and east. And then we've got a little bit of a break, and then we get into that storm that's heading up into Richmond farther south. I want to focus on this one a bit farther south as it has a lot of folks in the path of it. And again, looking at this circulation, it's now passed very, very close to Chester. And still pretty intense. It doesn't look quite as organized as before, but the winds still, the outbound winds from the radar are still very intense. And so the circulation is going to be right over Chester to around Bensley, right along Interstate 95 and Jeff Davis Highway. So again, you can see some of these roads here. We've got Osborne. Let's see, Osborne 895 here in Osborne, so that's going to be just a little bit east of the Bensley area. So there's 895 headed out toward RIC, and 288 here as well. So 288 all the way up toward 895 in the Chippenham Parkway. That's the threat area right now with this circulation. Again, a circulation moving across Interstate 95 headed up toward Varina, and the threat area is going to be Bensley down toward Chester and right along 288 and 95 up to the Chippenham and 895 headed over toward RIC. That's the one circulation. Again, tornado watch continues, all areas in red until 9 o'clock tonight. Solid line of tornadic storms right now. And we've got this one coming into Richmond, the one farther north, and we've got one down to the south as well that we will check out that is moving into parts of Brunswick County, Greensville County, and more storms coming up out of North Carolina. So these are going to continue at us here for several more hours. We're nowhere close to being done with the storm system. Here's a storm over near Lawrenceville, a little hook echo on the back side of that thing, so an indication there of some rotation with that storm. Again, either one of these storms could rotate with this in Brunswick County, and we continue to see these storms developing and pushing into a tremendous amount of wind shear. So they get going and they start rotating, and we have had a lot of tornadoes reported already, at least 5, unfortunately at least 3 fatalities, and the damage has been extensive. The pictures of tornadoes that we've got have just been amazing. Large tornadoes have moved through the area. These are the tornadoes reported so far: Fluvanna County, Appomattox County, large tornado there, couple down in Mecklenburg County, and the fatal tornado down in Sussex County as well. And here in Central Virginia, so far doing okay, even though I've seen some signatures on radar here over the past hour that would lead me to believe that we're going to have more confirmed tornadoes with the activity moving into the 95 corridor. The stuff back to the west was very impressive. Let's go back over to radar and look at what we've got. Again, there's the line of storms right along 95. In fact, covering up 95 completely from parts of far south side of Virginia all the way through the metro and up north. And again, we have these storms that continue from Beaver Dam up toward Bowling Green, and then farther south down toward Doswell and Ashland and Short Pump, as well as Richmond, the area that we're tracking for the potential for a tornado near Chester. Let's go back into that storm near Chester as it heads toward Varina. And again, still very strong outbound winds. Circulation there is now past just a little bit east of 95, headed right up toward Varina. So if you live in Varina or close to Varina, down Charles City Road or Osborne Turnpike, you need to take your tornado safety precautions right now. Is a very, very dangerous situation with this storm. Let's get a check-in here with our storm chaser, Andrew Smith. Hadn't checked with him in a while. Andrew, where are you right now? What are you looking at?
Hey, Zach, I just pulled over in Colonial Heights just trying to evaluate things down here. I'm kind of keeping an eye on that storm that's coming up from the south. I may head south and try to catch that thing as it's heading up toward Stony Creek in southern Petersburg.
All right, thank you, Andrew. Stay safe as you headed down that way. And again, we got Mike Hall got a bit slammed by the weather. There's a live look through the front door here at WTVR, and a lot of very heavy rainfall, a lot of lightning with that particular shot there right here in the Museum District. New tornado warning. Okay, we got a new tornado warning. Let's head back over to radar. And this is going to be for what are we looking at here? Is it going to be with this right in here, Mike? This new, okay, we're going farther south. We're going down Petersburg. This is the storm that Andrew Smith is heading to right now. And you can see a new polygon here, new tornado warning, which includes Petersburg and includes parts of, once again, Sussex County, the way it looks right now. Brunswick, Dinwiddie, Prince George, and Sussex County until 6:45 with this storm down here. And you can see the velocities right down in here, some velocities with this storm. It's going to take it up into Dinwiddie County and head up into Prince George County, parts of Sussex County, mainly the far western edge, but it's going to be very close to you guys in Stony Creek, so I'd take your tornado safety precautions down there. And again, farther north, we have the one storm that's crossed Interstate 95 heading up into Varina right now. So let's check out that storm, Mike. And again, right in here, strong hook echo now. Could have a tornado developing or one on the ground. We've got our Millionaire cam. Let's keep that one handy and keep an eye on it to see if we see anything on the ground. It's getting dark now, kind of tough to tell, but strong inflow and outbound winds right over Varina. And again, this is a very, very dangerous situation. There's RIC. So this tornado would be moving up over RIC in Sandston. So if you live Highland Springs, anywhere near Sandston, and eventually down 64 over toward Quinton. So we're looking at mile marker, I would say 205 all the way back to about 190 here in Richmond. So Chaco Valley Bridge, east of there, once you get especially east of Highland Springs, Laburnum Avenue. So Laburnum Avenue, really from Laburnum Avenue to RIC over to mile marker 200 where 295 comes in. That is where this potential tornado is going to move. Mike, if we can flip this back over to the intensities mode and look at that hook echo once again and draw me a storm track from there. Again, tornado likely developing just southwest of Varina, and it's going to be heading right up over RIC and the Sandston area. This is moving at 55 miles per hour to the north and east, and on that trajectory, that is going to bring this thing right across Interstate 64, Varina at 611, Highland Springs at 617, Old Church right along Route 360 coming up at 627, Manquin at 633, and Aylett Mill at 638. Again, a very intense circulation with this storm, very near Varina and RIC. So Varina to RIC, the potential for a developing tornado right now. And I tell you, the circulation here and the presentation on the intensities on radar are very, very strong. A dangerous situation here. Again, there's RIC at the end of my finger. There's Varina. We have inflowing winds here and outbound winds in the pink, and that is that circulation. Again, there's Charles City Road, there's Route 5, and then we have the Chippenham hitting 95 into 895. So it's going to be right along 895 in Charles City Road. And Osborne Turnpike is going to be on the back end of the circulation. So very likely southeastern Rico County could have a tornado on the ground right now as it heads for the RIC Airport. Richmond International Airport right in the crosshairs, as is Sandston as this continues to head to the north and east. Let's check once again the intensities on this, Mike. And folks that are monitoring social media, if we get damage reports, let us hear about it. Power outage reports would be very helpful as well. Again, there's the hook right now, right over Varina. And again, there's Darbytown Road, there's Charles City Road, and then there's RIC. So again, this is going to come right up over the airport. There's 295. So a developing tornado would be very, very close to 295 as well. So 895, 295, Richmond International Airport. That is where the tornado would be passing here right now as this tornado warning continues. And it's one of about 7 or 8 different tornado warnings at the moment, all up and down this line of storms. It's a very, very populated area that this storm is moving through. So again, tornado warning, Henrico County heading up toward RIC, possibly Highland Springs, but again, it's going to be passing very near 64 and 295, right over that intersection there. That's exit 200 after it passes Sandston and heads on up. Farther south, again, there's another hook with a storm that's developed. It looks like we've got 2 of them here, and another third one down near Lake Gaston. So a strong circulation with the storm over Lake Gaston. That's going to continue to head up very near Bracey and Triplet and head into southern sections, southeastern sections of Brunswick County and then into Greensville County. Emporia, once again, you're going to be just about dead center with this storm coming out of Lake Gaston. It's going to be anywhere from Emporia to Purdy on the current trajectory. And it has a very strong circulation. New warning coming out in North Carolina for that storm. But it looks like this will pass over Lake Gaston, head toward Triplet, and then head over toward the Emporia area. So Greensville County, southern sections of Brunswick County, tornado warning with this south storm. Again, that's the far south storm. Farther north, we've got more to talk about up this way. This is looking at what we have in Chesterfield County. That storm moved out of Chesterfield County. Now we've got it up into parts of RIC. Mike, this polygon back to the west for Chesterfield County, is that pretty much done? There's nothing new developing. Is that correct?
Yeah, most of the stuff has been dissipating, but there's still some activity there, some thunder and lightning, but the velocities have come down a bit. But I was also checking our Doppler Max 3D. The velocities out right near the airport are pretty impressive, just east of Bensley. And right now, the latest Doppler scan has pulled in the rotation right near Sandston. So that's brand new.
All right, Mike, let's go over to Doppler Max 6 3D. I want to look at that and see what it looks like. Again, we're looking at the regular intensities here on the left side of your screen, and then the velocities behind me here. And so we're looking at the strong circulation near Sandston, and you can see the hook echo presentation on Doppler Max 6 3D right in here. So developing tornado right there near Sandston. Mike, let's do the volume renderer here. I want to look at this three-dimensionally, and you will likely see a cavity here within this storm that'll show you where we have very strong rising motion. Again, hook echo here, developing tornado, and we've got, there it is right in there. So you've got this cavity in here. We have strong rising motion lifting the precipitation up, and that's where we have the cavity showing up on radar. And if we go back to the regular 2D and take the slice through it, it will show you probably a little bit better look. If we take just the horizontal slice there and look at how this sets up across the area, again, you've got very elevated high intensity, and there's your updraft area within this storm as we look at this three-dimensionally. And you can see exactly what's happening with the storm, that raised part of the intensity showing the strong updraft within the storm. That's it right there. Let's flip this back over and look at everything once again in normal presentation. There it is. Again, we've got the one circulation out near RIC. Let's go in tight to that one first, Mike, and then we'll walk down the line here. So we've got the storm that is out near RIC, very intense circulation, RIC in Highland Springs. And again, that's going to be crossing over Interstate 64, very near 295 and 64, and we'll continue to track north and east. And so tornado, very likely development of a tornado there if it hasn't already produced one. We have other tornado warnings farther north. There's one for Essex, Hanover, King William, and King and Queen until 7 o'clock. So that's a continuation of the tornado warning to the south. We also have another warning that includes Doswell and Bowling Green. Let's check out that storm, Mike. Again, there's a lot of very heavy rainfall and lightning in here and some hail mixed in. There's a velocity signature near Bowling Green. So if you live in Bowling Green, you need to take your tornado safety precautions as this storm continues to move in your direction. Again, we're looking out of another radar now, so the presentation is different both in the color and the overall intensity, but that circulation is going to be very near Bowling Green, a little bit to the east of Ladysmith. So that's another tornado warning there. And really there's tornado warnings all along this line of storms. So we've got the one up there to the north. We have the one in the Richmond metro area for Sandston. We have one down near Petersburg. You see the circulation right there. And Mike, let's go into that circulation in southern Dinwiddie County if we can. And you can see right there, even from this broad view, that we have outbound winds there and inflowing winds. So circulation, that's going to be right along the highway, Stony Creek to McKinney, so right along Route 40. And that will continue to head up close to Carson, between Carson and DeWitt. And then farther south, we have the other storm that is moving up over Lake Gaston that is going to be headed over toward Purdy eventually. And there's the circulation, new warning coming out. This is for Brunswick County and then over into Greensville County. That is for this circulation right here that is currently over Lake Gaston around Bracy, which will continue to track right across Highway 46 coming out of Lawrenceville and then head up really right between Triplet and Lawrenceville. With any luck at all, it'll pass right between those two and stay out mainly rural areas, but it's going to come awfully close as it continues to head up to the north and east. Again, there's a live look down in Millionaire Cam. If there's going to be a tornado, you'll probably see some kind of power flashes because we're looking almost due north, right where the tornado would cross Interstate 64 at roughly mile marker 199. And that's about where that tornado is right now. So let's go back over to radar and look at where that storm is. And again, it's going to be up here in Highland Springs, Sandston area, and it continues to track to the north and east. So there it is. The hook is really right over Richmond. So the tornado would be right over Richmond International Airport right now if there's a tornado with this. And there's 64 and 295. So exit 199, exit 200, and then we're going to be almost outrunning the warning at that point. We've had the warning extended farther to the north, but it's going to be very close to really the eastern edge of that warning. But again, you continue to track north, Old Church to Tunstall. Take your tornado safety precautions as this circulation continues to pass across 64, Henrico County on into southeastern Hanover County here over the next 10 to 15 minutes. Still a very strong circulation with the storm right now. Highland Springs down to RIC. Again, there's a live look out of our Millionaire cam looking north, looking right into the base of the storm right now. Of course, it's very difficult to see anything because it is now dark. Again, tornado watch remains in effect for the whole area until 9 o'clock, and we've got numerous warnings around. Lots of different storms with significant rotation. Mike's drawing another storm track on here. It's moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Farmer's Shop Corner at 623. Cherrycoke at 626. Rumford 632. Rosespout at 634, Henley's Fork at 638, Minor at 643, and Miller's Tavern right there along Route 360 at 644 if it maintains its current strength and direction of movement. So again, that's based on that tornado, potential tornado that's moved over Richmond International Airport crossing 64 right now. Let's go back over, Mike, and look at the intensities here of the heavy rainfall. And you see that one hook right there. That is the tornadic storm. It's right on the eastern edge of this warning. And then we have the new warning that's been issued. It includes King William up to Aylett. And then farther south, again, West End starting to calm down now. So that's good. Farther south, we have more in the way of tornado warnings. Again, these pictures of tornadoes you're seeing, they came out of Evergreen, Virginia, which is out near Appomattox, and look at the damage that those produce. Significant damage out in Appomattox, significant damage in Waverly as well, where we've had, unfortunately, 3 confirmed fatalities down that way. But these have been significant tornadoes today, at least 5 confirmed tornadoes to this point in the day, but there could be other ones that just have not been tallied up just yet, but at least 5 confirmed tornadoes. All right, looking down to Dinwiddie County, a little circulation in here. Let's check out the intensities on that, Mike. Again, we're looking at Stony Creek, Carson, Interstate 95. And again, right in here could be a developing mesocyclone, possibly a tornado there. Again, that's going to be just north of Route 40, right in here. That would be the inflow area right here. So circulation a little south and east of Dinwiddie. Again, there's your away component to the winds and your toward component of the wind. So the circulation will be right here south and east of Dinwiddie. Heading north, which will cross 95, a little bit north of Carson. So stay alert up that way as that storm continues to move and approach the Petersburg area. Farther south, again, still a circulation with this storm that's moved up over the state line near Lake Gaston. Again, strong circulation just a little bit west of Triplet currently, and that is going to continue to head north and east. Lawrenceville down to Emporia is where that is going to be headed, right along Route 58. That is a mess between Lawrenceville and Emporia. With this coming on in, I would stay off that road at all costs. Again, looking at what we've got, let's go back over to the regular radar presentation, Mike, and check out what we have with this metro storm first, the one that's out near the airport, and it continues to move very quickly north and east, and it's heading up now into Hanover County. And as it does so, it's going to be approaching King William. Once it moves into King William County, crosses the Pamunkey River. Still a good circulation in there. Again, here's Route 295, so Highway 295, 64. There's the intersection there. So this is going to be out as we get a little bit north and east of there. There's 156, and that is headed up toward Old Church Road. And this will continue to move into Hanover County and eventually into King William County. It's outside of 295 now, and no reports yet of any damage from this or whether or not there was a confirmed tornado as it moved over the airport and through Varina and through Chester and through Lake Chesden. That's where this storm has been. Lake Chesden and then Chester and then Varina, the airports, and now it continues to move north and east across parts of Hanover County, southeast Hanover County. Mike, I see you circling that little velocity area there, and that'd be very near RIC. Let's check in with Mike Stone very quickly for more on what's happening across the area. Mike?
Thanks, Zach. Well, we have the metro tornado warning, but we also have that one going up to the north and east, going into parts of the northern neck. Want to show you the state view here, and we'll show you just the conventional radar and put it in motion, and you can see what's happened just over the last hour. Individual cells are going southwest to northeast, in some cases between 30 and 60 miles an hour. The line is gradually tracking eastward, so areas well west of I-95, the severe weather threat has ended. Northern neck, middle peninsula, we have another hour or two to go until that storm actually clears the coast. But I'll wipe off the radar here and also the lightning, and you can actually see the cluster of warnings that we have. We still have some up for Caroline County, and then over right from Tappahannock down through Aylett, back through the Richmond metro area, and then farther south. We also have that one from Disputanta down towards Carson, and then the one that extends southward towards Emporia for all those cells that Zach was talking about. This cell that we were talking about just a few moments ago, you can see is now tracking past Triplet, and that will continue tracking northeasterly and just in a short amount of time track right over Highway 58. So that's the southern storm. As we come a little bit closer towards the metro, we've had more severe thunderstorm activity in the Tri-Cities area, and we're seeing this circulation here. This is the one that we were looking at just a little while ago. It's right near Carson Road, just west of Halifax and just east of I-85. So there's the one circulation there in Dinwiddie County. That continues to track towards the north and east between about 50 and 55 miles an hour. And then the circulation we had just near the airport just a little while ago, you can see that has now moved off towards the north and east, and it is not as bad as it was. But as Zach and I were talking about a little while ago, over the last few years, that was one of the strongest velocity couplets or juxtapositions that you saw. Just the pure winds estimated by the radar were close to 100 miles an hour. So if there were tornadoes, possibility of an EF1, possibly an EF2. And you can see in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen for you, that's some of the damage that came through with some confirmed tornadoes in Waverly. We've also had a couple other isolated confirmed tornadoes, but right now we continue to watch more activity, and we actually have a new warning coming in right now. It's actually expiring the tornado warning portion for Chesterfield, the city of Richmond, Hanover, and Henrico as the storm pushes out of the warning area. Zach?
All right, thanks a lot, Mike. Yeah, that storm just kind of outkicked its coverage in terms of the tornado warning very, very quickly. So that's kind of a formality for that to be dropped, and that's good to see. So no longer for Chesterfield County, this part of the warning is, this part of the warning be dropped. And we still have that significant circulation moving into parts of Hanover County and eventually King William County with the storm up toward Aylett as well. So rough ride right now outside of 295 and up Route 360. So let's go to the very northern part of the line right now. Mike, if you can take me in, the tornado warning that is for parts of Caroline County. I want to start there and look at the circulation or what we've got in terms of any circulation with the storm down near Bowling Green. Again, here's Route 2, here's Route 301. Again, the circulation is right in here, so it's past Bowling Green, headed for Port Royal. So that's right along Route 17 and 301. We'll probably pass a little bit north of Port Royal up toward Dogue here over the next 10 minutes or so. So that's one tornadic storm to our north. So let's drop farther south along the line, and we've got the storm here that has moved through the metro area, and the circulation not looking particularly strong. But there's one right here between Old Church and Manquin and near Tunstall, and this is going to be moving right across the river now, the Pamunkey River into King William County, and right across 360 as well. So this is moving into King William County, eastern sides of King William County, and we'll go forward. Let's look at the regular intensities here, Mike, if we can, very quickly. And again, so it'd be right in here, any kind of rising motion and a potential tornado right in there. That's going to be heading near Walkerton, right along Route 30 and King William. So King William and Walkerton. And again, so we're looking at the Pamunkey River here, the Mattaponi River a bit farther north, all of that encompassing King William County. Farther south, we get into Hanover County and kind of the back end of this. Now let's check out farther south and look at the circulation that's down with the storm that moved pretty close to Lake Gaston. Here's another circulation. This one's pretty strong. Now this one's near Carson Road. Here's Dinwiddie heading down toward Carson. So between Dinwiddie and Carson in Dinwiddie County, circulation there with this storm. And we'll look at the intensities on that one as well. And again, that is headed to the north and east, much like all the other storms. And it's going to be headed on up. Again, here's 95 behind me. So there's Route 95 for perspective. There's Carson. and there's Route 95, and then here is the storm. So this is between 85 and 95. Then farther south, we've got, I believe, yet another storm that has circulation with it. Is there another one farther south, Mike? It's down near Lake Gaston that we continue to track. Again, so there's the storm. Again, another tornado warning down near Lake Gaston. And this has just been an area that's had a couple different storms come on through the area. Let's check the intensities on this one, if we can. Again, there's the one storm south and east of Lawrenceville, and that's going to be headed up toward Freeman, and the potential for a tornado with that storm. And then is there another one down in North Carolina that's coming up that's going to be crossing the line? Okay, we got another one here with a tornado warning on it. That'll be coming up over Lake Gaston. Strong circulation down here with this one. So Lake Gaston certainly not out of the woods yet. Another storm potentially with a tornado could be coming up right over Lake Gaston. So they've had a couple of them there. It's been a rough hour or so down in Lake Gaston with storm after storm crossing the area. Line continues to shift east. Individual storms are racing to the northeast at 55 miles per hour, but the line itself taking its time getting on through the Richmond metro area. There's a live look here in the Museum District, and looking at this line of storms, it has left a trail of damage here across Virginia. Southeast of Petersburg, storms continue, and they stretch down toward Tappahannock, down Route 17. And then we have this storm that has the tornado warning on it. Farther north as well, tornado warning on this storm, northeast of Bowling Green. So Bowling Green up 301 to Port Royal, potential for a tornado in that area. Let's check the velocities here to get more specific on where that is. And you can see there would be the velocity center. So that's going to be just a little bit west-southwest of Port Royal, and that's going to continue to head up over Highway 17 here away from Bowling Green. So go back to normal radar setup here and look at what we've got farther south. Heavy rain moving into Central Point and Bagby as well as Helmet, and then a very intense core right now right over 30 and Aylet. So that's 30 and 360. So Manquin to Central Garage, very intense storm there, and still a strong circulation there. We still could have a tornado developing somewhere around Manquin over toward the Aylet area. So 30 and 360 around Central Garage, still a potential for a tornado in that area. Kind of a messy presentation here. Let's go back over and look at what we've got. So there'd be an inflow region in here. That'd be just a little bit north and west of King William. So that would be Route 30 between the intersection of 360 and 30 and King William. And then farther south, again, things finally settling down here in Richmond. VCU sounded their tornado sirens earlier. GRTC, I'm being told, is suspending their service for this evening because of the tornadic weather. So GRTC will not be running their buses. I don't know if that's for all night long, but at least for the next few hours, I'm being told that they're not going to be having their service. And again, looking off to the south or the lower left part of your screen, seeing these tornado images coming in from storms that moved on either side of Richmond. We had one down in Appomattox County, one down in Waverly County. Significant tornadoes with significant damage. There's the circulation down, again, down 95, between 85 and 95. Still a strong circulation here. This is south of Petersburg, and that is going to be coming up into Prince George County shortly. So tornado warning continues for Prince George County as well as Dinwiddie County with this circulation. Again, just south and east of Petersburg is where this is going to track. Right now it's due south of Petersburg. It's going to head right across 460 and 295. So stay alert there in Prince George County, city of Petersburg, as this circulation continues to head north and east toward Prince George. Again, stay alert with this storm as it continues to come on through. And Mike's kind of walking us through that. It's going to be very, very close to Old Town Petersburg here. Here's 95 and there's 85 coming out of Petersburg. And that circulation is going to cross right up over the intersection. There's maybe about a mile south and east of there over Flank Road and then over into Prince George County, not too far away from Prince George. So strong circulation there. Tornado warning continues in that area. Again, not much to look at on the overall intensities, but it's taking that away and looking at what the winds are going to do. That really shows you what's happening in these storms. You see the damage coming in. Those are from Waverly, where we've had at least 3 confirmed tornadoes down there, and then we've had extensive damage that looks very similar over to our west. Here are the tornado reports from today. It's been a lot of them. Fluvanna County 1, Appomattox 1, a large tornado that we have a lot of pictures of. Down into Mecklenburg County, a couple tornado reports there, and then the one that resulted in 3 fatalities down in Sussex County near Waverly. Another funnel cloud report north of Fredericksburg, a couple of them up that way. So you see them scattered all about. A lot of times you get a few of them that come in immediately when people start reporting them, reporting damage from them, and the next day you end up getting a whole lot more when you go out for surveys. That's the tornado that occurred out near Evergreen, which is very near Appomattox. Significant tornado there coming in and producing that damage. That's the damage right off Route 460. You're looking at 460 there, and that is the damage that it produced with destruction of some of the buildings there, some of the homes, as well as uprooting trees and shearing some of those trees off about 20 feet off the ground. All right, let's go back into these storms. Looks like we've changed over to a severe thunderstorm warning up north, and then we still have the tornado warning down south. Still a significant storm here in King William County. So Port Royal area up into King George County, we're looking at just a severe thunderstorm warning. Farther south down through Aylett, King William County into King and Queen County, still a circulation with this storm. And again, there still could be a tornado with this storm at any time right along Route 30. And near 360 and 30, so right near Central Garage, heading over toward Walkerton. So about to head across the Mattaponi River and move up into Essex County. So a little bit west of King William and a little bit south and west of Walkerton with that particular storm as it continues to head northeast at 55 miles per hour. Mike's going to draw a storm track for us, and you can see it'll be near Aylett Mill at 634. Henley's Fork at 639, Daisy at 642, Miller's Tavern at 644, Henley Fork, I don't know what the difference is between those two, but we'll go Tappahannock at 652, Kennard at 658. So we're looking at Richmond County now at Kennard and Warsaw. 658 Kennard, 659 in Warsaw with this storm. So again, King and Queen County is right here, Essex County right in here, and then Richmond County up in here. Right now, the storm, the most intense part is still in King William County, and it's going to be passing into King and Queen County, roughly paralleling 360 from Aylett on up toward Miller's Tavern, on up toward the Tappahannock area, and then farther down Tidewater Trail on 17 here, we'll get pretty close to Center Cross, which is going to be right in here, which is going to be right on the southeastern edge of this storm. Right now, it looks like it may pass just a little bit west of there, but there's Dunsville, so getting very close to Dunsville. You're definitely in the threat area right now, as is Miller's Tavern, Stevensville, King William. All areas there as that storm continues to travel northeast at 55 miles per hour. All right, so that's the storm up north. Let's go farther south to the storm. It's coming through parts of Dinwiddie County right now, approaching Petersburg. Mike, let's check out that storm if we can. And it's, again, just a little bit south of Petersburg. It's going to be moving into Prince George County. And there's the tornado warning on it as it continues to head to the north and east. And again, right in here, it's not a very strong signature on the intensities, but when you look at the velocities, again, there's still something in there right along 95 and 295, and that's going to be coming up right across 295 up into Prince George County. See the circulation right there, kind of wrapping up and into the 295 corridor here through Prince George. So stay alert as that circulation moves into Prince George County. So we've got the storm that's currently up in King William County, moving into King and Queen and moving into Essex. And then we have this storm here that's moving from Dinwiddie County into the city of Petersburg, southeast city of Petersburg, over into Prince George County. And then farther south, we've got another storm and a couple storms as you head down toward Lake Gaston. And again, here's one tornado warning here. This one is going to be down near Purdy. Not a whole lot in the way of velocity showing up at the moment, but tornado warning continues for that area. And what you got now, Mike? What are you zooming in on?
Brand new tornado warning. That cell that we've been tracking just southeast of Petersburg. The warning has now been extended to the northeast until 7:15. Hopewell, Charles City, New Kent, and Prince George counties. So we've been mentioning the storms are moving about anywhere from 50 to 55. In some cases, some of these tornadoes have been moving at 60 miles an hour, and some of the velocity scans we've been looking at have also had some winds in excess of 90 or 100 miles an hour as well. Zach?
All right, thanks a lot, Mike. And again, new tornado warning. That is what the storm, as Mike just said, down there near Petersburg. So the storm's right in here. They've extended that tornado warning to include Prince George County, Charles City County as well, as it continues to move north and east. Still a significant rotation with that storm. Again, tornadoes at night. You just can't see what's going on out there. Don't try to see what's going on. A lot of these tornadoes will be rain wrapped, meaning that you've got the rain shaft and the storm developing, the tornado developing within it. You wouldn't see it anyway. So just shelter in place with these. Interior part of your home, lowest floor possible. If you're in a manufactured home, get out of that and find a wood or brick structure. You want to put as many walls as you can between yourself and the outdoors. A hall is always a good place to be, and a closet's always a really good place to be. Basements, the best place you can possibly, if you can get below ground. And again, these tornadoes have been significant today, very intense. One of the hardest hit areas has been Waverly, Virginia. Let's go out to John Burkett for an update on what's happening down there. John.
Zach, we've taken your advice and we are sheltering in place. The mayor has opened the door for us here at the town hall. We are inside the town hall to stay safe as a line of storms on the outskirts of that tornado warning are coming through this area. So we're staying safe inside of town hall. Just down the street, you saw what we saw earlier, a lot of destruction down there. The front of a church ripped off, cars flipped over in ditches, a mobile home taking off its foundation tossed across to the church, and the insides of that mobile home across the street about 200 feet. 3 people confirmed dead here in the town of Waverly. One of those, we are told, is a child. All of them are male victims, and there's about 8 other injuries, according to the mayor. She told us that at a press conference about half an hour ago. We're waiting for another line of storms, as you said, to come through here. We're not sure exactly where they're going to hit. I can tell you it's gotten dark outside. That's what makes this scary, is you can't see anything, and the only thing you can see is an occasional flicker of lightning or occasional flicker of power lines snapping here in the town of Waverly. That gives you an indication of where the winds are. So if you, to reiterate what you said, if you have to, you got to be inside during something like this. We have taken safety precautions. We have hunkered down inside of town hall to maintain our safety here. So we'll get out more in it once this storm passes through and get a little bit more video of the damage. But I can tell you the damage here right now is from Main Street to Mayfield. There is a lot of damage in this area. 3 male victims dead, 8 others injured here in the town of Waverly. Working for you in Waverly, John Burkett, CBS 6 News.
All right, thank you, John, for that update. And again, John is going to be down in here near Waverly. There's it circled right now, and we've got another storm coming up. No warning for him right now, but these storms coming up through Sussex County will pose a risk for more tornadic activity down that way. We have a new tornado warning that's just come out for parts of the northern neck, so let's head in there. And again, this is an extension of the storm that I've been talking about that's been down in King William County and moving into King and Queen, Essex County, and this goes into the northern neck. So Essex, Northumberland County, Richmond County, and Westmoreland County. This is going to be the western sides of Northumberland County and into Westmoreland County, and then Essex County down in the northern, or in the middle peninsula. And Richmond County also up in the northern neck. So that's including Warsaw, the Kennard area. That's this storm that continues to move through the middle peninsula, and it's been moving very, very close to 360. The circulation continues. We had this pass very, very close to King William, between Aylett and King William, and not too far away from Walkerton. And now it's headed north right across 360, going to be heading up into Tappahannock, or very close to Tappahannock. So take your tornado safety precautions if you live in Tappahannock right now. Potential for a tornado to develop and push into your area. Could be a tornado on the ground right now. The signature is still there for the development of a tornado, and a new tornado warning has just been issued, which takes this system from Tappahannock and takes it all the way through the northern neck. So the end of one tornado warning is here. The extension of it, taking it through the northern neck, begins right in Tappahannock as well. So there's that circulation, Tappahannock to Warsaw. Again, get ready for the storm as it moves on in, moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour, and that is going to be taking it near Miller's Tavern at 640. It's basically there. Tappahannock 649, looking at Warsaw at 656, Acorn at 704, Erica at 708. Again, that's taking it way up through the northern neck and even heading up into southern sections of Maryland. So again, new tornado warning for the northern neck, Westmoreland, Essex, Richmond County, and Northumberland County. Again, most of that in the northern neck, but also Essex County here in the Middle Peninsula. So there's the polygon. We have 2 of them now tracking this tornadic storm north through the Middle Peninsula and into the northern neck. Again, farther south, we have the storm that was down near Petersburg. They extended that tornado warning. This is headed up toward Charles City now. There's likely a circulation right in here that's going to be crossing the river. And there it is. Okay, so we have a circulation near Prince George, right over Prince George. That's going to be headed up. There's Hopewell. It's a little south of Hopewell. So the tornado warning, again, it's right over Hopewell and Prince George. Need to take those tornado safety precautions right now as this continues to head right up over the river. You can see the river here coming out of Hopewell. And that is where the circulation is going to pass and then head up into Charles City County. So stay alert as this strong mesocyclone is crossing 295 right now between Hopewell and Prince George. Moved right over Prince George and is continuing up into Prince George County and eventually into Charles City County. Again, there's the intensities here. The tornado would be developing right in here, crossing Route 156. And just some plain old just rain back in Colonial Heights, just to update you on what's happening back that direction. Farther south, we have more storms that have developed down in North Carolina and continue to push into Southern Virginia. We have this one storm, the north storm, that continues to track north and almost out of the warning area here, just a little west of Stony Creek. Maybe a weak circulation there, but nothing very intense at the moment. A little bit in there north and west of Purdy. And then farther south as we get down closer to the state line, a lot of heavy weather around Lake Gaston right now. Still a circulation with that particular storm that's going to be heading up into Brunswick County and will continue to move over into Greensville County. So right now, just a severe thunderstorm warning in North Carolina, but a tornado warning as we get into Virginia, includes Valentine's, Triplet, on up toward the Emporia area. So we'll continue to track that potentially tornadic storm as it moves through southern Virginia. There's the whole line of storms, and notice north of Richmond, from Richmond to Fredericksburg, out of the woods. At the moment, farther south is where we get into some rough weather that continues down that way. And we'll take you along the line once again, just some thunderstorms, severe thunderstorms around Dahlgren, Port Royal, and Colonial Beach. And then farther south, we get into the storm here that's not quite to Tappahannock, but bearing down on Tappahannock at the moment. Very, very close. The circulation getting close to Tappahannock. It'll move on through and then close to Warsaw as well. So tornado warning continues. Again, for King and Queen County, most of the tornadic threat has ended in King William, but King and Queen, Essex, and then across the river into Richmond County as well as the storm continues to head on up, and then Westmoreland County and a little tiny bit of Northumberland County. This is not a Kilmarnock thing or Whitestone, anything like that, or no Lancaster County in there either. This is farther back to the west. You'll get more storms in there shortly, but this is going to pass to your west. Farther south, again, we've got tornado warning here. Nothing for the metro area, but south and east, once you get down a little bit east of Hopewell, is where we have that other tornado warning. The next one in the line, where the circulation continues to head up close to Charles City. So this moved just south of Petersburg, and there's the circulation moving right over 295 and now heading up just a little bit to the west of Charles City. So into Charles City County and not too far away from Henrico County, but Charles City County, tornado warning. And it looks like tornado may pass about 5 miles, if there is one, 5 miles west of Charles City. With that storm, another storm right now north of Purdy, out near Stony Creek. The warning's been dropped with this one, so no longer a tornado warning there. In fact, Mike, is there any warning left with these storms across southern Virginia? We still have a tornado warning down there. We're done. Are we done with these?
We're going to those south there. Okay. That cell that's coming up from North Carolina, there is a severe thunderstorm warning on that. That was the one that had tornado warning a little while ago, but that's just been a severe thunderstorm warning. So most of the activity has been just northeast of Petersburg up through the northern neck and Middle Peninsula.
All right, thanks, Mike. So we have 2 tornado warnings right now in effect. So we have the one that is for King William, King and Queen, Essex, up into Richmond County. That includes the Aylett area up toward Miller's Tavern and Tappahannock. The circulation is going to be right in here, very near Tappahannock. So you need to keep with your tornado safety precautions if you live in Tappahannock, as the storm is going to be crossing the river, heading up into Richmond County, very near Warsaw, Kennard area. So stay alert, Tappahannock to Warsaw, as this storm comes on through the western sides of the northern neck. And farther south, we have the second storm that has a tornado warning on it, and that's moving just a little bit west of Charles City. Again, very, very quick movers. This is a new one here, Mike, just coming out? Yeah. All right, new tornado warning.
Yeah, Dinwiddie, Prince George, and Sussex until 7:15. Storm near Purdy, tracking northeast at 50 miles an hour.
Okay, all right, another fast mover. They've all been just racing today. So we've got another tornado warning now. This one here with this circulation is going to be passing very near Stony Creek and Carson. So stay alert, Carson to Stony Creek. And again, that's looking at parts of Sussex County as this storm continues to move north and east. And you see what's at the end of this warning. That is Waverly. That's where John Burkett is right now, and looking at all the extensive damage that occurred from the tornado earlier today. So another tornado warning, which comes right up through Waverly a little bit later on. So that storm's going to be crossing Highway 40 out near Stony Creek. And again, doesn't look like much when you just look at the regular intensities, but there is a circulation in there, and that'll be passing up over Stony Creek between Carson and Stony Creek and continuing across 95 over into Prince George County, which is right up here, and then this is Sussex County here, and there's the line that divides the two counties. So we've got Prince George County, Sussex County in a new tornado warning that has just come out. So that's the farthest south warning we have, and then farther north we have two that take into account, or we have the one that takes into account the northern neck and the middle peninsula currently, and you see the warnings that are all lined up there. In the upper left-hand box. That's going to take you through a lot of different radar images to kind of show you if you don't see what you want behind me right now. All right, there's the circulation there, a couple miles west of Tappahannock. So again, there's 17, there's Route 17, there's Nailers up in here. And so looking at the circulation just a little bit west of Tappahannock, it's going to come right across the river up near Nailers, and then behind me is Warsaw. So significant rotation right now that we've got that's moving up just a little bit west of Tappahannock and up near Nailers Beach. Let's go back over to Mike Stone very quickly. Mike?
Thanks, Zach. Well, this line that continues to track towards the east, that one cell that we had a little while ago over towards Sanson had a viewer report who lives kind of near the diamond that was looking eastward that was seeing some green flashes in the distance, possibly some transformers being blown up or kind of bursting with the tornado winds. So that activity continues to track to the northeast. Again, as Zach mentioned, not a Kilmarnock or Reedville thing, but Montrose, Warsaw, back through Tappahannock, Aylett, and King William. We'll take a look at the velocities again, and there's this really intense velocity signature here just to the southwest of Tappahannock, just south of Mount Landing Road. That's tracking towards the Nailers area, and we'll get pretty close to, if not slightly northwest of Warsaw as it heads up towards the northeast. I'll show you the statewide view here, and we'll go back to the conventional radar, and we'll back this up a little bit, and you can see what's been going on for the last hour. The individual cells southwest to northeast, but the gradual line is drifting eastward, and this will continue moving through the northern neck and middle peninsula. We did mention that this tornado warning is not including like Kilmarnock, but what we may have going on is as this line moves farther towards the east, we may have more tornado warnings issued farther east throughout the northern neck and middle peninsula. Zach?
All right, thanks for that update, Mike. And yeah, again, the line continuing to move away from Richmond. Still some storms down to our south and west, so we're not done with any rain or thunderstorm activity, but the tornadic threat is shifting to the east. And again, we've got the tornado warning Mike was just showing you here across the middle peninsula and northern neck. Again, the western side of the middle peninsula, western side of the northern neck, but we will likely see more a little bit farther east as this line continues to move over to the east. Still a significant circulation. It's going to be a little bit north of Tappahannock, not too far off really right off Route 17, about 3 miles north and west of Tappahannock. Let's look at the intensities if we can, Mike. And I just want to see the radar presentation. Just looks like you're socked in with nothing but rain, a little bit of hail in there. But overall, we've got the velocity signature that is embedded within all of that. Farther south, again, the other storm. Again, there's your circulation there, north of Tappahannock, and that's headed toward Montrose. So if you live in Montrose, take those tornado safety precautions. Here's the other circulation here, a little bit west of Charles City, and this is, again, pretty good signature on the radar there. And again, that's just west of Charles City headed north. This is Montpelier in Charles City County. There's Roxbury Road, and that is going to be headed north through western sections of Charles City County, and that will continue to move up north. This is 155, so Providence Forge is right here behind my hand, farther north, up 155 from Charles City on up toward Providence Forge. There it is right there. So that circulation is going to come very close to Providence Forge in Roxbury, which is just south of Williamsburg Road, basically right along Williamsburg Road. So here comes another circulation, potential tornado developing western sections of Charles City County between Roxbury and Providence Road, or Providence Forge. Mike is putting some of the roads on there for you. So again, just west of Charles City is where that strong circulation is, and looks like Barnett's Road be the name of that road there, as it continues to track right along that road up into Roxbury, and then eventually across Williamsburg Road and Interstate 64. Another circulation down near Stony Creek. You can see it right in here. There are the intensities, and there's a little circulation there as well, almost due west of Stony Creek. And we'll look at that right in there, circulation west of Stony Creek that's headed up close to Carson. So stay alert between Stony Creek and Carson as that storm moves into the area right along 95 between Carson and Stony Creek. And then farther south, again, a severe thunderstorm warning, which takes into account the storm down in Brunswick County. So for Brunswick, Dinwiddie, Greensville, and North Hampton counties, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for wind gusts 60 plus, some large hail with that storm, but not a tornado warning. So that is a good thing with that storm. Again, you're looking at damage that came in from the Waverly earlier. Significant tornado down there with at least 3 fatalities. We have crews on the ground checking out and just getting the stories from people and just seeing the extent of the damage down there, but it has been significant. They took a direct hit earlier today, and that's not the only area. Out near Appomattox, a large tornado touched down out there near Evergreen, right on 460, and did significant damage to some wood and brick structures and sheared off trees, uprooted trees. And so this has been quite a day for severe weather. Again, looking at this tornado warning that continues, Stony Creek to Carson. Circulation is going to be west of both those locations, but coming in right along 95 between the two. And right in there is where your circulation is going to be. The reds and the greens would indicate where that is, and it's going to come right across 95. So we're looking at parts of Dinwiddie County, Sussex County as well, as this continues to move to the north and east. It looks like Carson may be more in direct line, the main threat for a tornado with this one. And then we have the other storm that's west of Charles City. It's really north and west of Charles City. Circulation there. And Mike, you can take us to a storm track on that one first. That'd be good. And then we'll go to check out the Charles City storm. So this storm down near Stony Creek is headed north and east at about 55 miles per hour. And that's going to take it to probably near Disputana here along 460 a little bit later at 7:11. So Carson 6:59, Disputana at 7:11, Newville at 7:18, Garysville at 7:20. So again, that's that circulation down very close to Stony Creek. And then we have another one that's north and west of Charles City right up in here. And this circulation is going to head up pretty close to Providence Forge the way it looks right now. Roxbury to Providence Forge, Route 155 here between Charles City and Providence Forge. Again, north of that, right around Providence Forge and Roxbury, I think is going to be the main area for this, and along Williamsburg Road. So Mike, if you could put a track on that one as well for us, and we can see where that one is going to be heading. Again, I'd say Providence Forge is going to be very, very close to the circulation here. Take your tornado safety precautions if you live in Providence Forge, and on up across Williamsburg Road, 249 as well through New Kent. There's the track on this one. Mount Castle at 7, Slaterville at 7:08, Cohoke at 7:13, Roman Coke at 7:17, and Shanghai at 7:22. There's an update. See how quickly these things are moving. The radar just updated, and now that circulation is very close to Providence Forge, just about a mile or two southwest of Providence Forge, so it's going to miss Roxbury just a little bit to the east, and it's going to move just a little bit to the west of Providence Forge and come right up 155 across Interstate 64. So here's Williamsburg Road coming through Providence Forge, and then Interstate 64. And there's the storm right there that'll pass very close to Providence Forge and then up into Interstate 64. All right, so that's one tornadic storm. Again, we've got the other one to our north, and we've got another one to the south, the one down near Stony Creek. And you can see the circulation just a little south and west of Carson. Gonna be right in here. So that'd be the circulating wind. It's going to come right over Carson and continue into Prince George County and head up pretty close to Disputana. Mike, can we get a little storm track or a little update? There we go. Just want to see the lapse on that. So this is going to be coming up. May miss Disputana back to the west just by a little bit right now, but a pretty good circulation that continues to move through Carson area right now and may move just a little bit west of Disputana. So that's the tornadic storm there. We've got another one farther north that takes into account Charles City with that particular storm, and then the other one out in the northern neck currently in parts of the middle peninsula. Again, this is the storm that's up near Tappahannock now. We had the tornado warning for the middle peninsula. That'll be allowed to expire. The storm right over Newland to Montrose there, that's the main area of circulation. We'll check out what it looks like on the intensities. You'll just see a big red blob where you have just a lot of very heavy rainfall and a lot of lightning and some hail in there as well. Newland over toward Montrose. That's your circulation where we could have the tornado. It's been a long track mesocyclone here. This one started all the way back down Lake Chesdin area, moved across Lake Chesdin, Chester, moved up through RIC. It's come all the way up 360 and continues to have circulation with it, a fairly good circulation with it, and it will continue to move through Westmoreland County, through parts of Richmond County, Westmoreland County, and then it'll head up into Maryland and we'll be done with that storm. But this has been a long track supercell that could have produced a tornado on numerous occasions based on what it looked like on radar, but no confirmed reports yet. Also had a very significant storm out in Hanover County earlier in the evening. So there's been a lot of activity happening today, a lot of storms that look like they had tornadoes possibly on the ground as we were covering them, and at least there have been 5 confirmed. We know that, but I bet there's going to be quite a few more when the light comes up tomorrow. We start to see what kind of damage that we have around the area. All right, King William up to Tappahannock, Warsaw. Long line of storms there. Again, the circulation here is north of Tappahannock now, continues to move into the northern neck, and this will continue to race pretty quickly through Richmond County and Westmoreland County. And you see where the circulation is right now, very close to Montrose. So take your tornado safety precautions if you live up in Montrose, as this storm will continue to move through your area and then farther north of you up across the river and into Maryland. So take those tornado safety precautions in Montrose, inside of your home, away from any windows, interior part of your home if possible, and as low as you can get, first floor or basement. Basement's always the best place to be in tornadoes. You see why, the significant damage, a lot of that coming to the second stories of homes, roofs being ripped off. You want to get as low as you can as these come on through the area. So we've got the tornado. This is the old tornado warning here. The storm has actually moved out of that box. And then farther south near Charles City, really Providence Forge is now where that other tornado, potential tornado would be. So Mike, let's go in here and look at the storm down near Providence Forge. Again, there's the circulation south of Montrose. Are you seeing something else in the middle peninsula, Mike?
I did want to interject though and say that as the storm went through Tappahannock, we just got a report from the National Weather Service that at 6:45, so about 14 minutes ago, they had multiple structures damaged, and they think that it was an actual tornado that came through at 6:45. So that velocity couplet that we've been tracking may actually have a tornado on the ground, or at least it did about 10 minutes ago. Zach?
All right, thanks for that update, Mike. Again, your radar tells you one thing. The ground reports are always great to have. So potential tornado moving through Tappahannock or move through Tappahannock, and there's the signature coming out of Montrose. This is from a different radar site now. We were looking at Wakefield, now we're looking at the Sterling radar, and that shows you a much better presentation of what's happening out there with the winds toward the radar and away from the radar. New warning now coming out with this storm. That is a significant circulation here. So winds toward and blue and away there in this particular presentation. That's a strong circulation here near Montrose. That's going to head up close to Coles Point. So we're looking at Westmoreland County, Richmond and Westmoreland County, a potential tornado on the ground here. You look at just the regular intensities, it looks like just a regular old line of storms, but you have a strong circulation in here near Montrose, headed up toward Coles Point. take those tornado safety precautions right now. A new warning just now coming out for the area based on the storm that continues a long track circulation. This has been going from parts of southern Virginia all the way up into the northern neck now, and that circulation continues to track up through the northern neck and heading up into eventually Maryland. But right now it is still very much our problem here into Richmond County and Westmoreland County, right over Montross, headed for Coles Point. So possibility of a tornado on the ground, confirmed reports earlier of a tornado on the ground. We could have that again here, Montross to Coles Point, as the storm continues to head on through. Look at the damage from these tornadoes today. All of these images that you're seeing are not from other states that you typically see as storm systems are approaching Virginia. All the stuff is in the Commonwealth of Virginia from all of the tornadoes that we have had for today, and you can see them lined up all across the state. All of these tornado reports, each one of these red icons would indicate a tornado. There's one there near Tappahannock, Waverly, down in Mecklenburg County, the one in Appomattox, a significant tornado there, one in Fluvanna County. So we're looking at least 7 confirmed tornadoes today, and I do think we're going to end up with more than that when all is said and done. All right, so we've got this is another tornado warning, right, Mike? We got one for the Middle Peninsula, Northern Neck, new one just now coming out. So that's going to be with this storm farther south. Let's look at this is going to be Essex, Lancaster, Middlesex, and Richmond County, not city, Richmond County. And that is the storm. I would assume that's the storm that's coming up out of Charles City and Providence Forge. An extension of that, would that be correct, Mike?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, an extension of that tornado, a potential tornado down near Charles City that moved Charles City to Providence Forge, which is going to be right in here at the end of my finger. You don't see it on the map, but there's Roxbury, there's Providence Forge. So again, new circulation, and there it's going to be right there coming into New Kent, the way it looks right now. Elton, can you pick up the printout of that so I can look at it real quickly and just see what it says? But it looks like that circulation, again, was in Providence Forge, moved right up 155, crossed Interstate 64. Now it's headed up 155 and 249 right into New Kent. So if you live in New Kent, take your tornado safety precautions right now. The dangerous storm going to be near, eventually West Point. The storm was over New Kent. Okay, so this is the storm we're looking at right here. That's the circulation coming up over New Kent. And so this tornado warning, this is a really long tornado warning because they're moving so fast. So this includes counties all the way through the northern neck, now the eastern side of the northern neck. So you are in Lancaster and you're in it as well in Northumberland. So this is going to include Whitestone, Kilmarnock, Ophelia, Burgess, all these areas in the northern neck under the tornado warning. And notice behind me here, Urbana saluted. I need to retract that, do I not, Mike? The location of the warnings? Let me look at that back out once again for you folks out in the northern neck. Let's go back once again. I need to what I just said. Okay, very, very close, but not the case here. So let me just retract that statement concerning Kilmarnock and Whitestone. This does not include you. Okay, so I just was looking at this storm, assuming the northeastern movement, seeing all these counties on here, it goes just to the west of you. So it does not include Kilmarnock or Whitestone. Reedville's awfully close. Once you get up toward Ophelia and Burgess, it's going to be awfully close there as well. But it does include a much larger chunk of Lancaster County as well as Northumberland County. And the storm will continue to head in your direction. So again, correction on the far eastern sides here of the northern neck. So we continue to track the storm over New Kent as it moves through the Middle Peninsula here, and it's going to come real close to West Point. So right now the storm is over New Kent, moving northeast. It's going to be near Poplar Grove at 7:06, Lanesville at 7:10, Roman Coke 7:13, Shanghai 7:18, Coldwater 7:22, Churchview at 7:26. Jamaica at 7:27. So that is taking it all the way up into parts of Middlesex County and into Essex County. So again, that's the circulation over New Kent, right in there. Again, there's Lanesville, and then over here behind me is the West Point area. So this storm is going to continue to track through New Kent and head up into King William County. Again, very small area in New Kent County into King William, because we're looking at here the Pamunkey River. So there's the circulation right over New Kent. So it's going to be right in here now, passing a little south and east of Lanesville and coming a little bit west of the West Point area. So Highway 33 is going to be right in here, and it looks like it's going to pass maybe just a little bit west of that across the Pamunkey and then the Mattaponi River. So circulation there, new tornado warning coming out right over the New Kent area and heading north and east. And this will continue through parts of King William, King and Queen County. Again, all the counties really together close here. So Middle Peninsula on up into the northern neck. And you see behind me, Reedville down to Kilmarnock, just on the outer edge of this, but not quite in it. And Mike's looking at the vertical aspect to these storms, and right now they're not as high as some of the ones that we had earlier in the night, but some of these up over 30,000 feet at times. We had some that were over 40,000 in the height of the afternoon. And if we can go back, I want to look at the storm that's up near Montrose first, Mike, and then we'll come back down into the Middle Peninsula. So we have the storm up near Montrose. Okay, there it is right there. And there's the circulation. Again, that's a significant circulation, Montrose to Coles Point. So possibility of a tornado on the ground between Montrose and Coles Point. And that will continue to head between the two, hopefully between the two. But you see there's people that live in there as well. This storm will continue to track to the north. You see it was very, very close to Montrose. It's like it took a jog. And do we have that set up right, Mike? I think our map is tilted a little bit. Let's set this thing back up. There we go. There we go. Yeah, we were kind of, thought it was me for a while. All right, there we go. So Montrose to Coles Point, there is the circulation there. And you can see as we put that in motion, it continues to move north and east. And there it goes, very near Coles Point, crossing the Potomac River right now. A likely tornado as it moves up into Maryland. So near Coles Point, likely tornado there. It's heading across the Potomac up into southern Maryland. And then we have this other storm that has a tornado warning for the city of Hopewell, Petersburg, Charles City, and Prince George. Mike, is that a new warning that has just come out?
Brand new. Doppler radar indicated tornado near Prince George, close to Petersburg, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Brand new warning as of just 7:07.
All right, let's check out where that storm is, where the circulation is. It says down near Prince George. Okay, you can see it right there. Very clear to see where the circulation is. So this storm coming on through, there's 95 right there, and there's Highway 156. There's Disputana, so this is 460, and there's 295. So the circulation is going to be very, very near Petersburg right now. And this is going to be moving north and east. Again, there's Prince George, there's Petersburg. Okay, it's going to be moving up toward Prince George. And as it does so, it's going to be heading over toward Garysville. So there's Prince George. Storm just past 95, just south of, just south of the 295 and 95 intersection there. And it looks like it's going to pass just a little south of Prince George. Get a new tornado warning with this storm south of Prince George that will continue to track to the north and east. A brand new tornado warning, which includes southeast sides of the city of Petersburg. Want to let you know you're watching CBS 6 News at 7 with continuous coverage here of the tornadoes and ongoing tornado warnings here across central and eastern Virginia. You see the damage that it's done there. We'll continue to kind of funnel through all of these images and video from the tornadoes and the damage that we've had so far today. The pictures would show you significant tornadoes themselves, and the damage also is significant to all types of different structures. Some very sturdy structures have been completely torn apart. So this has been a significant severe weather outbreak here in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and probably the most significant that I've seen in my nearly decade of being here. Looking at what we have in terms of tornado warnings, you've got another one here and a hook echo. Let's take you into that hook echo. Mike, can you take us in closer there? And again, right there, that feature there indicates inflow winds to the storm, rising motion, likelihood of a tornado developing here, and that's going to be due south of Prince George, and there's the circulation right there. So again, 295 and 95, and then there's 460. So 460 coming just past the 295 overpass is where this is going to pass. Going to come right across 460, a little bit south and east of Prince George, and it's coming across 460 right now. So get off that road between Petersburg and Disputana. Let this storm move by. There could be a tornado on the ground with this storm as it continues to pass right across 460. Again, there's hook echo right there. Indication of a developing tornado right across Quaker Road, and it will continue to pass across 460 and move up into other parts of Prince George County, and will continue to move north and east. And this has got to be the third, maybe the third storm that's passed through Prince George County today with a tornado warning on it. We've had quite a few of them. Again, there's the circulation once again passing up over 460, and we also have the one, again, the far north storm, and moved beyond Coles Point and moved across the Potomac into Maryland. We're done with that storm. And again, we have this storm farther south that's down near Prince George, a little south of Prince George, and then another storm farther north. Mike, let's pan up just a little bit farther north, and we've got the storm that's coming in here, New Kent County, and into parts of King William and King and Queen counties. And there's a circulation going to be right in here, going to pass pretty close to King and Queen Courthouse here shortly. And we'll continue to head up into the Middle Peninsula, more of the Middle Peninsula and northern next. There's the circulation coming right across King and Queen Courthouse. So if you live in that area, take those tornado safety precautions right now. Let's head over to meteorologist Mike Stone. Mike?
And Zach, that tornado warning continues to go up through the northern neck. Now, we mentioned this a little while ago, that we had that one tornado warning. The newer one has been issued just south of that. It does not include Kilmarnock, but up towards Jamaica and then up towards Lotsburg, that's where the activity will be. One thing I want to remind you, you may lose power during this if you haven't already done so. Our CBS 6 Weather Authority app and also our website at WTVR.com, we have live streaming. So if you do lose your power, you can keep up with the current coverage right now. In terms of the warnings that we have, you can see, I'm going to kind of wipe the radar off there just for a little bit. You can see we have one warning there from Tappahannock to just west of Lotsburg, but then the new one has taken up residents just south of that. And then farther south, we have those other ones going just near and southeast of the Tri-Cities over to Charles City down towards Stony Creek. And some new activity coming in from North Carolina has been mainly in the form of some strong thunderstorms, severe thunderstorms, but we also have more activity across northeastern North Carolina. If this stays on the same trajectory, that should just miss most of our viewing area, but maybe in about an hour or two, that may clip parts of the southern Middle Peninsula, like maybe Gloucester or Matthews County. So that's what we have going on right now. It would probably take me an hour to read to you all the damage reports that we have, mostly wind damage in terms of trees down, some power lines down. We've had some sections where over 5,000 people are without power right now. And just want you to know that just because you may be under a severe thunderstorm warning, don't think that, oh, it's not a tornado warning, so I really don't need to do anything. Some of these storms have been producing some winds over 60, 70 miles an hour. And in some cases, straight line wind damage can do more widespread damage than actual tornadoes. Zach?
All right, thanks, Mike. Yeah, good advice there. Looking down to the south, again, we have some scattered storms that continue down into Greensville County and Brunswick County. These are severe, meaning they have strong gusty winds like Mike was just mentioning, but no tornadic threat at the moment. We do have this one storm with a tornado warning on it. And farther north, again, we've got this one area here. The storm has moved a little bit out of there. Strong circulation continues, and this is going to be very near 460. In fact, it's jumped across 460 now, south and east of Prince George, heading up toward Garysville. Strong circulation with the storm in Prince George County. Tornado warning continues in effect there. And again, this intensity has really ramped up here. Southeast of Prince George, outbound winds here in the pink, inbound winds in the green. So a strong circulation south and east of Prince George. It's heading across Old Stage Road and heading up toward Garysville. So stay alert if you live up that way as this storm continues to move northeast at about 55 miles per hour. These winds Mike are showing are outbound winds and inbound winds showing very strong gate-to-gate shear. And this is going to be the Prince George area and up toward Garysville eventually. Still a little bit of a hook with that, with the intensities. Now farther north, we have more in the way of tornadic storms as you get up to the storm that's racing through King and Queen Courthouse right now. So right in here, another potential tornado with this storm. That's going to be heading up into Oakley. So we're looking here at Essex County. And again, this is King and Queen County up into Essex County. And right here is Middlesex County once you get in Jamaica and Church View. So significant circulation over King and Queen Courthouse. It's going to be headed up to the north around Oakley eventually and on up into the northern neck. So stay alert again across the river as we cross the river up into the northern neck. So it's going to take into account Oakley, maybe as far south as Jamaica with that circulation. So those two main storms right now, again, there's the storm right over King and Queen Courthouse. Back to the west around King William and Manquin, just some general thunderstorms and no tornadic circulation at the moment. But again, there's the threat area right now in central King and Queen County at King and Queen Courthouse. So broad view right now, we've got the 2 tornado warnings. We've got this one and the one farther south and the one farther north. Again, that's the one that went through Tappahannock, Montrose areas, moving into Maryland currently. But just these 2 warnings right now. The circulation down to our south is the most intense one. Let's check that one out again as this moves up near Prince George County. And you can see still a very strong presentation here south and east of Prince George. So we have outbound winds, inbound winds, and again, that's going to be moving through Prince George County, continuing to do so, Garysville, and eventually up toward Charles City. So once again, Charles City, last one went a little west of you. This one could come right up over the top of you here as it continues to come through Prince George County. So stay alert up in Charles City of this storm coming up this way. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning farther south from these storms, not a tornado warning, but just a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:45 for Colonial Heights and Petersburg, as well as Dinwiddie, Greensville, Prince George, and Sussex counties. So just a severe thunderstorm warning, still can produce damage, wind gusts 60 plus, but not a tornado warning here farther south. Again, we still have the significant circulation around Prince George, in Prince George County, near Prince George, that continues to head toward Garysville and eventually Charles City. I tell you, if you live in Charles City, this is coming on through very, very quickly. Again, there's the circulation. It's going to be headed right near Charles City, and this is Montpelier in Charles City County, not up in Hanover County, but Charles City County, and this is going to be headed right near Charles City. So tornado warning continues for Prince George and into Charles City County. And Mike's drawing a storm projection on there for us. Garysville at 716. Barnett's at 723, Ruthville at 728, Mountcastle at 731, Walker's at 736, Slaterville at 740, Cohogue at 745. That's based on a movement to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. So these storms continue to race through the area. And again, we've got the storms up north, Warsaw, Tappahannock, just general storms, but we have the circulation here, the tornadic circulation that continues. There's King and Queen Courthouse. Now we're moving up a little bit north and a little north and east of there now, headed for Oakley. So if you live in Oakley, take your tornado safety precautions, and then Sharps as well. So right across the river from Oakley to Sharps, going to be in the threat area here, and eventually Farnham if this continues to maintain itself from the Middle Peninsula into the northern neck. And I see no reason why it wouldn't, because these circulations have been very long lasting. Again, right in there we have that little weak echo area. That is the circulation potential tornado. Oakley, Sharps, and eventually Farnham as it crosses the Rappahannock River. So stay alert here, Essex County, parts of Middlesex County as well, and then into Richmond County as we head into the northern neck. So stay alert as the storm comes on in. Very real potential for a tornado with that storm. And farther south, again, very real potential for a tornado here heading into Charles City. Strong circulation continues here, and this is heading right into Charles City. Again, strong presentation on Doppler radar here and a hook echo that this could be coming right into Charles City. With any luck at all, it'd move a little bit west of town, but this one looks like it's going to come awfully close. And there it is. There's the tip of the hook. That's where the tornado would be, right in here. And then there is downtown Charles City where 155 comes right into town. So stay alert here. Take those tornado safety precautions. This is going to be on you in a matter of just a couple of minutes. Again, you can see that hook feature there, an indication of a very well organized storm. Two warnings. You can see them up the upper left-hand part of your screen. The storm for the Middle Peninsula, the storm also for Charles City area, and there they are right there. And you see what some of these storms have done. Large tornadoes and extensive damage here across Virginia, and we are far from being done with this storm system. All right, looking at these once again, let's check the north storm as it heads up toward Jamaica area and Farnham. And you can see there's the circulation. It's going to pass a little west of Jamaica right now. There's Tappahannock, so I'd say Dunsville to Center Cross. Take those tornado safety precautions. Again, this is Route 17 running out of Tappahannock. You've got Dunsville and Center Cross, which are going to be in the path of the storm. There's Dunsville right there. There's Oakley. And then there's Sharps as we get across the Rappahannock River and over toward the Farnham area. So right along Route 17 between Dunsville and Jamaica, that is right in the center line for this thing as it continues to cross Route 17 here very, very shortly in Essex County and a little bit of Middlesex County and crosses the river into the northern neck. So again, intense storm there that continues to travel north and east. Let's go back down to the south storm. This one's going to be down in Charles City. Again, still looking at the hook and the presentation there on radar, and there's the latest image, and we'll get an update here momentarily, and I expect the circulation to be right here on the west sides of town. That's probably where it is right now. Any developing tornado would be on the west side of Charles City right now, and there could easily be a tornado with this storm, the way that the radar presentation looks and the way that we're looking at this intensity of the rainfall here. Montpelier again in Charles City County. So you got Charles City just west down Route 5, so Charles City Road and 155. Circulation is going to be about 2 miles west of there. Take your tornado safety precautions and stay in them as we head through the next about 10 to 15 minutes as this storm continues to track very close to you. Let's check the velocities on that, Mike, and look at it one more time. Again, there it is, and it's going to update. I think that we're maybe lagging behind just a little bit. It may be right up in here at the moment here, right along Route 5, just a little bit west of Charles City. And again, looking at that hook presentation, you'd expect the tornado to be right in here somewhere, just a little bit west of Charles City. All right, back to the north storm as we head up into parts of Essex County. Let's go back to that one and get a look at what's bearing down on the Oakley area. And there it is right there. That's a very, very good presentation of likely tornado with this storm. And again, there's Center Cross right there at the end of my fingers. There's Center Cross. There is King and Queen Courthouse. Mike, you want to add something to this?
That is the latest velocity scan that we have on the right. We were pointing out that on our other system, the velocity was hanging back, but you can see on the left-hand side, we just had a new update of the reflectivity, and the velocity on the right-hand side will update. But where you see that little upside-down triangle, that's where the center of the circulation was, and it looks like it's getting closer to Center Cross with that latest radar scan. Zach?
All right, thanks a lot, Mike. Yes, and again, it's hard for me to see. It looks like right in here is where the circulation is going to be very, very close to Center Cross. Right in here, you got kind of this little donut hole. It looks like the circulation will be coming right up very, very close to Center Cross. So take those tornado safety precautions. If you live there, it'll be on you in a matter of seconds here. Again, the circulation here away from the radar toward the radar, and that's going to be very, very close to Center Cross. Right there along the Rappahannock River, right along Route 17, and that's going to be out in Essex County. So again, likelihood here of a developing tornado approaching the Center Cross area. Let's go back over now and look at the other presentation on Max. Again, there's the velocities, kind of a broad velocity signature there. Oakley over toward Sharps, up toward Dunsville. And look at the overall just the intensities here as we get down in the storm in the Charles City area. I want to look at that storm one more. So we've got this storm heading up into the northern neck, and here's the Charles City storm. And again, it would be back in here. We had the tornado. There you go, right over there, right over Montpelier, a little north and west of Charles City. So we have toward winds there, away. So circulation right there near Roxbury Road. So this is going to be very near Roxbury Road and Charles City Road. Just about a mile over the east of that is where the tornado would be. And that is headed up to Providence Forge once again. So stay alert in Providence Forge. There's not a tornado warning right now from Providence Forge to Roxbury. Notice the line ends there. But this storm will likely continue to maintain itself, and I do expect there to be a tornado warning issued here at any moment. That it probably takes into New Kent once again, and it's going to be Providence Forge once again, and King William once again. So another storm coming up over the same area has got a circulation with it, and I do expect that we're going to have a continuation of that here very, very shortly. Farther south, we've got just severe thunderstorms right now. Carson, Stony Creek, Purdy. These storms currently don't pose a tornadic threat. There's not a whole lot in there in terms of any circulation, but winds could exceed 60 miles per hour with some of these, and we could have some large hail as well. But the tornadic threat is a little bit farther north now with the storms that are up in Charles City County. So let's go back to those, Mike, if we can, and look at the storm that's headed up toward Providence Forge. Again, decent circulation. It's going to be just a little south and west of Providence Forge right now. And again, right there over Montpelier. And that is going to be headed up toward Providence Forge, a little north and west of Charles City. So that's one storm that has a potential tornado with it. And the other one's going to be farther north, maybe through Oakley. And that's probably a continuation of the tornado warning, is it not, Mike?
It's the new one.
The new one. Okay, and that's the one that takes us, there it is, right there. Okay, so we talked about how Roxbury and Providence Forge weren't in the tornado warning, and there they've now extended it. So now it does include New Kent and Quinton and on up into the Middle Peninsula. So same areas that were just overrun by that one storm, getting another one. So a new tornado warning now for the Middle Peninsula, which includes New Kent County, King William County. And again, this tornado warning, this lead one is for the storm that's moving into Essex County right now, heading over towards Center Cross. There it is right there, passing through Center Cross and over the Rappahannock River, headed for Sharps currently. That's the lead one. Then we have one behind it, and there's actually two warnings together, but it's for the same circulation. The one here that's located north and west of Charles City, that's going to be headed between Roxbury and Providence Forge. I was just saying that 45 minutes ago, but it's a storm that's another right between the two. Once again, the exact same area. So again, we've got the tornadic storm between Roxbury and Charles City, which is going to continue to head north and head up toward New Kent once again. So take your tornado safety precautions. You just had one storm move on through. Going to have to do it again as another storm comes on through the area. New tornado warning issued for parts of the Middle Peninsula. So Northern Neck down through the Middle Peninsula is the hot spot right now as these storms continue to develop. There's the north storm. Mike, has that thing crossed the river yet? It's getting very, very close to crossing Rappahannock River. It's in Essex County. There's the circulation right there. This is Route 17. It's a Tidewater Trail. The circulation's crossing 17 right now. It's moving right across Garrett's Marina. So Garrett's Marina near Center Cross is where the tornado would be right now. So it's crossing Garrett's Marina across the Rappahannock River and heading into Farnham. So stay alert on the Rappahannock River and now on the south bank here of the Northern Neck as you get into Richmond County, heading up toward Farnham. That potential tornado crossing Center Cross, Garrett's Marina, and on up into the Farnham area. And it will continue to head up toward Lottsburg and Kinsale. So stay alert here in the Northern Neck as the storm heads on through. Again, farther south, we have the other storm that is moving pretty close to Roxbury and Providence Forge. Circulation is going to be right in here. It's passed on by Charles City, and that's going to come up toward New Kent. So we have the new tornado warning through New Kent County and on up through King William and King and Queen counties. So that's an extension there of that particular tornado warning. And again, the storm is going to be very close to Providence Forge. Right in here is where the potential developing tornado would be. Same area that we saw just a little while ago, right in between Roxbury and Providence Forge. So it's been a lot of activity just west of Charles City and between these towns here along Williamsburg Road. It has been a rough go of it as well, and that'll pass right across Interstate 64 once again. So let's go back over to Mike Stone for another quick update. Mike?
Thanks, Zach. Want to update you on the warnings. We haven't had anything issued in the last couple of minutes, but again, these warnings stretch from the Northern Neck back through the Middle Peninsula to East I-95. We still have some heavy rain and some thunder and lightning in the downtown area and just south of Richmond. No severe weather with that. It's just a really bad thunderstorm with some gusty winds. The severe weather now is beginning to shift east of I-95. And as we've mentioned this before during the coverage so far, the individual cells are moving southwest to northeast, but as you notice, the line is gradually tracking off towards the east. So areas east and southeast of these tornado warnings, not out of the not out of the woods just yet. Out towards the west, we're starting to see things beginning to calm down a little bit. There still will be some gusty winds. One thing we mentioned is after the storm passes by, we're still going to have some strong wind gusts tonight and tomorrow, not related to severe weather, but just with the parent storm, which is tracking west of us. So we have the severe weather to get through for the next 1 to 2 hours east of I-95. Then as you go a little bit farther south, that activity is right near I-95 right now. Currently, there's a severe thunderstorm warning throughout parts of Dinwiddie County over to just near Stony Creek and up towards the Tri-Cities. And that kind of meshes into a tornado warning that had been there for a while. So you can see the velocities right now. The one we continue to watch here near Providence Forge, that continues to track towards the northeast. And the latest in terms of the velocity near Sharps, that is tracking to the northeast towards Farnham. So that's where the current velocities are right now. And there's the latest Doppler scan. Sometimes the reflectivity comes in before the velocity scan. So it looks like that has now passed over the river and is right near the Farnham area. So even though the circulation's back a little bit on this image, it looks like the circulation may be in this general area right now, even though that one velocity product had been logging behind a little bit. So I'll take you out to the wide view, and you can see the progression over about the last hour of the storm. So west of I-95, we're in good shape. Near and east of I-95, we still have the severe weather potential. And as of right now, we just had a new severe thunderstorm warning issued over towards Surrey and Sussex. So that is from this activity that's coming up from North Carolina. We mentioned this a little bit before. It's a tornadic storm down across parts of North Carolina down here, but as that tracks to the northeast, that should miss a good chunk of our viewing area. However, we do have this severe thunderstorm warning now, which has been issued, and that may clip Wakefield coming up within the next hour. Zach?
All right, thanks, Mike. Again, we have two storms that have significant rotation with them. One of them is crossing the Rappahannock River. It's now into the northern neck. That is the lead storm, and this storm, we've watched it come a long way. Many of these storms have had long track circulations with them. And you see it right now. It's crossed the Rappahannock. It's moving in to Richmond County over toward Farnham, and it continues. It's going to move through Farnham and then Lottsburg. There's still a circulation with the storm, and it will move very quickly through the northern neck and then up into the Potomac River and then southern Maryland, clipping southern Maryland. But right now, let's look at the circulation with this storm, Mike, if we can. And it's going to be pretty close, heading pretty close to Farnham, and I think this probably needs to catch up. Circulation is going to be very near Farnham, so it could have a tornado with this near Farnham, and that's going to come up near Lottsburg, and then it will continue to head north. So it's in the northern neck right now, and will continue to travel through. Again, what we're looking at is Richmond County, and then on, say that once again in my ear. Okay, just coming out right now, the governor, Terry McAuliffe, has declared a state of emergency for Virginia in light of today's storms and tornado outbreaks. So a state of emergency has been declared by Governor Terry McAuliffe because of today's tornadoes. So again, we continue to track these tornadoes through the area. And there's the intensities there on the left side of your screen, and looking at the velocities on the right side of your screen. Again, this passed very near Center Cross, probably right over Garrett's Marina and Center Cross, across the river, head up toward Farnham, and eventually up toward Lottsburg. That's the lead storm. We have a storm behind this as well, and that one's farther south. That one is going to be coming very, very close to New Kent once again. And you see Providence Forge here. There it is. That's the storm. Let's get back over to the other presentation if we can, Mike, if possible, and look at where that storm is. So here's the new warning here. And so there's the velocity between Providence Forge and New Kent, coming over the exact same areas as earlier. It will continue to move north and east very rapidly, so the tornado warning continues in effect for that area. And then farther south, Mike, is that just the warning that just has not been allowed to be canceled yet? Or is this something new?
That's the one that's been there for a while, but there is, looks like some rotation developing in that storm.
Yeah, that's something that's really ramped up here over the past 10, 15 minutes or so. This is 95. This is south of Prince George now. This continues to head on up toward Garysville once again. I mean, some of these things, these storms keep tracking over the same area, trending one area over the other. And you can see some circulation with this as this continues. That same track, just a little south of Prince George in the tornado warning, as well as Garysville, and this is going to continue to head on up. And once again, Charles City, this would be round number 3, at least for the Charles City area, or at least in the neighborhood of Charles City, as this continues to come on through. Again, a lot of lightning here, a lot of strong rising motion. There's Prince George, and south of there, so there's Carson down there at the end of my finger. It's beyond Carson, but getting a little bit of a curvature here in the intensity pattern, indicating that rotation that's developing in the storm. So we've got that mesocyclone right now. That is going to be heading up over 460 here shortly, and then it's going to be heading up again toward the Charles City area once again. So this tornado warning, how long does this tornado warning go for, Mike? Is this an 8 o'clock or a later?
I'm going to have to double check on that.
Okay. So 7:45 on this storm. Okay, so Hopewell, Petersburg, Charles City, and Prince George. That's until 7:45 on that particular storm. Hopefully this thing will begin to weaken some over the next 15 to 20 minutes, but we haven't seen that happen with any storms just yet. They've all maintained their intensity. So we're looking at New Bohemia at 7:34, Garysville at 7:45, Greenway at 7:52, New Hope at 7:53, and Walker's coming up at 8:02. again, another tornadic signature here. A tornado warning continues. This is going to be not too far away from Disputana at all. Just a couple of miles is where it will cross 460 from Disputana. Between Prince George and Disputana is where this mesocyclone will pass, and it will continue farther north as we get into parts of Charles City County and very near Charles City. Once again, an area that's already seen quite a few tornado warnings. And you see all the damage that's coming in. If you're just now joining us in the bottom left-hand part of your screen, those damage images there, some of those from Evergreen, which is out near Appomattox, right along Route 460. And then some of the other damage you're seeing like that right there, that is from the Waverly area where we've had 3 confirmed tornadoes, or 3 confirmed fatalities, excuse me. And the tornadoes, we've had at least 7 confirmed tornadoes, a lot of them here across Virginia. And you can see as time wears on all the different reports of wind damage or large hail or tornadoes. And so we've got those reports there, and unfortunately 3 fatalities. The governor has declared a state of emergency based on today's rough weather outbreak. And I don't recall that happening at any point in the last decade. Maybe it has for a tornado event, but I don't recall it. All right, looking at the watch that continues until 9 o'clock. All areas here in the red. The back end of this has been trimmed off, but we still have a couple of warnings. We've got the one in the northern neck and middle peninsula, and then one farther south as we get into the Charles City area. That's going to be this one. This one in the middle is kind of one that's just been sort of caught in there from an earlier storm that continues. Let's take you down the line here. And we've got 3 distinct storms, really. So we've got the one up near Lotsburg. Let's check this out on the velocities. There's the velocities as it heads toward Lotsburg. And this is going to pass between Kinsale and Lotsburg. So before we had the one that passed through Montross and Coles Point. This is a little bit farther south and east. So Kinsale and Lotsburg. Over toward Louisetta, take those tornado safety precautions as this tornadic storm continues to head through the northern neck and out across the Potomac River. And again, it is racing at 55 miles per hour. So it's moved just a little past Farnham now, or moving past Farnham as we speak, and will continue to head toward Kinsale and Lotsburg as well as Louisetta. Then farther south, we've got another storm. This is going to be down near New Kent. And this storm still has circulation with it very near New Kent, heading north and east. The tornado warning continues here. Stay alert. Lanesville down as far over to the east as West Point with that second storm. And then the third one is the one farther south as we get down and look at this circulation a little bit west and northwest of Disputana. That would be the third storm. So 3 significant circulations right now. All could produce tornadoes at any time. So again, 3 warnings, 3 storms. We have other warnings that are just severe thunderstorm warnings right now. But the main threat will be those 3 storms. And notice down here, Mike mentioned this earlier, some storms coming up into Hampton Roads, and that might move into Southampton, Isle of Wight, but could eventually clip Gloucester and Matthews, like what we saw happen earlier this afternoon. So just because storms kind of get south and east of Sussex down closer to Norfolk doesn't mean they can't clip parts of the Middle Peninsula. So we continue to track these storms, Northern Neck, Middle Peninsula, on down into the Charles City area. Again, 3 distinct storms with rotation with them. We'll go back to the North Storm, and the North Storm continues with a strong circulation that's near Lotsburg now, and in 10 minutes this thing's going to be out across the Potomac and moving into Maryland. So about 10 more minutes with this particular storm. There's the circulation over Kinsale, and you see a significant circulation. It's a little west of Lotsburg. Looks like it's going to be right over Kinsale right now. So again, I'd continue with the tornado safety precautions, Lotsburg to Kinsale, as this storm continues to move through parts of Northumberland County. It'll continue to lift to the north. So we're looking at really part of this is Westmoreland County, and part of this is Northumberland County, and this is going to head out across the Potomac River. So this storm, getting about 10 more minutes, and it is out of Virginia across the Potomac. The other storm farther south is going to be now moving into King William County, not too far away from Lanesville. So between New Kent and Lanesville, we continue with the circulation there that is passing up close to Lanesville and eventually King and Queen Courthouse. Just had one a little while ago, go right over King and Queen Courthouse. This will be another one right over King and Queen Courthouse. That circulation right there, going to head north right over King and Queen Courthouse. And then farther south, the south storm continues to develop and push through the 460 corridor. And there's an update on that. And around Prince George is where this circulation will be. There's Garysville. So we have outbound winds and then inbound winds pretty close to Prince George, and that storm will continue to head up through Prince George County and then into Charles City County. Once again, this is taking the exact same track as the other one that moved. We've had a couple storms that have moved just west of Charles City. This one is going to come very, very close to that same trajectory again, just a little south and east of Hopewell. So there's the storm. There's a little bit of a hook presentation on this, and it will continue to ride right along really the eastern edge of the warning here, this pink line, and come up pretty close to Garysville. So if you live in Garysville, take those tornado safety precautions as this tornado, potential tornado, heads in your direction. Again, Hopewell on the back edge of this. The main threat is going to be farther down to the south and east. I hear another warning coming in. Let's go back over to meteorologist Mike Stone. Mike.
Well, Zach, that new tornado warning that's just being issued right now, thankfully southeast of our viewing area, it's southeast of that warning that includes Wakefield. So that cell that's coming up from North Carolina, that is where the new tornado warning is for the about the next hour or so. It expires at 8:15, so actually 30 minutes or so. So that's the new tornado warning that we have right now, and a brand new tornado warning being issued right this second. Charles City, City of Hopewell, Henrico, James City County, King William, King and Queen, New Kent, and Prince George. That is until 8:15. The storm that we've been talking about near Prince George or near Fort Lee, that's tracking to the northeast at 55 miles an hour. So let me recenter the map, and then Zach, you can talk about that one.
All right, so new tornado warning, and that's going to be for Hopewell, Henrico County as well. These just keep coming one after another. So it's this circulation right here, the one that we were talking about down near Prince George. And notice that the way that these polygons are drawn, they can clip little tiny areas of counties, and it brings the whole county, or at least half a county, into the mix. And you've got Henrico County up here, just a tiny little bit of Henrico County in there. So there's Varina, there's Henrico County, and there Mike's taken off so you can actually see what's going on here. Just a little bit of Henrico County is in there. So Richmond, downtown Richmond, short pump, don't worry about this. This does not affect you at all. Even Varina is pretty far on the western side of all of this. The warning is just a little bit of Henrico County. Also, you just need to note that where this is tracking right along Hopewell, so Hopewell is going to be in this warning just for a short period of time, just in terms of the threat area. It's right over Prince George, and you guys in Hopewell, this is going to move past very quickly, so that will end the threat for you. Right now, circulation is going to be just a little south and east of Hopewell, so definitely take your tornado safety precautions right now. But this will continue to track, and I'd say 10 more minutes, you're good. You're in the clear as this heads between Hopewell and Garysville. So a lot of locations are in here that may be impacted just very, very minorly in terms of its overall spatial inclusion in the warning. And then other areas are going to be on the front end of this that will quickly be out of the woods. So again, that warning, it does include Hopewell. You guys are in the threat area, but it's down here a little farther south and east, Prince George, up toward Garysville, where we have that tornadic circulation. And you see right in there with winds toward the radar in green and away in red. So near Prince George, heading up toward Garysville and eventually Charles City. So we've seen this trajectory of storms several times tonight already, and we've got another one taking the same track. So new tornado warning in effect till 8:15. It does include parts of Henrico County, but very, very, very minor part of southeastern Henrico County, and it'll be continuing to move up through Charles City County once again. That area is definitely going to see an impact from the storm, much as it has with the last several storms that have developed and pushed through the area. One last check on the storm up in the northern neck. I'm assuming this is at this point now is across the Potomac River, and you can see right up here in Westmoreland and Kinsale, the circulation is going to be right along the shore there in the northern neck. So Westmoreland, Virginia, there's Kinsale and Westmoreland down toward Louisetta, and this thing is heading out across the Potomac River, and it's had a strong circulation, but it is now finally moving out across water and up into southern sections of Maryland. All right, so farther south and west, let's check the other storms we've got. We've got this one down south of King William. A little circulation in here near Lanesville. That's going to come up over King and Queen Courthouse here over the next few minutes. And as it does, it's going to take the same track that the storms have taken this evening. Again, Lanesville through King and Queen Courthouse, and eventually this one will likely head up toward the Center Cross area and through Garrett's Marina, very close to where the last one tracked. Again, there's Oakley right there and Sharps on the other side of the river. So looking at the same trajectory here, and then farther south and west, we have the storm that's just prompted the new tornado warning, and that is the one down near Charles City. This is a very intense storm right now. Its circulation is going to be right down in here. You see the green that shows up at the very end, so green toward the radar, red away from the radar, and that's going to be right there near Garysville. And so that circulation is going to come close to Garysville. This one looks like it has a little bit more direct track through Charles City. So again, the last two have moved a little west of Charles City. This one may come right through Charles City, the way it looks right now. So take those tornado safety precautions as that circulation moves up over Charles City. And those three storms, again, about to have one that's going to move into Maryland. We'll be left with two here across the Middle Peninsula and Northern Neck, including Charles City area as well. Here's the time arrival with that new storm. Barnett's at 7:50, New Hope 7:53, Quinton at 8:02, which is up in New Kent County. We're looking at Slaterville at 8:06, Poplar Grove at 8:07, and Lanesville at 8:11. So that's the time arrival based on a northeastward movement of about 50 miles per hour with this storm. Let's go back over to the regular presentation on radar. And we've got storms back here that are non-severe and non-tornadic down through Stony Creek. Severe storms headed up toward Wakefield area. And it's going to be a little bit of light rain around Waverly, mainly Wakefield, and then farther south towards Zuni, just some heavy rainfall down that way. And there's the warning for Isle of Wight and Southampton. Again, the main concern right now are really the one storm. Now that we've got the one storm that's moved up into Maryland, it's really this storm that's down near Prince George. It's moving out of Prince George into Charles City County, and that is the one main concern right now. Let's go back over to the intensity mode here and look at this storm. And there it is down near Charles City. Going to be approaching Charles City, very, very close to Charles City. So stay alert down in Charles City. I'm sure that these warnings have caught your attention by now. This one's going to come right through town the way it looks, and if there's a tornado on the ground, that could be a bad thing. Right now, the strong enough circulation to prompt a tornado warning. No confirmed tornado with this, but we still have the toward and away components here of the storm as it continues to head toward Charles City. So potential for a tornado moving into Charles City, and after that going to head up across Williamsburg Road and across Interstate 64. So again, it'd cross through Charles City, a little east of Providence Forge, between Providence Forge and Lenexa, and then head on up across Highway 249 after 64, very, very close to where 249 and 33 come together. So that'd be the area to track here from Charles City, very near Charles City, and then up across Williamsburg Road and 249. So this one's been canceled. That's the X that Mike's drawing in there. So we're really down to this one warning here that we have east of Richmond, and that is it. We've got the old, Mike, this is the old polygon, correct? And the new one, is that what we're looking at here? Or are we still have a circulation up in here from this one?
So far, I think it's just the one that's just southwest of Charles City. That's the newest one.
Okay, I still think we have a circulation there up near King, right up here, south and east of King, near Lanesville and King and Queen Courthouse. That one is going to be coming to the end of its warning area, so I'm curious to see if there will be a new warning issued for this as it moves across King and Queen Courthouse and heads up toward the same areas before across 17 near Center Cross. We'll see about that. But as of right now, we've got one circulation there and one area here that's covered by the tornado, potential tornado with the storm down near Charles City as it continues to move very close to Charles City, moving right into town the way it looks right now, just about to cross the river into Charles City. So stay alert in Charles City. This will move right across town and then move just a little bit to the east of Providence Forge, between Providence Forge and Lenexa along Williamsburg Road. That's an area that you don't want to be on as the storm comes on through. And again, there's that circulation. Mike's kind of backing it up, moving it forward again, kind of rocking it back and forth so you can see the movement. And it's coming right over the top of Charles City right now. So we're going to know if there's a tornado on the ground with this. We'll get immediate reports as it moves through a pretty populated area. So again, Charles City under the gun right now with a potential tornado. Tornado warning continues for this storm. And again, we've got another polygon up here. That's for the storm that's up closer to King and Queen Courthouse and Charles City. again, under the tornado warning from that particular circulation. So we've got 2 different ones here that we're tracking. Again, that other circulation's up here close to the end of this. It's about to cross the Mattaponi River into King and Queen County out of King William County. So we'll see if this, once it gets beyond this tornado warning, if it's allowed to continue once we get into King and Queen and eventually into possibly parts of Essex County. So we'll continue to track all of these storms as they move north and east. Again, it's been quite a day with the damage that we've seen across many areas of Virginia, and unfortunately the fatalities that occurred down in Waverly. The governor has issued a state of emergency with the storms that we've had today, and you can see all of the damage icons here. This shows all the storm reports coming in from either wind, strong damaging winds, and also large hail, and then every one of these little maroon ones, those indicate where a tornado was reported, and at least 7 confirmed separate tornadoes today, and I think we'll likely end up with more once the damage surveys are finally completed over the next couple of days. It takes a little while to go out there and see if these winds were straight winds or circulating winds to determine whether or not they're tornadic damage or not. All right, the potential for a tornado right now in Charles City continues, and that storm's going to be headed up over Charles City and then up into New Kent County. Circulation is going to be right in here. So again, there's the threat of a tornado right over Charles City. It's crossing Highway 155 between Providence Forge and Charles City and right across Charles City Road. And then eventually it's going to pass right between Providence Forge and Lenexa, right along Williamsburg Road, and then right along Interstate 64 as it continues. And this is the track of that storm. Greenway at 751. Mount Castle 757, Providence Forge at 758, Slaterville 805, Cohoke at 810, Romancoke 813, and Shanghai 818 on that storm right over Charles City. So stay alert up into the Middle Peninsula once again as this very intense storm, again, this is an intense storm, starting to spread the heavy rainfall into New Kent. And again, down to the south, we've got the Hook Echo that's right over Charles City right now in a pretty strong circulation as well as this continues to head north and east very rapidly again. Farther south and west through Petersburg, heavy rainfall there, non-severe activity, and we have some severe storms around Wakefield and farther south and east toward Windsor, and then a tornado warning once you get down into parts of Hampton Roads, once you get down around the Suffolk area. You can see the storm, a very large storm there. Significant storm as well. It's going to be moving over toward the Great Dismal Swamp and parts of Suffolk. So again, a couple of circulations that we continue to monitor. We've got the one here that's moving up through the Middle Peninsula, and everything is ended for the metro area. So some great news for really everybody behind these storms. We're done with any threat for tornadoes there. And tornado watch has been allowed to expire or cancel early for those areas. There's the circulation over Charles City. We'll get an update here shortly, and we'll likely see this circulation has jogged north up closer to Williamsburg Road. But you see right there, that little structure in the intensities and indicate where the tornado would be, that bending there, that's where you have the inflow into the storm. That's where you'd have a developing tornado right over Charles City, if there is one with this storm. Again, now a severe thunderstorm warning is in effect, so taking this storm down in King and Queen County and making it a severe thunderstorm warning instead of a tornado warning, that's a good sign. I'd like to see that, and hopefully we'll see it with the storm farther south as well, moving through Charles City, but still a pretty pronounced circulation with the storm. So Warsaw, Lossburg, Farnham, Oakley, Dunsville, Center Cross, Garrett's Marina, to Jamaica. This is all a severe thunderstorm warning now, damaging straight line winds, 60 plus, possibility of some large hail, but not a tornado warning. So let's go back over to the intensities and look at the one remaining tornado warning that we have currently out there. And you see 2 polygons, and from what I can tell, Mike, it's just one storm, correct? We have a lasting tornado warning polygon on there?
Yeah, I think that first one's from the storm that's moved out, and then this newer one, this more southerly one here, this is the newest one for the current storm.
Right, over Charles City. Gotcha. Okay, so down to just the one storm in Charles City. And again, there's the update there. So the circulation is past Charles City. It's going to be right in here. It's going to move close to Providence Forge, but right in between Providence Forge and Lenexa. So I'd call it 4 miles east of Providence Forge is where this potential tornado would cross Williamsburg Road, so just a little bit east of Providence Forge, and then coming across 64 out in eastern sections of New Kent County. And again, that's the last tornado warning we have at the moment. There's an update on the intensity of this storm, and you can see right there at New Kent, 155 in Williamsburg Road. That's the core of the storm with a lot of tremendous heavy rainfall and large hail here, a lot of lightning as well, and still a tornadic circulation as this continues to head north and east. But back to the west, losing the potential for any tornadoes, at least with that particular part of the storm. Just down to this one tornado warning. Again, this is the old polygon here, and the more recent one is running all the way along here. So this whole area here, and there's the circulation south and east of Providence Forge. Here's Barhamsville. So we're looking at 33, so there's New Kent, and 249, it hits 33, and you have 30 that runs down toward Barhamsville, and then 33 runs out toward the West Point area. Let's head over to Mike Stone for another quick update.
And Zach, that is our main tornado warning. That goes until 8:15, so about another 20 minutes with that cell that we're tracking near Charles City in Providence Forge. That'll continue tracking to the northeast. I want to take you out to a statewide view here and show you the motion from about the last hour. And you can see these storms continue to move southwest to northeast. The gradual line now beginning to clear I-95 except south of the Tri-Cities. So areas like downtown Richmond, points west of I-95 in the clear now. In these boxes that we've been showing you, that's some of the damage video that occurred a little bit earlier today. And we continue to cycle through the watches and warnings and the latest radar in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. Zach.
All right, we're going to continue to track this for you tonight and bring you updates as these storms continue to pose a threat for tornadoes. And James, you can get in my ear and let me know. Countdown here. I'm going to take you through what we have. Again, one last tornadic storm now north of Charles City and a little bit east of Providence Forge. It's going to be heading up over 64. We're going to continue to bring you updates here over the next for the few hours until we're done with these, any threat for a tornado. We're going to continue to bring you updates, but we are going to join Survivor so you guys can at least take in the programming for tonight. But we're going to continue to bring updates every opportunity possible without interrupting Survivor. That's the plan for tonight. So looking at what we have out there right now, south of New Kent, again, there's the storm, the one circulation that we have, the one lone tornado warning that we currently have is north of Charles City, and this is going to be headed, again, out across Williamsburg Road and across Interstate 64. And again, there's the little hook area right there, Hook Echo. That's going to come, again, across Williamsburg Road and between New Kent and up toward West Point, really. And tighter here, you'd see that it'd be between Providence Forge and Lenexa is where this is going to pass. So there's Providence Forge and Lenexa here. So circulation will be passing between those two towns along Williamsburg Road, along Route 60, and then it's going to pass along Interstate 64. Had a lot happen today, a lot of damage, a lot of tornadoes. Let's get an update from Shelby Brown. Shelby?
Hey, Zach, we are live here in the town of Waverly. Of course, all afternoon we have been reporting the 3 fatalities that happened here. We learned a little bit more from state police just a few moments ago. She updated us. The situation right now, Zach, a lot of lightning, a lot of heavy winds. The fire chief and the others that are part of the Unified Command Center, which is just down the road here on 460, they decided to suspend search operations about an hour and a half ago. They had fire and EMS crews out there searching through the debris, looking for people, but they had to suspend that operation for a few hours because of that second storm that came through this area. So they said that for safety reasons they needed to do that. But they also asked us to really stress to folks here in the town of Waverly and in this suspect area to remind them that there is a 7:30 curfew in effect. They said that the search and rescue team will shortly, at about 8 o'clock here shortly, they will resume the search efforts to look and see if there are other people under the debris. They say right now they don't have any reports of missing people, but they want to search. They said don't go out. Let the search and rescue team come to you. Of course, we will be standing by and bringing more information throughout the night. We'll send it back to the studio.
All right, Shelby, thanks for that update. Again, curfew in place right now as they let the storms come on through, this round of storms come through, and then they'll resume the search and do their analysis and their rescue efforts at 8 o'clock after the storm passes on by. So here's the track of the storm that we have: Slaterville 805, Plum Point 812, 814 West Point, Shanghai 818, Coldwater at 822, and 827 Jamaica as the storm continues to head northeast at 55 miles per hour. We're going to continue to update you throughout the evening. For now, we're going to join Survivor.
From CBS 6, the Weather Authority, this is a breaking weather alert.
All right, new tornado warning has now been issued for the northern neck. Again, this is very near Haynesville, just a little bit over to the east of Warsaw. A significant circulation there. This is going to travel north, head up toward Westmoreland and Kinsale, as well as Callio. So stay alert in the northern neck. Westmoreland, Kinsale, Callio for a potential tornado that continues. Again, right over Haynesville, heading to the north and east. Let's flip back over and check the storm a little bit east of the New Kent area, and we continue with another potential tornado down near New Kent. And again, this one's moving up close to West Point. Stay with CBS 6, the Weather Authority.
From CBS 6, the Weather Authority, this is a breaking weather alert.
Another quick update. You're not going to miss any of Survivor. Tornado warning continues. Coles Point to Lottsburg. Again, this is right along the shore here in the northern neck. So this is going to be moving up over the Potomac in just a few minutes. In fact, just a minute or two, and it'll be gone. It'll be out into the Potomac in southern Maryland. But again, Coles Point to Kinsale, a significant storm there. Got reports of some large hail and a significant rotation with this as well. So it could be a tornado with this. Again, as it passes just past Kinsale and a little south and east of Coles Point. So the tornado warning continues. You see the polygon there. We also have another storm. A new warning has come out for this storm farther south, and this is going to be the circulation in here. I want to look at the regular intensities if we can, Mike, and see the storm. Okay, so it's going to be right in here. There's King and Queen Courthouse. So it's between there and Churchview, and that circulation right there is going to come pretty close to Jamaica and Oakley. So we can go back over to the velocities, and I'll show you where that circulation is with this. Again, right in here between King and Queen Courthouse and Churchview. Storm moving north, and if you can, just kind of step me through a couple of different frames here, Mike, so we can see the motion of that as it moves north and a little bit northeast. So again, it's going to be very, very near Jamaica, over toward the Oakley area as well. So stay alert in parts of Essex County and Middlesex County. Yet another storm with circulation heading on up through King and Queen County right now, and then north and east up into the northern neck here shortly as it crosses the Rappahannock River. And it won't take long to get there because it's moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. There's the time of arrival. Coldwater at 8:18, Jamaica 8:23. And looking at Clareville at 8:45. So these storms, again, racing as they move through parts of Essex County, parts of Middlesex County as well, then cross the Rappahannock River and then head on up into parts of the northern neck. Looks like it'll be into parts of Richmond County and probably a little bit of Lancaster County as well. And then farther south, these storms are not severe, just lightning and very heavy rainfall extending southward through New Kent and Charles City counties. A new tornado warning has been issued farther south as we get into parts of Hampton Roads, which includes the Suffolk area, and that's going to be a big problem for them down there with strong rotation. So again, two tornadic storms right now. One of them's right at the very extent here of the northern neck, right at the northern extent of the northern neck. It's going to be moving out across the Potomac River, and you can see it right in here, and the circulation's right over Westmoreland now. It's moved right over Kinsale and Westmoreland. It's going to move out across the river, and the one farther south, and again, that one is between King and Queen Courthouse and Churchview. There's the circulation. It will be lifting north. It's right along Devil's Three Jump Road, and we'll be heading up farther north toward Oakley, and then eventually across the Tidewater Trail and across the Rappahannock River. We'll continue to track these storms for you and bring you updates without interrupting Survivor. Stay with CBS 6, the Weather Authority.
From CBS 6, the Weather Authority, this is a breaking weather alert.
All right, got to keep updating you. You're not going to miss any of Survivor. We still have a strong circulation near Jamaica and Churchview. This is right along Route 17. It's Tidewater Trail from Oakley down to Jamaica and Churchview. The main circulation here is coming up right across Jamaica. So this is Essex County and this is Middlesex County. And this is a strong circulation coming up out of King and Queen County into the Jamaica area now. The tornado warning has been allowed to be extended all the way through the northern neck because just like all the past storms we've seen this afternoon and tonight, they've had long-lived circulations. They've produced tornadoes, and this one's going to come right on up through. Again, this is the old polygon here up into Maryland, so we can discard that one. We have a new polygon that covers that whole area once again. So areas that just saw the tornadic storm move north, Kinsale, Coles Point areas. Now we've got another storm coming in toward Farnham. So this is going to cross, again, here's Jamaica, so it's crossing, and it's going to be a little south and east of Sharps. And then it's going to be very close to Farnham, a little south and east of Farnham. There's Mollusk there. So again, on the northern neck here, just a little bit back to the west of Mollusk is where this storm is going to cross. Highway 3 between Lancaster and Farnham, and then continue through the northern neck. We're getting reports that earlier one of the storms, there's been numerous storms through the Middle Peninsula northern neck, but earlier the storm that passed through Essex near Ridge Road and Tappahannock, Essex County, that there's significant damage there, people missing in that area right now. Rescue is underway out in Tappahannock. Ridge Road is what I'm hearing right now, and the damage is significant from the storm. And I would likely going to be the one that moved very near Montross because that was a beast of a storm that passed through there earlier this evening. All right, here's the time of arrival. Downing's at 8:30, Robley at 8:32. Haynesville at 8:35. Again, you just had a tornadic storm move right over Haynesville. This is another one. Callio at 8:40. Westmoreland at 8:46, St. George Island at 8:52. So we'll continue to track these storms through the northern neck. Again, strong circulation just now crossing the Rappahannock River. This is going to pass between Mollusk and Farnham in the northern neck and continue to track up close to the Haynesville area and over toward Lottsburg as well. So we'll continue to update you here. Return you to Survivor. Stay with CBS 6, the Weather Authority. All right, another significant circulation up in the northern neck. Let's bring up the radar, and I'll show that to you here. This is Lotsburg over to Heathsville. This is going to be very close to Heathsville. An indication here of a developing tornado. And again, this may be something that's been on the ground for quite a while, heading up toward Heathsville and Lotsburg and eventually Louisetta. Take your tornado safety precautions. This will be over the Potomac in the next 15 minutes. Stay with CBS 6, the Weather Authority.
From CBS 6, the Weather Authority, this is a breaking weather alert.
All right, this will be another update on the storms in the northern neck. The main circulation here, the main tornadic circulation has now moved off the northern neck and up across the Potomac and into Maryland. We still have heavy rainfall around Louisetta and just east of Heathville. A lot of lightning and heavy rainfall, some hail there, and over toward Burgess as well. But the circulation, if we go over to Vosty, as you can see, that the main circulation that came through Lotsburg, Louisetta, where the tornado would have been, has now passed north of the area. It's moved up across the Potomac, and in behind it, just some strong gusty winds, some hail, and some heavy rainfall. And you can see that between Heathville and Burgess and then down toward Regina. And we continue farther south with some heavy rainfall and lightning down near Lancaster. The situation in Tappahannock, we keep getting bits of information about what's going on there. Structures have been destroyed down there. This is from the tornado that went through about an hour and a half ago and moved up over toward Montrose. And they're still looking for some people up in there. We have crews en route to report more on what's happened up in Tappahannock, but just hearing the information coming out right now, it sounds similar to what happened down in Waverly and also out in Appomattox with a significant tornado that did a lot of damage. And again, we still have a tornado warning way down in, this is Isle of Wight and into Suffolk, so city of Suffolk. So this is pretty far south, going to head up towards Smithfield, this storm, but the tornado warning again, this is way down toward the Great Dismal Swamp. Nothing moving in right now. We're done with any severe weather for the rest of tonight. And again, the tornado watch has been allowed to expire for most areas, still holding on to the far eastern part of Virginia. And again, with this storm up in the northern neck, we'll take you back into it right now. The warning is still in place, but it's about to expire. And again, the main threat of this storm has actually moved across the Potomac now, and still some really heavy weather around Burgess, but that warning has also been allowed to expire. So Mike is crossing that off right now. So no longer tornado warnings in our area. We have that one down near Norfolk. That's about it. Just to kind of summarize, we've had at least 8 confirmed tornadoes today. Unfortunately, 3 fatalities as well. Hopefully that number stays there. And a state of emergency declared by Governor Terry McAuliffe. You see all the storm reports from today. Stay with CBS 6, the Weather Authority.
From CBS 6, the Weather Authority, this is a breaking weather alert.
I just want to update you on the status of things right now. The tornado watch technically still continues until 11 o'clock, but for all intents and purposes, this event is over with. The only rain we have right now is some heavy showers here, maybe an occasional lightning strike, but nothing severe. And it's moving now through the far eastern sections of the northern neck and middle peninsula. And we continue with some showers down in Suffolk, and that's going to be moving into Hampton Roads, but no rotation with any of this, and certainly nothing that would prompt a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning, at least not anywhere here across the northern neck, middle peninsula, maybe something in Hampton Roads, but that is about it. So the broad view, again, very powerful storm system that brought us this historic outbreak of tornadoes here in Virginia today. It's across parts of Ohio, and you see a lot of snow being wrapped around this system on the back end of this, and then still some rain a little bit out ahead of it. For tomorrow, windy and much colder as this storm system heads to our north and east. So this has been a significant event, and we're still trying to figure out the extent of damage across the area. I know Tappahannock, one of the hardest hit areas here. Tappahannock, Appomattox, and also the Waverly area. And we keep getting information out of Tappahannock and unconfirmed reports of the number of structures that have been destroyed and the number of people that have been displaced or are currently missing. And as soon as we have some reports from them and some phoners, we will get that along to you. So looking at the storm right now, that's what we're dealing with. Again, a lot of the video coming in south, across many areas south of us, west of us, and now north of us in the Tappahannock area. So a lot taking place today across Virginia. Again, looking at what we've got in terms of storm reports, there's been a ton of them here across the area, and at least 7 confirmed tornadoes the way it looks right now. Could be 8 confirmed tornadoes. A couple of these are coming from the same tornado out in Appomattox. A lot of damage there, and that's the tornado in the lower left-hand corner, and there's the damage that it produced right off Route 460. Also had a confirmed tornado out in Fluvanna County. We've had confirmed tornado up in Tappahannock and a lot of damage from that. Again, that's the one area that occurred after dark. So somewhere around the 7:30 time frame tonight. And so still trying to assess the extent of the damage and trying to account for everything up in Tappahannock right now from that tornado. Tornado down in Waverly on 460, that was the first one that we had, and that's the one that claimed 3 lives earlier in the day. That occurred about 2:35 this afternoon. And again, down in South Hill, had a couple tornadoes reported close to South Hill down in Mecklenburg County. Had some very strong signatures on radar here in central Virginia, but nothing that so far has been confirmed in terms of any tornadoes. We'll have a complete rundown tonight at 11. Stay with CBS 6, the Weather Authority.
Check mic. Check, check. Play-Doh. What's up?
She's checking the delay.
Oh, okay.
We're not worried really about the damage. Our prayers goes out to the 3 people that lost their life.
Mic check, test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
And where's the day planner? Right here.
It's still green, but I'm only in first weather, so it only needs to last about 10 more minutes.
And then I just want to show.
Wait, is that on?
Yes, I can. Yeah. Can you hear me? Check. Check. Can you hear me?
Should be able to.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Check. Can you hear me? Can anybody hear me? Okay.
Yes, indeed. Checking 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Check, check, check.
without thinking about it. The pills let me.
Mic check 3, 2, 1. Testing 1, 2, 3. Mic check.
Remember I said that's 6.
Oh, this dog.
It was from a week ago.
Somebody shared it, maybe.
That's what I mean, but something's happened because like every time
Yes,
I
mic check, mic check.
refresh, there's like
To your right.
Jen, it's the shelter in Loretto, correct?
check, check, check.
We're in the middle of nowhere. We're in the middle of nowhere. What do you want to do?
He said Jen's going to try to boost the signal.
Are you guys seeing Max?
Let's get the scanner ready. This one's a priority. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Got it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're in cold black.
Friday. We got no witnesses. An innocent man's life. We got no leads. Hangs in the balance.
He says he didn't do it. We believe him.
New Hawaii 5-0, CBS Friday.
Allergies can distract you. So, when your symptoms start, doctors recommend taking non-drowsy Claritin every day of your allergy season for continuous relief. With Claritin, you get powerful, non-drowsy relief 24 hours a day after day. And with fewer symptoms to distract you, you can focus on the extraordinary thing.
From CBS 6, the Weather Authority, this is a breaking weather alert.
Everything's destroyed. Unbelievable. I mean, unbelievable.
State of emergency. At least 3 people, including a 2-year-old boy, dead after a tornado destroyed their mobile home. One of at least 6 tornadoes that touched down in the Commonwealth today. We also have new video coming in of one actually moving over water. It's video just into our newsroom tonight. It was taken by Andrew Robinson, who says he shot it from South Dyke at the dam. That's going through Palmer's Point near the Virginia-North Carolina line. Very frightening stuff. We've got complete coverage tonight. I'm Bill Fitzgerald.
And I'm Candace Burns. Our crews are still working for you tonight across Central Virginia and in our weather center. We're ready to show you the damage that was left behind from these severe storms. We're going to start with our chief meteorologist, Zach Daniel. Zach, what's the latest?
Well, things have finally ended here and quieted down across the area. And what we have on our satellite and radar composite will show you that skies have even cleared out across the area. So we're done with this part of the event, but not before it left its mark. First tornado was down in Waverly. You can see the icon down here over Waverly, and you see the damage that occurred from that. Just some of the damage. There's a lot of it. But down a little bit north of Bugs Island Lake, got the tornado coming across the lake. And again, a couple tornado reports down in Mecklenburg County, and also significant tornado. This picture coming in from out near Appomattox. This is over near Evergreen, just down 460. Impressive tornado there. And then still another tornado here, confirmed tornado. Haven't had any pictures, reports of damage from that, but that was up in Fluvanna County. And then lots of reports of damage, significant damage and injuries in Tappahannock and over toward Nailers up in Essex County and into Richmond County. So across the area right now, things quieting down. Not done with the system totally yet. Let's go over to Mike Stone for more on that.
And Zach, the parent storm is well to our north and west. So the severe weather's come through. We're seeing actually some clearing. The northwest side of the storm has some heavy snow, and due to the huge temperature contrast across this entire system, we will have gusty winds tonight and especially tomorrow. So we won't have severe weather, but we'll still have some gusty winds, at times gusting over 30 miles an hour tomorrow. We'll see a mix of clouds and sun. Temperatures will be a little bit cooler with highs in the low to mid 50s, but we have a cool down and then a warm up in the 7-day forecast. We'll talk about that in our next chance of storms coming up.
All right, thank you, Mike. Just over 4,000 Dominion Virginia Power customers are without power right now in the Richmond Metro and Tri-Cities area. Take a look at the breakdown there, 1,600 or so in Hanover, and the rest are on your screen.
And we now know there are 3 people dead in Waverly. State police just confirming 1 person also dead in Appomattox County. We're going to get to the latest from Waverly in a moment, but first we want to check in with our Chelsea Rarick.
She's in Tappahannock, where we're hearing reports that damage so widespread, people are still trapped right now. Chelsea, what can you tell us?
Well, good evening, guys. It's absolutely a devastating scene out here in Tappahannock. We are on Deshay Road. That's in Essex County. And I've been talking to a lot of homeowners and tell me they are just really happy to be alive right now. Homes completely demolished, cars flipped over. There were 25 reported injuries. Thankfully, no fatalities, but 30 structures damaged. I'm going to step out of the way and have photojournalist Eli Gardner kind of show you what we're seeing here. This is a truck completely flipped over. I talked to the owner of that car. He owns the garage next door. If you can kind of see, it is rather dark here right now, but his garage was completely destroyed. He said he has about $100,000 worth of items in there that he lost. The roof of his home is completely gone as well. And homeowners here in the area say that this is not even the worst of what has happened here on Deshay Road. They tell me just a ways up to my right that more homes were completely destroyed, and those people in those homes, they were taken to the hospital. You can also see, it may be hard to see, but right behind me where it's dark, there is a church behind me. That church is also completely gone. So a lot of people here, a lot of residents say they have never seen anything like this before. They say you always hear about storms and tornadoes and extensive damage touching down, but never in your own backyard. Now, earlier tonight up the road a little bit on Deshay, I did talk to another homeowner. A tree fell right through his home, but he said community members have really been coming together through this despite the devastation. They were out here earlier trying to clear trees out of the roads, help emergency responders. So really a community effort here with everyone coming together. But that homeowner who had the tree fall down on his home, here's what he had to say.
We were sitting in the middle of the house when it came through, and it just demolished everything through. There's a couple houses that are gone completely. The church is gone, and a lot of people are hurt down there, like 3 or 4 people. We always take things for granted, far as the tornadoes and stuff, but, we always just kind of laugh it off because it never really causes this kind of devastation, but this time it was the real deal.
Now, once again, thankfully, no fatalities, but 25.
And we apologize for that. It was Chelsea Rarick. We're having some difficulty with the audio, but we do have some police dispatch audio from Essex. That was from earlier this evening. It conveys just how dramatic things were there. Take a listen.
Just be advised, Warsaw, Richmond County is going through the same thing we're going. They already have a house on the ground with entrapment.
Hey, on this side here, I got the 3 houses down. We're going to check now. We can't get through because I don't know if these power lines are alive. So, you know, we're going to need electricity here. I mean, somebody tell us that this stuff is dead. And our priority is going to be Mad Landing Road. We now have possibility of 4 homes down.
Devastating images. CBS 6 is also in Waverly tonight with complete coverage on the tornado that killed 3 people there, including a 2-year-old boy. John Burkett has been there all day. He joins us now. John, you were able to speak with a pastor who knows that family. What did he tell you?
I did speak with that pastor, Candace. I can tell you that this whole community is shaken up by what happened here this afternoon. The devastation, the damage is hard to put into words in this concentrated area off of Mayfield Drive in the Fleetwood Park area of Waverly, just on the outskirts of town. Looking out here, you see the insulation from a mobile home on the ground, in the trees, on the power lines. Behind me here, you see a tub and a sink, a washer, and a dryer. And it's really hard to imagine that 12 hours ago, there was a family inside this mobile home that was about 150 yards that way, across 460. And 2 hours later, it would be picked up and tossed across Route 460 and land right behind me. There's Play-Doh over here. One of the most weirdest things that we saw, not weird, but kind of eerie things we saw was Chris Jenkins, my photographer, and I were looking around, and we came upon this child's Bible. And one of the stories that it was opened up to was the boy who fell asleep. And on the other side, it's a story about a flood. We are told by police sources that the 2-year-old boy's body was found not too far from a cemetery. There's a 50-year-old inside the mobile home, a 26-year-old and a 2-year-old, all inside this mobile home that died. Their mobile home landed behind a church across the street called Empowerment Temple. We talked to the pastor, Terrence Green.
We're not worried really about the damage. Our prayers goes out to the 3 people that lost their life, the Turner family, and we just, praying their strength, and we just thank God that we went through a lot of damage, but the church is still standing, and we're going to recover.
At this hour, Bill and Candace, the 3 male victims have not been identified. We are told by state police they are 50 years old, 26 years old, and a 2-year-old little boy. Also at this hour, they are starting repairs on that church behind me, a community trying to rebuild after destruction swept through here, and what neighbors tell me was just about 3 minutes' time. Working for you in Waverly, John Burkett, CBS 6 News.
Just so heartbreaking. Thank you, John. And we're going to go back to Waverly and our Shelby Brown in just a moment. But first, we want to talk to our senior reporter, Wayne Koval.
Wayne is in Appomattox County right now, where we told you there has been one confirmed fatality there from today's storms. He spoke with a man who was inside his home as that storm hit. Wayne, that sounds absolutely scary. How did he describe this to you?
Well, Candace, I can tell you right now, devastation, debris is spread for more than a mile around here. But there are many in the Evergreen community here in Appomattox County who say they feel like they are blessed because many say they saw a tornado pass directly over their homes. Now take a look at this video that we shot earlier. Several homes heavily damaged, at least one belonging to Jimmy Womack's mother may be beyond repair. Now, Jimmy tells me that he called his mother to have her walk next door so he and the family could go downstairs into the cellar because of the storm. He says his 85-year-old mother told him that she didn't think she could make it. So Jimmy says he's walking to the door to go get his mother when he looks out and he sees what he believes is that tornado. He yells over the phone for his mom. He says, lay face down in the hallway. At that moment, he starts walking towards his cellar. As he makes his way down, the windows in his home implode. And Jimmy says it's all over in a matter of seconds.
I was seeing my garage was gone.
My camper was gone, my mother's garage was gone, and I was just catching this in the corner of my eye when I was running to her house to make sure she was okay.
And her roof's gone.
Her roof is gone, and I stepped up in what was left of her house, and I said, "Mama, are you okay?" She said, "Oh my God, son, I'm okay."
And I can tell you, looking at her home, which is the one behind me, it is a miracle that she is okay. Obviously, Jimmy, his wife, and his mother shaken up by what has happened, but we arrived here to find lots of people walking around with chainsaws. Neighbors were told, helping neighbors, trying to get paths cleared to their homes. I can also tell you that just 2 doors down, there was a man sitting in his living room, and as that storm approached, he watched the side of his house literally collapse to the ground, but he was just fine. Working for you in Appomattox County, Wayne Koval, CBS 6 News.
Mama, you okay? So powerful, Wayne. Thank you. And CBS 6's Shelby Brown got a tour of the damage back in Waverly from state police and spoke to them about a curfew that's been imposed and how they plan to move forward overnight into tomorrow. Shelby?
Well, Bill, I have to say it has been an incredibly sad day here in the town of Waverly, a day that has brought tragedy with those 3 fatalities and the 8 people who were injured after this storm. Emergency crews have been working feverishly in their efforts to make sure that there are no additional victims. The destruction left behind means that many areas are filled with debris. We saw that firsthand tonight, Bill, as we rode around the town of Waverly. Some roads were left impassable, like Route 460 earlier today, and the debris, we're told, makes things tough for those emergency crews to get around. And then there was a second round of storms in Sussex this evening that caused the fire chief to suspend the search efforts of emergency workers. And then, Bill and Candace, a few hours later, they resumed their search, scouring the area. Officials also implemented that 7:30 p.m. curfew in the town of Waverly. Sergeant Michelle Anaya with Virginia State Police tells us what the plan is from here.
Tomorrow, we're going to come back out and continue the search, and also fire, EMS, and law enforcement is going to continue to see if there's anybody missing and what we can do to ensure the safety of the citizens of Waverly.
She also says she wanted the citizens to know that they are going to be working as quickly as they can, scouring the area to make sure that there are resources here on hand for folks that may need it. She also mentioned that Governor Terry McAuliffe, who today declared a state of emergency, will be here in Waverly first thing in the morning to assess the damage. CBS 6 will continue to be here and bring you the very latest. For now, we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Shelby. Indeed, the community now, it's time for everybody to pitch in. And working for you, our web team's been in constant communication with our viewers, giving minute-by-minute updates, answering your questions as tornado reports were coming in. To see our complete web coverage and additional videos sent in by you and other viewers, log on to WTVR.com or use the CBS 6 app.
Returning now to breaking news out of Henrico, where police are looking for a man who they believe kidnapped his own son after an incident at a home today on Marbury Terrace. Police need your help. They're trying to find Justin Patrick Newcomb and his son, 4-year-old Jesse Davis Newcomb. The boy was allegedly kidnapped after a break-in and an assault. They left the area in a white 4-door Volkswagen with Virginia license plate VME 6295. Anyone who has any information should call police. More breaking news. During the height of the storms, a child was hit by a car and killed in Petersburg. This happened in the 2100 block of East Washington Street around 6:15 earlier this evening. The child was taken to the hospital, but he died from his injuries. The driver did stop at the scene, and witnesses were able to tell police what they saw.
And we have some breaking news in the case of a grandmother abducted from her home and missing since last month. The medical examiner's office now confirms the body found in Nottoway County last Thursday does belong to Olene Brooks. Police say the 68-year-old was abducted by Dana William January 21st, the same night he had killed her husband and held other members of the family captive. Then 6 days later, January 27th, William was located in Fitchburg, Massachusetts. That's just outside Boston, where he used to live. He shot himself in the head as the U.S. Marshals and police were moving in to arrest him. He later died. Brooks's body was discovered by a fisherman on February 18th in the woods off Morrisette Mill Road in Nottoway.
Breaking news out of Roanoke, where jurors have found 6 people guilty of being in a gang and running a criminal conspiracy. That plot included the murder of Waynesboro Reserve Police Captain Kevin Wayne Quick and a string of armed robberies. Quick was abducted and found shot to death in Goochland County in 2014. All of the defendants are members of the so-called Goon Syndicate. The 6 will be sentenced sometime this summer. And we have more breaking news out of Hanover, where a man has been arrested on child porn charges. The sheriff's office says they searched the home of Edward Tillman, then charged the 52-year-old with 3 counts of possession of child pornography. He is being held without bond tonight.
Earlier today, we told you about an unsolved case that's been baffling investigators and frustrating family members for more than a year. A veteran gunned down on his way home from work. Last October, 57-year-old Mohammed Abu Bakr was 1 block from home on Richmond's north side when someone shot him. Our Greg McQuaid was set to tell you that story tonight, but because of today's severe weather, we'll now have that story for you on Friday on CBS 6 News at 11. Severe weather didn't stop the presidential campaign from coming through Richmond. How many came out to see the 42nd president tonight?
And you are looking live now at storm damage right here. We will have the latest from Waverly when we come back.
And another tornado has been confirmed, making it 7 official for today. That number will likely go up. I'll show you where that confirmed tornado occurred when the news at 11 continues.
Well, despite the storms all day long, more or less, former President Bill Clinton was in Richmond tonight campaigning for his wife, Hillary.
Clinton spent an hour running through a list of reasons he says his wife would be good for Virginia, calling her the greatest change maker he's ever known. We're less than a week away from Super Tuesday, and Virginia is one of 11 states holding their primary. Recent polls show Hillary Clinton leads Bernie Sanders by 12 percentage points, with Virginia voters who lean Democrat. Speaking in Norfolk today, Trump criticized Hillary Clinton for her use of a private email server as Secretary of State. Another look at some amazing video from today's storms as well. We're going to turn to that right now. At least 6 confirmed tornadoes touched down. This video of one over the water.
was taken by Andrew Robinson, who says he shot it from South Dyke at the dam. That's going through Palmer's Point, very near the Virginia-North Carolina line. And what was amazing about all that we saw today, Zach, is the fact that you mentioned one after another over the same track very often.
Yeah, they were training one after another. It was amazing. They had 3, even 4 tornadoes sometimes, or at least tornadic storms over the exact same county area and same town. Charles City comes to mind. Prince George comes to mind. King and Queen comes to mind. Just all these places that continue to get tornado after tornado, or at least tornadic storm after tornadic storm. Let me show you the broad view right now, and it's looking a whole lot better. Very quiet out there currently. Skies clearing out. This storm system, though, again, it has left its mark. A historic day here. Never seen anything like this in recorded history in February, and biggest tornado outbreak I've seen in nearly a decade being here. It's got to go back a long time to get something more impressive than this. Here's the Waverly tornado right on 460. There's a picture of damage from that one. And then we had the picture of the tornado coming across Bugs Island Lake. And that storm going to move across the lake, and then it produced 2 separate tornadoes, 2 separate storms here on either side of South Hill. And then we had a tornado that moved south and east of Appomattox over Evergreen. Incredible picture of the tornado there. That is a powerful tornado. And then a confirmed tornado. This was at Kent Store. Tornado reported on the ground. So that's going to be out in Fluvanna County. And then we had the storms in the northern neck and middle peninsula. Had a lot of damage here through parts of Tappahannock and up into the northern neck, a little bit north and west of Warsaw. And then just coming out, a confirmed tornado now. This was in Maratico. This occurred at 8:28, and damage to trees and buildings. Looks like a tornado moved through that area. So now up to 7 confirmed tornadoes with today's tornado outbreak. Area of low pressure is there. You see all of the flow around this. Colder air on the backside bringing snow. And for us, we're going to see a lot of wind tomorrow in the wake of this system. Very strong westerly winds at 20 to 30 miles per hour. 42 was our low, made it all the way up to 68 this afternoon, so a warm and increasingly humid day. Part of the reason we had the severe weather, just one part of a lot of things that came together for us. Right now, it's still 60, southwest wind at 24, gusting to 33. And other temperatures out there, some 50s and low 60s. It certainly doesn't feel like 11 o'clock in late February, but again, this air mass and this whole setup is not normal for this time of the year. Your lows tonight will drop down into the low and mid 40s, 46 degrees here in Richmond. And your high temperatures tomorrow will make it into the upper 40s back to the north and west, and low to mid 50s elsewhere. Going to feel a little cooler than this. That wind will cut right through you. It's going to be a windy day. Again, those winds west at 20 to 30 miles per hour with higher gusts, but still some sunshine out there. So I'll take you through the next 3 days. Tomorrow, partly cloudy skies and windy, some mountain snows as we get into Friday. A chilly day, but a good bit of sunshine. And then on Saturday, again, a good bit of sunshine and staying cool. Both Friday and Saturday highs will stay in the 40s. All right, here's a look at your 7-day forecast. Again, windy tomorrow, and then just a quiet and cool couple of days, Friday and Saturday. We'll make it up to 62 degrees coming up on Sunday and 66 on Monday. As we head into the middle of next weekend, we'll have to watch the evolution of a storm system that'll arrive Wednesday into Thursday. That one, depending on the time of day and the track and the intensity, a whole lot of stuff it's going to depend on. It's a week away, so much can change, but there could be more storms in Virginia. That'd be a week away, so we'll continue to track that for you.
No one wants to hear that right now. Thank you, Zach. Coming up in sports, could VCU avoid the upset bug in Fairfax?
And would the Spiders start their late season run with a sweep at home? John's in next.
CBS 6 Sky Tracker, sponsored by Baugh Auto Body.
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Is that Robin over there?
Now, from the Geico Sports Desk, Sean Robertson.
We begin tonight with college basketball, and with 4 games left in the regular season, the VCU Rams are the only team that controls their own destiny. If they win out, they would clinch their first A-10 regular season title since joining the conference. The Rams made the trip to Fairfax tonight to take on George Mason, who lost to VCU by 24 last month. First half, some history by Melvin Johnson. That three-pointer gives him the all-time record for three-pointers made, surpassing B.A. Walker. He had 24, Rams up 6. Late first half, Mason crashing the glass, and eventually Jalen Jenkins would get 3 the hard way and give the Patriots a 35-30 halftime lead. Second half, Rams down 7, but chip away. Corey Bilberry using the left hand off the window for 2 of his 13. VCU down by 5. Next Mason possession, Otis Livingston II hits the 3 to push the lead back up to 8. Rams come back behind their defense. Great save by Johnson, who finds Jordan Burgess for the layup. VCU retakes the lead by 2, but the Rams couldn't get a stop late. Jair Grayer with the pull-up J as Mason gets the upset, 76-69. VCU back in a 3-way tie for first in the A-10. Close at her home, Richmond was going for the season sweep against George Washington tonight at the Robins Center. First half, TJ Klein with a scoop to the hoop plus the bump. He had 15. Spiders up by 1 early. Late in the half, Tyler Kavanaugh with a couple of shoulder fakes and gets the glass plus the foul. 13 and 12 for him. GW up by 1 after the free throw. Then it's Paul Jurgensen from distance. That increased the lead up to 9. Spiders come back. Quan Ford, nice shoulder fake at the rim and scores with the right hand, part of a 12-0 run to lead 26-23 before the half. Alex Matola connects on the 3 as GW took a 32-30 lead at the break. Second half, Spiders come back. Marshall Wood nails the 3 for Richmond to tie the game at 43. But Patricio Guarino would have a big second half. Knocks down the 3 here. He will score all of his 16 points after the break as George Washington gets the win, 73-61.
I can't fault the effort and our intensity, and was pleased with that, and hopefully our guys can recognize that and continue to work to make that as consistent as possible.
A couple of women's scores from tonight down in Charlotte in the CIAA Women's Tournament. Virginia Union beat Johnson C. Smith 84-68. Kiana Johnson scored 28 for the Lady Panthers, who will play Livingstone in the semifinals Friday at 3. Meanwhile, VCU on senior night gets the victory over George Mason 65-34. More CBS 6 News right after this.
And I know it's been a long day for you and a really tough day for a lot of folks all around Virginia.
Yeah, it'd be good to have a quiet day tomorrow. And again, they'll go out and survey the damage and come back with what scale those tornadoes are going to come in on the EF scale. Prayers to the families and the friends of those affected today. There's your 7-day forecast. Again, windy tomorrow, but otherwise pretty quiet as we head into the weekend as well.
Thank you, Zach.
Thanks, Zach. Thank you all for joining us tonight.
And we want to leave you with an image that hopefully will inspire a little hope as the cleanup begins tomorrow. Stephen Colbert is up next. Have a great night.
Well, windy and cooler day on the way for Thursday, again associated with the powerful storm system that brought us all the tornadoes today. High 54, west winds 20 to 30 miles per hour with some higher gusts, and then a couple of cool and quiet days Friday and Saturday. We'll see 60s again by Sunday. Stay with CBS 6, the Weather Authority.
Working for you. This is CBS 6 Early Morning.
Absolutely devastating scene here in Tappahannock. I've been speaking to homeowners and they tell me they are just happy and thankful to be alive. I'm going to step out of the way and have photojournalist Eli Gardner show you some of the extensive damage that we're seeing here in this area. We have a truck that's
It's hard to describe the damage and destruction concentrated to this Mayfield Drive area.
Wednesday was an incredibly sad day here in the town of Waverly, a day that brought tragedy with those 3 fatalities and
Devastation, debris spread for more than a mile, but many here in the evergreen community of Appomattox.
Now from CBS 6, the Weather Authority, Meteorologist.
Look, you can do it. Had a very exciting evening last night. Everything's destroyed. Unbelievable. I mean, unbelievable.
Mic check. Rob's mic. Check, check. Test, test.
That she's leaving the view. Mic check, mic check.
Hey, mic check, Nickety, test 1 2, test 1 2 3, mic check, Nickety. You're welcome.
Everything's destroyed. Unbelievable. I mean, unbelievable.
A state of emergency. At least 4 people, including a 2-year-old boy, have died after at least 7 tornadoes touched down in the Commonwealth.
Working for you. This is CBS 6 Early Morning.
It is 4:30 on this Thursday, February 25th. I'm Rob Cardwell.
And I'm Reba Hollingsworth. Parts of Central Virginia are still cleaning up this morning from a string of tornadoes that left behind a trail of devastation. Here is the very latest on last night's storms. There were at least 7 confirmed tornadoes. They killed 4 people, 3 in Waverly, including a young child, and 1 in Appomattox. We have complete coverage of last night's storms and the devastation left behind.
But first, Nikki D is in the Weather Center this morning to show us where those tornadoes touched down and to show us some of the damage this morning. Nikki D.
Hey guys, good morning. You know what? We are waking up to heavy hearts all across the Commonwealth. This system, as anticipated, was incredibly potent, and sadly we did lose some lives with this particular system. Let me show you. This is what we did deal with earlier on. You know, early yesterday morning we had a lot of that fueling up towards our south, and here's our line. It started out right around 3 o'clock, then continued to edge up and along I-95 without hardly breaking. Winds were gusting into the 70s across the area, and I'm going to take you in just location to location. This is what some of the damage just over into Waverly. You can tell this is a trailer, and then it's just completely disabled. You have that sofa, and you can tell where that wall was just a bit ago, and then of course it did have a top, but that was peeled completely off. And even though that we had that tornado in Waverly, look at these other locations dealing with hail damage as well as wind damage in many areas. We're going to continue to show you what took place and how it's going to impact the days to come. Guys.
All right, thanks, Nikki D. We have complete coverage of the tornadoes that blew through Virginia. 3 people have died in Waverly, and we'll hear from our John Burkett and Shelby Brown from there in just a minute.
But first, our Chelsea Rarick shows you the widespread and significant damage in the Tappahannock and Essex County area.
Absolutely devastating scene here in Tappahannock. I've been speaking to homeowners, and they tell me they are just happy and thankful to be alive. I'm going to step out of the way and have photojournalist Eli Gardner show you some of the extensive damage that we're seeing here in this area. We have a truck that's completely overturned, a garage that's completely demolished, damaged, destroyed. I talked to the owner of the truck, of the garage. He owns the house next door. His roof was completely torn off. He tells me that he lost about $100,000 worth of items inside of that garage. Now, homeowners here and residents in the area tell me that this spot here on Deshay Road is not even the worst of it. Just to my right, a little ways down, they say that more homes were completely destroyed. There were more cars flipped over. There's even a church that's completely gone. That's a little bit ways behind me there. So as you can see, a lot of damage here. Now, thankfully, there was no one killed, no fatalities from this extensive storm damage. However, we are told that there were at least 25 reported injuries and at least 30 structures damaged, with around half of those structures just completely demolished. So as you can imagine, a lot of cleanup here, but the community here is really coming together. A lot of them were even out here earlier trying to pull trees out of the road, help those authorities and first responders. So although this is a very sad situation, a lot of people here are thankful. Now, there is a shelter open in Loretto, and Essex County schools are closed for Thursday, but once again, everyone very thankful that no one was killed. But for now, I'm working for you in Tappahannock. Chelsea Rarick, CBS 6 News.
And our coverage continues in Waverly, where the storm killed 3 people. As CBS 6's John Burkett reports, one of them was a 2-year-old boy.
It's hard to describe the damage and destruction concentrated to this Mayfield Drive area near Fleetwood Park in the tiny town of Waverly. Looking around, you see insulation that's on the ground, in the power lines, in the trees. Behind me here, you see a tub and a sink, a washer, a dryer. It's hard to believe that 19 hours ago, there was 3 male victims inside this mobile home. They were going about their day, and then 2 hours later, wind would whip up, a tornado would whip up and sweep that mobile home off its foundation from about 150 yards across Route 460, and it would land here behind this church on 460. A 50-year-old, a 26-year-old, and a 2-year-old boy were inside the mobile home. State police tell us they all died here on scene. A source tells us that the 2-year-old was found near a cemetery. There's Play-Doh over here. And Chris Jenkins, my photographer, and I looked around, and Chris found this children's Bible. On the back side, it talked about a flood story. On the front here, it was a boy who fell asleep. A lot going on in this tiny town of Waverly, population 2,000. It's going to take them some time to clean this mess up. A lot of damage here. 3 mobile homes destroyed along Mayfield. The church, the front of it, also wiped off. They got a lot of work to do here in Waverly. Working for you in Waverly, John Burkett, CBS 6 News.
Well, also in Waverly, our Shelby Brown got a tour of the damage with state police and spoke to them about the curfew and how they plan to move forward throughout the night and into the morning.
Wednesday was an incredibly sad day here in the town of Waverly, a day that brought tragedy with those 3 fatalities and 8 people who were injured in that devastating storm. Emergency crews have worked feverishly in their search efforts to make sure that there are no additional victims. Now, the destruction left behind meant that many areas were filled with debris, and we saw that firsthand. Some roads were left impassable, like Route 460, and the debris made things tough for emergency crews. There was also a second round of storms in Sussex, and it even caused the fire chief to suspend search efforts of emergency workers. A few hours later, they resumed their search, scouring the area. Officials then implemented a 7:30 p.m. curfew in the town of Waverly. Sergeant Michelle Anaya with the Virginia State Police told us what the plan was from here.
Tomorrow, we're going to come back out and continue the search, and also fire, EMS, and law enforcement is going to continue to see if there's anybody missing and what we can do to ensure the safety of the citizens of Waverly.
In the next few hours, Governor Terry McAuliffe, who has declared a state of emergency here in Virginia, will be here in the town of Waverly to assess the damage. Again, crews will continue to work, and people here will try their best to start picking up the pieces. Working for you in Waverly, Shelby Brown, CBS 6 News.
Now we also have coverage from Appomattox where the storm killed 1 person. This is an image of one of the tornadoes that was captured on camera there. CBS 6 senior reporter Wayne Koval talked with a man who was inside his home as the storm hit.
Devastation, debris spread for more than a mile, but many here in the evergreen community of Appomattox County say they feel blessed after what they say was a tornado passed over their homes. Now, take a look at this video. Several homes heavily damaged, at least one belonging to Jimmy Womack's mother, maybe beyond repair. Jimmy tells me he called his mother to have her walk next door so the family could go together down into the cellar. His 85-year-old mother says she didn't think she could make it, so as Jimmy heads towards the door to get to her, he sees the tornado bearing down. He yells for her over the phone to lie face down on the floor in the hallway as he makes his way to his cellar. Just as windows begin to implode in his home. He says it's all over in about 30 seconds.
I was seeing my garage was gone, my camper was gone, my mother's garage was gone, and I was just catching this in the corner of my eye when I was running to her house to make sure she was okay.
Jimmy, his wife, and his mother are all fine, but of course they're shaken up. As we arrived here in Appomattox County, we saw neighbors with chainsaws helping other neighbors, trying to clear paths to get to each other's home. And just 2 doors down, a man in his living room, as the storm comes through, watches as the side of his home actually falls to the ground, yet he is uninjured. Working for you in Appomattox County, Wayne Koval, CBS 6 News.
Well, overnight, CBS 6 News learned that because of all the injuries from the storms, VCU Medical Center activated what they call their mass casualty incident protocol. So far, they have 16 patients from across the region. By enacting that mass casualty incident protocol, it allows VCU to add needed staff and triage patients there, and they can distribute them to other area hospitals if they need to.
And we are working for you. Our web team has been in constant communication with our viewers, giving minute-by-minute updates, answering your questions as tornado reports were coming in. To see our complete web coverage and additional video sent in by our viewers, log on to WTVR.com or the CBS 6 app.
In other news, the presidential campaign trail blazed through Virginia yesterday. A former president in Richmond and a man who wants to be president in Virginia Beach. We're going to tell you what Bill Clinton said about the blame game happening during the campaign.
Plus, new information in the case of this missing Virginia grandmother, the connection investigators revealed about her.
Now from CBS 6, the Weather Authority, meteorologist Nikki DeRay.
The severe weather has since passed, but we are waking up with heavy hearts across the Commonwealth. You'll notice we did have a lot of devastating damage over into Waverly where lives were lost. And then you take a look just over into South Hill, very close, where we did have this tornado being picked up by one of our viewers. Notice how wide and large they are. And here's another one. This is just a classic funnel cloud that did push into Central Virginia in February. This was over into Appomattox. And then you take a look just over into Kent Stores where we did have that tornado reported on the ground. And then other locations where we did have that tornadic activity. We did have that damage to trees as well as buildings. And of course, we are continuing to survey that damage. Today, we really want you to pay attention because we are going to be dealing with high wind speeds. A lot of us are going to be out on the grounds working to get everything back to normal. Winds are going to continue to stay up. So flying debris is going to be an issue for today. Temperatures will get up to 55 degrees. Tonight will be around freezing, and tomorrow we will see peaks of sunshine around 48 degrees. But we're going to continue to let you know exactly what happened yesterday and how we can continue to stay safe. Rob?
All right, thank you, Nikki D. Some sad news out of Petersburg. During the height of yesterday's storms, a child was hit by a car and killed. Happened here in the 2100 block of East Washington Street around 6:15 earlier Wednesday evening. The child was taken to the hospital and died from his injuries. Petersburg police say the driver did stop at the scene.
New information in the case of a grandmother abducted from her home and missing since last month. The medical examiner's office now confirms that the body found in Nottoway County last Thursday belongs to Olene Brooks. Police say the 68-year-old was abducted by Dana William on January 21st, the same night he killed her husband and held other members of her family captive. 6 days later, on January 27th, William was located in Fitchburg, Massachusetts, a town outside of Boston where he used to live. He shot and killed himself in the head as U.S. Marshals and police were moving in to arrest him. Brooks' body was discovered by a fisherman on February 18th in the woods off of Morset Mill Road in Nottoway.
Well, the campaign trail came to Virginia Wednesday. Former President Bill Clinton was in Richmond campaigning for his wife Hillary. Mr. Clinton spent about an hour running through a laundry list of ways he believes his wife would be good for Virginia, calling her the greatest change maker he's ever known. Of course, we're just 5 days away from Super Tuesday, and Virginia is one of 14 states holding either primaries or caucuses that day.
Look, you can do all this blaming while you're running. Once you take your hand off the Bible, I've been there. That blaming will get you about 3 minutes as president. She'll make you proud if you make her proud on Super Tuesday. We need you, Virginia. Thank you, and God bless you.
Hillary's Democratic rival Bernie Sanders was in Norfolk earlier this week. By the way, in a recent poll by Christopher Newport University, among voters likely to vote Democrat, Hillary Clinton leads Bernie Sanders by 12 percentage points.
On the Republican side, President frontrunner Donald Trump made a stop at Regent University in Virginia Beach, taking part in the school's ongoing candidates forum, where Pat Robertson questioned him on various topics. He began his talk with words about his win in Nevada. Trump spoke to a crowded theater filled with supporters. The candidate touched on his usual stump speech, from canceling the president's executive orders on gun control to becoming a more powerful country than China, as well as building a wall between the U.S. and Mexico.
Had a very exciting evening last night, and I went all around. You know, the word caucus, it's a little complicated because you don't know how it's going to work out.
Republican candidates Ted Cruz and Ben Carson will also visit Regent in the coming days. Now, all of the GOP candidates will be debating tonight in Houston ahead of Super Tuesday next week.
A new way to relax and rejuvenate. We're going to show you how salt may be the key to a healthier life, and we're not talking about eating it here.
And when it comes to the storm damage, we're continuing to survey. This is what happened in Evergreen. 45 homes damaged or destroyed. We've got more on the weather that impacted us yesterday and what you can expect for today. Stay with us.
CBS 6 Sky Tracker, sponsored by Baugh Auto Body.
While many of us are waking up, getting ready to go to work in our own personal homes, we have structures that are still standing. There are others of us that are waking up to clean up. This was taken over into Tappahannock yesterday. February 24th will be a day that we will remember for quite some time. So be sensitive today as you are headed out and about. Make sure that we're a family in the Commonwealth, so help everyone. And today is going to be one of those days for the cleanup that is going to be a little tricky out there, because you'll notice those winds already gusting 32 miles per hour, and we're sustained out of the west at 23. Winds will be a major issue for the entire day. Right now, we are clear when it comes to that system. Just a little bit of cloud cover across the area, and you can tell there's our lower pressure system just to our west. It was quite a difference in the way of systems. I mean, yesterday, right beforehand, temperatures spiked in the 70s. It was hot, it's humid. On the other side of the system, we've got snow. That just shows you how different it is continuing into our direction. Wind-wise, these are sustained winds as we speak. 21 miles per hour in Tappahannock, 10 in Petersburg, as well as into Charlottesville, 23 in the city. And with winds being sustained so high, and with us dealing with so much debris on the ground and on the roadways, we are going to be dealing with some blowing debris, so continue to be careful. Winds will gust throughout the day in the 30s and 40s, and it's going to stick around with high wind speeds throughout the overnight hours as well. We'll get a break from those winds heading into tomorrow afternoon, but until then, winds are going to be sustained around 20 to even 30 miles per hour. Heading throughout the day, we'll see a mixture of sun and clouds across the Commonwealth, and those will quickly edge to our east, giving way to temperatures in the 50s across the area. Notice all that snow to our west. It is going to stay in the upper elevations, but it is going to be colder in those areas. We're not going to see anything in the way of precipitation for today or going into Friday, even into Saturday. Things are actually going to improve weather-wise. Temperatures are going to head back, getting into the 40s and then heading into the 60s as we approach the weekend. So definitely different from what we have been dealing with over the past several days. A beautiful weekend is actually in store. So the next chance of seeing any amount of precipitation is going to be Wednesday, and still at a low level, only looking to be around 30%. But of course, we'll continue to fine-tune the forecast. Today, wind is the major issue. Remember, it's going to be sustained around 20 to 30 miles per hour. Temperatures will top out around 55 degrees. Tomorrow morning, we'll wake up freezing, 48 for the afternoon. We'll be in the 20s heading into Saturday, but then check out Sunday. Those temperatures soar back into the 60s, and we'll flirt with the 70s on into Monday before our next system will approach heading into Wednesday. Kristen, it is rather windy out there. I know if you're in a high-profile vehicle, it could be a little dangerous this morning.
Exactly, and you know what? I spoke with State Police a little bit earlier, and they're dealing with just a handful of problems on the board right now. This one in Petersburg, just where that 95 and 85 mixing bowl meets there, 85 south, so just south of that interchange at milepost 67. Seeing a lot of green there on the screen. At one point, we were going to see the right lane and shoulder blocked. I checked in with the 511 cameras, and it looks like folks are able to get by. It looks like they are in the cleanup stages, and you shouldn't have any problems working from Petersburg, maybe down into the Dinwiddie area. In Prince George, off Interstate 295, southbound direction, dealing with an accident and hazardous materials. There's debris reported in the left lane, so you're going to see that lane closure out there. It's just about 2 miles south of that Fort Lee exit, Route 36, Oak Lawn Boulevard, so make sure you're taking your time through that area. This looks to be in the cleaning stages as well. Clearing stages, Chippenham Parkway north, just north of Midlothian Turnpike, northbound direction. You're still seeing a lot of green there, so no major traffic impact at this time, so working up towards the Powhite looks to be in good shape. Rob, Reba?
All right, thanks, Kristen. New this morning, it is becoming the latest health trend, the power of salt.
Yeah, we're not talking about eating it. We're talking about floating on top of it. Graham Olkins has the story from Baton Rouge.
Doctors often say, avoid the salt, unless you're floating on top of it. It's called flotation therapy, and this Baton Rouge business is only the second in the state to offer it.
If you open the glass door, you can look inside the room.
The benefits said to help with everything from chronic pain to stress.
Stress manifests itself in the body physically. So it doesn't matter if it's emotional stress, financial stress, school stress.
Dr. Alvin Joffre is a repeat customer and local chiropractor. He now recommends flotation therapy to his patients.
Floating in here is unlike anything you've ever experienced. Unlike in a swimming pool, there's 1,000 pounds of Epsom salt. It gives you the feeling of complete weightlessness.
The idea is sensory deprivation. You're encouraged to float without any clothes, in complete darkness and silence. Sessions last either 1 hour or 90 minutes.
I know when life gets crazy, it's like, okay, I need to get in there.
Jamie Shikotko is the local publisher of Natural Awakenings. She opened Float with husband Curtis after experiencing the benefits firsthand. She says 1 hour in the float room is equivalent to 4 hours of deep rest.
When I first did it, it was for back pain. Now I get in there to shut out from the world.
In this room for kids, the floor is covered with pink Himalayan salt. And Float also offers dry salt therapy, where pharmaceutical-grade salt is circulated through the air. Just sit back and breathe it in, or take part in a weekly yoga class.
It helps with bronchitis. Cystic fibrosis, helps with allergies, sinus issues, asthma, any kind of respiratory issues. And it also settles on the skin, so any skin issues such as eczema, psoriasis, and acne.
Wow, that was Grandma Elkins reporting.
Would you try it?
No.
No? A little freaky, huh?
Yeah, it is.
Well, here's a reminder, folks, that winter is not over yet, where several feet of blowing snow stranded drivers for hours, including 2 fire trucks.
And we are staying on top of the tornado damage here in Virginia. We're live in Tappahannock and Waverly, 2 of the spots hardest hit. Hear from the residents who survived the storm.
Working for you. This is CBS 6 Early Morning.
Everything's destroyed. Unbelievable. I mean, unbelievable.
Central Virginia communities devastated by tornadoes. The latest on the death toll, the injuries, and we'll take you live to some of the places hit the hardest to show you what's happening there right now. The aftermath of the storm is our top story here on CBS 6 Early Morning. I'm Rob Cardwell.
And I'm Reba Hollingsworth. Here is the very latest on last night's storms. There were at least 7 confirmed tornadoes. They killed 4 people, 3 in Waverly, including a young child. We have complete coverage of last night's storms and the devastation left behind. Our Jasmine Norwood is in Waverly with the latest on the cleanup efforts there, and Brendan King is in Tappahannock, where another storm damaged more than 24 buildings.
But first, we turn to meteorologist Nikki D. Ray for a look at the damage in other areas.
Hey guys, good morning. You know what? We are waking up to heavy hearts across the Commonwealth. Here's the system that started to push through around the 2 o'clock hour. Another line impacting around 4, 5, 6, and even going into the 8 o'clock hour across the Commonwealth. As far as our storm reports, everything that is indicated, obviously that is a tornado. We've got hail damage as well as wind damage associated with this particular storm. And taking a closer look, this is over into Evergreen. 45 homes were either damaged or destroyed in this particular area. And here's a look at the tornado that did push through that region. And you can tell this is a very wide funnel cloud that did push. It was on the ground for an extremely long time, causing quite a bit of damage. And then you take a look just over into Manchester Mill. They didn't deal with the tornado, but yet they're still dealing with a lot of indication of high winds, a lot of trees down, power outages in many locations, even closing down into some roadways. Now, today is a big cleanup day across Central Virginia. Thankfully, that storm system has edged eastward and has, yes, passed. But we are going to be dealing with high amounts of wind throughout the entire day. Winds will be sustained around 20 to 30 miles per hour. And so with those high winds, we're talking about a lot of blowing debris as we're trying to clean up. Rob, Reba.
All right, thanks, Nikki D. Last night's storms and the wind we are seeing this morning has left some of you without power. Right now, there is just over 2,100 people in the metro Richmond area without electricity. A majority of those outages, about 500, are in Chesterfield. Dominion says it is working as fast as possible to get the lights back on. To report an outage, just call this number, 1-866-DOM-HELP.
Well, one of the places hit hardest by the severe weather was the small town of Waverly. Virginia State Police confirming 3 of the 4 fatalities statewide happened there.
And now the cleanup is underway. CBS 6's Jasmine Norwood is live off of Route 460 in Waverly with a look at the damage there. Jasmine.
We're live here in Waverly right now. A tornado, it really devastated this entire community. I'm going to step out of the way so we can give you guys a live picture of what things are looking like out here right now. What you're seeing there, that pile of just mangled stuff, that appears to be a storage units and possibly even a manufactured home there. So that should give you a little bit of an idea of how strong these winds were, how strong this storm was that moved through here. Now, as you mentioned, we know for sure, we do have confirmed 3 people were killed when this tornado moved through. Of those 3 people, we know one of them was a 2-year-old child, a 2-year-old boy. Now, if you take a look at this video that we have here, our crews were out here, our photojournalist Chris Jenkins, reporter John Burkett were on the scene. They got here maybe just a few minutes after the tornado moved through, and you can see some of the footage they were able to get. You can see how much that damage, it was terrible. And they actually talked to people. They talked with one man who's a pastor of a church. He tells us the entire front end of his church blew off in that tornado, but he says that is nothing compared to what some families are dealing with this morning. Take a listen.
To hear about the loss of that family, and I can imagine what that family is going through. So the last thing we'll worry about is, the church. Our hearts is heavy, that we just want to come together, need the prayers of the community for this whole community.
Hear him there asking for prayers. This is far from over. The storm has moved through, but now it's all about cleaning up and recovery. We know that rescue crews will be on scene as soon as we get some daylight. They're going to continue searching to make sure no one is trapped and no one is missing. Robin, Reba.
Yeah, still work to do there. Thanks, Jazz.
This morning, we're hearing the audio from police dispatchers from the moment one of those tornadoes moved through Essex. It conveys just how dramatic and tense things got there. Take a listen.
Just be advised, Warsaw, Richmond County is going through the same thing we're going. They already have a house on the ground with entrapment.
Hey, on this side here, I got the 3 houses down. We're going to check now. We can't get through because I don't know if these power lines are alive. So, we're going to need electricity here. I mean, somebody tell us that this stuff is dead.
Again, our priority is going to be Mad Landing Road. We now have possibility of 4 homes down.
State police tell us at least 30 buildings in Essex were damaged by that tornado.
Now, we may not know the full extent of the damage until the sun comes up. Our Brendan King joins us live from Tappahannock this morning, where he talked with several people whose homes were damaged there. Brendan.
Yeah, this morning, guys, those families are waking up asking the question, why us, Rob and Reba? This is perhaps one of the worst hit areas in the storm. Widespread damage and destruction for hundreds of feet here on Keno Road. It was all caused by a tornado that touched down around 6:45 last night. I hope you can see just some of the damage through the darkness here. I'm told this is a home that once sat on its foundation. It was thrown, tossed into this road here, and now it is in pieces on the side of the road. You can tell children used to live here because of this basketball goal that's just now sitting in the damage. We also have images of the damage from earlier last night. Take a look. You can see a truck that was thrown on its side. 30 buildings were damaged, reported. 15 were destroyed. We're also told that 25 people were injured, ranging from minor to serious. Now, during this storm, several people were trapped inside of their homes. They had to be rescued. Take a listen to how one resident described all of this damage.
This is dramatically devastating. Nothing like this has ever happened here. You know, this is somewhere you hear about other things, but nothing like this ever has happened in this particular area.
And so what happens next? As the sun rises, only will people in this community truly realize just how bad this damage is. And the good news, guys, no reported fatalities. We're only told that there were several just injuries. The fire department says everyone has been accounted for, but Rob and Reba, they have a lot of cleanup ahead of them, the families here in Tappahannock.
So good, no lives lost there. All right, thanks, Brendan.
Now, of the 4 deaths in Virginia from the severe weather, 1 was in the Evergreen community of Appomattox County. State police say the victim's home was destroyed by a reported funnel cloud, and he was found in the rubble. His body was taken to the medical examiner's office for identification. A total of 7 people were hurt in Appomattox. And we spoke with a man whose mother lives in that area. Her home was destroyed in the storm, but miraculously, she's all right. Her son, Jimmy Womack, tells us that he called his 85-year-old mother and asked her to walk next door and take cover in a storm cellar with him. She didn't think she could make it, so he went to go get her. Now, as he did, he looked outside and he saw the tornado. That's when he told his mom to lie face down in the hallway. In just a matter of seconds, the wind shattered the home's windows.
I was seeing my garage was gone, my camper was gone, my mother's garage was gone, and I was just catching this in the corner of my eye when I was running to her house to make sure she was okay.
And her roof's gone.
Her roof is gone, and I stepped up in what was left of her house, and I said, "Mama, are you okay?" She said, "Oh my God, son, I'm okay."
Yeah, they're all okay, but as you can imagine, very shaken up by their close encounter with the tornado. After it was all over, neighbors came over to help.
Overnight, we learned because of all the injuries from the storms, VCU Medical Center activated their mass casualty incident protocol. So far, VCU Medical Center has 16 patients from across the region. By making this a mass casualty incident, it allows VCU to add staff and to triage patients there. It can even distribute them to other hospitals if needed. Our complete coverage of the storm damage does not end here. Download the CBS 6 breaking news and weather apps to see more storm video and to read the latest on the cleanup efforts.
At 5:08, we have breaking news out of Richmond, where firefighters are on the scene of this apartment fire. When crews arrived on Norcroft Terrace just off the Midlothian Turnpike around 2:30 this morning, the flames were shooting out of the roof there. Firefighters were at that very same apartment building last night for a dryer fire, and they believe that the wind may have caused it to rekindle. They were able to get it under control in about 15 minutes, and the good news is nobody got hurt there. We also have breaking news out of Petersburg this morning, where a child hit by a car during last night's storms has died. Happened in the 2100 block of East Washington Street just after 6 o'clock. We can tell you that an ambulance rushed that child to the hospital, but doctors couldn't save him. Petersburg police say the driver did stop at the scene.
Right now, let's get a look at the roads. Here's Kristen. Very windy out there, Kristen.
Windy, and we have problems. We're already starting the morning off with a handful of issues out there. This trouble spot in Prince George, fortunately, this one in the wrap-up stages, 295 south at milepost 7. So that's going to be just 2 miles south of Route 36, the Oaklawn Boulevard exit, also the Fort Lee exit. So checking in here with real-time traffic. At one time, we were seeing the left lane and shoulder that was blocked due to debris in the roadway. But take a look at this. A lot of green there on the screen, so making your way further south looks to be okay. And Chesterfield just picked up this new accident. It's going to be Chippenham Parkway south at Route 60, which is Midlothian Turnpike here. So I want to check in. This is going to be Chippenham Parkway south. Look at that green changing over to a little bit of red on those ramps. So we may see that those ramps are partially blocked. Watch out for some flashing lights. Of course, just taking it slow and moving over for those emergency vehicles, very important. In Louisa, heads up 64 west at Gum Spring. Just checked in with 511, now reporting that there will be some right shoulder activity, so make sure you're taking it easy on the approach to Route 522. Rob, Reba?
All right, thanks, Kristen. A scare during dinner. Strong storms to our north causes Burger King sign to come tumbling down. The one thing customers say was running through their heads has begun to fall.
And finalizing the budget. Chesterfield school leaders are about to approve a spending plan for next year, but that doesn't mean it's too late to let them know what you think. How you can weigh in on how those schools are spending your tax money.
CBS 6 Sky Tracker, sponsored by Baugh Auto Body.
We're waking up with heavy hearts this morning. This is the track that took place yesterday. I mean, notice all of it really going up along I-95, highly populated areas as it did approach the Commonwealth. And take a look at this. These are some images that were brought in. This is over into Appomattox. I mean, look at this. This incredibly wide tornado stayed on the ground for just a bit, causing immense damage to homes over into Appomattox area, especially damage over in Long Route 460 that is east of Appomattox. And then take a look just down to our south where we did deal with another tornado on the ground, causing some damage just over into La Crosse. And then take a look at this, just to our north and eastern areas. This is over into Waverly. I mean, this really hit home. I mean, the roof is completely off. The wall is missing. And then we can't even forget that we're not only dealing with tornadoes and wind damage, but this is over into Lake Anna, where we obviously have some flood issues going on this morning. A lot of people do travel into the city. Please be careful. Watch out for water on roadway as well as debris, and these winds are incredibly high all day long. So even though the system has passed, winds are going to be a major factor for the day. Rob, Reba.
All right, thanks, Nikki D. Central Virginia isn't the only place cleaning up from tornadoes and severe storms. Take a look at Granville County, North Carolina, where ferocious winds ripped the roofs off of buildings and knocked down trees. You can see several homes destroyed by a tornado. Parts of the state got pounded by hail the size of baseballs there. In Northern Virginia, flooding is a major problem this morning. The already saturated ground just can't absorb all that water. That's causing streams to overflow, flooding roads. Look at that car there. EMS crews in Fairfax spent part of the night rescuing people from stranded cars just like these. And in Philadelphia, high winds knocked over that Burger King sign. Customers inside freaking out at the time. They thought that it was going to go right through the ceiling, right on top of them, but the roof held it up and no one was hurt.
Breaking news out of Henrico, where police are looking for the man they believe kidnapped his own son. Justin Patrick Newcomb allegedly took 4-year-old Jesse Davis Newcomb after a break-in and assault at a home in Mayberry Terrace on Wednesday. They were seen leaving the area in a white 4-door Volkswagen with Virginia license plate VME 6295. If you see that car, call police. Today, Richmond police will lay out their response plan for dealing with domestic violence cases and talk about how victims can get help. Police are joining representatives of the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office and the YMCA of Richmond. They're set to discuss murder cases from this year that were the result of domestic violence. It's happening at the Richmond Police Headquarters this afternoon.
5:16 right now. The Chesterfield School Board is voting on its budget for the next fiscal year tonight. That $600 million spending plan includes a salary increase for all school employees, as well as plans to renovate or even rebuild several aging schools. People will have a chance to make some comments on that budget during tonight's meeting, which starts at 6 o'clock. We also have a heads up for Hanover parents today. It's a full school day. It was supposed to be an earlier release day, remember that? But it was changed so students can have off next Tuesday for the primaries. It's voting time. Chesterfield schools did the same thing yesterday.
Well, getting a head start, this woman will be leading the pack at this year's UCrops Monument Avenue 10K. How she got picked for the advantage and how much cash she could win if she beats the other runners.
Plus, we're giving away another $600 Walmart gift card this morning. Hey, make sure you register on our website and then watch between 6 and 7 every morning and see if we call your name.
You're watching CBS 6 News. We are working for you. We're back with another look at your forecast in just 3 minutes. a look at these images. This is video new this morning, and it shows the storm clouds rolling into Richmond from the Virginia War Memorial. This video was shot around 5:15 last night as that severe weather was moving in.
And it came in fast and furious, Nikki D.
It looks kind of
really
scary.
did. It does. And I do want to point out, being Kristen right here, there weren't a lot of vehicles on the roadway.
Yeah.
Really appreciate that. A lot of people, they let off school early or they went home early. And we thank you so much for taking those proper precautions. It was a storm that we're going to remember for quite some time. A lot of us getting back into the swing of things this morning. Maybe you're headed out to the airport. And not to put a damper on your day, I just want you to be sensitive and remember, a lot of people, they're waking up to this morning. This is over into Tappahannock. I mean, a vehicle completely turned on its side. Homes absolutely destroyed. And then, of course, some of you are waking up to other incidents very similar. This just grabs my heart every time. John Burkett took this photo, and you can tell it was a little child's Bible. And the children live here, adults live here, grandparents. This is where they laughed. This is where they had Christmas, and they're not waking up to that this morning. So please be very sensitive and get out there and help. We are a family across the Commonwealth. Temperatures right now 46 degrees, and unfortunately, it's going to be windy all day, so that's going to cause some havoc when it comes to cleanup. Gusting right now 31 miles per hour, and the winds are sustained currently at 24, so a lot of blowing debris is going to be an issue. We have just a little bit of cloud cover across the area. Notice that snow, yeah, it's definitely snow to our west, but it is going to stay in that location. You can actually see that rotation of that low pressure system, and it is going to skirt to our north and not impact our area, but the winds will. These are current winds right now, 20 miles per hour in Fredericksburg, 25 in West Point, 22 over into Williamsburg. Winds are going to be sustained at 20 to 30 miles per hour throughout the entire day, gusting into the 40s and 50s. So it's not just going to be the morning or the afternoon. It's morning, afternoon, evening, and overnight. So you're really going to hear those winds howling outside. Make sure you are comforting one another. And if you're heading out to clean up, which I hope a lot of everyone is going to be helping each other out, be careful because you will be dealing with some blowing debris in the area. Make sure you protect your eyes. Throughout the day, we'll see a mixture of sun and clouds across central Virginia. Temperatures will warm into the 50s. Overnight will be clear, so we're going to head back around freezing when we wake up tomorrow morning. And by tomorrow afternoon, we'll see a mixture of sun and clouds. Temperatures will actually be in the upper 40s by the afternoon hours. But a major warm-up is headed our way, heading into Saturday as well as Sunday, where temperatures will rebound into the 60s, and the temperatures are going up, but rain chances continue to stay low. The next chance of rain is looking to be Wednesday and still only around a 30%. Temperatures today 55 degrees, windy all day long. Tomorrow morning as well as Saturday morning, we're going to wake up below freezing, but we will see that rebound by Sunday, 62 degrees, and Monday we're flirting with 70. And thankfully this time around, that 70-degree weather is not going to be accommodated with severe storms. Tuesday will be at 62 and Wednesday 65 with our next chance of rain. Rob, Reba?
All right, thanks, Nikki D. At 5:23, we are meeting the runner who's getting a chance to run ahead of the pack at the April UCROPS Monument Avenue 10K. Arvette McLean was randomly selected out of 19,000 registered racers to be the AT&T Dash for the Cash contestant. And here's the deal. She'll start ahead of the elite runners, and if she crosses the finish line before the elite athletes do, she'll win $2,500. If the elite racers win, though, the money is donated to VCU Massey Cancer Center. Arvette says she faces a few obstacles, but she'll be ready on race day.
Currently, I am working on rehabbing my knee, and it's almost there. So as of March 1st, I'll go into doing speed work at least twice a week in order to be ready for this run.
And we wish her the best. By the way, Arvette, a pretty accomplished runner already. She's completed 17 marathons, and if she wins the cash, she wants to donate part of it to Massey Cancer Center. The rest will go towards a project she's working on in Tanzania.
Wow.
Just a reminder, this year's UCROPS Monument Avenue 10K is April 9th. Still time to register. Just go to WTVR.com/10K.
You said, what, 17 marathons?
17
Way to
marathons.
go.
No doubt that she's going to
Yes.
do this. Did you see how dedicated she
Yes.
was? And she was doing it with a smile.
Hope her knee gets better.
Man,
Yes,
no
true.
kidding. You're right. But she's already training. Good for her. Something Nikki D and I maybe need to take note of. Okay, folks. Well, you may encounter some damp pavement on your drive to work, wherever you're headed this morning, especially in those shaded areas on side streets. I want to show you a live look now. This is 195 at Broad Hamilton, northbound side. Looks like those roads are pretty much dry, but again, don't rule out a damp pavement area, maybe on the shoulders or as you're trying to switch lanes. So just heads up for that. This is 195 South working down, trying to reach the Powhite Parkway. Looks like you are in good shape there. Heads up for a few trouble spots. This, according to 511 northbound, actually southbound Chippenham Parkway at Route 60. That's Midlothian Turnpike. And we are going to see the south entrance ramps partially blocked. Look at that green changing over to some yellow and red. So make sure if you encounter flashing lights that you are being careful and moving over. In Louisa, 64 West at Gum Spring, I spoke with State Police earlier. This right now, we were seeing lane closures. Now everything has been pushed off to the right shoulder, so watch for activity there. However, Robin Reba showing green, clear conditions, so it looks like folks are able to get by. Just take it slow when you see any blue or red lights. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Kristen.
Good advice.
A scare for one local school bus driver. What police say caused her school bus to end up here and why the situation could have been much worse.
Plus, our complete coverage of the tornado damage here in Central Virginia continues. Live reports from two of the hardest hit areas, Waverly and Essex, and we'll show you the exact moments of funnel cloud touchdown in Appomattox.
You're watching CBS 6 News. We are working for you. We're back in 3 minutes.
Working for you. This is CBS 6 Early Morning.
Tornadoes touch down across Central Virginia. We'll take you to some of the hardest hit communities and tell you what the governor is doing now to help out the victims. Thanks for staying with us on this Thursday morning. I'm Reba Hollingsworth.
And I'm Rob Cardwell. The governor is now declaring a state of emergency following last night's tornadoes. And that will get help to people here in some of the hardest hit communities like Waverly. That small town, one of the places hardest hit by one of the 7 tornadoes touching down here
In our area on Wednesday, 3 people, including a child, were killed. Another person was also killed in Appomattox. We have complete coverage of the damage left behind and the cleanup efforts. Our Jasmine Norwood is in Waverly and Brendan King is in Tappahannock, which was also hit hard by the storms. But first, we turn to meteorologist Nikki D. Ray for a look at other parts of our area that suffered the damage.
Good morning, guys. You know what? The storm has since edged its way out, but here it is, the time period really hitting home around 2, again into 3, 4, 5, 6, and even 7 p.m. This is a massive system. We talked about it yesterday. It had a really bad reputation, and it continued to impact us as well. These are all of the storm reports. They're all across the Commonwealth. And let's take a look at a few of them. This is just over into Appomattox. Look at this system. It is incredibly just basically like what you would see in a textbook for meteorology, incredibly large, and it did stay on the ground. What kind of damage did it do? Well, let's just say in Evergreen, 45 homes were either destroyed or damaged due to this particular tornado. And that's not the only tornado we dealt with. Here's some more damage. This is over into Waverly. This is someone's home. You can tell they had Christmas in this house and they had a family there. They laughed, and it is now completely destroyed across many locations. Other locations over into Tappahannock, I mean, the car just completely over on its side. And a lot of people will be dealing with cleanup today. Please be sensitive. Get out there and help. We are a family. And today, when we are getting out there and helping one another, holding each other, maybe even doing a little bit of crying, it's going to be windy out there. So please be careful. We want to limit anyone getting hurt. Winds are going to be sustained today around 20 to 30 miles per hour. That is sustained winds, gusting into the 40s and 50s. So that's going to make cleanup a little difficult, especially if you're going to be out there. It could be dealing with some blowing debris. Temperature-wise, 55 degrees. We will stay dry all day long. Tonight, we get down right around freezing. Tomorrow, we'll be at 48 degrees by the afternoon hours, seeing a mixture of sun and clouds. And we're actually going to have a warm up heading into our direction right in time for the weekend, where temperatures will rebound into the 60s. But Robin Reba, our hearts are heavy this morning.
Absolutely. Thank you, Nikki D. Because of the storm damage, a couple of school districts in our area are delayed or closed today. Essex County Public Schools and Sussex County Schools are closed today, and Richmond County and Westmoreland County Schools are opening 2 hours late. Governor Terry McAuliffe will visit Waverly today, that small town devastated by a tornado, which, as you can see, picked up cars and smashed homes. People living there have been asked to stay at home this morning if they can, while crews continue to assess all of the damage.
CBS 6's Jasmine Norwood is there live this morning, and she tells us this isn't the first time this particular area has been hit hard by tornadoes. Jasmine.
That's right, Reba. This is not the first time this community is going through something like this, being devastated by a storm like this. As you mentioned earlier in the show, we know that a family of 3 here in Waverly died when this tornadoes moved through. One of those persons was just 2 years old, a 2-year-old child. And so, as you can imagine, very somber morning here in Waverly right now. I'm going to step aside so we can show you some of the physical damage that was done out here. Take a look at this here. What you're seeing, this appears to be some sort of power pole and some type of roof or structure that's wrapped around power lines and dangling here in the air. And then just a little bit lower to the ground, you can see here just furniture, pieces of walls, pieces of just so much mangled equipment out here. And to think that this was possibly someone's home or someone's storage unit, someone's workplace. So you can imagine, this is the type of thing people are waking up to. This is the reality people are waking up to here in Waverly. And we have some video to show you from yesterday, actually, where police walked us through some of the hardest hit areas out here. We talked with people who live in these areas, and they tell us what makes all of this even more tragic is this is not the first time these families are having to rebuild. Take a listen.
This is the 4th time we've been hit with a tornado in my lifetime right here in Waverly. And 3 of the 4 hit right here. It just rips my heart out for the people that lived here.
And again, to give you an idea of how strong these winds that moved through here were, we're told by police that the bodies of those 3 persons who died in the storm, they were found over 300 yards away from where their mobile home once was. So very tragic. A lot of rebuilding that will be starting today. We've seen police out here. We've seen some Dominion Power crews out here driving around Waverly. So we can tell people are trying to get started. Robin Reba.
Jasmine, I can imagine there's no power right there. Those first responders are on scene, though, right now, correct?
That's right. We just a little bit down the road here. They've got their entire mobile command center set up. We've got Virginia State Police down there. Down the road the other way, we've got Dominion crews working. So like you said, no power in this stretch, but crews are out here and they are visible this morning.
All right, they'll be very busy there in Waverly. Thanks, Jazz. We're also getting a closer look this morning at a tornado that touched down in Appomattox. Look at these pictures here. A man photographed this perfectly formed tornado Thursday afternoon. Or I guess I should say Wednesday afternoon. The storm damaged homes and buildings in the Evergreen and Red House communities. One man was killed there after the tornado hit his house. 7 others were hurt. In Tappahannock and Essex County, at least 30 buildings, including a church, were damaged or destroyed there.
And because the touchdown happened just before 7 last night, the extent of the damage won't be seen until sunrise. CBS 6's Brendan King is live there this morning and spoke with neighbors who say they are just thankful they survived the storms. Brendan.
Yeah, good morning, Reba. The good news, the fire department says everyone in Essex has been accounted for, but they're all waking up to this, an extensive cleanup ahead of them. And I could just let these images behind me speak for themselves. Eric, if you want to show them, this is a green blazer here on Dacia Road that was thrown and slammed up against this black SUV. With its hood, it's peeled back like a tuna can. Also behind it was once a home. It's now sitting in rubble, in pieces. You can see family toys are just thrown through this rubble here. Take a look at other images of the destruction in this area. We're told at least 30 buildings were somehow damaged in the storm. 15 were destroyed. At least 25 people were injured. Thankfully, no one was seriously hurt. I spoke to one neighbor, and he says that the community wasted no time getting to
church is gone, and a lot of people are hurt down there, like 3 or 4 people. So, the community came together and we cleared the road so that the services could get through to get to the people. So, my heart goes out to everyone down here.
And that's Brendan King there in Tappahannock. We will stay in touch with him, try to get his technical problems fixed there.
Well, in reaction to the damage in Tappahannock, one VCU student reached out to CBS 6 to let us know she will be collecting donations to take back to her hometown to help. Hannah Nicole Hilton said she will be at the campus at noon today. Here is a list of what she is looking to take back to Essex County: water, clothing, feminine products, basic bathroom necessities, pet food and other pet needs, and stuffed animals for kids.
And our complete coverage continues here. Coming up, we're going to show you more damage. New video just coming into the newsroom. Plus, you can read more about the storms on our website or our WTVR app.
Breaking news out of Chesterfield, where firefighters are back out on the scene of a double house fire that shut down Hull Street Road on Wednesday. Crews tell us the strong winds caused a fire at this house to reignite overnight. They were able to knock it down quickly. New information in the case of a missing Amelia County grandmother abducted from her home. The medical examiner's office now confirms a body found in Nottoway County last Thursday belongs to Olene Brooks. Police say the 68-year-old was abducted by Dana William on January 21st, the same night he killed her husband and held her other family members captive. 6 days later, on January 27th, William was located in Fitchburg, Massachusetts, a town outside of Boston where he used to live. He shot himself in the head as U.S. Marshals and police were moving in to arrest him. He later died. Brooks' body was discovered by a fisherman on February 18th in the woods off of Moorset Mill Road in Nottoway.
6 people accused of being in a gang and running a criminal conspiracy have been found guilty in Roanoke. That plot included the murder of Waynesboro Police Captain Kevin Quick and a string of armed robberies. You might remember Quick was abducted and found shot to death in Goochland County in 2014. All of the defendants are members of the 99 Goon Syndicate, which has ties to the Blood Street Gang in D.C. They'll be sentenced sometime this summer. An Albemarle County school bus driver is facing charges after her bus crashed into that ditch right there. Look at that. It happened on Richmond Road yesterday morning. Police say the driver, who was pregnant, lost control and ran off the right side of the road there. No students were on board at the time. The driver was taken to the hospital to be evaluated. She's not being identified, but was cited for failing to maintain proper control of a vehicle. Hope she's okay.
Well, our region was not the only one hit by severe weather in Indianapolis. Wind and snow were the problems. Take a look at this. There is supposed to be a road there, but the snow is so thick you can't even see it. How deep the snow was there, and that fire trucks couldn't even get through it.
And the Globetrotters are in Richmond, the places where you could see them and watch the team perform their incredible tricks, and the special guests who will be joining them at one of their stops. That's still ahead here on CBS 6 Early Morning.
Now from CBS 6, the Weather Authority, meteorologist Nikki DeRay.
Right behind me are the tracks from yesterday's devastating system. Starting to see some of that activity as early as 2 o'clock yesterday, continuing on into the early evening hours. And with all of that weather in our direction, we had a lot of storm reports. Notice all those tornadoes that were found on the ground in many locations, and we did have a lot of destruction due to these storms. This is just over very close into Waverly. Look at this. This is a trailer home just completely without a roof on it. The wall is down. Sofa that someone could have been sitting on just a few short hours prior. And then you take a look. Here is an actual one of those tornadoes that was caught on camera. It is incredibly large, and it was rolling through the area, doing immense damage over into Union Level. That is the same storm that the tornado did push down, bringing trees down, and then also over in La Crosse, where the roofs of a single wide area was completely blown off. We're waking up to just devastation in many areas. Remember to be sensitive today. Continue to keep our Central Virginia family in your thoughts and prayers. Some schools are going to be on time, and if they are, drop off 43 degrees, lunch at 47, pickup will be at 50, but winds will be incredibly high all day long. Rob, Reba?
All right, thanks, Nikki D. Well, take a look at this video. One of our viewers, Andrew Robinson, shot this at Kerr Lake. That's by the Virginia-North Carolina line. He says the wind was blowing so hard it was pushing his truck back and forth across the road. Plus, hail made it hard to see. Virginia was not the only place cleaning up after the storms today. Take a look at these images. A tractor trailer flipped on the George Washington Bridge in New York City. This all happened as the storm moved up the East Coast. And in Maryland, heavy rain caused flooding there. Cars were left completely submerged in some parts of Baltimore and Annapolis. Crews performed dozens of water rescues.
With the storms blowing through, former President Bill Clinton made a stop in Richmond. He was here campaigning, of course, for his wife, Hillary. Clinton spent an hour running through a laundry list of ways he says his wife would be good for Virginia, calling her the greatest change maker he's ever known.
Look, you can do all this blaming while you're running. Once you take your hand off the Bible, I've been there. That blaming will get you about 3 minutes as president. She'll make you proud if you make her proud on Super Tuesday. We need you, Virginia. Thank you, and God bless you.
Meantime, Hillary's Democratic rival Bernie Sanders was in Norfolk earlier this week. In a recent poll by Christopher Newport University, among voters likely to vote Democrat, Hillary Clinton leads Bernie Sanders by 12 percentage points.
On the Republican side, presidential frontrunner Donald Trump made a stop at Regent University in Virginia Beach ahead of next Tuesday's primaries. Trump took part in the school's ongoing candidates forum, where Pat Robertson questioned him on various topics. He began his talk with words about his win in Nevada. Trump spoke to a crowded theater filled with supporters. The candidate touched on his usual stump speech, from canceling the president's executive orders on gun control to becoming a more powerful country than China, as well as building a wall between the U.S. and Mexico.
Had a very exciting evening last night, and I went all around. You know, the word caucus, it's a little complicated because you don't know how it's going to work out.
Republican candidates Ted Cruz and Ben Carson will also visit Regent in the coming days. All of the GOP candidates will be debating tonight in Houston ahead of Super Tuesday, which is next week.
Caught on camera, whipping winds and blowing snow traps drivers in Indiana on the roads. And at one point, look at this, the condition's so bad, firefighters were called in to rescue them. Here's the video from the town of Crown Point. And I don't know about you, but I can't even see the road there. They couldn't. 2 fire trucks that were sent, they got stuck trying to help them out. Some spots, snowbanks were 6 feet deep.
Wow. Right now, let's get a look at the roads. Here's Kristen. We're dealing with wind out there, Kristen.
Wind, and we also have some other problems on the roadway. That video there just looked like a whiteout, didn't it? Well, here's a live look just behind me. This is the Petersburg area in the Tri-Cities. In or out of the Tri-Cities shouldn't be a problem. The accident from earlier, state police have already cleared that up. So here's what it looks like now. If your commute takes you Interstate 85 close to 95 heading up towards Washington Street, no major problems. Looks like things are smooth sailing. I'd also like to point out that you may encounter damp pavement. For the most part, it looks like roads are going to be dry. However, if you're driving maybe some of those side streets and the shaded areas, you could encounter a patch or two of the wet pavement. In Louisa, heads up for this wreck. I spoke with state police. They are still on scene dealing with this. At one time, there were lane closures. Now there are just going to be shoulder activity, right shoulder activity to be specific. This is 64 West at Gum Spring, Route 522, and along 522, green changing over to yellow and a little bit of orange, so maybe leading up to the highway, it's going to be difficult for you. Make sure that you are paying attention. Watch for those flashing lights while it's dark outside, so make sure that you are paying attention. Debris in the roadway. This just popped up on 511, Route 288 south at Chester Road, and look at this. Wow, that deep red color now along Chester Road 145, trying to reach Route 288. Make sure you're taking your time. There's debris on the off-ramp, so navigating around that could be somewhat tricky. Rob, Reba?
All right, thanks, Kristen. Happening today, a special appearance at the Richmond Greyhound Terminal. The Harlem Globetrotters will be there today. The team is going to be joined by students from Carver Elementary who would get to learn some of their tricks and ball handling skills. It's all happening at 11 o'clock this morning. The Globetrotters are also performing tonight at the Richmond Coliseum at 7.
They do
I
so
love
much.
watching them.
I know. They do so much for charities and
They
kids.
really do.
Love it when they're in town. Folks, listen to us. Keep your boarding pass. All right, the important reason why you should protect that little piece of paper, not just when you have to catch a flight, but after you've made it to your destination.
And Nikki D is working for you in the Weather Center. She'll have an update on how much longer these windy conditions will be sticking around.
Well, one of President
CBS 6 Sky Tracker, sponsored by Baugh Auto Body.
Many of us are waking up, brushing our teeth in our own home, getting ready for the day, possibly heading to the city or even out of state. But we've got to remember those of us who are not waking up to such nice conditions. I mean, this is what is going on in Waverly. This photo was taken yesterday. This is a milk jug just scraggled over into the debris. You can tell the homes, just everything is out in the open. Books, toys, Christmas tree decorations, family photos. This particular house, just the front of it completely destroyed, and now everyone can look inside. That's not what homes are originally designed for, and a lot of people are going to be dealing with the waking up and having to get moving and get motivated and get going. So let's all help out when it comes to getting people back on their feet. Current temperature right now, 46 degrees. Cleanup is going to be a little bit of trouble today. The reason being, winds are going to be gusty throughout the entire day. Current winds 24 miles per hour. On a good note, we are clear, and all of that snow that you do see to our west is going to stay westward, and it's going to ease, just clipping the northern extent of the Commonwealth. We're not going to see anything in the way of winter precipitation, but today we are dealing with those winds. Winds right now sustained 17 miles per hour in Tappahannock, 12 in Kilmarnock, 14 in Petersburg, 24 right now in the city. And winds are going to continue to stay high throughout the entire day, being sustained around 20 to 30 miles per hour, gusting into the 40s. So when it comes to cleanup, be careful, protect your eyes, because we are going to see a lot of blowing debris out there. And if you are in a high-profile vehicle, be careful, drive with both hands, because you will be able to feel it swaying, particularly out on the interstates. And we are going to continue to see these winds sticking around with us even on into the evening hours, but tomorrow things will lighten up dramatically. As far as your clouds, just dealing with a few clouds and sun throughout the day. Temperatures will head back into the 50s. Overnight, clear skies. Winds will be moderately light. Temperatures will head around freezing when we wake up on Friday. We'll have plenty of sunshine heading into our direction, and temperatures will warm into the upper 40s. Heading into the weekend, you'll notice a lot of sun, and a warming trend will begin to take place. We're talking 60s heading into Sunday. As far as our next chance of rain, well, you got to wait all the way until next Wednesday. We are looking to stay dry for several days. Temperatures today topping out 55 degrees. Winds will be a major concern throughout the entire day. Again, they'll be sustained 20 to 30 miles per hour. Tomorrow, 48 will be at 49 on Saturday. Sunday and Monday, temperatures will head back into the 60s, and they stay that way on into next week. And if you're wanting to get outside, here's your Sportsman's forecast. We are looking to have a good day tomorrow with 6 out of 10. Rob, Reba?
Thanks, Nikki D. We have a consumer alert you need to see before your next flight. You need to protect that boarding pass.
Yeah, and we don't just mean holding on to it before you get on your flight. Many people are posting pictures on social media of their boarding passes when they take a trip, or tossing them in the trash after it's no longer needed. But you shouldn't do that because of this barcode right there. Not only does it let the airlines know who you are, but it also has personal information on it, including your phone number, address, email address, and maybe even more. Some good news, though. Several airlines encrypt their barcodes so only their machines can read them.
You know, some things you never think about can get you in big trouble, right? Cleaning up after the storm, we're going to take you to some of the communities hardest hit by Wednesday's severe weather. That's coming up.
Searching for a missing child, the 4-year-old boy police are looking for right now, and the reason they say they are worried about his dad. And CBS 6 Problem Solvers want to help you. Get in touch with us. If you need assistance after the storm, you can call this number 804-254-3672 or just go to our website at WTVR.com.
Peralta.
Working for you. This is CBS 6 This Morning.
Everything's destroyed. Unbelievable. I mean, unbelievable.
Central Virginia communities devastated by tornadoes. The latest on the death toll, the injuries, and we're going to take you live to some of the places hit the hardest to show you what's happening there right now. Of course, the aftermath of the storms is our top story here on CBS 6 This Morning. I'm Rob Cardwell.
And I'm Reba Hollingsworth. Here is the very latest on last night's storms. There were at least 7 confirmed tornadoes that killed 4 people, 3 in Waverly, including a young child. We have complete coverage of last night's storms and the devastation left behind. Our Jasmine Norwood is in Waverly with the latest on the cleanup efforts there. And Brendan King is in Tappahannock, where another storm damaged more than 24 buildings.
But first this morning, let's turn to meteorologist Nikki D. Ray for a look at damage in other areas.
Hey guys, good morning. You know what? This is a look of what those storms look like as they were pushing in from the south, moving up to the north and eastern locations. We saw the first span around 2 o'clock, and the next right behind it at 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Take a look at this. This is one of the photos that we did get from one of the tornadoes over towards Appomattox. When you have a storm that large, what kind of damage can you expect? Well, let me tell you what happened with that particular system over into Evergreen. 45 homes are either destroyed or damaged. That's people just like me and you dealing with this type of impact. And then we take a look just over close to Waverly. Take a look at this. This is a mobile home without a wall, without even the top of it. You can see that sofa that someone was most likely sitting on just a few hours prior. And then you take a look at another tornado that did make its way close to South Hill. Not only did we deal with tornadoes as well as going into winds, but also some flooding over towards Lake Anna. Please continue to use caution. We do have windy conditions headed our way, which will make it very difficult for cleanup. Rob, Reba.
All right, thanks, Nikki D. Last night's storms and the wind we are seeing this morning has left some of you without power. Right now, there is just over 2,100 people in the metro Richmond area without electricity. A majority of those outages, about 500, are in Chesterfield. Dominion says it is working as fast as possible to get those lights back on. To report an outage, call this number right here, 1-866-DOM-HELP.
And one of the places hit the hardest by the severe weather was the small town of Waverly. Virginia State Police confirming with us 4 fatalities statewide were there.
And now the cleanup is underway this morning. CBS 6's Jasmine Norwood is live off of Route 460 in Waverly, with a look at the damage. Jasmine.
Robin and Reba, that tornado really devastated this entire community. As we mentioned earlier in the show today, 3 people, a family of 3, they were killed when the tornado ripped their mobile home into pieces, ripped the roof off. Their bodies were found more than 300 yards away from their home. So that gives you an idea of how strong these winds were and how much damage was done. We have a flashlight here that we're going to use to kind of show you what else those winds tore through. All types of material. You can see we've got bricks here. A little bit further down, we've got even pieces of cinder blocks, tires. And if you take a look back here, we've got a lot of wood, a lot of sheet metal, and even what appears to be pieces of a roof of some type. And it's dangling on a power line and a power pole. So you can imagine what was going on when these winds tore through here last night. This is the sad reality so many families are waking up to out here in Waverly this morning. And our crews were out here just moments after that tornado tore through this town. John Burkett and Chris Jenkins were here, and that's the footage that you're seeing now. They were out here shooting this video for us. They were also talking with people who live here, who lost everything in these storms, and they talked with one pastor who says the entire front of his church was ripped off by these strong winds. But he tells us that's nothing compared to what some of these families are dealing with. Take a listen.
You hear about the loss of that family, and I can imagine what that family is going through. So the last thing we'll worry about is, the church. Our hearts is heavy, that we just want to come together and need the prayers of the community for this whole community.
Now I'm back out live now. We're just giving you one more live picture of, again, what the storms did and what people are waking up to out here in Waverly. You heard that pastor there really asking everyone for prayers and support, and that's really going to be needed here today. As the sun is slowly rising, we know Virginia State Police and other rescue crews are going to be out here continuing to dig through some of this stuff and just make sure no one else is missing and no one else is trapped. We'll be out here all day, and we'll continue to bring you the very latest information. Robin, Reba.
And a governor is expected to be in that area as well. All right.
4 fatalities, 3 there in Waverly. Thanks, Jazz.
Well, this morning we are hearing the audio from police dispatchers from the moment one of those tornadoes moved through Essex. It conveys just how dramatic and how tense things got there. Take a listen.
Just be advised, Warsaw, Richmond County is going through the same thing we're going. They already have a house on the ground with the traffic.
Hey, on this side here, I got the 3 houses down. We're going to check now. We can't get through because I don't know if these power lines are alive. So, we're going to need electricity here. I mean, somebody tell us that this stuff is dead.
Again, our priority is going to be Mad Landing Road. We now have possibility of 4 homes down.
They're right in the middle of it there. Yeah. State police tell us at least 30 buildings in Essex were damaged by that tornado.
Of course, we may not know the full extent of the damage until the sun comes up. Our Brendan King joins us live from Tappahannock this morning, where he talked with several people whose homes were damaged there. Brendan.
Yeah, this morning, guys, these families in this area are waking up to widespread destruction and damage right in their own backyards. This is Dacia Road here, perhaps one of the hardest hit areas in the entire state. That's why the National Guard right now is sending troops here to aid in the cleanup, and I want to show you why. This was a home behind me. It's now ground zero. Their mementos and personal belongings are strewn anywhere. I want to pan over here to this green Chevy Blazer. It was slammed up against this black SUV, and it's now damaged greatly. This isn't the only hard hit area, guys. Take a look at video. It just shows you how widespread this tornado was, how strong it was too. At least 30 buildings in this area were damaged, 15 destroyed altogether. We're told at least 25 people were injured. Some were even trapped inside of their homes and had to be rescued. We spoke to several people who were affected here. Listen to one resident react to all this news.
This is dramatically devastating. Nothing like this has ever happened here. This is somewhere you hear about other things, but nothing like this ever has happened in this particular area.
So what happens next, guys, as the sun rises? Only then, like you mentioned, will the folks in this neighborhood realize just how extensive the damage here is. But if there was any good news, No fatalities were reported. The fire department says everyone has been accounted for. And Robin, Reba, still a lot of cleanup ahead for these families.
Yes, there is. All right, thanks, Brendan.
Well, of the 4 deaths in Virginia from the severe weather, 1 was in the Evergreen community of Appomattox County. State police say the victim's home was destroyed by a reported funnel cloud, and he was found in the rubble. Now, his body is being taken to the medical examiner's office for identification. We can tell you that a total of 7 people were hurt in Appomattox. We spoke with a man whose mother lives here. Now, her home was destroyed in the storm, but miraculously, she's all right. Her son, Jimmy Womack, tells us he called his 85-year-old mom and asked her to walk next door to take cover with him in a storm cellar. She didn't think she could make it, so he went to go get her. As he did, he looked outside and he saw the tornado. That's when he told his mom on the phone, lie face down in the hallway, and in a matter of seconds, the wind shattered out the windows.
I was seeing my garage was gone, my camper was gone, my mother's garage was gone, and I was just catching this in the corner of my eye when I was running to her house to make sure she was okay.
Her roof's gone.
Her roof is gone, and I stepped up in what was left of her house, and I said, Mama, are you okay? She said, oh my God, son, I'm okay.
Yeah, they're all okay. But as you can imagine, very shaken up by their close encounter with that tornado. After it was over, neighbors came over, rushed in to help.
Overnight, we learned because of all the injuries from the storms, VCU Medical Center activated their mass casualty incident protocol. So far, VCU Medical Center has 16 patients from across the region. By making this a mass casualty incident, it allows VCU to add staff and to triage patients there. It can even distribute them to other hospitals if needed. Our complete coverage of the storm damage does not end here. Download the CBS 6 breaking news and weather apps to see more storm video and to read the latest on the cleanup efforts.
At 6:08, we have breaking news out of Richmond, where firefighters are on the scene of this apartment fire. When crews arrived on Norcroft Terrace just off Midlothian Turnpike around 2:30 this morning, the flames were shooting out of the roof. Firefighters, by the way, were at that very same apartment building last night for a dryer fire, and they believe that the wind may have caused it to rekindle. They were able to get it under control in about 15 minutes, and no one was hurt. We're also following breaking news out of Petersburg, where a child hit by a car during last night's storms has passed away. Happened in the 2100 block of East Washington Street just after 6 o'clock. An ambulance rushed that child to the hospital, but doctors couldn't save him. Petersburg police say the driver did stop at the scene.
Right now, let's go look at the roads. Here's Kristen.
Problems on the roadways we're going to get to in just a second, Rob and Reba, but even Reba, you had mentioned earlier that it's going to be quite windy out there, so make sure that you're holding on to your steering wheel tightly. This is a live look behind me, 64 at Broad Glenside. Eastbound side here, you can see that those 3 travel lanes are open, looking good heading down towards Staples Mill, and no merging delays just yet as you work yourself into the Bryan Park interchange. Fortunately, still fairly light out there, so not a whole lot of traffic, but of course we are starting to pick up as we head into rush hour. The collector distributor lane here, maybe just a few brake lights as folks are trying to make that merge off Broad Glenside. Other than that, we are in good shape there. I spoke with state police. They're still on scene trying to wrap up this accident in Louisa, 64 west at Gum Spring. That's going to be Route 522. Right shoulder activity right now in the westbound direction. Seeing a lot of green there on the screen, but trying to make the exit. That's where you may run into some problems, so just tap the brakes there and do pay attention. Debris in the roadway, that seems to kind of be the theme this morning. Everything that we're seeing, incidents and hazardous materials around roadways. This in Chesterfield, Route 288 south at Chester Road, and it's really along Chester Road where we're seeing some brake lights and delays. Debris on the off-ramp, so trying to make it from Chester Road onto Route 288. That's where you may encounter some slowdowns, so make sure that you are paying attention, try to navigate around the debris and take your time. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks. Well, a big scare right in the middle of dinner. Strong storms to our north caused that Burger King sign to come crashing down. The thing that customers say was running through their heads as it started to fall on them.
Finalizing the budget, Chesterfield school leaders are about to approve a spending plan for next year, but that doesn't mean it's too late to let them know what you think, how you can weigh in on how the schools are spending your tax money.
I'm Rob Cardwell, and the 4 kids in today's Student Spotlight are on the path to becoming exceptional adults. Matoaka Middle School's principal tells me that Alicia DeWitt, Brianna Branch, Kaylin Donnelly, and Kelly Bonanzo are always showing the core values for their school and the greater Chesterfield County community. They're responsible, accountable, respectful, honest, and go the extra mile to help out others. And you can find others in our Student Spotlight on my Rob Cardwell CBS 6 Facebook page.
Now from CBS 6, the Weather Authority, meteorologist Nikki D. Ray.
We are waking up to a lot of devastation across central Virginia. This is a time lapse of what we did see yesterday. I mean, look at all of these storm tracks pushing up and along I-95, moving to the north and eastern locations. We dealt with several tornadoes, a lot of wind damage as well. Here's one of the tornadoes very close to Appomattox. I mean, you can tell this is a very large system. It did make its way down to the ground. And what kind of damage did it do? Well, over into Evergreen, 45 homes were either damaged or destroyed. So we are dealing with a lot of pickup this morning. Just over towards into Waverly, look at this. This was someone's home. They were sitting on the sofa just a few hours prior. They no longer have a roof nor even a wall. And we are dealing with a lot of photos like that over into Waverly, one of the hardest hit areas. I mean, there's a milk jug just all the way into those leaves. And of course, those trees. This particular home is just dealing with a loss in the way of the front portion of it. Today was going to be a major cleanup day across the Commonwealth. We will be dealing with windy conditions sustained at 20 to 30 miles per hour. We will see some sunny conditions going into tomorrow. Rob?
All right, thank you, Nikki D. Central Virginia, not the only place cleaning up from tornadoes and severe storms. Take a look at Granville, North Carolina, where ferocious winds ripped the roofs off buildings and knocked down trees. You can see several homes destroyed by a tornado there. Parts of the state got pounded by hail the size of baseballs. In Northern Virginia, flooding is the major problem right now. The already saturated ground just can't absorb all that water, folks, and it's causing streams to overflow, flooding roads. EMS crews in Fairfax spent part of the night rescuing people from stranded cars just like that one. And in Philadelphia, look what the high winds knocked over, a Burger King sign. Customers inside at the time thought it was going to come right through the ceiling, but the roof held up and no one was hurt.
Breaking news out of Henrico, where police are looking for the man they believe kidnapped his own son. Justin Patrick Newcomb allegedly took 4-year-old Jesse Davis Newcomb after a break-in and an assault at a home on Mayberry Terrace on Wednesday. They were seen leaving the area in a white Ford Volkswagen with Virginia license plate VME 6295. If you see that car, call police. Today, Richmond police will lay out their response plan for dealing with domestic violence cases and talk about how victims can get help. Police are joining representatives of the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office and the YMCA of Richmond. They're set to discuss murder cases from this year that were the result of domestic violence. It is happening at the Richmond Police Headquarters this afternoon.
The Chesterfield School Board is voting on its budget for the next fiscal year tonight, and you have a chance to weigh in, folks. The $600 million spending plan includes a salary increase for all school employees, as well as plans to renovate or even rebuild several aging schools. You'll have a chance to make some comments on that budget during tonight's meeting, which starts at 6 o'clock. We have a heads up for Hanover parents. Today will be a full school day. Remember, it was supposed to be an early release day, but that got changed so students can have off next Tuesday for the primaries. Chesterfield schools did the very same thing yesterday.
Well, getting a head start, this woman will be leading the pack at this year's UCrops Monument Avenue 10K. How she got picked for the advantage and how much cash she could win if she beats the other runners.
And speaking of cash, we are giving away another $600 Walmart gift card this morning. Make sure you register on our website, then watch between now and 7 o'clock to see if we call your name.
You're watching CBS 6 News. We are working for you. We're back with No Look at Your Forecast. That's coming up in 3 minutes.
CBS 6 Sky Tracker, sponsored by Baugh Auto Body.
Boy, take a look at these images. This is video new this morning, and it shows the storm clouds rolling into Richmond from the Virginia War Memorial. This video was shot around 5:15 last night as that severe weather was moving in. Boy, it looks scary.
Came in fast.
It did come in rather fast, and you'll notice on the roadways, typically at 5:15, they're covered up. I know Kristen's always keeping a very close eye, but this time around, a lot of people were going home early. Schools were letting out because we knew the reputation of this system, and it really packed a punch when it came to us. So let's take a look right now. Many of us maybe are headed to the airport, but you're getting into the swing of things. It is a Thursday. You're headed out there. You're going to go do some work. Just remember, and please continue to pray for those around us that are being impacted, because some people aren't going to the airport. Some people had to stay in a hotel last night. This is a look over into Tappahannock. I mean, this vehicle completely turned on the side. Home completely demolished this morning. We're talking about toys scattered about, books, family photos, passports, all around the area. And speaking of books, well, this is on the other side of a Bible, and it said a boy who fell asleep. It was a little prayer that was found outside of one of these homes. This was a devastating system. We lost 4 wonderful people right here just in the Commonwealth. We got a lot of cleanup to do today, so let's gather around each other and support one another, just as we always do. Current temperature 44 degrees. Winds are going to be an issue today during cleanup because they are sustained out of the west at 22 miles per hour, gusting at 31. So we are dealing a lot with blowing debris, and especially if you're going to be in a high-profile vehicle on some of the roadways on the interstates, it is a little difficult to drive, so be careful out there. Rain-wise, it has exited the region. We're actually just dealing with a little bit of cloud cover this morning, and that snow that you do see to the west, well, this is thanks to a low-pressure system. It's staying in that direction. It will actually just clip the Commonwealth. We're not going to have to worry about that, but we will be dealing with these winds. Winds right now 15 miles per hour in Tappahannock, 12 over into Kilmarnock, 20 in West Point, Petersburg coming in at 20, Lynchburg, Farmville, you are in the teens, but we are looking for everyone to be sustained 20 to 30 miles per hour throughout the entire day, dealing with those wind gusts getting into the 40s at times. And it's not just a morning and afternoon. It's going to be morning, afternoon, as well as evening, so you'll be hearing it howl outside. So be careful, especially with that blowing debris, as we will all be doing some cleanup. Today, we'll see a mixture of sun and clouds, not looking to see anything in the way of rain. Clear skies overnight. Temperatures will head right around freezing. Now, tomorrow afternoon, we will see a warm up. Temperatures back into the upper 40s. But going into Saturday and Sunday, we're going to have some very pleasant conditions across the area. Rain stays out of the way. Not looking to see any more rain going on into Wednesday of next week. Temperatures today, 55 degrees. Winds will be a major factor. Tomorrow, as well as Saturday morning, we will wake up around freezing, as well as Sunday morning, but then things will increase dramatically. We're talking about those temperatures getting close to 70 degrees. Rob?
All right, thanks, Nikki D. More storm coverage in a minute, but first, we are meeting the runner who's getting a chance to start ahead of the pack at this April's UCrops Monument Avenue 10K. This is Arvette McLean, who was randomly selected out of 19,000 registered racers already to be the AT&T Dash for the Cash contestant. And she'll start ahead of the elite runners. If she crosses the finish line before those elite athletes do, she'll win $2,500. If the elite racers win, that money gets donated to VCU Massey Cancer Center. Arvette says she faces a few obstacles, but she'll be ready on race day.
Currently, I am working on rehabbing my knee, and it's almost there. So as of March 1st, I'll go into doing speed work at least twice a week in order to be ready for this run.
And you know what? Arvette is already a pretty accomplished runner. She's completed 17 marathons. If she wins the cash, she wants to donate part of it to Massey Cancer Center anyway. The rest, she says, will go towards a project she's working on in Tanzania. Just as a reminder, this year's UCrops Monument Avenue 10K is April 9th. And to register, just go to WTVR.com/10K.
17 marathons already. I think she can do it.
I think she can do this. We're Team Arvette for sure.
Yeah.
And
You go, girl.
Team CBS 6. Exactly. You go, girl. Hopefully her knee will start feeling better. Her training looks like it's on point already. All right, guys, let's take you outside. This is 64 East at Route 288 South in the Goochland area. Anyone sticking with 64 East, maybe heading in to the Short Pump area, no major problems there. You can see travel lanes are open. Making the merge from 64 onto Route 288, no major issues there as well, no merging delays. You may encounter some damp pavement out there, also debris in the roadway or high standing water, so just make sure that you are aware of that and those conditions after last night's storm. Anyone heading 64 West, we do have an accident you need to watch for pretty far out there in Louisa. 64 West at Gum Spring, that's going to be 522. I spoke with state police. This accident has been ongoing for a while now. Right shoulder activity, you may need to tap the brakes. Anyone trying to make the exit, green changing over to a little bit of yellow there. so that's where you may encounter a few brake lights. Make sure that you are taking your time. Watch for that activity. You may notice a wrecker on scene, so a lot of lights could be distracting. Rob, Reba?
All right, thanks, Kristen. A scare for one local school bus driver, what police say caused her school bus to end up here, and why the situation could have been much worse.
Plus, our complete coverage of the tornado damage here in Central Virginia continues. Live reports from two of the hardest hit areas, Waverly and Essex. And we'll show you the exact moment that a funnel cloud touched down in Appomattox.
You're watching CBS 6 News. We're working for you this morning. We're back in 3 minutes.
Working for you. This is CBS 6 This Morning.
Tornadoes touched down across Central Virginia. We're going to take you to some of the hardest hit communities and tell you what the governor is doing now to help out the victims. Thanks for staying with us on this Thursday morning. I'm Reba Hollingsworth.
And I'm Rob Cardwell. The governor is now declaring a state of emergency following last night's tornadoes. And that will get help to people in some of the hardest hit communities like Waverly. That small town was one of the places hardest hit by one of the 7 tornadoes touching down here in our area Wednesday. 3 people, including a child, were killed there. Another person was killed in Appomattox. We have complete coverage of the damage left behind and the cleanup efforts this morning. Jasmine Norwood is in Waverly, and Brendan King is in Tappahannock, which was also hit hard by those storms.
But first, we turn to meteorologist Nikki D. Ray for a look at the other parts of our area that suffered the damage too.
Hey guys, you know what? This was one of those systems we will remember for a long time. It didn't just hit 1 or 2 locations. You can tell by the time lapse, it really impacted the entire Commonwealth in one way or another. As far as our storm reports, there are several all across the area, varying from tornadic activity to hail damage and also dealing with those high wind speeds, and even some have some flooding. But take a look at this large wedge tornado. This was captured just over into Appomattox. What kind of damage can it do? Well, it can do a lot of damage. It's a very powerful system. We did have major damages to homes along Route 460 that is east of Appomattox. And then take a look at this, just over in Evergreen, 45 homes were either damaged or just completely destroyed. Another tornado that was captured on film looking to be in South Hill. And of course, a lot of schools are delayed or even canceled due to the weather. So if you are on time, looking to be around 47 degrees at lunch, 50 at pickup, but winds will be a very big impact on today's weather. We've got all those details coming up. Rob?
All right, because of the storm damage, we have a couple of school districts in our area that are going to be delayed or closed today. Take a look at your screen here. Essex County Public Schools and Sussex County Schools are closed. Richmond County and Westmoreland County schools are opening 2 hours late. Governor Terry McAuliffe will visit Waverly today. That small town devastated by a tornado which picked up cars and homes, tossed those cars around like toys. People living there have been asked to stay at home if they can while those crews continue to assess all of the damage.
CBS 6's Jasmine Norwood is there live this morning and tells us this isn't the first time this particular area has been hit hard by tornadoes. Jasmine.
That's right, Reba. For this community, this is not the first time they're going to have to rebuild from this type of storm. They've been through this before, and here they are again this morning. Now, we know, we've confirmed with police that yesterday 3 people, a family of 3, died in this tornado when it ripped off the roof of their mobile home. We know one of those persons was just 2 years old, a 2-year-old boy, and so very somber morning here in Waverly. And I'm going to step aside and get out of the way so we can show you what a lot of people are waking up to this morning, what a lot of people will be focusing on today, and that will be the cleanup. You can see here we've got what appears to be some sort of roof, some sort of roofing that's dangling from a power line. There's a lot of wood out here and sheet metal. We've got bricks and cinder blocks. And we're not sure if this was part of a business or part of a home, but you can see how powerful those winds must have been to tear through all of these materials and really devastate so much of this community. Yesterday we were able to walk around with police, and they took us to some of the hardest hit areas. You can see in this video that we have here. We also talked with people who've been through this, sorry, it's a little windy out here, who've been through this before, and they tell us that's what's most difficult about this, is here they are again, here these families are again, having to rebuild. Take a listen.
This is the 4th time we've been hit with a tornado in my lifetime, right here in Waverly. And 3 of the 4 hit right here. It just rips my heart out for the people that lived here.
We know that the focus is going to be cleanup and a little bit more recovery. We're told that officials will be back out here momentarily to start searching through a little bit more of this and just make sure no one else is trapped or missing. Robin, Reba.
Jasmine, we're reading here that the Virginia National Guard expects to have about 50 soldiers organized into what they're calling debris reduction teams. They're going to have chainsaws and Humvees. Do you see any of them there, and do you think that's going to be enough, 50?
I don't know, Rob, to be honest with you, with the widespread areas that we've seen that have a lot of damage, I don't know if that will be enough, but I don't necessarily see them here yet, but I will tell you, we've seen a lot of Virginia State Police, and we also have a helicopter that's been circling this area for the past 20 minutes or so. So they're definitely, crews are out here, they're getting started, and we'll see how it all plays out today. Robin, Reba.
Yeah, we know that they're going to be providing air support as well there. It might be them there. Thanks, Jazz.
And it's a little scary seeing that debris flying in the wind like that, too.
Absolutely. We're also getting a closer look this morning at this tornado that touched down in Appomattox. Look at that picture. A man photographed that perfectly formed tornado Wednesday afternoon. The storm there damaged homes and buildings in the Evergreen and Red House communities. One man was killed there after the tornado hit his house. 7 others were hurt. County leaders are holding a news conference at 7 o'clock this morning, so that's coming up in about 25 minutes. They're going to talk about the storm and the damage. Meantime, in Tappahannock and Essex County, at least 30 buildings, including a church, were damaged or destroyed.
Yeah, and because the touchdown happened just before 7 last night, the extent of the damage won't be seen until around now. Sunrise. CBS 6's Brendan King is live there this morning and spoke with neighbors who say they are just thankful to have survived the storms. Brendan.
If there's any good news out of this morning, Reba, the fire department says everyone in Essex has been accounted for, but they are waking up to this. Eric, my photographer, if you want to show them, I am standing here on the front steps of this once mobile home that sat on its foundation. As you can see, all of its debris, all of its contents are pushed. Family mementos are in the front yard. This was a plate. It was shattered. Among just some of the damage here off of Dacia Road. Well, I also want to show you that this green SUV is on its side, pushed up against the home, and this black SUV, like I just said, at least 30 damage in this community were damaged, 15 destroyed. We're told at least 25 injuries were reported in this area, ranging from minor to serious. During the storm, several people were trapped inside of their homes and had to be rescued. Listen to one neighbor who said this community wasted no time helping out their brothers.
Church is gone, and a lot of people are hurt down there, with like 3 or 4 people. So, the community came together, and we cleared the road so that the services could get through to get to the people. So, my heart goes out to everyone down here.
And just like in Waverly, we're told the National Guard is expected here too in Tappahannock to help in all of this cleanup efforts. I just saw some fire trucks and ambulances. They're starting to organize just down the road here for extra work. And again, Rob and Reba, among all of this destruction and damage, luckily no one lost their lives.
Definitely the good news there.
Amazing when you see that destruction.
Thanks, Brendan. In reaction to the damage in Tappahannock, one VCU student reached out to CBS 6 to let us know she'll be collecting donations to take back to her hometown to help. Hannah Nicole Hilton says she will be at the Compass, which is just behind the Cathedral of the Sacred Heart, at noon today. Here is a list of what she is looking to take back to Essex County: water, clothing, feminine products, basic bathroom necessities, pet food, and other pet needs, and stuffed animals for kids.
Our complete coverage of the storms continues. We're going to show you more damage video still ahead, and we'll tell you what former President Bill Clinton said about the storms when he was in Richmond last night. Plus, you can read more about the storms on our website or our WTVR app.
Breaking news out of Chesterfield, where firefighters are back on the scene of a double house fire that shut down Hull Street Road on Wednesday. Crews tell us the strong winds caused a fire at a house to reignite overnight. They were able to knock it down quickly. New information in the case of a missing Amelia County grandmother abducted from her home. The medical examiner's office now confirms a body found in Nottoway County last Thursday belongs to Oline Brooks. Police say the 68-year-old was abducted by Dana William on January 21st, the same night he killed her husband and held her other family members captive. 6 days later, on January 27th, William was located in Fitchburg, Massachusetts, a town outside of Boston where he used to live. He shot himself in the head as the U.S. Marshals and police were moving in to arrest him. He later died. Brooks's body was discovered by a fisherman on February 18th in the woods off of Morset Mill Road in Nottoway.
6 people accused of being in a gang and running a criminal conspiracy have been found guilty in Roanoke. Now, the plot included the murder of Waynesboro Police Captain Kevin Quick and a string of armed robberies. Quick, who you see here, was abducted and found shot to death in Goochland County in 2014. All of those defendants are members of the 99 Goon Syndicate, which has ties to the Bloods Street Gang in D.C. They will be sentenced sometime this summer. An Albemarle County school bus driver facing charges after her bus crashed into that ditch you see right there. This happened on Richmond Road yesterday morning. Police say the driver, who was pregnant, lost control, ran off the right side of the road. Thankfully, no students were on board. We can tell you that she was taken to the hospital and evaluated. We hope that her and the baby are okay. We can't tell you her name right now, but we do know she was cited for failing to maintain proper control of a vehicle.
Wow. Our region was not the only one hit by severe weather in Indianapolis. Wind and snow were the problems there. Take a look at the images here. There is supposed to be a road there, but the snow is so thick you can't even see it. How deep the snow was there, and the fire trucks that couldn't even get through it.
And a consumer alert. Odds are you may have thrown one of these away while flying or after you flew, but experts say you need to make sure you keep that boarding pass. The important reason why you should never throw it in the trash.
Need a little bit of good news around here. We're just minutes away from announcing the winner of today's Walmart gift card. So make sure you stay tuned. See if we call your name. We'll be right back.
CBS 6 Sky Tracker, sponsored by Baugh Auto Body.
Yesterday morning, we were preparing for severe weather, and today we are cleaning up after it. This is a track of the line that did push all across the Commonwealth. You'll notice we had tornadic activity as well as high wind speeds and large pieces of hail. And this is a look at all of the storm reports. They are all across the area. We are waking up to a lot of damage and, of course, heavy hearts. Take a look at this. This is a large wedge tornado that was over into Appomattox. It caused around 43 homes to actually be destroyed or completely hurt in many areas and locations. And then take a look over into going into Waverly. This particular home is just completely gone when it comes to the wall and even the roof. Just think, someone was sitting there not too long ago. We're still bringing in a lot of photos. I mean, they're just heartbreaking across the area. And today, when it comes to cleanup, we will be dealing with high wind speeds as well. Winds are looking to be sustained around 20 to 30 miles per hour, so watch out for flying debris. Temperatures will be in the 50s. Reba?
All right, thanks to Kadee. Well, take a look at this video. One of our viewers, Andrew Robinson, shot this at Kerr Lake. That's by the Virginia-North Carolina line. He said the wind was blowing so hard it was pushing his truck back and forth across the road. Plus, hail made it hard to see. Virginia was not the only place cleaning up after the storms. Take a look at these images here. A tractor trailer flipped over on the George Washington Bridge in New York City. This all happened as that storm moved up the East Coast. And in Maryland, heavy rain caused flooding. Cars were left completely submerged in some parts of Baltimore and Annapolis. Crews performed dozens of water rescues.
Now, with the storms blowing through, former President Bill Clinton made a stop in Richmond, of course here campaigning for his wife Hillary. Mr. Clinton spent about an hour running through a laundry list of ways he says his wife would be good for Virginia.
He's calling her the greatest change maker he's ever known. While Clinton was glad many came out to support his wife for president, the former president also says his heart was very heavy for the loss and devastation Virginia experienced just hours earlier.
My heart goes out to the people of Virginia for the people that have already been killed in these tornadoes. When I was governor of Arkansas, it was the tornado capital of America. I know what they can do. But if you're not used to them, they can do more damage.
Hillary's Democratic rival Bernie Sanders was in Norfolk earlier this week. Now, in a recent poll by Christopher Newport University, among voters likely to vote Democrat, Hillary Clinton leads Bernie Sanders by 12 percentage points. Now, on the Republican side, presidential frontrunner Donald Trump made a stop at Regent University in Virginia Beach ahead of next Tuesday's primaries. He began his talk with words about his win in Nevada. Trump spoke to a crowded theater filled with supporters. The candidate touched on his usual stump speech, from canceling the president's executive orders on gun control to becoming a more powerful country than China. Republican candidates Ted Cruz and Ben Carson will also visit Regent in the coming days. Now, all of the GOP candidates will be debating tonight in Houston ahead of Super Tuesday, which is next week. Well, caught on camera, whipping winds and blowing snow traps drivers in Indiana on the roads. At one point, conditions got so bad, firefighters were called in to rescue them. Check out this video from the town of Crown Point. You can't even see the road. 2 fire trucks even got stuck when trying to help. In some spots, snowbanks were 6 feet deep. Right now, let's get a look at the roads. Here's Krista.
Just looks like a whiteout there, didn't it, Reba? Okay, well, we're starting to pick up more problems on the roadways. This one is minor. Interstate 64 eastbound direction here, working out towards 9 Mile. We do have a broken down vehicle just beyond that bridge, that ramp there, so hopefully you can see it. We do have some flashing lights that are on scene, so a safety truck is there assisting the vehicle. Just make sure that when you are passing by, you try to move over to those far left 2 lanes. Okay, I believe we have one more live look for you. This is 95 at Chamberlain Avenue. Reports of an accident. 95 south working into the Bryan Park interchange. What we gather from the live shot, this is the southbound direction. Maybe a few folks tapping the brakes as they pass by, but fortunately everything is going to be shoulder activity. So right shoulder blocked, to be specific there. This is the southbound direction, and we saw it from the live look there heading down towards the Bryan Park interchange. Heavy but steady traffic. So no major problems, just of course take your time. This should be in the clearing stages now in Louisa. 64 west at Gum Spring. Been working this accident all morning long. Right shoulder is going to be blocked. You may see a wrecker there on scene, as well as some blue and red flashing lights trying to make the exit from 64 onto 522. Green changing over to a little bit of yellow, so make sure that you are tapping the brakes and just take it slow there in Louisa. the debris in the roadway here in Chesterfield, Route 288 South at Chester Road. We're really seeing some color. You can see it there now. Green changing over to a little bit of purple indicates that that section of the roadway is going to be blocked on Chester Road. So folks, really watch out for that high standing water. A lot of reports of that, and also debris in the roadway. So be careful navigating around leading up to those interstates. Rob, Reba?
All right, thanks. Some of you are having some audio issues with CBS 6. Apparently it's not on our end, it's Comcast. So for those who can't hear us, hey, take a look at your screen or call your friends. There you go. Comcast is working to fix audio issues. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, we're working on it. Comcast is working on it. Hopefully it'll get you sound to you soon.
Yes.
We have a consumer alert that you need to see before you fly. Hold on to that boarding pass, folks.
Yeah, we don't just mean holding on to it before you get on your flight. Many people are posting pictures on social media of their boarding passes when they take your trip or tossing them in the trash after it's no longer needed. But you shouldn't do that because of this, the barcode. Not only does it let the airlines know who you are, but it also has personal information on it, including your phone number, address, email address, maybe even more.
Proves the point that with everything, anything at all that has our name, anything that has our name in any form, any barcode, anything, I don't care what it is, destroy it, shred it, get rid of it. Don't leave it around. Don't throw it in the trash can because there's people making a lot of money out of that. Don't give them that chance.
Some good news here, though. Several airlines encrypt their barcodes so only their machines can read them.
Wow, I would have never thought that. It is Thursday, just Thursday, but maybe this will help someone kick off their weekend early.
Yeah, it is time to announce the winner of today's $600 Walmart gift card. And congratulations to Lydia Tyree of Richmond. Lydia, you have 30 minutes to call 342-3413 and claim your $600 prize.
If you're not Lydia, please don't call. Remember, if she doesn't call, tomorrow's gift card will roll over and be worth $1,200.
Let's toss it over to Nikki D. Hi, Nikki D.
Hey guys, good morning. I mean, look at this sunrise, the calm after the storm, definitely. Many of us are able to get going. You know, you're getting your groove on, getting ready to go to work or to school. But remember, some people are not waking up to such a beautiful start to the day. This is a photo over into Waverly. Homes absolutely destroyed. I mean, you've got children's toys out in the middle of the street, family photos out over into the next person's yard. And then take a look just over into Lake Anna. We are dealing with some flooding issues in many locations. So just remember to be sensitive today and get out there and help our Central Virginia family recover from this devastating system. Right now, we are indeed dealing with some winds across the area. Winds are sustained at 22 miles per hour, gusting around 31. It's going to be a windy day across the board, but thankfully we're not going to see anything in the way of rainfall. Not even snow. We do have some snow just to our west. This low pressure system. All of that is going to stay in the upper elevations, and it's barely going to clip the Commonwealth. We are looking to stay dry, but winds will be an issue. We have received a lot of rain just in the metro, over 1 inch from yesterday. So we've got saturated soils, high winds right now, 22 miles per hour, 16 over into Tappahannock, 24 in West Point, 13 right now in Lynchburg. So we could be dealing with some trees trying to fall, as well as all of that flying debris still from yesterday's storm system doing with the cleanup. Winds will be sustained around 20 to 30 miles per hour. We will be gusting into the 30s and 40s throughout the day and even into the overnight hours. But tomorrow afternoon, things will calm down dramatically. As far as today, we will be dealing with a few clouds across the Commonwealth. Temperatures will head into the 50s. Overnight, clear skies and moderately mild winds will push into the area. Temperatures will drop right around freezing, and tomorrow afternoon we'll see plenty of sunshine with temperatures heading into the upper 40s. By the weekend, a major warm-up is heading into our direction. Not only are we dealing with a major warm-up, we're also going to be dealing with dry conditions. Temperatures today will top out at 55 degrees. Remember, winds will be a major issue. Getting out there, helping your neighbors get back into the work flow and helping clean up. Please be careful because we are going to be dealing with flying debris. High profile vehicles will be an issue as well on those interstates. 48 degrees for your Friday. We will be below freezing on Saturday and Sunday mornings, but we will dramatically increase going into Sunday as well as Monday with temperatures approaching near 70 degrees. Rob, Reba?
All right, thanks, Nikki D. Well, here's your primetime lineup.
So this takes over our resources that we have as a local community. We're a small rural community, but a lot of time the state doesn't get credit. The state has stepped up and they have had resources. We have state police here. Virginia Department of Emergency Management is here. We've had our delegates from the area in contact with us and everything else. So this is totally an effort by local, state, and federal agencies. So.
And how many homes did you have people that had to be like taken out of that home?
We don't have an exact number because we have not been out in the field. We had our crews out doing that, but we know we had several that had that situation.
Okay, and I guess, again, this morning, the helicopter is going to go up for its first flight during the daylight?
That's correct.
Has that gone up yet?
Not yet.
Okay, and then...
There is a news conference going on right now in Tappahannock. We're going to take you there right now.
20 first responders on the ground.
But you feel confident, at least at this point, that you've gotten pretty much...
We're going to just do a quick little live hit at the end of the show, so we need them for like...
Okay, I'm almost done. I guess, and you have canines and anything else that you'd like to add that we didn't... is anybody at the shelters? I heard that everybody pretty much found family and friends to stay with.
We actually had one couple report to the shelter last night, but it's going to remain open through the day, just in case we have citizens that need a place.
Any idea when the power situation?
Power should be restored, according to Rappahannock Electric, all power by this afternoon. And that's a half a mile that has been totally, they had 18 poles, I think is what they told us, and 20 sections of wire that are down. And they've got all of their resources in addition to outside resources coming to make this happen.
And your first and last name, sir, just so I have it, just so I can make sure I have it on record.
Stanley Langford.
And how do you spell your last name, sir?
Langford.
And your position?
I'm chairman of the board.
Oh, okay. And
Okay, that was part of the news conference going on in Tappahannock. We caught a tail end of that. That was the area that received a lot of damage there. No fatalities in that area, but a lot of damage.
And of course, we'll continue to follow the developments there and what's going on. Let's go live to Jasmine Norwood, who is live in another hard-hit area of Waverly this morning. And Jazz, what's the latest from there?
Well, Rob, as you know, we've been saying all morning, 3 people died in yesterday's tornado. Now that the sun is coming up, crews are going to be out here going through all of this, making sure no one else is trapped, no one else is missing. Just real quickly, we want to walk you through here, walk you closer. Take a look through here. You can see there's a toilet sitting there. There's some equipment back there. This appears to be what was at one point a used tire shop. So you can see the damage that was done out here. You can see the reality and the destruction people are waking up to out here in Waverly this morning. We'll be out here all day. We know that the governor will be here at 10 o'clock this morning. We'll be sure to bring you the very latest information throughout the day. Robin, Reba.
Now that the sun is up, to see that damage is incredible.
We'll be back in those hard-hit areas of Waverly and Tappahannock and many other areas, including Appomattox, later today.
We'll be right back.
Heads up, Interstate 85 north, close to 95 in Petersburg. Just picked up an accident there. This is a live look, 95 at Chamberlain Avenue. Closest to the camera is southbound. Crews are working an accident. The right shoulder is going to be blocked heading into the Bryant Park interchange. At this time, no delays, just tap the brakes. Nikki D?
All right, this morning we are dealing with quite a bit of wind across central Virginia, gusting around 31 miles per hour, but winds will be sustained 20 to 30 miles an hour throughout the day. So please continue to use caution, particularly in high-profile vehicles. And while you're out.
Yes, we'll take that window over the other stuff.
Dramatic rescue is unfolding after wild weather capsizes a fishing boat near New York City. Powerful storms lead a trail of deadly destruction across the east.
Is there a bombshell hiding in Donald Trump's tax returns? Mitt Romney suggests the billionaire has something to hide.
U.S. soccer legend Hope Solo is in Studio 57 for her first interview since raising concerns about Zika at the Rio Olympics.
But we begin this morning with a look at today's eye-opener, your world in 90 seconds.
A lot of wind whipping. This is just like not even real.
Powerful storms stretch across the East Coast.
A Coast Guard vessel capsized during a rescue mission. They were attending to a fishing boat that had run aground.
This operation is still underway.
Meanwhile, winter weather hammered Indiana and Illinois.
Officials say this is some of the worst conditions they've seen.
After Trump's landslide victory in Nevada, Mitt Romney called on the billionaire to release his tax returns.
Mitt Romney said that every candidate should release his tax returns. Will you do so?
The nice thing is I haven't made enough money that my tax returns are not that interesting.
Super Tuesday now less than a week away. Clinton is focusing on South Carolina, while Sanders has been holding rallies in a bunch of states.
When I look out at this crowd, I don't think there's any way we're going to lose on Tuesday.
Apple CEO Tim Cook speaking out on the company's privacy fight with the FBI.
To place a backdoor in the iPhone, we believe it does put hundreds of millions of customers at risk.
President Obama considering a Republican nominee, Brian Sandoval, the governor of Nevada, to fill the vacant seat on the Supreme Court.
An e-cigarette exploded inside a man's pocket in Kentucky.
There was fire, big fire.
All that.
Adele has stolen the show at this year's Brit Awards.
For you all to be so kind to me, it's so nice.
A molecule called CRISPR was discovered. Molecule of the Year in Science magazine.
Is that a thing that happens every year?
Well, yeah. You don't follow it?
I don't. Molecule of the Year is fantastic.
Seriously?
Here I am worrying about the Oscars.
And all that matters.
You planning to campaign for her?
I haven't, look, I don't think they need me, frankly. He might need me. But she's fine.
On CBS This Morning.
A third consecutive win in the Nevada caucuses keeps Donald Trump well positioned to steamroll his way to victory on Super Tuesday.
Like many other Las Vegas visitors, the GOP woke up this morning with a raging hangover, wondering what the hell happened last night.
This morning's Eye Opener is presented by Toyota. Let's go places.
Welcome to CBS This Morning. We begin with a dramatic rescue going on right now to get the crew of a stranded fishing boat to safety in New York. A Coast Guard helicopter is trying to pull crew members off the boat. An early attempt to rescue the sailors failed when a Coast Guard boat capsized. All the Coast Guard crew members swam to safety.
And these are live pictures right now. This rescue effort comes after violent storms swept along the East Coast. Winds flipped over a semi-truck on New York's George Washington Bridge. The storm brought down a home in the Bronx, but no one was hurt. Falling power lines on Long Island sparked at least one car fire. The powerful band of storms is responsible for at least 8 deaths in the South. Several tornadoes ripped through Virginia, killing 4. Chip Reed is in Waverly, south of Richmond, where a state of emergency is in place. Chip, good morning.
Well, good morning. I am standing in the middle of what used to be a small mobile home park here in Waverly, Virginia. As you can see, this was the laundromat. It was made of brick and even cinder block. but it has been completely destroyed. Walk down here, take a look at this. That trailer there behind the bushes that is largely destroyed, we talked to a man who lived there. He can hardly believe he's alive, and that's partly because just on the other side of that trailer is where another trailer used to be, and that is where 3 people, including a 2-year-old child, died. A deadly storm system lashed the East Coast Wednesday, pummeling it with violent winds and torrential rain. Multiple tornadoes were reported in Virginia, where at least 4 people have died and dozens more have been injured.
A tornado just came through right on 460 right now. Just tore this place to pieces.
3 died here in Waverly, a 2-year-old child and 2 men who were found 300 yards from their mobile home. 70-year-old Vincent Donald lives next door.
Force of wind come, spinning, lift the roof, but I survived.
In Pennsylvania, more than 30,000 people lost power. Authorities issued tornado warnings and several homes were torn apart.
We heard, you hear stuff tossing and turning, and we heard debris. This is just like not even real.
A steady downpour led to flash flooding in and around Washington, D.C., where drivers slogged through the evening commute. At least 3 tornadoes were reported in North Carolina. Straight-line winds and pounding rains toppled trees and cut one home nearly in half. Time-lapse video shows the storm as it rolled through downtown Charlotte.
That is one wild storm.
The system made its way to the Northeast, where strong gusts flipped over this truck in New York. And in New Jersey, manhole covers were sent flying into the air. The wet weather caused underground electric explosions in Elizabeth. First responders spent the night going through this area, going through this incredible debris field, trying to make sure there's nobody unaccounted for. There is still apparently some question whether this was officially a tornado. Just look. It's hard to believe it could have been anything other than that.
I'll say the pictures really tell the story there. Thank you, Chip, very much. Firefighters in Indiana rescued more than 24 drivers trapped for hours on a snowy highway. An accident during the snowstorm made the road impassable, is the word. 2 fire trucks got stuck in 6 feet of snow. Firefighters faced strong winds and blinding snow. They walked car to car to bring about 30 people to safety.
Donald Trump is facing questions about his taxes this morning from the last Republican presidential nominee. Mitt Romney claims the Republican frontrunner has not released his tax returns because they may contain a bombshell. Trump tweeted in response that taxes made Romney, quote, look like a fool in 2012. And he sarcastically called Romney a tough guy. Major Garrett in Washington looks at the issue that may affect tonight's Republican debate in Houston. Major, good morning.
Good morning. On the Republican debate stage tonight in Houston, Mitt Romney. No, not in person, of course, but through this issue of tax returns that he lobbed at Donald Trump yesterday. Now, Trump has dismissed Romney throughout this campaign as a weak nominee who should have won in 2012. But Trump's remaining Republican rivals appearing at another Texas forum last night, well, they sided with Romney.
They're just not very exotic, but we will release them, sure.
Very glad to release tax returns.
You got nothing to hide, not a problem.
Look, the nice thing is I haven't made enough money that my tax returns are not that interesting.
Donald Trump's closest Republican rivals had no problem responding to a challenge from 2012 GOP nominee Mitt Romney, who had this to say about Trump's tax returns.
Frankly, I think we have good reason to believe that there's a bombshell in Donald Trump's taxes. Every time he's asked about his taxes, he dodges and delays and says, well, we're working on it.
The tax issue tripped up Romney's White House bid, but Trump said he feels no pressure to release his returns at all.
My returns are extremely complex, and I'll make a determination at the right time. I'm in no rush to do it. Nobody's been bringing it up except for Mitt Romney.
A cluttered GOP field advantages Trump, and the rest of the candidates are scrambling to dull that edge. But no one appears willing to give up their smaller share of support.
Once this race begins to narrow a little bit, you'll see more of that support consolidating.
But the 3 candidates who have yet to win aren't dropping out. Marco Rubio finished second in South Carolina and Nevada.
We are not going to allow the conservative movement to be defined by a nominee who isn't a conservative.
John Kasich has back-to-back 5th place finishes.
We're not stopping, and I'm not giving up.
Ben Carson hasn't finished higher than 4th.
It's like a baseball game. Everybody wants to call the game after the first inning.
For Ted Cruz, this Tuesday's contest in Texas, one of 12 states voting on Super Tuesday, could prove decisive. A loss on his home turf would effectively cripple Cruz's campaign. Of the 624 delegates up for grabs on Tuesday, Nora, Texas has the most with 155.
Yeah, he even called it himself the big prize major. Thank you. Hillary Clinton is focusing on South Carolina this morning, but Bernie Sanders is hundreds of miles away, campaigning in Ohio, Michigan, and Illinois. Clinton is making 4 stops in the state where Democrats vote on Saturday. Nancy Cordes is in Columbia, South Carolina, where Clinton is also thinking about the GOP frontrunner. Nancy, good morning.
Good morning. That's right. Republicans are not the only ones who are starting to come to grips with the notion that Trump could be the GOP nominee. Yesterday, the Clinton campaign sent out this fundraising appeal saying everything's coming up Trump, a message meant to scare their supporters into opening their wallets.
We do not allow the Trumps of the world to divide us up.
Trump has united the Democratic candidates, at least temporarily.
I listen to the rhetoric on the Republican side. I don't recognize my country. You know, Senator Sanders and I have been trying to run a campaign based on issues. They run a campaign based on insults.
Clinton is camped out in South Carolina, protecting her large lead in the polls here.
Hi, how are you?
Sanders headed west in search of greener pastures, and he found them. 7,000 people came to hear him speak in Kansas City, almost 10,000 in Tulsa.
I look out at this crowd. I don't think there's any way we're going to lose on Tuesday.
The only other candidate drawing crowds this large is Trump. But so far, the enthusiasm has not translated into turnout, which is down on the Democratic side since 2008 in the 3 contests held so far. And that's a problem for Sanders, who says this all the time.
Voter turnout is everything. Our job is to create a high voter turnout. If there's a large turnout, I think we're going to do very well.
Translation, Sanders needs his young supporters to hit the polls in record numbers to offset Clinton's advantage with older, more reliable voters. In Nevada, she won seniors by a full 50 points and won the caucus.
Senator Sanders, you often say that you want to create the kind of political revolution that President Obama couldn't. Is the fact that turnout is lower a sign that that revolution isn't happening?
No, it's a sign that Barack Obama ran an unprecedented, brilliant campaign in 2008. Unprecedented.
And even with that unprecedented campaign, though, Obama just barely edged out Hillary Clinton. This time, Gail Sanders says he is going to win several Super Tuesday states and keep pace with Clinton in the delegate count.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. We'll see you on Tuesday. Thanks a lot. President Obama may reach across the aisle to get the Senate to vote on his next Supreme Court nominee. Reports say that the White House is considering Nevada's Republican governor to replace Justice Antonin Scalia. Jan Crawford on Capitol Hill is watching the Supreme Court debate. Jan, good morning.
Well, good morning. I mean, Senate Republicans are saying they are going to block anyone the president nominates, even if it's someone from their own party. But yesterday, the president predicted they will cave.
I recognize the politics are hard for them.
From the Oval Office, President Obama suggested that eventually Republicans will back down and give his Supreme Court nominee a shot.
There's not a lot of vigor when they defend the position that they're taking, that they wouldn't even meet, for example, with a Supreme Court nominee. They're pretty sheepish about it when they make those comments.
Across town, the Senate's top Democrat, Harry Reid, offered a surprise pick, a Republican, Nevada Governor Brian Sandoval.
If he were picked, I would support the man. He's a good person. He has a great record, and he has been a tremendously good governor.
Sandoval may be seen as a moderate conservative, but he's no fan of the president's signature achievement, the Affordable Care Act. He's called many aspects of the law unconstitutional and threatened to fight to have them overturned. In a statement, Sandoval's office said neither the governor nor his staff has been contacted by or talked to the Obama administration regarding any potential vetting. That did not surprise Republicans like Utah Senator Mike Lee.
I don't think that's a legitimate rumor. I don't think it reflects any truth. I don't think that's who President Obama is going to nominate. But even if it is, our position remains unchanged.
Lee says regardless of the nominee, most Senate Republicans are holding firm until the country elects a new president.
It's not up to the president. We are a coordinate branch of government. This is our discretion, not his.
Now, Republicans say that the Sandoval buzz is just Reid and the White House playing games, and they flatly reject the idea that the president would tap a Republican to the Supreme Court, which would make a conservative majority on that court for a generation. Charlie?
Thanks, Jan. Apple CEO Tim Cook defended the company in his first interview about the standoff over the San Bernardino gunman's iPhone. He calls the government's request to unlock it bad for America. Jeff Pegues is in Washington. Show us Apple's case. Jeff, good morning.
Good morning. Apple executives and the tech giant's attorneys say this is a slippery slope. Tomorrow, the company will put its arguments in writing when it's expected to file its legal challenge to the government.
Some things are hard, and some things are right, and some things are both. This is one of those things.
Speaking publicly about the controversy, Apple CEO Tim Cook laid out his reasons for refusing a court order to unlock the iPhone of Syed Farook, one of the terrorists behind the deadly attack in San Bernardino 3 months ago.
To oppose your government on something doesn't feel good. And to oppose it on something where we are advocating for civil liberties, which they are supposed to protect, it is incredibly ironic.
Cook says the decision would compel the company to write new software, creating a key that he says, in the wrong hands, could make all iPhones vulnerable to hackers.
Our smartphones are loaded with our intimate conversations, our financial data, our health records. They're also loaded with the location of our kids in many cases.
Cook says Apple has cooperated with law enforcement, but contends investigators made a crucial error by telling Farook's employer, San Bernardino County, to reset his iCloud password. Apple says that limited the information that could be retrieved. But even with the password change, the FBI says there may still be information on the phone that would not be accessible without Apple's assistance.
If a court can ask us to write this piece of software, think about what else they could ask us to write. Maybe it's an operating system for surveillance. Maybe it's the ability for the law enforcement to turn on the camera. This is not what should be happening in America.
I think this is going to be a question for the American people and their Congress to decide if we want to make these communications devices immune to warrants when we know that they're used in crimes all the time.
Cook and other tech giants like Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates agree that this issue will ultimately have to be decided by Congress.
Eventually, as it has been with the Patriot Act, this will all be subject to democratic discussion.
Today, FBI Director James Comey will be on Capitol Hill, where he is expected to discuss the government's case against Apple. Nora.
All right, Jeff, thank you so much. The debate continues. ISIS this morning is threatening 2 Silicon Valley titans. A new video purportedly made by supporters of the extremist group targets Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg and Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey. The propaganda video is in response to Facebook and Twitter suspending accounts and removing posts that promote terrorism.
President Obama is tamping down expectations about the partial truce in Syria that takes effect at midnight on Friday. Syrian government troops are fighting in a suburb outside Damascus. The Assad regime says the area is excluded from the ceasefire because an al-Qaeda-linked group is there. Our Elizabeth Palmer got a first-hand look at the front lines, both above and below ground.
How confident is the Syrian army right now? Well, enough to have a group of mostly local journalists tour their latest victory. It's half a square mile of total destruction, just 5 miles from the center of Damascus. General Yusuf, the man in charge, leads the way through one of the wrecked buildings that used to be family homes. Have a look. Have a look. Okay. Oh, yeah. An al-Nusra sniper was right here only yesterday, he says. We are in the suburb of Daraya. The army says 24 hours ago, it pushed the opposition fighters half a mile back to the next cluster of buildings. And now they're pounding them with machine guns and from the air. Overhead, the sound of the helicopter scouting its target. Then a strike. They're using barrel bombs, cheap and deadly. Are there any civilians left over there? No, he says, there aren't. And in fact, by now, almost everyone has fled. Bombs smashed this area to bits. The opposition fighters only survived by going underground into a network of tunnels.
This is the road.
The soldier showing us around, Salmer, explains this tunnel was right under the main road. You can see the black stripe of asphalt that gave extra protection. The army says the fighters here were with al-Qaeda-linked al-Nusra, a group not included in this weekend's ceasefire. So there will be no let-up on this front of the crude war for control of the suburbs of Damascus. For CBS This Morning, Elizabeth Palmer, Damascus.
Great reporting there. Coming up, are electronic cigarettes more harmful than they appear? Ahead, the new concerns about explosions and fires. But first, it is 7:19. Time to check your local weather.
Good morning. Our hearts are heavy since we dealt with so much severe weather yesterday. Tornadic activity all across central Virginia. Today is a cleanup day, but please be aware winds will be a major issue. Winds will be sustained 20 to 30 miles per hour. We could be dealing with flying debris. Kristen?
Thanks, Nikki D. Let's take a live look outside. Interstate 95 North, folks coming out of the Bryan Park interchange, trying to work up towards Lakeside Hermitage. Heads up for right shoulder activity. There is a broken down vehicle.
Mic check, mic check. Can you hear Eva?
Working for you. This is CBS 6 This Morning.
Well, good morning to you. I'm Reba Hollingsworth. Let's get a look at weather and traffic. Let's start with Nikki D. Nikki D, we're dealing with the wind today.
Exactly. Wind is going to be a major factor throughout the entire day. Current wind speed coming in out of the southwest at 20 miles per hour. And obviously so you can tell that we are clear when it comes to seeing anything in the way of rain as well as cloud cover across the area, but we're going to continue to be dealing with these winds. Winds sustained 14 miles per hour in Tappahannock, 22 in West Point, 13 in Farmville. This is going to wreak havoc when it comes to really getting that cleanup going due to all the events that happened yesterday. Winds will be gusting into the 30s and 40s heading throughout the afternoon and evening hours, but we head into tomorrow where things will be dramatically calmer. Early tomorrow morning, we are looking to have clear skies and marginally light winds, so we'll start out the day right around freezing, and heading throughout the afternoon, temperatures will top out around 48 degrees. We'll be freezing Saturday and Sunday morning, but then temperatures do turn and rather warm heading on into early next week. Kristen?
Thanks, Nikki D. Let's take a look outside, folks, just outside of the Bryant Park interchange. Interstate 95, this is going to be the northbound direction here. Folks coming out of that merge from 64 and 195, trying to access Interstate 95 north. See those few brake lights that we are picking up just right around that turn there? There's a broken down vehicle. You may encounter some flashing lights, so just try to move over if you can. Steady, solid stream of traffic here heading into the city. All right, moving on, problems you need to be aware of. We've had reports of high standing water, also debris in the roadway, so be careful here in Chesterfield. 295 south at the Varina-Enon Bridge. And this accident in Petersburg, Interstate 85 north through that mixing bowl of 85, so anyone coming up from Dinwiddie trying to reach Petersburg, just make sure that you are taking your time. Elsewhere, watch out for this crash close to Rivers Edge Elementary. It's just right off Holman Ridge Road and Chapel Ridge Court. No, we'll do it tomorrow.
That is not the tease. That is not the tease.
The tease should be at the bottom of the 6 a.m.
The tease should be at the bottom of the 6 a.m. That looks to appear to be a cut-in that you have loaded. I don't know who's responsible, but I want them dead. I want their family dead.
Punishment will be decisive.
You're not in the mood, are you?
I'm okay. I'm okay.
There you go.
Oh, that's a trip.
Oh, that
E-cigarette. Is it
e-cigarette
e-cigarette?
blowing up. I'd be whipping my pants off.
Mm-hmm. That sure looks like a spacious airline. None I've been on. Ain't been on that flight.
Say when, Pat.
Yep, absolutely.
Absolutely what?
I'll let you know.
Oh.
Absolutely go now? We've got a lot. What? Pat, you're messing it up. Alex, sorry you have him as a tutor, mentor.
Okay. I know, I read.
Three, 2, 1. Hey, we got a lot working for you tomorrow morning.
Too much homework, a story parents need to see. Experts weigh in. How much schoolwork they say is too much for kids and what you can do about it.
On camera, 3, 2, 1. Plus, we'll announce a new Walmart gift card winner. You just have 4 more chances to win.
All that plus breaking news when you wake up with us tomorrow.
Okay. Am I good? Okay. In 3, 2, 1. And I'll have a look at your bus stop forecast and tell you how much warmer temperatures we'll get this weekend.
Lighting up. Anita, scary stuff. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. This latest incident caught on tape is raising new concerns about the multi-billion-dollar e-cigarette industry, especially when it comes to the device's batteries.
Surveillance footage captured the moment Josh Hamilton's pants suddenly burst into flames at a Kentucky gas station. He runs outside, struggling to ditch his clothes before a man douses him with a fire extinguisher. Hamilton posted on Facebook, "Just had an e-cig battery blow up and catch fire inside my pocket. Ouch." It's the latest incident linked to electronic vaporizers across the country.
There's an alternative to smoking cigarettes. It's supposed to be a safer and a healthier way of doing it.
Evan Spallinger was placed in a medically induced coma for 3 days at a Miami hospital after he says an e-cigarette blew up in his mouth in October. And earlier this week, an Ohio fire department issued a warning on its Facebook page after a rechargeable e-cigarette battery apparently exploded inside the pocket of a victim's lab coat. The U.S. Fire Administration says people reported more than 24 incidents of explosions and fires caused by e-cigarettes between 2009 and 2014.
It has the same fuel capability as gasoline.
Many are linked to the vaporizer's lithium-ion battery. Overcharging, manufacturing defects, and punctures can cause it to overheat, triggering an explosion. Those lithium-ion batteries are the same type found in many hoverboards, which have also been criticized for catching fire.
In terms of the actual product itself, where this is the cell chemistry that you use, you are comparing apples to apples between what happens in the hoverboard and what happens in an e-cigarette.
But vaping advocates maintain that reports of explosions from e-cigarettes are rare. In a statement, the American Vaping Association said when charged and used under proper conditions, vapor product batteries pose no more of a fire risk than similar lithium-ion batteries that are used in cell phones and laptops.
The Food and Drug Administration does not regulate e-cigarettes. Industry advocates say users should always use compatible batteries and chargers and avoid battery contact with metal objects such as coins, keys, or jewelry, basically the things we all have in our pockets, right?
Yeah, other than that, yeah.
Other than that, important
You're
warning.
okay.
Thank you, Vanita.
Yeah, thanks.
This morning, Johnson & Johnson is fighting back against a $72 million verdict. The judgment was awarded to a woman who claimed the company's talcum powder products caused her ovarian cancer. Lawyers say the award is the first of its type. Anna Warner has been looking at the lawsuit's claims and the actual cancer risks. Anna, good morning.
Good morning. Jacqueline Fox was diagnosed with ovarian cancer in March 2013. She died last October. Her lawsuit claimed the talcum powder in Johnson's baby powder and shower to shower is carcinogenic and that the company has known about it for decades.
A sprinkle a day helps keep the odor away.
Generations of women have used Johnson & Johnson's talcum powder products to help them feel clean and fresh.
Pure Johnson's baby powder from Johnson & Johnson. It's a feeling you never outgrow.
Jacqueline Fox used them for feminine hygiene for decades. Her lawyer, Jerry Beasley, says those products ultimately caused her death.
Johnson & Johnson knew of the association of talc and ovarian cancer starting back in 1979.
The American Cancer Society says results of studies on a possible link between talcum powder and ovarian cancer have been mixed, with some studies reporting a slightly increased risk and some reporting no increase. But Dr. Daniel Kramer of Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston, an expert for the plaintiff, conducted his own study in December that he says shows an increased risk.
There have been more than 20 epidemiologic studies, and a majority of these have found an elevated risk.
During trial, Fox's lawyers introduced into evidence this 1997 letter in which Johnson & Johnson's own consultant warned that denying the risks could mean the talc industry will be perceived by the public like it perceives the cigarette industry, denying the obvious in the face of all evidence to the contrary.
They made a conscious decision not to warn the customers that were using a very dangerous product.
On Monday, a jury in St. Louis ordered Johnson & Johnson to pay Fox's family $10 million in compensatory damages and another $62 million in punitive damages. Marvin Salter is her son.
Our whole fight was for not just for her, but so many other women. And that's why I continue. That's why I continue this fight.
Johnson & Johnson said in a statement it sympathizes with Fox's family, but said the verdict goes against decades of sound science proving the safety of talc as a cosmetic ingredient in multiple products. It also said the talcum powder it uses meets the highest standards for quality and purity. Gail?
All right, thank you very much, Anna. There's a warning this morning for travelers. You're being told don't get too comfortable in your seat.
Flying has always come with a cost. I'm Chris Van Cleave. Coming up on CBS this morning, a new design for airline seats that could make the way you fly now history.
And if you are heading out the door, don't forget you can watch us live through the CBS All Access app. It's right there on your digital device. We're betting you won't want to miss World Cup champ Hope Solo. She'll be here today of the U.S. World Women's Soccer Team right here in Studio 57. We'll be right back.
You know it looks so good tonight.
If you have moderate to severe ulcerative colitis or Crohn's, and your symptoms have left you with the same view, it may be time for a different perspective. If other treatments haven't worked well enough, ask your doctor about Entyvio, the only biologic developed and approved just for UC and Crohn's. Entyvio works by focusing right in the GI tract to help control damaging inflammation and is clinically proven to begin helping many patients achieve both symptom relief as well as remission. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. While not reported with Entyvio, PML, a rare serious brain infection caused by a virus, may be possible. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, experience frequent infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Liver problems can occur with Entyvio. If your UC or Crohn's medication isn't working for you, ask your gastroenterologist about Entyvio. Entyvio, relief and remission within reach.
Critics are calling Gods of Egypt epic.
Impressed!
And a whole lot of fun. Are you ready? Gods of Egypt, rated PG-13, starts tonight.
Enough pressure in here for you?
I'm gonna take Mucinex Sinus Max.
Too late, we're about to take off.
These dissolve fast. They're new liquid gels. And you're coming with me.
You realize I have gold status?
Mucinex Sinus Max liquid gels. Dissolves fast to unleash max strength medicine. Let's end this.
To stay one step ahead of winter, it takes the latest state-of-the-art technology. The ultimate protection for any car, truck, or SUV is WeatherTech floor liners. They're laser measured to perfectly protect your vehicle. Front, back, even up the sides. Simply go to WeatherTech.com and order your ultimate vehicle protection today. Or call 1-800-CarMats. This winter calls for WeatherTech.
Home Advisor is a very easy way to find a home contractor, and for me, it's the only way.
Home Advisor instantly connects you with top-rated pros for any type of home project.
If you need it, Home Advisor has it.
And it's completely free. Go to HomeAdvisor.com now.
When heartburn hits, fight back fast. Tums Smoothie starts dissolving the instant it touches your tongue and neutralizes stomach acid at the source. Smoothies, only from Tums.
E-Trade is all about seizing opportunity. So I'm gonna take this opportunity to go off script.
So if I want to go to Jersey and check out Shotzi Tucciarelli's portfolio, what's it to you?
Or I'm a Scottish mason whose assets are made of stone, like me heart.
Papa! You're no son of mine! Or perhaps it's time to seize the day. Don't just see opportunity, seize it!
Dinner makes a difference. Learn more at CasaFamilyDay.org.
Airline passengers could see a very different kind of seat on planes in the future. Aircraft maker Airbus has filed a patent for a new kind of adjustable seat. It could allow airlines to cram even more people into each row or change the seating to make room for larger passengers. And the change could come with new fees. Chris Van Cleve is at the National Air and Space Museum in Washington. Chris, good morning.
Good morning. Back when the DC-7 was flying, airline seats were actually pretty spacious. Take a look over here. They were about 20 inches, which is not too bad. By the jet age, they had shrunk down to 17.5 inches. And in the years since, they've gotten even smaller, in some cases shrinking down yet another inch in space. Now, this new seating concept could usher in a day where the airlines could truly price by your size. As Americans have gotten larger and their airline seats smaller, it's not made flying any easier.
Oh, they're too close, yes. I mean, especially if they're heavy people or regular big people.
Some overweight passengers even find themselves being shamed on social media. Now jet maker Airbus is looking to patent this seating concept that could let airlines create what would essentially be a fee for larger passengers. Just don't expect them to call it that. This bench seating concept would allow a traditional row of 3 seats to be rapidly and easily reconfigurable into seating for 2 passengers who need additional space, including overweight passengers. Or instead of seating 3, the bench could handle a family of 4 with 2 small children, a feature that would almost certainly come with a price tag.
It's all about making more money.
Charisse Jones covers business travel for the USA Today network.
Airlines are going to be very careful about not saying that the seat is for a specific class of people, such as overweight people or even families. They don't want to be accused of being discriminatory. But I don't think there's anything wrong with saying, these are some options for different groups of people that you might find more comfortable.
Typically, more seats mean more money for the airlines, which has, in the past, fueled some truly unusual seat designs. Last year, Airbus sought a patent for a design that would have passengers sitting above and below each other. Before that, it was this semi-standing seat. Seatmaker Zodiac created a hexagon pattern with the flyer in the middle facing those on the aisle and window, adding up to 30 more passengers on one plane. Tennessee Congressman Stephen Cohen worries the focus on squeezing in extra seats could jeopardize safety, making it harder to evacuate within the required 90 seconds, as seen in this video. He recently tried to require the FAA to set minimum seat size standards.
If people can't get out of an airplane in an emergency condition, they lose their lives. It shouldn't be after there's an accident. After there's an accident, it's too late and people are dead.
Airbus says every year it takes out hundreds of patents, and the vast majority of those never become fully realized products or technology. Nora?
Really interesting, Chris. Thank you. It's going to change the way we fly.
I hope it's one of those patents that never goes anywhere, the one that he just mentioned. I think that's tough.
It is tough. All right.
Make bigger seats, Nora. How about that?
Not only that, they're getting closer, too.
Yes, it's uncomfortable.
If it were the 3 of us, we wouldn't mind the closer seats, right? All right. What will happen when students can have guns? Okay. This is a really serious story that we're having coming up, all right? What will happen when students can have guns on campus? Ahead, how concerned professors at one Texas university are preparing for a new carry law by changing the way they teach. And up next, Kevin Spacey is working on a new impression. It's called Charlie Rose.
Oh, can't wait.
Yeah, but first, it's 7:47, time to check your local weather.
Yesterday, we dealt with extensive storm coverage across the Commonwealth. The severe weather has since moved out, but we're still dealing with high winds and, of course, cleanup today. Extreme winds will continue being sustained 20 to 30 miles per hour. Temperatures will top out in the mid-50s. Kristen?
Thanks, Nikki D. Problems on the roadways. Heads up here, folks. Interstate 95 north at Maury Street. You can see that right shoulder is taken out. Traffic, for the most part, doing a good job trying to stay to those far left 2 lanes. Just a small brake check in the area.
Past 27 days, 4 men have outlasted authorities by making their getaway in a Prius.
This game ends now.
Catch a Prius.
You gotta be a Prius.
Guys, what's that?
Oh, man.
Toyota, let's go places.
Critics are raving about Eddie the Eagle. This movie will make you want to stand up and cheer. It's uplifting, inspiring, wonderful, a must-see. This is your moment. It will make your heart soar. Fly. Eddie the Eagle. Rated PG-13.
How do you eat healthier while you enjoy life and lose weight? Now you can do it all with one simple plan. The all-new Smart Points from Weight Watchers. Our most advanced plan ever. Join for free. Hurry, join by March 3rd and get 1 month free.
From the moment a puppy comes into the world, the soul of a wolf is also born. And even as adults, they share an evolutionary connection. That's why there's meat-rich, grain-free Blue Wilderness, because inside your dog lives the soul of a wolf.
Enamel is your teeth's first line of defense, but daily eating and drinking can make it weak. Try Colgate Enamel Health. It replenishes weak spots with natural calcium to strengthen enamel 4 times better. Colgate Enamel Health, stronger, healthy enamel.
I've been Claritin Clear for 14 days.
When your allergy symptoms start, doctors recommend taking 1 Claritin every day of your allergy season for continuous relief.
With powerful 24-hour non-drowsy Claritin, live Claritin Clear. every day.
Olay Regenerist renews from within, plumping surface cells for a dramatic transformation without the need for fillers. Your concert team might show your age. Your skin never will. Olay Regenerist. Olay, ageless. And try Regenerist Microsculpting Eye Swirl. It instantly hydrates to plump and lift.
If you need an opioid to manage your chronic pain, you may be so constipated. It feels like everyone can go, except you. Tried many things, still struggling to find relief? You may have opioid-induced constipation, OIC. It's different and may need a different approach. Opioids block pain signals, but can also block activity in the bowel, which is why it can feel like your opioid pain med is slowing your insides to a crawl. Longing for a change? Have the conversation with your doctor about OIC and ask about prescription treatment options. Made on behalf of those living with chronic pain and struggling with OIC.
Get more of what you love for less. Rush into JCPenney for the Super Saturday sale. Spend $25 and get $10 off with coupon. And save on doorbuster items starting at 3 p.m. this Friday. Use your coupon on towels for $4.99 and sheet sets for $7.99. Only at JCPenney.
Actually, he sounds nothing like Clinton.
How does Clinton sound?
You know how he sounds. Has he ever been here?
Yes,
many times. I just didn't know if you could get him that. Yeah, I love doing them. I have to start working on new impressions because I've been doing them too often, and now I have to start working on new ones. So I was just talking to your team here about working on a Charlie Rose. I said it will involve a lot of hands. That's hands, cups, computers.
No, it's a lot of, and there's this. I can't wait to see what he does with you.
I can wait.
Yeah, no, I can't wait to see what he does. It's all in the hands. That's what Kevin Spacey says. He plays, as you know, President Frank Underwood on House of Cards. He's trying out a whole new role on Charlie's PBS program last night. So does it make you uncomfortable when people say, I'm going to start working on my Charlie Rose?
Yes.
He's
very good.
Yeah, he's very good.
We'll be right back here on CBS.
I don't want to live with the uncertainties of Hep C.
Or wonder whether I should seek treatment. I am ready.
Because today, there's Harvoni, a revolutionary treatment for the most common type of chronic hepatitis C. Harvoni is proven to cure up to 99% of patients who've had no prior treatment. It's the one and only cure that's one pill once a day for 12 weeks. Certain patients can be cured with just 8 weeks of Harvoni. With Harvoni, there's no interferon, and there are no complex regimens. Tell your doctor if you have other liver or kidney problems, HIV, or other medical conditions, and about all the medicines you take, including herbal supplements. Taking amiodarone with Harvoni may cause a serious slowing of your heart rate. Common side effects of Harvoni may include tiredness, headache, and weakness.
I am ready to put Hep C behind me. I am ready to be cured.
Are you ready? Ask your Hep C specialist if Harvoni is right for you.
When I first took Jake home, we ate anything. Until I decided we both needed to eat better. Now, Jake gets Purina Cat Chow Naturals Indoor, a nutritious formula for indoor cats with no artificial flavors. It helps to control hairballs and maintain a healthy weight. So these days, we're both eating better, naturally. Purina Cat Chow, nutrition to build better lives.
Listen up. I'm here to get the lady of the house back on her feet and give her the strength and energy to stay healthy. Who's with me?
The complete balanced nutrition of great tasting Ensure with 9 grams of protein and 26 vitamins and minerals. Ensure, take life in.
I know. Yeah. Hi, I'm looking for the shower. There are no showers here, ma'am. We have a hot towel, but you have showers. Emirates planes have showers and bars.
This isn't an Emirates plane, ma'am.
There's no shower and no bar. Oh, it was such a nightmare. Nothing like this.
Sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
Do you think we could fly this around a bit longer? Just like an hour.
We stop arthritis pain so you don't have to stop. Tylenol 8-Hour Arthritis Pain has 2 layers of pain relief. The first is fast. The second lasts all day. We give you your day back. What you do with it is up to you. Tylenol.
I was out in the dining room, meeting the residents, and I had a gentleman stop me and asked me if I made his dinner. He had lost his wife recently, but I didn't know that. He made a remark to me about not sure that he wanted to be there anymore, but he said something to me that has stuck with me to this day. After having your dinner, I think I want to stick around a while. And that really meant something to me. I never had an experience like that. And it just let me know that what I'm doing is much more important than just food.
Someone has nominated Donald Trump for a Nobel Peace Prize. And
Working for you. This is CBS 6 This Morning.
Well, good morning to you. I'm Reba Hollingsworth. Let's get a look at weather and traffic. Let's start with Nikki D. Nikki D, is going to be windy out there.
It is incredibly windy out there, so please be careful if you're in a high-profile vehicle, particularly out on the interstates. You'll be able to feel that wind jotting back and forth, so be careful on the roads. Current wind speed coming in 23 miles per hour, gusting in the 30s. Now, it's not like that everywhere, but in many locations. 15 miles per hour in Fredericksburg, 24 in West Point. Farmville, you're coming in at 13. Wind speeds throughout the day will be gusting into the 30s and 40s, and this will continue into the evening hours. Now, as far as seeing anything in the way of precipitation, we are clear today. Just seeing a mixture of sun and clouds across the Commonwealth. Tomorrow morning, we will be clear. Temperatures will head around freezing. We'll start at 32 degrees, 48 for your high on Friday. But get this, a warming trend returns heading into Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Kristen?
Thanks, Nikki D. Take a look at these flashing lights out there, folks. Interstate 95 South. It's going to be just south of the Chamberlain Avenue area in Henrico, trying to reach the Bryant Park interchange. Left lane, left shoulder closed. Looks like we go from 3 lanes just down to 2, and that's what's causing those brake lights to the right side of the screen. All right, moving on, we're going to take you to another live look of an accident 95 North at Maury Street. The right shoulder's closed. We do have blue lights on scene, causing a little bit of a brake light, I guess, out there. But of course, we usually see those delays, folks, coming up from Chesterfield into Richmond. 3 travel lanes open, and they are filled up there. Going back to that problem, 95 South at Chamberlain, we're seeing some delays stretch back to about Parham Road, so just make sure that you are aware of that. Heads up close to Rivers Edge Elementary. This incident could be debris in the roadway, Holman Ridge Court, and that's close to Chapel Ridge Court.
Waco, Texas.
Well, a little girl in Spanaway, Washington is getting support from around the world as she battles cancer. 3-year-old Ellie Walton has undergone 17 surgeries since a tumor was discovered on her brain as a baby. She spent most of her life in a hospital, so her mother put out a call on social media to send Ellie postcards to bring the world to her. They have received 150, one from as far away as Belgium.
Now she's getting to, just through a picture, just to experience a little bit about every place.
Ellie's latest scan showed her tumor is shrinking. CBS This Morning continues next. I'm Anne-Marie Green.
Tom Selleck stars in a new Blue Bloods, CBS this Friday.
Top of the morning to you. It's Thursday, February 25th, 2016, and welcome back to CBS This Morning. There's more real news ahead, including the dramatic sea rescue this morning in New York City. But first, here's today's eye-opener at 8.
This was the laundromat. It was made of brick and even cinder block, but it has been completely destroyed.
Trump has dismissed Romney throughout this campaign, but Trump's remaining Republican rivals, well, they sided with Romney.
The Clinton campaign sent out this fundraising appeal saying everything's coming up Trump, a message meant to scare their supporters.
I mean, Senate Republicans are saying they are going to block anyone the president nominates, even if it's someone from their own party.
Today, FBI Director James Comey will be on Capitol Hill, where he is expected to discuss the government's case against Apple.
This latest incident caught on tape is raising new concerns about the multi-billion-dollar e-cigarette industry.
This new seating concept could usher in a day where the airlines could truly price by your size.
If it were the three of us, we wouldn't mind the closer seats, right? All right.
I'm pretty sure I know why Trump won Nevada. So this is a campaign sign supporting Ted Cruz, and this is a sign supporting Marco Rubio, and this is the one for Donald Trump. So
this morning's Eye Opener at 8 is presented by Nationwide.
I'm Charlie Rose with Gail King and Nora O'Donnell. We begin with a dramatic rescue this morning in New York. The crew of a stranded fishing boat has just been saved after it took on water. The Coast Guard received a distress call from the 76-foot vessel around 2 a.m. 7 crew members were on board.
The Coast Guard sent a rescue boat to assist, but that boat capsized. All 5 crew members had to swim to shore. Eventually, a Coast Guard helicopter assisted the rescue. All 7 members of the fishing vessel were pulled off the boat. There are no reports of any injuries here.
Really scary.
Very scary, but good news.
Yeah.
And cold.
The high waves are the effects of a powerful storm system that has killed at least 8 people this week. Storms lashed the East Coast yesterday with violent winds and heavy rain. Several tornadoes ripped through the South. 4 people died in Virginia. Chip Reed is in Waverly, south of Richmond, where one community was torn apart. Chip, good morning.
Well, good morning. You can see behind me a big pile of just somebody's belongings. But what is really sad about where I'm standing right now is that cinder block foundation back there. That used to be where a mobile home was. It was picked up and sent who knows where by this tornado, and that is where 3 people lived, 2 men and a 2-year-old child. All of them died. It's believed that it all took off about 300 yards in that direction.
A tornado just came through right on 460 right now. Just tore this place to pieces.
To Charlie. There were reports of multiple tornadoes in Virginia, in addition to the 3 fatalities in Waverly. 1 more person was killed in Appomattox. Dozens were injured and numerous houses were destroyed. Homes were also torn apart in Pennsylvania, where 30,000 people lost power. At least 3 tornadoes were reported in North Carolina. Powerful straight-line winds and pounding rains toppled trees and cut 1 home nearly in half. Now, Virginia Governor Terry McAuliffe will be here later this morning. He will survey the damage and, of course, pay respects to the victims. And it is being reported now that he is sending in the National Guard to help this area recover.
Thanks, Chip. The Republican presidential candidates hold their last debate tonight before Super Tuesday. After 3 straight wins for Donald Trump, his opponents in the party are looking for some way to stop him. 2012 nominee Mitt Romney said on Wednesday, quote, "We have good reason to believe that there's a bombshell in Donald Trump's taxes." Romney called on the candidates to release their tax returns.
Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz agreed, and Cruz said that Donald Trump should follow.
That Donald's tax returns are a little more complicated. You know, an awful lot of people speculate that he hasn't made nearly as much money as he said. Who knows, because he doesn't release his tax returns. But, you know, I do think Mitt has a good point that the voters are entitled to know before they vote, because you better believe the Democrats, if there's anything in there, the Democrats are going to go to town on this.
Donald Trump said last night that his tax returns are, quote, extremely complex, and he will make a decision at the right time. And he tweeted this morning: Mitt Romney, who was one of the dumbest and worst candidates in the history of Republican politics, is now pushing me on tax returns. dope.
Well, it will certainly be a topic in the debate tonight, no doubt. 53 Democratic delegates are at stake in Saturday's South Carolina primary. That is a fraction of those available on Super Tuesday. So Bernie Sanders is rallying supporters in Super Tuesday states and beyond. The enthusiasm at his rallies has not translated into voter turnout, which is lower than 2008 so far. Sanders told a crowd of almost 10,000 in Tulsa yesterday that voting is crucial.
If people don't get involved in the political process, if people don't vote, there is a political vacuum. That vacuum will be filled by well-paid lobbyists and campaign contributors.
Hillary Clinton is camped in South Carolina, working hard to protect her lead in the polls and bring home a decisive win. She and former President Bill Clinton have a combined 7 events scheduled today. They're almost covering the entire northeastern half of the state.
Some professors at the University of Houston this morning warn a new gun law threatens free speech and safety on campus. Texas is the 8th state to allow concealed weapons at public universities under a law signed last June. Georgia's House Monday passed a similar bill. Manuel Bojorquez on the Houston campus with how some faculty members are taking precautions. Manuel, good morning.
Good morning. Republican presidential candidates will debate here tonight, but there is already a political discussion underway about the campus carry law. Starting August 1st, if you have the proper permit for a gun, you can bring it with you to class on this 40,000 student campus.
In Texas, guns are common out on the range and in some places out in the open. But professors at the University of Houston are targeting guns on campus, where concealed carry will be allowed later this year.
It's an uncomfortable position to be in, but it's a discussion that faculty need to have.
During a recent University of Houston faculty meeting, staff discussed how to teach when some students could be carrying concealed weapons. Among the suggestions, be careful discussing sensitive topics, remove certain topics from the curriculum, and to not go there if you sense anger.
This was a discussion by faculty for faculty.
Jonathan Snow compiled the guidelines presented at the meeting.
This is the law. It will happen. So what can you do?
There's not very much, and this is precisely what we're talking to faculty about. What they absolutely should not do in the classroom, which is express their displeasure at students bringing guns to class. They have to adapt what they're going to do in the classroom.
But some faculty and students say they must implement sensible guidelines while complying with the new law.
We know that there are concerns about safety on campus, and we're going to do everything that we can to protect the members of our community.
We are students. We are not criminals.
Sophomore Edwin Mascorro is running for student body president.
I do not have my concealed carry license yet.
Will you apply for one?
Yes, sir.
To obtain a handgun license in Texas, applicants must be 21 years old. The initial application fee is $140, and the process requires up to 6 hours of classroom training, a written exam, and shooting test.
It seems like there are many professors who feel they can't have a robust debate on this topic or any other topic in their classrooms.
To say that we're going to snap because we have a debate, no.
The university is expected to release its official guidelines next week, including exactly where on this campus concealed guns will be allowed. Nora?
All right, Manuel, thank you. She'll be protecting the net as Team USA shoots for its 5th Olympic gold medal. Soccer legend Hope Solo right here in Studio 57. We'll ask how she's preparing for the Rio Olympics and her concern about the Zika virus. But first, it is 8:09, time to check your local weather.
Our hearts continue to be heavy with all of the weather we dealt with yesterday. Several tornadoes did touch down. 4 lives were lost. Today is going to be one of those days that we are out in the community rebuilding and getting things back to normal. Temperatures 55 degrees. Winds will be rather windy, being sustained 20 to 30 miles per hour. Kristen?
Thanks, Nikki D. Heads up in Henrico, folks. Anyone working 95 South close to Chamberlain Avenue heading into the Bryant Park interchange. We go from 3 lanes down to 2 due to an accident in the left lane.
Sponsored by Nationwide.
Nationwide is on your side.
Hi, I'd like to make it.
Rescan item. Rescan item.
It happens so often, you almost get used to it.
Representative. Representative. Representative.
Which is why being put first...
Relax. We got this.
...takes some getting used to.
Oh.
Join the nation.
Nationwide is on your side.
Representative.
Been there. Ricky Kleeman is in Studio 57 to show us a fertility battle that she calls the first of its kind. We'll look at the woman who wants to carry the frozen eggs of her deceased daughter. That's ahead on CBS this morning.
What I feel, I can't say. My love is appeal anytime of day. It's all love.
If you have type 2 diabetes, you may know what it's like to deal with high and low blood sugar. Januvia sitagliptin is a once-daily pill that, along with diet and exercise, helps lower blood sugar. Januvia works when your blood sugar is high and works less when your blood sugar is low, because it works by enhancing your body's own ability to lower blood sugar. Plus, Januvia by itself is not likely to cause weight gain or low blood sugar, hypoglycemia. Januvia should not be used in patients with type 1 diabetes or diabetic ketoacidosis. Tell your doctor if you have a history of pancreatitis. Serious side effects can happen, including pancreatitis, which may be severe and lead to death. Stop taking Januvia and call your doctor right away if you have severe pain in your stomach area, which may be pancreatitis. Tell your doctor right away and stop taking Januvia if you have an allergic reaction that causes swelling of the face, lips, tongue, or throat, or affects your breathing or causes rash or hives. Kidney problems sometimes requiring dialysis have been reported. Some people may develop severe joint pain. Call your doctor if this happens. Using Januvia with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. To reduce the risk, your doctor may prescribe a lower dose of the sulfonylurea or insulin. Your doctor may do blood tests before and during treatment to check your kidneys. If you have kidney problems, a lower dose may be prescribed. Side effects may include upper respiratory tract infection, stuffy or runny nose, sore throat, and headache. For help lowering your blood sugar, talk to your doctor about Januvia.
If you have allergy congestion, to get relief, anything is fair game. Introducing Rhinocort Allergy Spray from the makers of Zyrtec. Powerful relief from nasal allergy symptoms all day and all night. Try new Rhinocort Allergy Spray. Muddle no more.
Feel a cold sore coming on? Only Abreva can heal it in as few as 2.5 days when used at the first sign. It penetrates deep and starts to work immediately to block the virus and protect healthy cells.
Don't tough it out. Knock it out fast.
Abreva.
You're watching CBS This Morning.
When the engines failed on the plane I was flying, I knew what to do to save my passengers. But when my father sank into depression, I didn't know how to help him. When he ultimately shot himself, he left our family devastated. Don't let this happen to you. If you or a loved one is suicidal, call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. No matter how hopeless or helpless you feel, with the right help, you can get well. CBS cares.
I'm coming home from my tour of duty and looking to jumpstart my career. Any advice?
You can start by applying your skills to areas that interest you.
ACP AdvisorNet has built a nonprofit online community to connect our veterans with business professionals like you and me. So why not share your valuable experience?
I can help you with your resume.
That'd be great.
Please go to ACP AdvisorNet because their service deserves our service.
The inherent right to work is one of the elemental privileges of a free people. Endowed, as our nation is, with abundant physical resources, and inspired as it should be to make those resources and opportunities available for the enjoyment of all, we approach reemployment with the real hope of finding a better answer than we have now.
Donate to Goodwill, where your donations help fund job placement and training for people in your community.
An extraordinary legal battle in Britain is getting worldwide attention. A 60-year-old woman wants to carry the frozen eggs of her deceased daughter who died of cancer. She hopes to give birth to a grandchild. A court is allowing the woman and her husband to appeal a ban on their efforts. Court documents say the couple believes the daughter, quote, expressed the strong wish to her mother that one or more of her eggs after being fertilized should be implanted in her mother who would give birth to the baby.
In a statement to CBS this morning, the 60-year-old mom says, "We know that the chances of conceiving a grandchild are very small, but in the unlikely event we are successful, it would mean the birth of a child who would be loved and cherished by us and the rest of our family." CBS News legal expert Ricky Kleeman is here to talk about this. This is very unusual, Ricky Kleeman, first of its kind.
First of its kind.
And she was their only daughter, so they're saying this is the only way that they could have a grandchild.
Yes, but it really should not be about their desire to have a grandchild. It should only be about their now deceased daughter's desire about what should happen to her own eggs after she dies.
And what did she say about that?
Well, it depends on who you believe, because she could have said in what we call a special direction in Britain, there's a form where if you want your eggs to survive after your death, that part she signed, you can also sign a special direction, which then would have said, I want my mother to be able to carry my eggs and have my child because my parents were such great parents.
And she didn't sign
She
it.
never signed that. Now, originally what happens is you're in a clinic, the clinic has the eggs, and the clinic is now put in a situation where it says, we can't just export these eggs to the U.S. without a real directive. The reason they have to export them, there is no clinic in the U.K. who is going to do this in vitro fertilization, but the putative grandmother says that she did find a clinic in New York that will take these eggs. So,
and is the grandmother going to carry it?
The grandmother wants to carry the eggs herself. Now, she says that's her daughter's dying wishes. What this appeals court has said is this: we're going to let you appeal. They haven't decided the appeal. They're just going to say, we're going to let you appeal, which is a reversal of another judge's decision saying, no, you can't. And the reason they say that is the mother says, which is really the putative grandmother, if we can get this right.
I understand the legal argument, but I mean, this is her daughter died.
Yeah.
You know,
it feels creepy and touching at the same time. Is that possible?
Exactly right. And I think both of those words are really well taken. The ethicists in Britain have said this is in essence unseemly. We should not have a 60-year-old woman giving birth from her own body of her own daughter's eggs. But then you get back to the issue of why it's touching or why it's disturbing is whose life is it anyway? If the daughter really had this desire that her own mother would be the best parents for her own child, then there is something to be said for her decision about what to do with this.
She knows her mom.
Well, she knows her upbringing.
Suppose they rule in the couple's favor, and it goes forward. What are the precedents that it sets?
Well, I think it's an interesting precedent in Britain because we've never had a grandmother carry a daughter's eggs. Whether or not it would be a precedent in the U.S. remains undecided, because here we look, contract, informed consent, written agreement always controls.
All right.
Thank you, Ricky.
Really
Thank
interesting,
you.
Ricky Kleeman. Thank you. Adele gets another shot after her Grinch-filled Grammy performance. Ahead, the pop star's emotional return to the stage at the Brit Awards. You're watching CBS This Morning.
I struggled with depression. I thought I needed cigarettes to cope. I was able to quit smoking, and then I started running. Now I feel a lot better.
You can quit. For free help, call 1-800-QUIT-NOW.
If you're running a business, LegalZoom has your back. Over the last 10 years, we've helped 1 million business owners get started. Visit LegalZoom today for the legal help you need to start and run your business. LegalZoom. Legal help is here.
Something extraordinary happens when two species connect. A chemistry that allows us to become more human.
Okay, we can keep him.
Save up to $650 on everything you need for your new pet, only at Petco.
A leading consumer testing publication recently tested the top laundry detergents.
The winner, Persil 2-in-1, didn't only beat Tide.
It beat every single detergent tested. Boom.
Switch to Persil Pro Clean 2-in-1, #1 rated.
How do you eat healthier while you enjoy life and lose weight? Now you can do it all with one simple plan. The all-new Smart Points from Weight Watchers, our most advanced plan ever. Join for free. Hurry, join by March 3rd and get 1 month free.
If you have allergy congestion, to get relief, anything is fair game. Introducing Rhinocort Allergy Spray from the makers of Zyrtec. Powerful relief from nasal allergy symptoms all day and all night. Try new Rhinocort Allergy Spray. Muddle no more.
CBS Tonight.
Are you ready?
I am. Everyone's invited to the biggest party of the year. Surprise! Sheldon's birthday.
Maybe later I'll get to see you in your birthday suit.
This is my birthday suit. Including special bet guest Adam West.
Happy birthday, Sherman.
Join the fun CBS Tonight or stream it live or on demand.
We're going to Hollywood!
Tonight, the girls go from no star to 4-star.
This is so sweet. Is that what they call it that?
New Two Broke Girls, CBS Tonight.
Almost 60 million Americans are affected by mental illness. Together, we can help them with 3 simple words. My name is Chris Noth, and I will listen.
What happens when people take action against housing discrimination? My coworker was pressured by her landlord to pay her rent with sexual favors. My neighbor was told she needs to get rid of her dog, even though he's an assistance animal. Housing discrimination is illegal. If you think you've been a victim, report it to HUD, like we did.
They all reported discrimination and were able to secure their fair housing rights under the law. Visit HUD.gov/fair housing or call the HUD hotline. Fair housing is your right. Use it.
For generations, heart disease has been our #1 killer, striking women of every age, color, and culture. Heart disease claims 1 woman every minute, killing more women than men and more women than all cancers combined. I don't know about you, but I intend to stay alive. Fight the lady killer. Get heart checked.
You taught him how to hit a baseball, how to hit a receiver. You even taught him how to hit the open man. But how much time have you spent teaching him what not to hit?
And the winner is Adele. Hello, Adele.
British Album of the Year goes to Adele.
I said it earlier, but to come back, I got really lost for a while. Like, I didn't know if I'd ever come back. And for you all to be so kind to me, it's so nice.
19. Adele, we're so glad she's back. A very emotional Adele stole the show at last night's Brit Awards in London. The singer took home 4 trophies, including Album of the Year for 25. Adele also threw her support behind pop star Kesha, who's battling her record label and a music producer that she accuses of sexual abuse.
I'd like to take a quick second just to thank my management and my record label for embracing the fact that I'm a woman and being encouraged by it. And I'd also like to take this moment to publicly support Kesha. Thank you very much.
Everybody. All right, Adele moved past her sound problems at the Grammys and closed the show with a flawless performance of her hit song, When We Were Young. 25 came out too late to qualify for the Grammys here.
Yes.
But look for Grammys
there.
2017. It'll be Adele, Adele, Adele.
So why was she worried about coming back? What was?
Well, she'd had a baby, and she was wondering how that would affect her voice, and she had some throat issues, and she said she was just working through stuff.
But she came back.
Yeah, and we're glad.
working for you. This is CBS 6 This Morning.
It is 8:25. Good morning, everybody. I'm Rob Cardwell. Top stories in just a moment, but first, let's get an update on your forecast for the day. Here's Nikki D.
Hey, Rob. Good morning. Yesterday, we were preparing for the storms, and today, we are cleaning up. Along with the cleanup, please watch out for flying debris because we are dealing with gusty conditions. Winds right now are sustained out of the west at 23 miles per hour. Winds you'll notice just over to Fredericksburg, 14, 16 in Kilmarnock, 20 in West Point, 8 over into Lynchburg. And throughout the day, we will continue to deal with gusty conditions being sustained 20 to 30, gusting into the 30s and 40s. So be prepared in high-profile vehicles to take it slow and, of course, to be careful, particularly on those interstates. Heading throughout the day, we'll see a mixture of sun and clouds. Overnight, temperatures will head back right around freezing and will rebound, seeing plenty of sunshine tomorrow afternoon, where temperatures will head back into the upper 40s. Now, a major warm-up is headed our way starting on Saturday, continuing into Sunday as well as into Monday. Today, we'll top out at 55 degrees. It will be windy throughout the entire day, but we're looking at 60s heading into early next week. Kristen?
Thanks, Nikki D. The accident causing major backups, folks. Interstate 95 south at Chamberlain Avenue. The left lane and that innermost left shoulder is going to be shut down. We go from 3 lanes down to 2, and we're seeing delays stretch back to about Parham Road. We can see that as green changes over to that red there on the screen. Heading into the Bryan Park interchange is going to be a little difficult. Pack your patience. Okay, other problems around town. We just got an update from VDOT saying that the roadway is going to be closed here eastbound 100 Road close to Bermuda Orchard Lane due to a wreck. So all those eastbound travel lanes shut down right now. If you are able to get by, it's going to be on the shoulder. You need to use extreme caution there. Heads up in Glen Allen, Woodman Road and Mountain Road just off Interstate 295. Watch for that accident. And another problem, this one Richmond South Side. This is Gordon and Sims Avenue. Be careful at that intersection. Rob?
All right, thanks, Kristen. Well, across Virginia, the cleanup continues after deadly tornadoes and storms that struck yesterday. So far, 7 tornadoes have been confirmed. This is the devastation down in Waverly, Virginia, where 3 people, including a 2-year-old boy, were killed after the mobile home they were taking cover in was thrown across the street. Governor Terry McAuliffe has declared a state of emergency and is on his way to Waverly. We'll have live coverage of his visit on the CBS 6 News at noon. And also at noon today, we'll take a look at the damage in Essex County, Tappahannock, and Appomattox County as well. We know that the Virginia State National Guard is mobilized. 50 soldiers with chainsaws and Humvees are going to help in what they call the debris recovery, and they're also providing assistance with some helicopters as well.
That is a blessing right there.
Meantime, the weather today, just muggy.
Extremely muggy and definitely windy. Be careful out there.
she's gone. Only darkness every day. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone, and she's always gone too long. Anytime she goes away, wonder this time where she's gone. I wonder if she's gone to stay. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone, and she's always gone too long. Anytime she goes away. Sunshine when she's gone, and this house just ain't no home. Anytime she goes away. Okay, let's try that. I was ready to go, Doc. I hear my ready to go face on.
Even exist. And I was able to go on and become a professional soccer player.
Yeah, I want to ask you about that very point, because after the World Cup win, it was reported that your team would earn just $2 million, the team, while the winning Germans' men team won more than 17 times that in 2014. What do you think it will take to get equal pay in sports?
It's going to be a long road. I'm very proud of, we had a great summer. You know, we crushed the ratings. We had an incredible following worldwide, but it wasn't enough to make people say things need to change.
Right. For FIFA to change.
It opened people's eyes up, but now we as a team, we have to take every single step along the way, whether it's through our CBA negotiations, whether it's standing strong as a team. And oftentimes that's really hard to do as women, because we tend to get bullied and we tend to crack under the pressure. So I'm proud of my team. I'm proud of all of us coming together and saying, you know what, this is a time that we need to push for equality and we need to push for what's right. And people are paying attention.
After soccer, what might you do?
Oh goodness, I don't know. You know, I want to start a family. We'll start there. But in terms of work, I don't know. I mean, I've put my life, my passion into goalkeeping, into this team. I've been on this team for 16 years.
I know. Well, we'd like to see you one more time.
I will tell you, it's scary though. Life after soccer is scary, and I think any athlete who tells you anything else, I don't think they're speaking the truth. I will admittedly express my fears.
Yeah. Well,
Great to have you.
Yeah, we will be watching. We will be watching. Hope you guys do make it to the Olympics.
Thank you.
Zika does not scare away our women's team. We want you there. Hope Solo, thank you so much. Silicon Valley is facing new competition from halfway across the country. We'll show you the high-tech renaissance that's becoming the new bumper crop in America's breadbasket. That's next, but first, let's take a check of your local weather.
Breezy conditions will persist throughout the entire day. Winds will be sustained around 20 to 30 miles per hour. Temperature-wise, we'll top out at 55. Overnight dropping right around freezing, and tomorrow slightly cooler but sunny at 48. Kristen?
Thanks, Nikki D. Overall, traffic improving 95 south. This is close to Parham Road. On the approach to Chamberlain Avenue, there was an accident blocking the left lane. It has been clear, but now we see blue lights close to Parham on that right shoulder.
Yeah, that's cool, man. You know what, my, oh no, man. Oh yeah, I might do. My wife like that. Do it the lotion. Saver. I was gonna ask somebody. Because the shop is right there. Yeah. It's stays so dry. You got some. Hey, you got some clippers in the back. Quick line. So shape up. Yeah. You ain't got no real grease, nigga. Like some Crisco or something like that. You got. Hey, give me some Crisco, man. This some real grease. What we go on, my brother. That's what we do. I love this. Ain't no sunshine.
Hi, Linda. Good, how are you? Yes, I can. Good morning. Check, 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 check.
Good morning and thanks for joining us today for our live Thursday edition of Virginia This Morning. I'm Jessica Nutt. Thank you.
Hey, mic check, Nikki D. Just 1, 2, just 1, 2, 3.
I can only see, like, mine monitor scrolling because you can only see half of it because it's mirroring.
Oh, of course.
So it came off and was like.
I can hear you loud and clear. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Instead of being.
This is Virginia This Morning on CBS 6.
Well, good morning to you. Thanks for joining us today for our live Thursday edition of Virginia This Morning. I'm Jessica Nutt, and every weekday we offer up the very best of Central Virginia. We hope you'll stay right here to enjoy these guests and features today.
Good morning, I'm Cheryl Miller. Your next job interview may not be face-to-face. There's a good chance it might be an interview via the internet. Staffing manager Leno Garib is here today to share some of the funny and maybe awkward moments some potential employers have encountered and how to avoid making those similar blunders yourself. Greg?
Bring it. Come on. Oh, a little Stevie? That's what I'm talking about. I'm Greg McQuaid. We always enjoy grooving to some great music here on the show. The ever so smooth Johnny Lee Long back with us in the studio along with fellow musician Mikal White. Oh, stop it. Oh, my goodness. Jess, what else do we have coming up at the show today?
Greg, you usually win best dressed every day, but I don't know. Johnny Lee's giving you a run for your money.
Every day.
Little Friday just got wild over there. And the grill sergeant, Brad Turner, is back in the Virginia This Morning kitchen with a cookie recipe dating back, get this, 150 years. The cookies aren't that old. Brad's going to share the amazing backstory of Melinda Russell, the woman who created it. That's coming up on our live show. We're looking forward to that. Doing a little taste testing. Plus, you have the chance to be a winner this morning, so keep your phone close. Today might just be your lucky day. The countdown to Virginia This Morning starts right after we check in with meteorologist Nikki D. Ray. Good morning, Miss Nikki D.
Good morning, Jess. You know what? We are definitely waking up to a nice start in many locations. And let me just draw you back for a minute. Yesterday, we were preparing for weather, and today we are getting out there and we are working. So a lot of us, maybe you're heading out to your job, maybe you're going to be traveling, you're headed to the airport. That is a wonderful thing, but I do want you to reflect and know what other people are waking up to this morning. This is over into Tappahannock from some of the damage from yesterday. Look at this. This is a vehicle completely turned on the side. Another vehicle with the window just crashed in. This was what used to be a home, and you can tell there are children's toys out there along with telephones, a lot of wood, some tables. And then take a look at this. This was over into Waverly where we did have a lot of heavy damage associated with those tornadoes. I mean, look at this. It's just dismantled wood everywhere. Homes have been destroyed across the Commonwealth. Please remember to think about these people while you are going through your daily basis. And if possible, go help. help with the cleanup. And if you are helping with the cleanup, I urge you to be careful with these winds. Winds are incredibly windy, coming in right now out of the west at 22 miles per hour, gusting around 31. And the winds are going to stick around with us all day long. As far as seeing any amount of precipitation, we are actually staying clear across the Commonwealth. We do have some snow just to our west. This is a low pressure system, and we're going to continue to see some of that snow in the upper elevations, but it's not going to impact our region for today. Wind wise is the major impact. We're looking for those winds. Right now they're coming in sustained 26 miles per hour in West Point, 13 in Fredericksburg, as well as Orange and even into Farmville. Now throughout the day, we're looking to be sustained 20 to 30 miles per hour, gusting into the 30s and 40s. And it's not just this morning. It's actually going to be this morning, afternoon, and into the evening hours. So when you're helping with the cleanup, make sure you are protecting your eyes. You will be dealing with a lot of blowing dust and, of course, a lot of that dirt getting up along with some of that debris on the roadways. Temperatures today will warm into the low 50s. We're going to see a mixture of sun and clouds. Going into the overnight hours, temperatures will slightly decrease, heading around freezing. Tomorrow afternoon, plenty of sunshine will warm into the upper 40s. And get this, by the weekend, we're talking about temperatures headed into the 60s. We've got a great forecast lined up for you for the next 7 days. Just remember to be grateful for everything we have. We've got more Virginia This Morning, and it starts right now.
This is Virginia This Morning with Greg McQuaid, Cheryl Miller, Jessica Nall, and Bill Bevins. And now, Virginia This Morning on CBS 6.
Welcome to our live show. I'm Jessica Nall, and our first guests are fan favorites right here on our live show. Frontman Johnny Lee draws his influences from Larry Graham to the late Rick James to create a sound that's really all his own. Johnny Lee Long is here along with Mikhail White. It's time to sit back, relax, and groove. I'm going to get out of the way. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you.
talented duo of Johnny Lee Long and Mikhail White. Thanks so much for starting the morning with us.
Thank you.
Good news is they're staying in place. This talented duo is going to perform another selection for us coming up a little bit later on today's show. Right now, we're going to check in with the lovely Miss Nikki D. And I tell you what, I got to take a second here, Nikki D, because did you see this awesome check pattern?
He always looks so good. When
Right?
he came in here, I was like, goodness gracious. I mean, Greg's usually this fashion one, but every time Johnny Lee comes in, Greg just goes the wayside.
He's very fashion forward. And what I want to do right now is run out and either find a skirt in this yellow with that top, or vice versa. It could work either way.
I'm digging it. And you know, I love yellow. That's my favorite color.
He'll be, I like it a lot. He'll be our shopping buddy, Nikki D.
Oh, yes, that's perfect. Okay, we'll get you on the calendar. That sounds good. But you know what? Let's transition to a little bit more of a serious note. Yesterday, we know we were preparing for a lot of weather, and all of that did occur. This is a time lapse starting yesterday. You know, we started out in the early morning preparing for what was to come, and then notice all of these continue to edge to the north and eastern locations. We had several tornadoes on the ground. We had a lot of wind damage, and we were also dealing with a lot of hail. This is what the storm reports look like. Notice they're all across the Commonwealth. Some you can tell are kind of put together a little bit. You can tell where we had some of those tornadoes out there that stayed on the ground for just a bit. Here's a closer look over towards Appomattox. This is actually the funnel cloud that was on the ground taken by one of our viewers. That is a massive system. So what kind of damage can this type of system do? Well, let me just tell you about it. It was not pretty at all. We had major damage to homes along Route 460, that is east of Appomattox, and then you take a look just over into Evergreen. 45 homes were damaged and or destroyed, mostly by this particular system. And it was a potent system. Remember today to think about everyone that was impacted. We've got several funds set up where you can donate clothes as well as just everyday things because they lost all of it. Just over towards the west, take a look east over into Manchester Mill. We were indeed dealing with trees down, crossing northern Prince into Prince George County as well. And this is over into one of the locations that was hit the most. I mean, look at this trailer. You can tell over into Waverly, we lost the side, lost the top as well. Someone could have been sitting on that sofa just a few hours previous to it. And then here's another one of the tornadoes that were just over into South Hill. I don't mean to damper the day, but we've got to realize what truly did take place yesterday. We urge everyone to continue to pray for everyone impacted. Today, temperatures will be around 55 degrees. Going to be dealing with heavy and high wind speeds throughout the day. Winds will be 20 to 30 miles per hour. Greg?
Okay, Nikki D, thank you so much. Well, I am here with Brad Turner, a.k.a. the Grill Sergeant. Yes, sir. Well, in the past, he's featured his signature shrimp dish and gumbo. Popped the question to his then-girlfriend. Today, he's going to be sharing a sweet treat, a cookie recipe that dates back to 65. Not 1965, 1865. We're going to tell you all about Melinda Russell's recipe, and Brad's going to walk us through the steps to create it. And I heard these cinnamon ones are pretty good, huh? Mmm! Make a daddy dance.
I'm telling you.
My goodness. We'll be right back.
CBS 6 Sky Tracker, sponsored by Baugh Auto Body.
You're watching Virginia This Morning. This segment is sponsored by Renewal by Andersen.
The highest temperature recorded in the U.S., 134 degrees in Death Valley, California. Nothing close to 180 degrees, but that doesn't seem to matter to the window testing engineers at Renewal by Andersen because they build their windows to withstand temperatures from 180 degrees to minus 20. And Renewal by Andersen doesn't just build their windows, they install and warrant their windows as well. So you only have one company to deal with. They even clean up after the job is done. I'm talking with Paige Ewell today, owner of Richmond Window, and good to have you back.
Thanks, Bill.
So
Good to
that
be back.
180 to minus 20, that's, hopefully we're not going to see that in the Richmond area.
I hope not, but it still gets really hot here in Richmond, and we can get down to close to 0 in the wintertime, so it's extremes.
One of the things that makes you guys different than other companies is you handle, I said there's only one company to deal with, you handle every part of the process.
Right. Well, Renewal by Andersen, we are the manufacturer, we are the installer, we do all the warranty work. What happens in a typical home improvement job, a lot of times if the installer will put in a window, if the homeowner says there's a problem with the window, sometimes there's a lot of finger pointing going on. The installer will blame the manufacturer. The manufacturer will say, well, it wasn't installed properly. Then the homeowner's kind of left out in the cold. And that way we handle everything. Or in the heat.
Yeah.
With us, we handle the whole process.
And do a very nice job, too. What's the difference between your windows and material and, say, vinyl?
Well, most windows out there are made out of vinyl. But vinyl is the same thing that, those vinyl plastic chairs that seem to melt sometimes in the summer when it does get really hot.
Or your Frisbee.
Or your Frisbee.
Yeah.
So here's an example, and you can hear it squeaking.
Yeah.
And, we use a material called Fibrex. Fibrex is over twice as strong as vinyl.
Broke my table.
I know. Sorry about that. It probably needs a new one anyway.
Okay.
But the thing is, it looks like a traditional window. We can make our frames smaller to get more glass size because it is so much stronger.
Okay, and it obviously is a lot stronger. On those days when it is that hot or that cold in Richmond, it does help the windows actually keep things cool or warm depending on the time of year.
Well, since it is a wood fiber composite, it is a great insulator. Then along with not only with the Fibrex being a great insulator, our glass package that we use is 75% more efficient than standard ordinary glass, and we block 95% of the UV rays, and that's called Smart Sun Glass, and fortunately right now it's a free upgrade for that glass.
Free upgrade.
Yes.
Actually, you have a bunch of specials for us right now. We're going to get to those because this is kind of a bottom line kind of thing for Virginia This Morning viewers.
Right now we have 20% off installation, 20% off on patio doors, and 20% off of every window. So everything that we have right now is 20% off. And here's the kicker, no money down, no payments, no interest for a full year.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's basically like getting free windows for a year.
That's fantastic. I understand the warranty is stronger than a lot of the other companies because your windows are stronger.
Exactly. Yeah. It's basically a no-nonsense warranty, and it does include installation. And the nice thing about our warranty, other than most other warranties, most of them void if you have a faulty installation, like improper installation. Since, again, we are the installer, we are the manufacturer, there's no voiding of any warranty if something that was not done and handled properly. So the homeowner is 100% assured that the windows are going to be taken care of.
Well, mistakes happen. So if one of Paige's people does make some mistake, then you come back in a year or so and say, it's not working like you said it would.
Right.
Then they call you and you go out and fix it up.
I mean, we're human. We're not perfect. But the thing that our customers love about us is our follow-up.
All right, let's talk about the J.D. Power folks and what they think about you.
Well, we're really excited about that. According to the J.D. Power 2015 Window and Door Satisfaction Study, we were ranked highest in customer satisfaction in windows and patio doors, which is a really big honor.
I know you get a lot of word of mouth business because people that are so thrilled with the whole process, and it is the whole process from cleaning up at the end. Tell us about that and how that works and the people that you're serving.
Well, not only do you get a fantastic product in the installation, but we want to be able to take care of your home. And it's a big undertaking to replace windows. So we're going to put down drop cloths. We'll wear booties if we need to. But the nice thing about it is we get customers that tell us that once we left the house, that the house has never been cleaner. So it looks like we've never even been there before. They just have brand new windows, just magically appeared.
So you can have cleaning by page.
No, let's don't go that far.
All right, let's talk about your 48-hour price quote, too.
All right, the way it works, all you have to do is call us. Everybody wants to know how much windows cost. So you just call us, and within 48 hours, we'll get a project manager out there to look at your project, and we'll give you an exact price to the penny. And now it's the 20% off.
It's not a ballpark area.
Not a ballpark.
It ends up being out of the ballpark.
You're going to know exactly what that price is going to be. No surprises.
That's got to be just so helpful because you know I've had those ballpark.
And you never know what's going to happen at the end, right?
It goes clean out of the ballpark and down the street. Tell us one more time about special because this is pretty significant.
All right. 20% off windows, 20% off patio doors, and the installation is covered too, 20% off everything. And the nice thing about it, not only are you saving money, but you get to take a whole year to pay for it. No interest, no payments for a full year.
And it is the best there is, but done by some great people who have a great reputation in Richmond, Virginia.
All right. Thank you, Bill.
Good
Great seeing you again.
Folks, you don't want to miss out on such a great offer. The number to call is 1-800-589-6633. That's 1-800-589-6633. And now we'll send it over to you.
Thanks, Bill. This is a live look right outside of our sky tracker over into Fork Union. You can tell still dealing with some of those clouds out there, but a lot of us are not waking up to buildings such as these. We are still dealing with that damage from yesterday. Here's a look over into Waverly. This was taken yesterday. I mean, look at this. This is a big tree limb that is down, and there's a milk jug just tangled into the area, and also just dealing with all of this debris out and across the area. Take a look at this photo as well. Not only are we dealing with tornadic activity, but also in the way of flooding. This is over into Lake Anna. Please be careful. We are dealing with a lot of rainwater. Yesterday, the city received over 1 inch. Localized areas upwards of 3 inches. Temperatures today, right now, 46 degrees. Winds are sustained out of the west at 22 miles per hour. And winds are going to be a large issue throughout the day. As far as seeing any amount of precipitation, we are looking to stay clear. All of that snow will stay to our west, not looking to impact the Commonwealth whatsoever. But the winds will be the main factor. Winds right now are sustained at 15 miles per hour in Orange, 17 in Kilmarnock, 16 in Tappahannock, 14 right now in Petersburg. And we are looking for these winds to continue to stay up, being sustained at 20 to 30 miles per hour, gusting in the 30s as well as the 40s. So a major impact in the way of those wind speeds. Now overnight, winds will slightly begin to go down, but you'll see a major difference going into tomorrow. Plenty of sunshine and mixed with some clouds throughout today. Temperatures will top out in the 50s. Overnight, clear skies and winds will slightly decrease. We'll be right around freezing when we wake up, and heading into tomorrow afternoon, tons of sunshine, temperatures topping out in the upper 40s. But then a major warming trend is headed our way, starting on into Saturday, continuing into Sunday as well as Monday. Along with this warming trend, well, we're actually going to stay dry. Our next chance of rain is not looking to be here until Wednesday. So that's quite the difference from where we have been. Today, temperatures will top out 55 degrees. Remember, it is going to be incredibly windy. Tomorrow will be at 48 for our high. And check out Sunday, sunny and 62. Monday will be near 70 degrees. We're going to get a very nice taste of summer. And then we go on into Tuesday, 62 and 65 on into Wednesday. So looking to shape up and warm up. Cheryl, I know that's right up your alley as well as mine.
Yeah, we deserve a break. Thank you, Nikki D. The job interview is where you put your best face forward, right, Linda?
That's right.
All right, but what if that interview is not face-to-face, but via the internet? Linda Garib has some do's and don'ts for that video interview still ahead here on Virginia This Morning. Jessica?
All right, adding challenge to challenge, that's already tough. Well, still to come this morning also, she's a former Baltimore Police Department lieutenant turned author. Leslie Bank is right here in studio to talk about her new book, The Receptivity Project, so you can learn how to harness your spiritual intuition. That conversation's coming up here on Virginia This Morning.
I was like, oh, I'm not looking anywhere near ours.
So when you do your interview with Greg, just look right at him.
Okay.
I think he's doing your interview.
I think I was told he was, yeah.
Yeah, he sure is. So I'm going to get out of the way.
All right.
Nice to meet
my
you.
My pleasure.
What's up? Thank you,
Not
Jess.
much. I'm stressed for
Thanks
a second.
so much. Yeah, stretch,
oh, my
yes. What is,
pleasure.
we got another 2 minutes or so.
Cool shoes.
Oh, thanks, girl. These old things.
Yeah, you can.
I'm just going to check your mic really quick.
Oh, yes,
Say your
ma'am.
first and last name, count to 5 for me.
Leslie Bank, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that good?
Well, I knew he was coming in, so I had to, step up my.
I don't know,
my
man.
game.
That's quite a jacket.
But
you only like.
Brad, too.
Brett,
could you just say your first and last name, count to 5 for me?
Brad Turner, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Perfect.
You're watching Virginia This Morning.
Hey, welcome back to Virginia This Morning. Our next guest says you don't need psychics or mediums to tap into that spirit that everyone has. It's called intuition, and you can make that connection. She's a former lieutenant for the Baltimore Police Department and joins us today in studio to talk about her new book, The Receptivity Project. And we welcome Leslie Bank to Virginia This Morning. Leslie, thank you so much for coming in, and congratulations on the book.
Thank you very much.
First of all, Leslie, tell us, what is intuition?
Intuition is information that is from outside of you that you get from an unknown source. So men will usually call that their gut instinct, their gut, a gut feeling. Women will call it intuition. So it's the same thing, but that's how men prefer to describe it, and women describe it as intuition. And it's just a feeling you get where you can't really put your finger on how you know that or where the information is coming from. But in the book, I discuss how you should always honor that.
As a police officer for so many years with the Baltimore Police Department, how did intuition benefit you?
I learned my first year, you absolutely should never ignore that. So if something doesn't feel right, you don't need to know why. You just proceed as if something is not right. And everyone's like, well, that's such a weird transition from police officer to writing this book, and it's really not, because the best cops that I worked with all were very intuitive, or they had strong gut instincts.
Do most people, just in everyday life, are they in tune with their intuition, or do we turn it off?
I feel like in our society it's devalued, and most people are just relying on logic and reason to get through the day. Yeah. If someone were to ask you, why, you have to have a reason why. You can't just say, well, my gut instinct is. So everyone wants to know why, and it has to be logical and reasonable. But instinct is something that everyone has, and it's actually meant to keep you alive and keep you safe.
Can you give us an instance where that intuition helped you as an officer on the street?
I have more than
probably
more
every
than
day,
a few. Yeah. One time I was a police motorcycle operator, and one time I hear sentences. So mine's like my intuition was developed further by choice, and now I can receive like full sentences from spirit world. Mm-hmm. So I was on my police motorcycle, and it started to rain, and I heard, when you get to this particular liquor store on the way home, Phelps Liquors, be careful because someone's going to pull out in front of you. So when I got to that location, I was very slow and paranoid, and I moved through there, and I thought, oh, that's nothing. And by the time I got home, I learned that there was a fatal accident right in front of Phelps Liquors, some moped driver someone pulled out on him. And it really shook me up. It really did. I don't think I was supposed to be hit, but it drove home that something's going on here. This information is accurate that I'm getting.
Leslie, tell us, how do we nurture our intuition, that spirit feeling? And do things like positive energy or negative energy, nutrition, does that help or hinder our spirituality, if you will?
It does, and I talk about it in great length in the book. I don't know how much I can cover here today, but everything's about energy. So how you feel in the morning, you know if you're in an optimum state, or you know if you're low or you're high. So like today I knew I was going to be nervous, so I wore a cologne that would be calming. Certain foods are grounding. Food sources nourished by the earth, dairy, meat, those are grounding foods. Food sources nourished by the sun, vegetables, fruits, those will bring you up, bring your energy level up. So if you're feeling scattered or you can't really collect your thoughts, a cheeseburger is a good idea. I every day wake up and assess my energy and see where I want to be from where I am, and sometimes it's right where I want it to be. Food definitely will change your energetic, the way you feel. Other things that I use, there's things that can appeal to all 5 senses: music, fragrances, food. Certain exercises are calming or invigorating depending on where you want to be. Yoga is obviously a calming exercise. So all those things that I discuss in the book talks about how you can either calm yourself down or get pumped up.
If a person does hear those sentences or words, or they have that gut feeling or that intuition, should they start listening to it instead of just turning it off and poo-pooing it, if you will?
You should definitely question it. I would encourage people to look for repeat patterns in their life, like something that just happens over and over. It's not just happening, it's not a coincidence. Like you're thinking of a certain friend and that friend calls you, you think that's a coincidence. So they speak in like repeat patterns, images that just pop in your mind out of nowhere. Don't just dismiss that. Look at that image. Why is that image popping into your mind? Like for instance, I'll be leaving the house, I can't find my keys. Where are my keys? If I stop and think for a minute, I'll get an image of them being in my pants pocket from yesterday. So,
and sure enough, they're in the pants pocket from yesterday.
So that's how they help me.
Oh, Leslie, it's a fascinating read. We thank
you,
and good luck with the book.
Thanks for having me on.
We appreciate that. The Receptivity Project, Make the Connection, is now available, and enjoy the read. Leslie, thank you so much. Good luck with the book. Cheryl, we'll send it on over to you, and I see some cookies in your future.
Yes, you do. And speaking about a good read, a good cookbook, a classic cookbook. Chef Brad Turner, a.k.a. the Grill Sergeant, is here to share the story of Melinda Russell and her 150-year-old cookie recipe. It comes from the first ever published cookbook by an African American. A history lesson and a great recipe when Virginia This Morning returns.
You're watching Virginia This Morning.
You know, classic recipes are often some of the best. Chef Brad Turner, aka the Grill Sergeant, is here today with a Black History Month lesson as he recreates Melinda Russell's 150-year-old cookie recipe. Good to see you again.
Yes, how are you this morning? You doing
I am
good?
great, and I'm so glad you're coming in to do this segment because I did research about Melinda Russell, knew nothing about her, and now, like you, I am totally amazed and hooked on her story. I am.
Yes, if you're hooked on her story, I wish I could get everybody a copy of the cookbook, which I'm cooking through and updating and bringing into modern times. But these cookies, I have a shot of the dough here, or that I just remade the dough again last night. This is the cinnamon cookie dough. It's a real soft dough.
Because you were telling me these cookies are more like little cakes.
Right, because the actual term for cookie means little cake. So here I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to get like a Nabisco or one of those, like a chocolate chip type cookie, and actually it's kind of a cakey feel to the cookie, but all of the flavors are there. It's sweet, but it doesn't seem like something you would just eat, like 12 of.
Right.
You eat enough to maybe throw some jam on it or a little glaze and everything.
Which is what they would have done. You're going to show us a glaze
Right.
today. But first of all, tell us about Melinda Russell and why you are so enamored with her.
Well, Melinda Russell was born in 1820. By the 1850 census, she was recorded as being black and being uneducated. She left in 1820 Tennessee to go back to Liberia as a free black. She was never a slave.
She was born free.
She was born free because her grandmother was freed, and then her mother was born free, and therefore she was born free.
And that happened in Virginia.
That happened in Virginia. And then she was on her way to go back to Liberia, and when she got through right around Lynchburg, Abingdon, she was working as a nurse's aide. She was robbed. Losing her money, she stayed there. She then married her husband. Once she married her husband, she stayed there and learned how to cook, using the Virginia housewife as a model. And then from there, she owned her own laundry service. After her husband was killed, she owned her own laundry service. After learning to cook, she owned her own bakery and boarding house and took care of a handicapped son.
And this is in the mid-1800s.
Right. This is from 1820 when she was born until 1839 when she was 19 and started the trek. So it would have been around 1839. She wrote the book in 1866.
1866.
Right.
And she published it herself.
It is a self-published book from by the True Northerner publication in Paw Paw, Michigan in 1865. So May 6th is the publication date. That book, her original book, will be 150 years old.
And it is the first cookbook published by an African American, either male or female.
Male or female. We used to think it was another cookbook, which is how I started. I was looking at that book and I saw a couple of other references that kind of led me to Miss Janice, or like Jan Langon, at the University of Michigan Culinary History Department, and she was kind enough to send me a copy of the book to work through. And I was the one able to help add a little bit more information to her backstory. But it's incredible when we consider. I'm going to go ahead and add this. This is just a simple glaze we do now that I actually found in the cookbook. I thought I was doing something new. I wasn't.
Nothing's new.
Nothing new. There's nothing new. And this is just a little water with some powdered sugar, whipped up with just a little lemon juice, not extract.
Kind of like the glaze we would use on like a lemon pound cake.
Lemon pound cake or a donut. And this is what you would have had. And you see I love my
your squiggles there.
Yeah, I love my squiggles.
Now, when you make this dough and the cookie, how long would this bake? Because it's not a cookie, it's more of a little cake.
By her own admission, she said put it in a quick oven.
That's all she told
That's
you.
all she said. She said mix it together and put it in a quick oven. So I had to figure out what quick oven meant. So I put it at 350 and kind of watched it. And having had experience baking, I knew to watch the bottom of the cookie. So once it was set, I pulled the cookies out, and then we have these. These are a buttermilk based recipe.
And that's that batter there.
And that's this batter here. And you can see the texture on it is really soft.
Right.
Really
it's
cakey
beautiful.
soft. Well, I don't want you to mess your hands up.
No.
Yeah, I want to mess your hands up.
Because you want to eat those.
Yeah.
But I love the way, this is a recreation of the cookbook, and the way she wrote the recipes was amazing because they were more like little paragraphs or just a line or two to show what she was making. And then you said you had to kind of be proficient in cooking to be able to figure this out.
Right, and to consider this was written by someone that they said was uneducated. So she wrote the book and simply said, and I understand it because I'm a chef, but she says, put this in here, this, bake it that way, done. There was no, it's not like a modern thought. And she, by her own admission, she said, this is written by an experienced cook.
And I like the fact, too, that she tells her story. That's how you kind of learned her background.
I learned her story by her telling her story. So I would encourage anybody, write your story down, especially in this internet age, when you can share your story. Someone 150 years from now might pick your story up and learn some wonderful things.
And I love the title. It's called The Domestic Cookbook, containing a careful selection of useful recipes for the kitchen.
For the kitchen.
By Mrs. Melinda Russell, an experienced cook. And then on the front it says published by the author.
She was very selective on what she put, and everything on that book meant something. She was an incredible, incredible woman that just did some incredible
things. And I asked you
things.
this before, and I want you to say it again. I asked you, what was it like the first time that you made this cookie and actually tasted it, knowing the history?
It made me cry. To know that I was actually touching something that somebody 150 years ago, from her struggle and from her learning and from, despite what anybody else thought about her, created something that has lasted that long. It made me cry. To know everything, especially after I read the story and knew what she had been through, and then to know that she had taken the time to make herself better. It was an absolutely incredible experience.
Well, thank you for sharing the story.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chef, for a wonderful history lesson. The cookies as well. Nikki D, we're going to send it over to you.
Wow, that is just incredible. I don't blame you for tearing up. That is very special. You know what? We've got a good forecast in store for us for the next 7 days. This is a live look outside of our Dominion Skycam. You can tell the camera is wobbling just a bit because we are dealing with some high winds. Winds right now are sustained at 22 miles per hour, gusting around 31. So it is a windy day. Current temperature 46 degrees. Now, as far as the clouds, we will continue to see a mixture of sun and clouds throughout the day, and we do have some snow to our west, but that's where it's going to stay. It's not going to edge into our area whatsoever, but definitely dealing with some cooler air westward. As far as our winds, though, coming in 20 miles per hour in West Point as well as into Kilmarnock, sustained at 17 in Petersburg, 13 over into Orange. And those winds will continue to be sustained 20 to 30 miles per hour, gusting 30s and 40s throughout the day. So, definitely had that major weather yesterday. People are continuing to clean up, and this is going to cause a little bit of a distraction. So please be careful out there as you are cleaning up that debris. As far as what we will see throughout the day, mixture of sun and clouds. We will clear out overnight. Temperatures will head back around freezing tomorrow morning, but tomorrow afternoon we'll see plenty of sunshine across the Commonwealth, warming temperatures into the upper 40s. Heading into Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, you're going to see a significant difference in the way of temperatures. Things are going to be on the increase, and we're actually staying dry. Our next chance of rain is not looking to take place until Wednesday of next week, and still only at a 30%. Of course, we will continue to fine-tune the forecast, but today, please continue to be cognizant of what happened yesterday. Reflect, and if anyway, get out there and let's all help together. We are Central Virginia family. Temperatures today will get up to 55 degrees. It is going to be windy throughout the entire day. Going into tomorrow, we'll be at 32, 48 on into our Friday, Saturday at 49, and check out Sunday going into Monday. Those temperatures really continue to go up. We're talking near 70 degrees on Monday. Tuesday will be at 62, and Wednesday looking to be around 65 degrees. So a great 7-day definitely on tap. And if you're wanting to get outside, here's your Sportsman's forecast for tomorrow, which may I remind you, it's Friday. We're going to have a 6 out of 10. The best time to be out there will be from 2:48 a.m. to 4:48 a.m. and then again for a little after 3 going on into 5. Jess?
All right, thanks, Nikki D. We got a Friday to come and a beautiful forecast ahead. And Johnny Lee just stepped on this thing down here. I think it gives new definition to step on it, right?
Yes, it does.
Still to come, Johnny Lee Long and Mikhail White. They helped us kick off our live Thursday show. They have another song coming your way when Virginia This Morning continues. Don't go anywhere.
You're watching Virginia This Morning.
Well, welcome back. There is always sunshine in the studio when he comes on board. Today's featured musical guest performs in venues all across Richmond. One more time, here's Johnny Lee Long along with Mikhail White. Johnny Lee, take it away.
Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. It's never warm when she's away. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone, and she's always gone too long. Anytime she goes away, I wonder this time where she's gone. Wonder if she's going to stay. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone, and this house just ain't no home anytime she goes away. And I know, 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 I know. Hey, won't leave the young thing alone, 'cause ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Only darkness every day. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone, and this house just ain't no home anytime she goes away. Sunshine when she's gone, only darkness every day. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone, and this house just ain't no home anytime she goes away. Anytime she goes away. Anytime she goes away. Anytime she goes away.
Here he is. This is Johnny Lee Long with Mikhail White. Great to see you, Mikhail. Johnny Lee Long. We're off to the Kentucky Derby
We
just
are,
like
man.
that. Let me tell you that right now. All right, we always do this.
Let's do this.
Every day, 365. Jess, what else is coming up next?
I love, too, that he switched to that, like, orangey red guitar, because that would make a good skirt and top combo, too. Or tie and shirt, right? He's working it over there. I love it. All right, video interviewing has become very popular with companies all over, but over the last few years. But not everyone's ready for their close-up. Isn't that the truth? Robert Half's Vice President of Staffing is here in Richmond. Linda Garib is ready to share some tips to help you navigate the process. That'll come up right after this.
CBS 6 Sky Tracker, sponsored by Baugh Auto Body.
Younger daughter's in middle school.
Mm-hmm.
And
Hungry Greek and Glen Allen High School.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're just a little bit further out than our district is not that. Our elementary
Oh.
school is not supreme.
Where do they go to elementary? Or where will they go?
It would be Johnson.
Oh, okay,
And,
okay.
Not particularly. They're just their record,
yeah.
their stats are not really great right now.
I'll tell you, Glen Allen Elementary, fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, they both had a great experience there.
I have to explore whether you can. Can you apply to be in another one?
Once you get to high school. Yeah. So that might take a little while. That's right. All right. Good seeing you. All right.
I was looking at some of these things that people do.
Isn't that crazy?
Really?
You're watching Virginia This Morning.
We've had a lot of fun on Lull Friday today.
Every day is fun here in
That's
Virginia
right.
this morning, right?
Before we wrap everything up, here's a few highlights you'll see tomorrow. Director David Powers is planning to stop by ahead of his new movie, Shooting the Prodigal. It's filmed right here in Virginia, and it's making its world premiere next week at the Richmond International Film Festival.
Pretty exciting. One of 135 films over there. Plus, celebrity chef Michael Simon shares his tips on how to throw your own Oscar party. Looking forward to that. Right now, here's Cheryl with one final interview as we wrap up the live Thursday show.
Thank you much. If you're applying for a job out of state these days, you probably won't be flown in for an interview. Many companies and businesses now conducting interviews via the internet to talk with potential job candidates. But a recent survey reveals some basic blunders can actually hurt your chances of landing that position. Richmond staffing manager Linda Garib back with us today, and has he got some stories to tell and some tips. Hi, Linda.
Good morning, Cheryl.
I was just amazed reading some of the things that people do. What are some of the mistakes people make when they're doing this video interview? They should take it just as seriously as face-to-face, first of all, right?
Yeah, it is amazing. I mean, you're absolutely right. People should look at a video interview the same way in terms of professionalism as they look at an in-person interview, but that's just not the case in every single situation. I mean, we took a survey of managers and what they've seen with some candidates that they have done video interviews with, and we've heard things like, you know, people bring their pet into the picture of the video interview, somebody carried a cat to show it to the interviewer, somebody was eating breakfast while they were doing the video interview, a gentleman got into an argument with his wife during an interview. So you get a whole spectrum in terms of what people are doing while they're on video interviews.
And in their mind, they probably don't even think about it.
No, they really don't, which is the interesting thing. I think they maybe look at video interviews the same way of like, okay, like I'm FaceTiming a friend of mine so I can be casual, but that's just not the case. You have to be a lot more professional. You have to be a lot more serious when you're conducting a video interview, and you really have to look at it, like you were saying, like it's an in-person interview and you are face-to-face with that individual.
So this might come up in our careers because this is kind of the new trend. What are some of the things we should be doing when we're preparing and when we're doing this job interview via internet?
Sure, I'll tell you. I mean, it is becoming a lot more popular. A lot of companies are going to video interviewing, at least as the first interview that they do with a candidate or an applicant. So it is going to be a reality for a lot of people going forward. So I tell folks, you know, if you're preparing for a video interview, there's a couple of things you want to keep in mind. I think first and foremost, for a lot of people, test the technology. Make sure you know how to use it. Make sure you've downloaded the proper technology that the interviewer is going to be using, and make sure whatever device you're using is well charged so you don't lose power during the course of the interview.
The first basic thing, yeah. And then maybe you want to do a trial run and make sure everything's working.
You absolutely want to do a trial run, especially if you've never done a video interview or if you've only done one or two. Get a friend of yours to try one out with you just so you could get comfortable. I think a lot of people who've never done video interviews, instead of looking you know, at the camera, for example, they tend to look at the person on the screen, but that's not the way they're coming across. So doing a trial run, getting familiar with what to do and how to do it is definitely a good idea. I also tell people, make sure you're in a well-lit area because, you know, a lot of people don't necessarily think of that, but they may not come across very well if there's not sufficient lighting wherever they are. And I also tell folks, you know, think about, you know, how are you coming across on that video interview? You know, when you're face-to-face with a person, it's easy to be engaged, it's easy to be energetic, it's easy to be lively, but that's not always the case during a video interview, so you have to definitely keep that in mind.
Sometimes you have to play it up a little bit bigger to come across normal.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Or else you might come through as like muted and not necessarily interested in the interview and not as engaged in the interview.
And you probably have to pay attention to where you do this as well. You probably don't want to do it out at the local coffee shop.
Yeah, that's a great point. You definitely want to pay attention to where you're doing your video interview. No, I would not recommend the coffee shop, or a lot of people might think it's okay to do it in their car. I would pick more, you know, somewhere that's private, whether it's in your home, whether it's in a private room like in the library, but somewhere that's private, that's quiet, that you're not going to get a lot of interruption, and that you can really focus on what's taking place.
And you want to pay attention to how you dress, as we normally do. I think I read that somebody did their interview in their pajamas.
Yeah, there was one person that did that interview in their pajamas. It was actually interesting. One of my team members was doing an interview not too long ago, and they had a lady that actually came onto the video interview in her bathrobe and her curler. So yeah, you definitely want to dress professionally for the video interview, and you really want to prepare for it like you would like a regular interview. So you should go on that company's website, learn more about the company, make sure you have read the job description in detail and you understand exactly what it is you're interviewing for, and prepare some questions ahead of time. So again, the person knows that you are serious about the position and you've done your due diligence to learn more about what they're looking for.
And like everything else, you want to do that follow-up and say thank you.
You absolutely do. Just because it's a video interview, it doesn't mean you don't want to do the thank yous. You certainly want to try to get an email address, and after that interview, do the thank you, send an email, and if you're interested in the position, make sure you're letting them know that.
Reiterate it. Thank you, Lindo, for joining us
Thanks,
today.
Cheryl.
Some great tips. Thanks to all of our guests today, and to you for watching Virginia This Morning. We'll be back live tomorrow at 9. I'll see you later today for the CBS 6 News at noon. Have a great one.
Sometimes it's a good thing.
That's
Yeah. Well, in the world today, I think everybody's like so connected all the time.
On the next Virginia This Morning,
We are deep frying pickles.
That's the world premiere of Shooting the Prodigal with director David Powers.
Plus a children's book about adoption.
join us for Virginia This Morning on CBS 6.
I'm Cheryl Miller. Today at noon, a state of emergency following yesterday's deadly tornadoes in Virginia. Now the National Guard has been mobilized. New information from the governor, plus a look at some of the damage in Waverly and Essex County when you join us at noon. I'm Cheryl Miller. Today at noon, a state of emergency following yesterday's deadly tornadoes in Virginia. Now the National Guard has been mobilized. New information from the governor, plus a look at some of the damage in Waverly and Essex County when you join us at noon.
takes you about 4 weeks to recover, but it's non-invasive.
I know my mom did.
Your mom did? Yeah, but my mom did. It was probably back in the day when they.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, when it was, yeah. Yeah, my girlfriend Jewel just had it done.
All right, say bye, guys. Whenever you're ready, G.
Antoinette, let's go at the end. Let's have Michael have a look at your weekend forecast.
Mike.
Let's include him.
Mike Stone.
Yeah. You let me know, Brandon. Okay, here we go. This is the Saturday morning tease. Here we go in 3, 2, and 1. Hey, we have a lot working for you on CBS 6 Saturday morning.
Yeah, taking the plunge. The reason dozens of people will be jumping into a cold pool at Willow Lawn this February. No, it's this weekend. Well, this is February, but.
Yeah.
And Mike Stone will have. Okay.
You all set?
Yeah.
Say take 2 for me.
All right, take 2. Here we go in 3, 2, and 1. Hey, we have a lot working for you on CBS 6 Saturday morning.
Yeah, taking the plunge. The reason dozens of people will be jumping into a cold pool at Willow Lawn this weekend in February. And the good cause it's supporting.
And a story parents need to see, the one thing your children can do outside that may improve their math scores inside the classroom.
And Mike Stone will have a look at your weekend forecast when you wake up with us tomorrow.
Okay, here we go. This is the Sunday morning tease. Here we go in 3, 2, and 1. Hey, we have a lot working for you on CBS 6 Sunday morning. Sugar overload, the surprising breakfast foods that you eat every day that may have hidden sugar in them and the reason why. Plus, this picture is going viral this morning. We'll tell you the story behind it. All that. Plus, Mike will have a look at your work week forecast when you wake up with us tomorrow.
under the sweater?
Oh, yeah. To do this.
Where'd you go?
I was in New York. I was working for a startup that does, I was doing sales and marketing for them. They make office supplies, so something very
Wow, something
different.
completely different.
Yeah, and then I went
Not
to
in the
culinary
culinary
school.
world. You
and,
did? Where'd you go?
A school called Ballymaloe. It's in Ireland.
What part of Ireland?
Cork.
Nice.
Yeah.
I love
So
Cork. I studied in Dublin. And
Oh, you did?
yes.
Cool.
How long do you need, roughly, Kate? Roughly.
Like 6 minutes.
6 minutes? Beautiful. Yeah, it was in Dublin, and then went to Queens up in Belfast, and then we went over to Cork for a football game and American football game, and it was just.
That's so cool.
So you know what? Maybe we can talk about that because I know you have like the.
Yeah.
Your preparation with a little Irish flair.
Yeah.
How about that?
Definitely.
Awesome. You let us know when you're.
Anything
just about
specific you want to talk about, just so I can.
We'll talk about the blogging and just in between some of the questions.
Okay.
Whatever's good for you. You gonna be rolling? All right. You ready, girl?
Oh, sorry.
Need this off too?
Yes.
How long were you over there for, Kate? In Ireland?
I was there for 4 months.
Was it awesome?
It was awesome. I love Ireland.
Don't you?
Yes.
What time of year did you go?
In the fall.
That's probably
So like
one of the
September
nicest,
through
yes.
December. So it was
There was
amazing.
one time, it was like 2 weeks while we were in Dublin living there. Did not see the sun, and it was like, you've got to be kidding. I was like,
Oh
no
my
wonder why they
gosh.
have such great senses of humor. you
Right.
know? That's how you get through it. All right, you ready to
Yeah. Ready.
go? All right. You're all set back there, Elise? All right, fantastic. Here we go. In 3, 2, and 1. Sugar, spice, and everything nice goes into this next creation. Local blogger and personal chef Kate Robertson is here, and she shares her apple crisp pie dessert recipe. And we welcome Kate to Virginia this morning. Kate, welcome. Nice to see
Thank you
you.
for having
Boy, oh
me.
boy, it's not even done yet, and it smells divine. All right, where do we begin, Kate, for this apple pie dessert?
Okay, well, we're going to start by talking about our pie crust. I'm using a store-bought whole wheat pie crust today.
whole wheat?
Yes, whole wheat and
Interesting.
organic. The brand is called Wholly Wholesome, so all the ingredients are natural. They also make a gluten-free version of this pie, so if you're celiac or gluten intolerant, it's a really good option.
All right, you hear whole wheat pie, organic, good for you. How about on taste?
Tastes delicious.
Okay.
Even the gluten-free one.
Even the gluten-free, okay. They
promise.
really are coming on with fantastic ways to make these healthy items taste really
Exactly, exactly. Okay, so we're gonna move on to our filling. So here I have 3 pounds of Granny Smith apples that I've peeled, cored, and chopped, and I've sprinkled them with a little lemon juice just to keep them from browning.
good. Lemon juice, okay.
So we're gonna sweeten them a little bit with a 1/4 cup of granulated sugar. And then we're gonna add 2 tablespoons of all-purpose flour.
Okay.
And just toss these together. And what the flour is gonna do is it's just gonna help us bind the apples together so that when the pie bakes, it's not runny.
So it's a little bit of a foundation,
Yes, exactly.
a little base.
Exactly.
Now you have Granny Smith. How about Pink Lady or any other apples? Would
There
that
is
change the taste?
It'll change the taste a little bit. I love Granny Smith because they're really, really tart. So I always choose to use those, and they're also really firm. So when they bake, they'll hold their shape.
Indeed.
But you can definitely use a lot of different varieties of apples. Okay, so this is the filling for our pie. So we're done.
Excellent.
So we're gonna let that sit.
They're very pretty, by the way. Nice job on that.
Thank you. And we're gonna move on to our topping.
Okay.
So we're gonna start with our dry ingredients. This is a cup of rolled oats. We have a 1/2 cup of all-purpose flour, a teaspoon of granulated sugar, a 1/2 cup of light brown sugar.
Light brown sugar.
Light. You can also use dark if you want. And this is our spice mixture. So it's a teaspoon of cinnamon, a 1/4 teaspoon of nutmeg, a 1/4 teaspoon of cardamom, and a pinch of salt.
Oh.
Yes.
So cardamom is sort of
A lot of
the
power in that
secret
right there.
ingredient in there.
What is cardamom? What is that?
It's an Indian spice. It's
Mhm.
used a lot in Indian cooking, and it has this really sort of like smoky floral smell. And when you start to mix this together, you'll smell it. It's sort of the unknown ingredient.
And even
in
with
this
just a
pie.
small amount, that will come right through in
Yes,
this
it's
pie.
very, very strong, like nutmegs. You only need just a quarter
Just
of a
a dash will
teaspoon.
do ya.
Yes, exactly. Okay, and here I have a stick of butter that I've cubed.
Mhm.
And
why would you cube it instead of just throwing it in there whole?
Well, if you're using a food processor to do this next step, which I am not, you won't need to cube it as small as I do, but this is gonna help sort of immerse the butter into the dry mixture. So we wanna try to incorporate it so that it becomes sort of the shape of coarse breadcrumbs. So the cubing it just helps it along. So I'm literally just going to
Scoop it out with the hands.
scoop it out with the hands.
Get up close and personal with the food.
Yes. So like I said, you can use your food processor if you
Mhm.
want. You can also use a dough cutter, and you can also use a fork if you have that. So you don't need any fancy tools, but I like to use my hands.
With a dessert like this, is it trial and error sometimes as well? I know you're following along the ingredients, but for some people, they might want a little bit more nutmeg or cardamom or something along those lines, right?
Yes, exactly. So that's the nice thing about this pie. You have your store-bought pastry, so
Mhm.
you don't have to fiddle with the pastry. If you want more cinnamon, if you want to use only cinnamon, you can do that. If you want to make the apples sweeter, you can add a little more sugar. And also you can use this for any type of fruit. So a berry pie,
Oh, you can?
you
Okay.
could put cranberries in there. Yeah.
So this is not, you're food processing with your hands right now.
I am. So what I'm doing, this is called the rubbing in method. And I'm trying not to put the butter in my fist. I'm just trying to use my fingers to sort of
And what does this do?
disperse the butter. This is just gonna break it down so it cooks more evenly.
Okay.
So we want the crumbs to be about the same size. But again, this is a very rustic pie. So if it doesn't look perfect, it's not the end of the world. It's
As long
still,
as it tastes good.
it's still gonna taste
You know?
delicious. And that is the most important part.
Oh, you can smell that, the spices
cardamom,
coming
right?
through there.
Mhm.
Yeah. Got about a
and
minute
it's
right
just
here.
Kind of fun. Yes, so it takes about a minute.
Mhm.
So it's getting there. So I'm pretty happy with this. So now, so you see it's sort of like big breadcrumbs.
Yeah, that's what you're looking for.
Yeah,
All
fingers
right.
get a little messy, but that's okay.
Messier the better.
Yes. So now we're gonna assemble our pie.
All right.
Let's move
Got
this
less
out of
than a
the way.
minute here.
Yeah. Okay. So
Just get in there with the hands.
Yes.
Don't even need to wash the hands after you do
Use
that
your
food
hands.
processing.
No, it's all going into the same place. And you'll see the pie over here, when this cooks, they're really gonna break down a lot. So you want it to be like a mound of apples.
I noticed this one is a lot higher than this one over here, but you said it's
Yes.
going to settle, break
Yes,
down, if
and
you
it
will.
all sort of happens at the end. So if you're kind of watching your pie bake and it's not happening, it's
Right.
literally like the last 10 minutes, it's gonna all sort of come together and be ooey and gooey and bubbly and delicious.
Ooey gooey and bubbly.
Yes,
that is your next
that's
dessert
what
right
we
there.
want. Okay, so this next part, I like to sort of hold my hands here and press the topping into the pie.
Mhm.
Again, it's going to get messy,
That's
but
all
that's
right.
okay. And if you lose some, it's not a big deal. We have
It's like an art project.
plenty of crust. It really is like an art project. So just sort of pour it in, get into
Mhm.
all the holes, get on the top.
You have to make sure all of the apples are covered?
You
on
want
there?
to make sure all the apples are covered, but since this is butter, it will melt and it will go over, it'll cover all the apples eventually. So it'll all
Wonderful.
sort of spread out.
Spread it out right on
Like
there.
you
And this
see
is the
on our
final
final
product right
product.
here. Look at that bad
Yes.
boy.
So we finished doing this. We're going to bake it at 350 for an hour and 15 minutes, and then you're done.
Have
And
some
that
ice
is
cream and maybe a
ice
glass of milk
cream.
and you're ready to go.
Yes, exactly.
Kate, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank
Keep on making that
you.
mess. It's gonna be- hey, we're going to put this recipe up on our website a little bit later on today at WTVR.com/VTM. Kate, we wish you continued success. Come
Thank
on
you
back
so
anytime and
much.
make a mess. All right, we're going to send it out over your way.
Yeah, totally.
Interesting. Cool.
Well, I have a card if you want to tell her.
Bottle of water needs to go
Contact
down
me.
there.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we'll put tops back here. All right, so we do this.
Mm-hmm. 5. Okay.
Oh, we're getting ready to go? Okay. My hair goes. That wind out there just made big hair bigger.
I know, because yesterday was like,
It was a really bad hair day between the humidity and the rain. Okay, you ready? Okay.
So we have a before, I believe, and then this is the almost finished beautiful. What are we doing when we're finishing? Just so I know.
I am going to show how to color, how women should color correct. So we're going to do that super quick, just a couple key products that would make that happen. So color correct, so we're going to get rid of all these dark circles right here, kind of hide puffiness, and then I'm going to quickly show how to contour and highlight to pop up those cheeks.
Okay.
Since that seems to be the two things that people want to know the
sure is
most.
right now.
And they're the
Yeah.
most challenged at. And YouTube videos quite aren't teaching them.
Well, there's so much, and everybody's skin tones are so different, and some people like mega sparkle, and some people just want.
This segment is sponsored by Island Glow Spray Tanning.
Well, from everything from foundation. I'm sorry.
This segment is sponsored by Island Glow Spray Tanning.
From foundation matching to eye shape and contouring, Michelle Walters, owner of Island Glow Spray Tanning, works with all the hot makeup trends to keep you camera ready. She's here along with Belinda Farnham to share a few tricks of the trade. It's great to see both of you.
Hi, good morning.
When we talk about camera ready, I mean, it's not just these cameras, although these are here and, you know, we're dealing with these every day. All of us have our phones with us and we're taking pictures all the time. And how many times have you looked out and thought, man, I wish I would have dolled up a little bit?
Yes.
You help ladies with that every day, Michelle.
I do that, yes, and I enjoy that. I've been doing this for about 30 years, 10 years professionally.
Belinda, you are our lovely model today. I think we have a before picture, Michelle, and talk us through, this is Miss Belinda before and after. What are we seeing here in the before and afters? That first one almost looked like, you know, just wake up and looking great.
That's right.
But you want to balance a little bit.
That's right. Belinda was so gracious to show us her before picture. And, you know, the points are, you know, color correction is really important with women. Getting those dark circles, those puffy under the eye areas kind of disappeared because it ages you and it doesn't make a woman feel very confident. So we want to talk about a few tips and products to have to make that happen. And then the hot trend is contouring like the Kim Kardashian look. So I wanted to do 3 quick steps of how to have those cheek lifts and sexy cheekbones for any woman, any age, any skin tone.
Oh, let's get started.
Okay. All right, so a couple of things that you want to have in your bathroom as you're kind of making magic happen and miracles happen in the bathroom. Make sure that you're getting a really good foundation primer that you're placing on the skin every morning. Foundation primer is basically like a silicone gel fill, and if you could think of spackle on your face or filling in the potholes, the crinkles, then this helps everything lay in place and not set in a crevice, which makes our eyes age just a little bit more.
None of us want to think about having those things, but it's a reality. We just need to smooth the surface a little bit.
And don't forget that, you know, really good eye cream is a real must. If you would like to have those sexy eyes as you're getting in 40, then it starts with eye cream starting in your 20s. Something anti-aging, something that will kind of disappear those dark lines and fill in all those crow's feet. Next step is we want to color correct. Anytime you have any dark circles, kind of bluish in tone, purple in tone, you want to use 2 products that are amazing. I'm using a highlighting pen with a peach undertone. So I'm going to mix this 75% part of a peach undertone with 25% of a concealer that would be actually your concealer that would be a shade lighter than your skin tone. You're going to mix these 2 products together and it makes a really neat little paste, thicker paste. With a brush, not a sponge, you want to apply this color right underneath the eye area. And if you see, we're going to start color correcting. And we left one eye by itself so that you can actually see the difference in all the transformation.
Because Belinda's lovely, but you know, again, we just need to smooth and balance and make everything look right and fresh before you start putting the enhancement, which is more the color, right?
Exactly. And if you see,
you can see it happening right there.
You can see it happening. If you need to apply a little bit more, then you just do that. You just keep reapplying, but you want to stipple, 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 stipple. You don't need to smear across because we're not trying to blend this into the skin tone. We're trying to set on top. So we're stippling.
So we're seeing this here, and of course, for a lot of our viewers watching, we have different age ranges, we have different skin tones, we've got so much. That's where working with a professional, and you do this. You bring the makeup magic to folks to teach them, to help them, to get them ready. If you don't want to learn it and you just want to look great, that's what you do.
Right into their bathrooms. We open everything up and say, okay, let's see what we've got. We're going to make it work. After that dries, we want to use an airbrush type of brush with the foundation. We're using a very thick, creamy to a powder foundation for Belinda because of her age, and you know she wants to fill in and add more coverage. You want to take in small airbrush circles and apply this right over it. And as you can kind of watch instantly, you see that soft airbrush kind of look, and that's instant. So the key is smaller circles for more coverage.
Wow. That's great. And our camera team is like right up in there getting these shots you want to see because it looks great. We're just totally seeing it. That's awesome. We have like a minute left. And everybody I talk to right now, myself included, is like, how do you contour? How do you do this? I want cheekbones.
Contouring. Okay, let's move that really quick. So with a special fan brush, I love this because it provides enough but not too much application. If you turn to the side for me, Belinda has great cheekbones. If you can't find your cheekbones, you suck in like a fish. So suck in like a fish for me. We're looking for the hollow area here, and at an angle very lightly, you're going to apply a little pop of color. You'll see that. You can go a little darker if you want to sculpt it a little bit more.
There it is.
With your cheek color, you want to start with your cheek color, and you want to pop color more back on the back of the cheekbone like this. So you start from the ball and go backwards. And then to finish it off with the highlighting, smile for me, start with the apple of your cheek and just apply a little shimmer going up just like that. So it's 3 layers right on top of each other and they all blend. And when you look at it,
shebang.
She's got sculpting. We've kind of disappeared some of those discoloration, and we have sex appeal.
Beautimous. You're just going to have to walk around all day with this cheek,
one
this
side.
cheek over here forward, right?
That's right.
Just face people that, no, I'm just kidding. She's going to balance you out. You look terrific, Belinda, and you make it look so easy, Michelle. Thanks for the demo.
Thank you.
It's all
Thank you.
about playing around, but it's great to have some good instruction to at least get brave enough to try.
Exactly.
Thanks
Exactly.
for being with
Thank
us.
you.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Island Glow Spray Tans, mobile airbrush spray tan services, Richmond and the surrounding areas. She'll visit you no matter where you are. For more information, you can visit the website, and we're going to provide that to you. I need to do the tag again, guys. I'm sorry. I didn't have the website.
Maybe we should get you on the other side super quick. Or you can.
You're fine. Yeah, you can balance her out.
Let's kind of finish you up so you don't like leave looking kind of silly.
You guys did a swell job.
Is that okay? Is that okay?
Très magnifique.
I was trying to use big girl words, but not too big girl. That was quick. 4 minutes goes by fast. All right, open up for me. You did great, Belinda.
Michelle, remind me again your website.
IslandGlowSprayTanning.org.
.org.
.org.
Island Glow Spray Tanning.
.org.
.org.
Yeah. GoDaddy wanted $500 for a .com. Like, are you kidding me? You need to start wearing that color on your lips.
You like it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did your family like it last night? She's never tried this color. It's a coral.
It's real pretty. Do you say highlighter after the blush? Because I've been putting it on before the blush.
On your cheeks?
Yeah.
It always goes last because you're adding that little bit of opening up.
Okay, because I've been adding
And
it
sits
last.
on top. Like if your cheek color went right back here on the bone, highlighter goes right.
I'm sorry, I've been adding it before the blush, right? I've been doing contour, blush, and then a sweep. Is that right? No, I've been doing contour, highlight, then the blush.
And if it works and it lays right, then it's always
Okay,
right.
okay.
Yeah. It looks fabulous.
I got my little fan brush and my...
We came here on Saturday morning and we just played makeup with everyone. All right, suck in for me. Get you all kind of. Okay. Cheek color. Okay. Good. Now you'll be all ready for the next quick segment.
It's weird leaving the house without any concealer on.
Oh, I know. You're braver than me. No.
And I thank you. I'll let her, Miss Kate, walk out. Thank you, Kate. Nice meeting you.
Hey, you too. The cake looks good. Oh, yes. And I'm hungry.
Okay, I'm going to record this full screen, guys, so just a minute of quiet. You already rolling, Elise? Okay, thank you. And ready? In do you want the full screen up, or you just want my sound? No full screen. Okay, ready? In 3, 2, 1. Island Glow Spray Tan, mobile airbrush spray tan services, Richmond and the surrounding areas. For all the information, you can visit the website islandglowspraytanning.org.
Feel the burn. It feels very warm in this room, I'll tell you that. Well, I want to thank Senator Nina Turnup not only for her support in this campaign, but for her years of work on behalf of working people, a fight for racial and social justice. And I want to thank Rachel Sellis and Mr. Sons Echo and Michelle Mahon and Kurt Hess and Gerald Goins and Humble G and the Reverend C.J. Harkness, all participating in this event, and mostly on a beautiful morning. That was a joke. It's not a beautiful morning. I want to thank all of you for coming on out to discuss some very serious issues.
This segment is sponsored by Island Glow Spray Tanning.
Well, you can wear a sun-kissed look no matter the time of year. Island Glow Spray Tanning offers a UV-free alternative. Owner Michelle Walters explains how it works. Michelle, it's great to see you.
Hey, Jess, thank you. I am really excited. We are launching our very first retail product. It is a self-tanning mousse, and oh my gosh, it's so beautiful. So I'm just going to demonstrate how you should properly put on a mousse.
Okay.
Now, what's different about ours and everyone else's, it is infused with anti-aging ingredients, a skin tightening serum, so that's always good for any woman.
It's doing a whole lot.
It is doing everything, tightening and toning. It also has an undertone of a violet undertone, which means it's going to give you pull out a really pretty brown base out of every skin with a little hint of caramel, which means we don't do orange. And that's what most women are scared. Like
a lot,
yes.
a lot of us are, to go out and you don't necessarily know which one to pick. It's not particularly customized.
No.
And the last thing you want to do is Oompa Loompa yourself up by putting the wrong color on.
That's right. And with 75% of the undertone being violet, it's impossible for you to ever turn orange. So what you want to do for a good self-tanning mousse is, first of all, you exfoliate your skin the day that you're going to tan. You need to get rid of all the dry, dead skin, because that will change up how you wear your tan and when it's going to fade and how it's going to fade. So exfoliate with a good sugar scrub.
Okay.
And then you want to make sure your body's moisturized. So drink lots of water, because that hydrated skin makes a spray tan or a tan look better.
So you need to really prep yourself to get the most out of this, and for the longevity.
For the longevity on the back end of everything. You need a good mitt, so a basic mitt is what we offer, and then we have a whipped mousse, and it's really soft, and it's amazing when it goes on. So you just want to kind of shake it up so that all the ingredients are mixed up well. I would start with 2 little pumps.
Wow, and I would not pick that. Before you put that in, I don't know if we can get a shot of it. Pump another little squeeze on the mitt. That would not be the color that I would pick for our lovely model, Linda here. So.
Exactly, because she is a light beige, maybe dark ivory type of color.
And you've already done the tanning on this side.
12 hours prior.
Okay.
Yes. So what you'll do is you'll start with the highest point and you'll work your way down. So you want to lightly just kind of blend this in skin tone. Now what you're not doing is you're not being heavy-handed, because we're not trying to force this in the skin. You want this laying on top of the skin, and you want to kind of apply in long, even strokes.
And Michelle, I know that you do this as a service. You come to your clients and take care of this in their own home, so it saves time. They don't have to go out to an appointment, that sort of thing. You just come to them.
We are known for our mobile spray tan, and we offer airbrush hand so that we're contouring bodies. And when you can't get to us, and you don't have time, or you're on vacation, or you're in another state, you can buy our actual signature formula in a bottle now.
Wow.
All right, arm over.
And immediately you can see the difference.
You can.
See, you're brave. You're going in that really light part too. That's always, when I've done tanning, not successfully, I might add, I sort of steer clear, because it's bad news bears over there.
There you go. And instantly, you see how that is starting to grasp the color. So there's 2 components of sunless tanning. There is the bronzer side, the immediate color, so that you could actually apply and go on back to work, and you can begin your day. This is odorless, and it's not sticky or tacky. So there's no reason why you can't go back to work right after this.
And does this keep on, you said, you see the difference right away, which we can see on camera there. Does this keep on going? Does it richens and deepens?
It does. So this particular tan you will leave on for 8 hours. And hour by hour, you see that it's taking on a darker tone. In 8 hours, you shower with warm water, no soaps at all, and let all the bronzers wash off. Underneath is the golden, gorgeous brown that you see.
Wow.
And then you apply moisturizer with no alcohol in it, no smelly, no smells, every morning, every night, and you will stay tan for 5 to 7 days after.
And this is safe. This formulation is good to use necessarily like on your. Do you do it on your face? Is that
all the way down? Because
wherever
if you
want
don't,
that color.
it'll be like, wow, you're off. a
Right, I'll
different
have
color.
nice tan legs, and then I might
right.
be kind of pale up here.
That's right.
And
that's right.
let's assume we've exfoliated, we've moisturized, we've applied. How long will it last?
5 to 7 days when you follow the instructions. No particular soaps with a lot of alcohol in them. No moisturizers like Bath and Body Works, things with smells in them that smells really good. That's probably dangerous for a spray tan. And watch your perfumes. Perfumes will actually peel your tan off. And the neat thing is every 7 days you can keep reapplying. So it just continues the color on. It is paraben free. It's all vegan. It's all organic. Safe for everyone. Pregnant women also can use this.
Okay.
And no cancers and no anti-aging, no aging.
Well, you have a lovely glow, and I know you're eager to let this balance out 8 hours later. Thank
That's
you,
right.
Michelle. Thank you, Belinda.
you.
Appreciate it. Island Glow Spray Tanning mobile airbrush spray tan services are available in Richmond and surrounding areas. For all the information, visit islandglowspraytanning.org.
Do we happen to know where their earphones are? Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check. Mic check. Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you.
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check, 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 check. Thank you.
Mic check 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Your roofs are missing. Cars are on their sides. Cars are on their sides. Where I am. Yeah, it's Brendan. Can you hear me? Should I come over here? Cheryl, some have described the scene out here like a war zone. Like a war zone. Roofs are missing, cars are on their sides. Where I'm standing right now is where a home used to stand. It's now completely wiped off its foundation. But among all this death, all this destruction, damage and destruction, there's a community coming together. The county leaders tell me there are
Welcome back, everybody. Emma. Start with you. At $28,500. The actual retail price, $35,875. Difference of $7,375.
That's valuable.
Francesco, at $21,000. Actual retail price, $29,314. Emma, guess what? Got yourself a brand new electric car. $37,895 for Emma. Good for her. Hey, thanks for watching, folks. Been great being in your home. It's been a blessing. Really appreciate your time you spent with us. Please get your pets spayed and neutered. Help control the pet population. And we'll see you next time on The Price is Right. Bye-bye.
I'm Cheryl Miller. Next on the CBS 6 News at noon, a first look at the damage in Essex County and Tappahannock, where people were pulled from the rubble of what used to be their homes before the storm barreled through.
I'm Jasmine Norwood. We're live in Waverly, where people are trying to clean up today, trying to rebuild today. We're live in just a few minutes.
Tappahannock and Waverly, just two of the areas that saw tornadoes in our outbreak yesterday. Things much calmer now, but it is going to be a little bit windy. We'll talk more about the storm damage and your week ahead next on the CBS 6 News at Noon.
Destination for comedy. Where else can you do this? Let's make a deal. Weekdays, CBS Daytime.
We'll begin tonight with breaking news.
Go! Steve Crawford, 60 Minutes.
Yo, how you doing?
What did you mean by that?
Mr. President, what do you know?
Is a very good question.
I know it is. What's the answer?
working for you. CBS 6 News at noon starts now.
The governor and the National Guard respond. Both are on the ground where a deadly tornado took the lives of 3 people, including a toddler in Waverly. We're also now getting a first look at some of the devastation in other parts of our state. Thanks for joining us here at noon. I'm Cheryl Miller. We have complete coverage of the aftermath of that storm and the cleanup that begins today. We have reporters at the sites of 2 tornado touchdowns. We'll begin with Brendan King, who's giving us a first look at the damage in Essex County and Tappahannock. Brendan, describe for us what you've seen so far today.
Cheryl, right now, where I'm standing, John Winder survived the Vietnam War, and he says a tornado isn't going to take him out either. He and his family hid in the bathroom as one passed over his Tappahannock home Wednesday night.
I've done made it through the tornado. Now I'm going to die from the ceiling falling in on me.
As the sun rose Thursday, Winder and the sleepy Essex County community realized the full extent of the damage done. Winder's barn next door was one of dozens of buildings damaged or destroyed.
It's devastating.
Just down the road, the 145-year-old historic St. John's Church was reduced to just a pile of rubble.
It's a lot of damage out there, and it's something that a lot of my staff have never seen before.
At least 25 people were hurt, including an infant and an elderly couple rescued from their home.
Had a couple that was trapped in their home, and the home collapsed. They were in a closet.
As strangers and neighbors began to help the victims clean up, among the devastation, perhaps a miracle. Bibles at that destroyed historic church were saved, and so were the lives of this community.
Somebody was watching, that's for sure.
Now, county leaders tell me there are life-threatening injuries caused in this storm, but right now, no fatalities are reported. The National Weather Service is expected to be out here surveying the damage along with the National Guard, helping to clean up throughout the day. Cheryl, the cleanup here is expected to not just take days, but weeks and even months.
All right, our Brendan King reporting live. Meantime, CBS 6's Jasmine Norwood is in Waverly, where the governor is expected to arrive in just about an hour. Jasmine spoke to some of the survivors of the storm as they got a look at this destruction and has their side of the story. Jasmine?
Cheryl, I have to tell you, it's been a somber day out here in Waverly. I'm going to just step aside so you can take a quick look here at just a little bit of the damage that has come through, a little bit of the damage and the destruction that the storm left behind. And the thing about this is when you think about the fact that someone lived there, someone called that their home, that's when it's really difficult.
No, I was at home right across the woods, about 500 feet from where it went across that trailer at right there. It was loud. It was the worst thing I've ever heard in my life.
Families and business owners in Waverly work to come to terms with a life that looks and feels drastically different than it did 24 hours ago.
I mean, it's just, I mean, what do you do in a situation like this besides clean up and try to put the pieces together, you know?
The focus is on cleaning up, starting over. But this new reality is haunting.
It sounded like a freight train, like a whistle coming right through town. It was horrible. And the whole house that was shaking when I was in it.
And we're talking about winds strong enough to knock trees into houses and even rip doors off of houses, all in a matter of seconds.
It was unfortunate that we had the 3 deaths that we had, unfortunately.
Officials say 3 people, including a 2-year-old boy, died when a tornado ripped through their home. Jonathan Rowley was just feet away.
There was a brick building, the laundromat, not maybe 200 yards away from it. And that whole laundromat brick building fell down also. So if a brick building doesn't have a chance, you know, a trailer doesn't have a chance at all.
Now that family and this community are trying to pick up the pieces, and they're asking for help.
It's just, I mean, there's just so much work to do. It doesn't look like it'll ever end. I mean, we need all the help we can get.
And we know there's been just a lot of community effort out here today. We know state police are here, the state guard is here, Red Cross is here, and we know the governor will be here at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Again, the one thing that's been nice about this is really seeing the community come together. They say they're in a lot of need and they need that strength in numbers right now. Working for you in Waverly, Jasmine Norwood, CBS 6 News.
Thank you, Jasmine. And Governor McAuliffe just arrived in Appomattox County just a short time ago to tour the damage in that part of the state. One person was killed, at least 7 were injured when a reported funnel cloud touched down in the Evergreen and Red House parts of the Appomattox County yesterday. Investigators say the man who died was 78-year-old Edward Harris. His body was found near his home, which was destroyed. It was one of 20 houses in this area that were leveled, and investigators say about 100 more suffered varying degrees of damage. The county is promising to help residents during their recovery process.
We want to extend our deepest condolences to those affected by this tragedy, and we will work together as a community over the upcoming weeks to support one another, keep each other safe, and overcome the challenges that this natural event has brought to Appomattox.
And we've also learned that Appomattox schools will remain closed at least through tomorrow. VCU Medical Center telling CBS 6 News that 16 of the people injured in yesterday's storms were taken here to their Richmond facility for treatment. The hospital also says they activated their mass casualty protocol, which means increasing staffing and starting triage procedures. A CBS 6 viewer captured this video of a water spout moving at Kerr Lake. It was taken by Andrew Robinson, who says he shot it from South Dyke at the dam going through Palmer's Point. That's near the Virginia-North Carolina line. And here's some new video just into our newsroom. This is one of the funnel clouds spotted down in North Carolina yesterday. The viewer drew that red circle on the image around the cloud near Henderson. That's off Interstate 85. And Central Virginia not the only place cleaning up after tornadoes and severe storms. In Granville County, North Carolina, ferocious winds ripped the roofs off buildings and knocked down trees. And several homes there were also destroyed by a tornado. Parts of that state got pounded by hail the size of baseballs. In Northern Virginia, flooding is now a major problem today. The already saturated ground just can't absorb the latest rain, causing streams to overflow and roads to flood. EMS crews in Fairfax spent part of the night rescuing people from being stranded in their cars. And it is a much different weather picture today here in Central Virginia, Mike.
It is, Cheryl, but we are still seeing the ramifications from that severe weather yesterday. That storm is producing the gusty winds on the backside of it. Yesterday, we were in the violent sector of it, and that produced all the severe weather across North Carolina and Virginia up through D.C. When we wipe away the wind damage and hail reports, you can see that cluster of tornadoes. Close to 20 tornadoes reported across Virginia and North Carolina. We'll take you through some of them, and we also have a lot of wind damage and even hail reports surrounding those tornadoes. We did get the storm survey back from the National Weather Service. This is preliminary for the one that was in Waverly from about 2:31 to 2:41 yesterday afternoon. It is a strong EF1 tornado is what it's been rated at when you look at the wind damage, 100 to 110 mile an hour winds. It was 9 miles long, 300 yards wide. And then as we go up a little bit farther towards the north and east, we had the one near Tappahannock, one near Nailers, and then one near Maratico. That was the stuff that was off towards the east. Farther south, we had 2 reports down by the South Hill over that part of our viewing area. And then over towards Evergreen, where we actually have another National Weather Service survey team out there now to determine the exact damage, but over 45 homes were damaged or destroyed there. That was one of the more violent ones, just like the one in Waverly. And then we had one up to the north near Kent Store. We also had some funnel clouds reported up by Fredericksburg and in Stafford County as well. Outside now, a lot of cloud cover, a few breaks in there, but you can see the Dominicam is getting jostled around in the gusty winds, which are at times gusting close to 40 miles an hour. And the temperatures are a lot cooler. Yesterday, some areas got close to 70. Right now, most of us are in the mid-40s to around 50 degrees. And when you factor in the winds, it feels more like the upper 30s and low 40s. Pretty calm today heading into the weekend. A different sight than this time lapse I'm showing you from all the storms yesterday. We may have a couple thunderstorms towards the end of the 7-day forecast. I'll talk more about that coming up in just a little bit. Cheryl?
All right, thank you, Mike. We want to let you know that CBS 6 is now teaming up with the Red Cross to help raise money for those impacted by disasters like yesterday's tornadoes. We'll be hosting a phone bank here at our Broad Street studio and taking donations by phone. That starts tonight on the CBS 6 News at 5. Our complete coverage of the storm damage doesn't end here. You can access WTVR.com through our breaking news app right now and read about how you can help people in each county affected by this storm. Both the breaking news app and our weather app are free for you to download. In Henrico, police have found the man wanted for kidnapping his own son. They say Justin Newcomb took 4-year-old Jesse Davis Newcomb after a break-in and assault at a home on Mulberry Terrace on Wednesday. Investigators say Justin Newcomb is being held at the Henrico County Jail without bond and the child has been found safe and has been reunited with his family. Firefighters in Richmond say high winds and embers from a previous fire may have caused this house fire on the city's south side. They were called to the Norcroft Terrace home near George Wythe High School around 2:30 this morning. Firefighters say they were at the same house earlier in the evening for a dryer fire, and the high winds overnight likely caused that fire to rekindle. Nobody was inside the home at the time. New at noon, a Virginia veteran will be spending 8 months in prison for fraudulently taking money from nonprofit organizations. Brent Henry was indicted for obtaining money under false pretenses last April from the group Wags for Warriors. Henry claimed he was in a helicopter crash that resulted in injury and was collecting money and resources from at least 2 agencies. But his claims were found to be untrue. Henry was also ordered to pay nearly $3,000 restitution. Richmond police will be laying out their response plan today for dealing with domestic violence cases and talk about how victims can get help. Police are joining representatives of the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office and the YMCA of Richmond. They're set to discuss murder cases from this year that were the result of domestic violence. That will take place tonight at Richmond Police Headquarters, actually this afternoon. Coming up next here at noon, an explosion inside a man's pocket, what he was carrying that burst into flames. Plus, a botched rescue. Coast Guard members trying to save these fishermen ended up in the water themselves, how they got to shore. And hunting child predators, trained dogs being used to track them down. We'll tell you what the canines are sniffing for when they're searching. Caught on camera the moment an e-cigarette explodes right inside a man's pocket. A security camera at a gas station in Indiana captures the flash of that explosion. You see it there, and then flames. The man was standing at the register when the battery inside that e-cigarette exploded. An employee grabbed a fire extinguisher to put out the fire. The man suffered second-degree burns to his leg. In New York City, 5 members of the U.S. Coast Guard had to swim to shore after their boat capsized during a rescue mission. They were dispatched around 2 a.m. to rescue the fishermen aboard this boat. The captain reported the boat was taking on water before it ran aground. The Coast Guard members were wearing their protective gear and made it out of the water okay. New at noon, dogs are becoming the latest crime-fighting tool in the war against child pornography. These specially trained dogs are able to sniff out an adhesive that's found in electronic storage devices like thumb drives, hard drives, and those tiny SD cards where child porn is often kept and sometimes hidden.
We have found that there have been storage devices in safes in the slab of somebody's home. They hide it very well.
Well, that's what happened in the recent high-profile child porn case of Subway spokesperson Jared Fogle. Officials couldn't find what they were looking for, so they brought in one of these dogs. There are only a few dogs in the country that can do this, but more are being trained. U.S. stocks trading in a narrow range following Wednesday's massive intraday reversal as low oil prices continue to weigh on the indexes. The major averages gave up most of their opening gains to trade little change to slightly lower. Here are the midday numbers. The Dow, though, has picked up 62.25 points at 16,547. The Nasdaq is off 3 points and the S&P 500 up 4 2/3. We'll have the day's closing numbers on the CBS 6 News at 5:30. Still ahead here at noon, it's Apple versus the FBI. The tech company may be forced to break into the locked iPhone of one of the San Bernardino shooters. How Apple plans to make its phones impossible for the government to hack in the future. We'll have that story later on the CBS 6 News at 5. And still ahead at noon, tornadoes here, snowstorms in the Midwest. A look at the other major weather event affecting millions across the country today.
As that big storm exits the area, we have gusty winds outside, like you can see here from our Fork Union Military Academy Sky Tracker camera. A few little peaks of sun for the day today, but then things get a lot more tranquil heading into the weekend. We'll talk about that after the break.
CBS 6 Sky Tracker, sponsored by Baugh Auto Body.
While here in central Virginia, we were dealing with tornadoes and heavy rain, people out in the Midwest were struck by a treacherous winter storm. High winds and slushy wet snow froze onto roads in ice in Illinois and Indiana. That forced a lot of road closures there. Students at over 300 schools got a day off. Business came to a halt at area airports too. More than 1,200 flights canceled. And Mother Nature seemed to be a bit angry. The weather here devastating to several communities, Mike, here in the Commonwealth.
Yes, in fact, the severe weather's done now, Cheryl, but as the storm exits the area, we have some strong winds coming in behind it. And we also have a lot of cloud cover. Skies across the area right now are ranging partly to mostly cloudy, so we have a little bit of sun